Chapter 1: The Universal Synthesis Platform. My name is Jiang Yan, and right now I'm lying in a shabby rented room in Spring City, my expression somewhat dazed. Just a few minutes ago, I was dominating in the online game Multiverse, having snatched the only divine tier chest from several major factions. But before I could even react, I found myself transmigrated into this high school student who shares my exact name. This world parallels Earth in most aspects, with one key difference. 300 years ago, the multiverse descended upon it, flooding the land with abundant spiritual energy and ushering Earth into an era of spiritual revival. Moreover, these descending realms bear an uncanny resemblance to that online game I used to play. Could this truly be coincidence? At that moment, a familiar system prompt chimed in my mind. Divine tier treasure chest detected. Open? I immediately sat upright. A divine tier chest? Could this possibly be what I think it is? Holy shit, I actually brought this thing over with me. The game item turned into a real object. Damn, I'm gonna be rich. I immediately chose to open it. Divine treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations on obtaining the Universal Synthesis Platform and Infinite Inventory. Universal Synthesis Platform, capable of synthesizing all things in existence, including but not limited to ordinary items, materials, weapons, armor, medicine, cultivation techniques, ultimate skills, living creatures, etc. Infinite Inventory, can hold any item without limit. These rewards from a divine tier treasure chest are seriously amazing. After reading the rewards description, I was utterly thrilled. These two complement each other perfectly, especially the Universal Synthesis Platform. Its ability to combine anything in existence holds limitless potential. It's far more valuable than simply handing me a pile of divine gear and skills. I couldn't wait to test the Synthesis Platform's functionality, so I pulled out a crate of reserve mineral water from under my bed, taking out 2 bottles to add to the Synthesis Platform. Synthesize ordinary mineral water? Synthesize. As the Synthesis Platform flashed with white light, a system prompt sounded. Ordinary mineral water successfully synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining a first-grade spiritual spring. A glass bottle filled with spiritual spring appeared in my hand, about the same size as a mineral water bottle. At the same time, I felt some of my spiritual energy disappear. Apparently using the Universal Synthesis Platform consumes spiritual energy. But ordinary mineral water could be synthesized into a spiritual spring? The yield was astonishing, truly worthy of the rewards from a divine-grade treasure chest. Let's keep synthesizing. I transformed all the remaining mineral water into first-grade spiritual springs, then placed them into the Synthesis Platform. After repeated syntheses, I obtained third-grade spiritual springs. Looking at the 3 crystal bottles neatly arranged on the table, I couldn't help but laugh. A single bottle of third-grade spiritual spring is worth 10,000 on the market. What I have before me is 30 grand. Though my spiritual energy is nearly depleted now and I can't continue synthesizing, earning 30,000 in just over 10 minutes using nothing but common mineral water is beyond satisfying. But there's a problem. The higher the level of synthesized items, the more spiritual energy they consume. It seems that to synthesize more advanced items, I'll need to improve my own abilities first. I stored the spiritual spring in my inventory and prepared to go exchange it for cash. There's no helping it, I'm dirt poor, with only $200 left for this month's living expenses. Next week's school wilderness test requires meal and travel fees, and if I don't earn money soon, I'll literally be eating dirt. Changing into clean clothes, I stepped out of my room. I live in the cheapest residential area of the outer city, a place full of dilapidated buildings, ruins, and temporary shacks. The outer city isn't protected by defensive barriers. Although there are patrols by the city guards, some demonic beasts still manage to sneak in and wreak havoc. The buildings and roads are severely damaged, and the repair speed can't keep up. 20 minutes later, I arrived in front of a silver high-rise building. Just as I was about to enter, I ran into a few familiar faces at the entrance. A short-haired girl stepped forward, glaring at me with hostility. "Jiang Yan, what are you doing here?" she snapped. "You're not stalking our CU again, are you?" Behind her stood Zhao Siyu, the girl I'd been hopelessly infatuated with before, acting as her devoted follower for the longest time. But not long ago, when a rich kid from school started pursuing her, she cut ties with me and even accused me of harassing her. In the end, I was labeled as a creepy stalker who followed a pretty girl, got lectured by the teacher, and lost my friends. It was downright miserable. Still, I have no interest in the original owner's past experiences. I'm in a good mood today and can't be bothered to argue. "Excuse me, I'm in a hurry." The short-haired girl was furious. Beforehand, when I was chasing Zhao Siyu, I'd always been polite and gentle. Never would I have dared to speak to her like this. Zhao Siyu tugged at the short-haired girl's sleeve and said hypocritically, "We're all classmates, after all. Let's just let bygones be bygones." I looked at her hypocritical face and sneered. What terrible taste the original owner had. I wouldn't want such a woman even if she were given to me for free. I stepped around them and strode into the silver building. The short-haired girl curled her lip and said, so full of himself, just some penniless loser. His monthly rent probably costs less than what young Master Wang spends treating us to a single meal. Zhao Siyu gave a faint smile and said, let's go in too. Chapter 2, The Big Spender at the Dollar Store. Following the signs, I took the elevator to the 8th floor and casually approached a counter. The staff member politely asked, welcome to Lingwu Hall. How may we assist you today? I'd like to sell these 3 bottles of spiritual spring. I placed the vials on the counter. Would you prefer consignment service or direct sale? Oh, there's a difference? I was momentarily stunned. This being my first visit to Lingwu Hall, I had little experience. I only knew this place was legendary, a global chain with branches across multiple realms. The attendant smiled and explained, for direct sales, we purchase at 70% of market value. For consignment, we charge a 5% service fee, and the payment will be automatically transferred to your account once the items sell. Without a second thought, I said, consignment then. The demand for spirit spring is high, so selling it won't be a problem. Please wait a moment, we need to appraise your goods first, the staff member said, accepting the spirit spring and passing it to the appraiser behind them. In less than a minute, the appraisal results came out. Sir, your goods are authenticated. The staff handed me a card. This is your consignment certificate. If you decide not to sell, you can use this to retrieve your goods later, though the service fee won't be refunded. I took the consignment certificate, left my bank account details, and the consignment was completed. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. As expected from a merchant capable of expanding their chain across multiple realms, the service and efficiency are truly unmatched. After leaving the 8th floor, I browsed around the other levels. Lingwu Hall was like a massive shopping mall catering to martial artists and spirit masters, offering common materials, weapons, armor, cultivation techniques, medicines, and more. If something wasn't available here, one could always try their luck at the auction on the top floor. As I gazed at the dazzling array of goods and thought about next week's wilderness test at school, I realized I needed to make some preparations. Half an hour later, I arrived at the small shop next to Lingwu Hall with a sign that read everything to yuan. I entered and asked the shop owner, do you sell fruit knives? The elderly man at the door waving a fan pointed to the corner and said, there's plenty over there, pick whichever style you want. Looking over, I saw quite a variety folding ones with plastic sheaths, plain ones without covers. I randomly picked 100 and told the shop owner, pack all these up for me. The old man, seeing me as a big customer, became more enthusiastic and said, $200, pay first. I carried a large bag of fruit knives back to my place. My spiritual power wouldn't recover until tomorrow, so I'd have to synthesize the knives then. For now, I'd better think about what to have for dinner. Before me were 3 choices, braised pork rib noodles, mushroom and chicken stew noodles, and pickled cabbage with beef noodles. As I was pondering, a knock came at the door. Who could be visiting at this hour? I wondered if it was the landlord coming to collect rent. I scratched my head and opened the door to find a metal doll. The doll pulled a box from its body and handed it to me, saying, sir, there's a package for you. I took the package and saw the sender was Jiang Yingxue. Oh right, I have an older sister. It finally dawned on me, the original owner of this body had lost both parents at a young age and had relied on his sister ever since. My sister was talented and got into a top university in the magic capital. The cost of living there was high, cultivation required money, and she still had to support me through high school. Being an older sister is truly tough. I signed for the package, carried the box back to my room, and opened it to find a bottle of elixirs, 10 spirit pearls, and a note inside. I unfolded the note, which read, Shayan, you're about to take the college entrance exams. Your sister doesn't have much to give you, but this bottle of topaz elixirs and 10 spirit pearls might help. What an absolute legend of a sister. My admiration for this unseen sister skyrocketed. Whatever I lacked, she provided. Now I had both spiritual energy and strength-boosting elixirs. Processing them through the synthesis platform might yield even higher-grade pills. Looks like I won't be idle tonight. I absorbed energy from 1 spirit pearl, which nearly replenished most of my spiritual reserves, then hauled over the fruit knife bought from the dollar store and got to work. I added the fruit knife to the synthesis platform and crafted a standard fruit knife, then continued synthesizing using the same method as for mineral water. Step by step, I obtained a steel fruit knife, a fine steel fruit knife, a refined iron fruit knife, and finally a mysterious iron fruit knife. After consuming 4 spirit beads, I synthesized 96 fruit knives, ending up with 6 mysterious iron fruit knives. A single mysterious iron weapon can sell for tens of thousands, though their appearance isn't impressive, but functionality is what matters. Glancing at the remaining 6 spirit beads, I decided to use 1 more to synthesize another mysterious iron fruit knife. This was nearly the limit of my current spiritual power, so I'd save the rest for the yellow jade pills. I synthesized the fruit knife and obtained a black iron fruit knife. This time, after replenishing my spiritual energy completely, crafting this knife still drained me dry. Black iron weapons should easily kill first-tier demon beasts. Looking at the new fruit knife, I was quite satisfied, only it's too short. With my current strength, sneak attacks are manageable, but head-on confrontations are out of the question. I stored the synthesized weapon in my inventory and took out the yellow jade pill from the package. Yellow jade pills are common. They can unblock meridians and improve spiritual energy absorption speed. While the short-term effects are modest, they're affordable, exactly what I need. Even a $2 fruit knife can be synthesized into a black iron weapon. Why would I bother with expensive stuff? I replenished my spiritual energy to full, preparing to synthesize 2 yellow jade pills first. When I uncorked the bottle, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Just one whiff lifted my spirits and restored a bit more of my spiritual energy. This is the difference between pills refined from spiritual plants and ordinary medicinal herbs. Their very essence is fundamentally different. I poured 2 yellow jade pills into the synthesis platform, and after combining them, obtained second-grade yellow jade pills, advanced version. How is there an advanced version? I glanced at the pill description in the synthesis platform. Second-grade yellow jade pills, advanced version can cleanse the meridians and marrow, greatly enhancing physique. I was utterly stunned. While each higher grade of Huang Yu Dan enhances its medicinal potency, the overall effects generally remain similar. Typically, only marrow-cleansing pills can achieve the purification of tendons and marrow, yet such pills are exceedingly rare. Now, Huang Yu Dan not only produces this effect but also improves physical constitution, completely beyond my expectations. However, I had exhausted most of my spiritual energy. Given my current limits, I couldn't continue synthesizing second-grade Huang Yu Dan. I could only synthesize the remaining 8 pills, just as I ran out of spirit pearls, yielding 5 upgraded second-grade Huang Yu Dan. At a glance, these pills didn't look much different from first-grade Huang Yu Dan, except for a few faint silver-blue patterns and an exceptionally refreshing fragrance. I'll test the effects first, I muttered, taking one and swallowing it. It melted instantly on my tongue, tasting sweet like candy, only better. Then my body grew feverish, waves of simultaneous agony and ecstasy spreading through me as black impurities seeped from my pores. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes. I looked utterly filthy, yet my eyes gleamed with vitality. Shaking sweaty strands of hair from my forehead, I now felt brimming with energy, my body remarkably lighter. Most astonishingly, my spiritual energy capacity had expanded enormously. Whereas previously one spirit pearl could restore over half my reserves, now the same pearl barely replenished 50%. This rate of improvement was nothing short of terrifying. 18 full years of rigorous training without skimping on a single session, though never supplemented by elixirs, had been required to reach my previous cultivation threshold. Yet now, this single pill had compressed years of advancement into mere moments. The sensation was so surreal it felt like walking through a dream. But I knew perfectly well that an ordinary second-grade yellow jade pill couldn't possibly have this effect. The reason marrow-cleansing pills are so precious lies in their ability to refine one's tendons and cleanse the marrow, improving physical constitution and enhancing cultivation talent. My cultivation talent was only second class. People like me were a dime a dozen on the streets. At a normal progression rate, I should have reached first-rank martial artist status by college graduation. But now, having taken this enhanced yellow jade pill, even if my cultivation talent hasn't officially reached third class, it's infinitely close to that level. A cultivation talent beyond the third rank is truly 1 in 100. After graduating from university, my cultivation might reach the third stage. By then, I'll have my pick of any job I want. As for the realms of the multiverse, not just anyone can go there. Strength, opportunity, and background are all indispensable. Many people are doomed to spend their entire lives trapped on Earth, miserably toiling as laborers. That's the fate of most ordinary folk. Sensing my body could still handle it, I decided to take all 4 remaining yellow jade pills in one go. If the elixirs run out, I can always synthesize more. If I'm short on money, I can sell spirit springs or meteoric iron weapons. With the universal synthesis platform at my disposal, money is the least of my worries. Right now, boosting my strength is the top priority. The next day, I stepped out feeling refreshed and took the bus to school. As soon as I entered the school gates, I received a message from the Spirit Armory. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. All the items you consigned have been sold. After deducting a 5% service fee, the remaining balance of 28,500 yuan will be automatically transferred to your bank account shortly. Please check your account. Then, the bank notification arrived. Your account has received a transfer of 28,500 yen. Current balance, 28,500 yen and 3 sen. Seeing the balance in my account put me in high spirits. With money in hand, there's no need to panic. Once the field test concludes, I'll be able to start a new round of synthesis. After taking 5 enhanced second-grade topaz pills, my spiritual energy reserves have skyrocketed. Even synthesizing third-grade topaz pills will likely be within reach. However, I currently have no elixirs on hand to attempt it, so I'll have to wait until I return. Following my memory, I found class 6 of senior year, only to discover a huge crowd gathered at the classroom door, completely blocking the hallway. and here I thought we could form teams freely. Turns out the teachers arranged it in advance, so lame. Why didn't the school notify us earlier? I already picked my teammates. Rumor has it they changed the grouping method last minute to prevent strong students from teaming up, which would have been unfair for group evaluations. There's nothing wrong with this arrangement. If you put the most skilled students in the same group, what's even the point of the test? Might as well just announce them as the winners right away. Wait, Jiang Yan is actually in the same team as the school beauty Sue? That can't be right. How does this trash deserve that spot? They should have picked me instead. Hearing someone mention my name, I went over to take a look. A notice was posted by the classroom door. It was the team assignment list for the upcoming field test. By sheer coincidence, I was grouped with the school belle, Su Mengran. After what happened with Zhao Siyu, my reputation had taken a hit. Being paired with Su Mengran made a lot of people unhappy. I'm quite satisfied with this grouping. Su Mengran tested positive for Ice Element spiritual veins last semester, someone destined to become a mage with extraordinary 6th-tier talent that far surpasses ordinary people. Her future prospects are limitless. Even before the college entrance exams began, numerous prestigious schools had already extended their olive branches to her. With such a formidable teammate, I'm guaranteed to score high in the assessments. The school bell rang, and the students blocking the doorway reluctantly returned to their classrooms. Finally, I didn't have to stand outside as punishment anymore. This was supposed to be self-study time, but everyone knew about today's field test. With the grouping assignments just announced, students clustered in small groups to discuss, making it impossible to settle down. Just then, the school-wide announcement sounded, "Attention all students and faculty, this field test is tentatively set in the Soulbreak Woods on the city outskirts. Please confirm your team assignments and prepare at least 2 days' worth of supplies. We depart in 30 minutes. The teachers had disclosed the test details and timing in the class group chat last week, so everyone had prepared accordingly. I packed a change of clothes and 2 days' rations. Rumor has it that top performers in this test will be rewarded with spirit beads and elixirs. I don't care much about the elixirs, but spirit beads would be incredibly useful with them. I could endlessly synthesize items far more valuable than any medicinal pellets. After all, the reward pills the school gives out are at best first grade, while I can now casually synthesize second or third grade pills. Ordinary first grade pills aren't even worth my attention. Jiang Yan, the school belle Su was calling us over to gather. A chubby bespectacled kid came over and rapped on my desk. Oh, I nodded and got up to walk toward Su Mengran's seat. I saw several people gathered around a seat by the window, with Su Mengran sitting in the middle talking to some girl. Her delicate features and perfect proportions were accentuated by the faint icy blue hue of her wavy long hair and eyes, a gift of her ice spiritual veins. She resembled an ethereal spirit who'd strayed into the mortal world, standing utterly apart from everyone else in both grace and presence. Jiang Yan's here too, so we should all be accounted for now, said the girl sitting beside Su Mengran. Su Mengran lifted her gaze to meet mine, and I unabashedly held it in return. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? And she was unquestionably far more striking than Zhao Siyu. Su Mengran flushed, quickly averting her eyes. Alright, let me briefly explain the arrangements for this test, Su Mengran said, clearing her throat. Mengran, we'll definitely follow your lead. You're the strongest and have the most say in this. The same chubby kid who had just run errands for him immediately flattered. The location for this field test is the Soul's Ever Forest. Known for its variety of venomous insects and snakes, everyone must bring insect repellent. If you don't have any, come to me, I have extras. Before Su Mengran could finish speaking, I immediately protested. I didn't do it. The chubby kid gave me a disdainful look, probably thinking I was shameless for even taking women's belongings. Su Mengran merely smiled and took out a porcelain bottle from her backpack. This is insect repellent powder, highly effective against poisonous creatures. I only happen to have bought an extra bottle. Thanks. I accepted the powder without the slightest hesitation. When the chubby kid heard it was insect repellent powder rather than ordinary insect repellent, instant regret washed over him. A bottle of insect repellent costs just a few dozen bucks and can be bought at any grocery store, but insect repellent powder is worth thousands. Could these things even be compared? If only he had known, he should have also claimed he had none. What's pride worth? In the face of insect repellent powder worth thousands, he could afford to lose face. Su Mengran continued, as usual, unless something unexpected happens, this field test will be graded based on loot. The loot includes various materials, though the bulk of it comes from the number of beasts and demonic creatures hunted. So, everyone should prepare their weapons in advance. The teacher should have mentioned this in the group chat. Over the weekend, I made a special trip to Lingwu Hall to pick out a high-quality steel weapon. Cutting down ordinary beasts won't be a problem at all. Another boy in the team pulled a short sword from his backpack and performed a few dazzling sword flourishes on the spot. Extremely cool. The chubby kid hastily unsheathed a long sword from his back, boasting proudly, "This is a steel weapon. I bought it last year but haven't had the chance to use it in battle. Now's finally my moment. I've got a steel weapon too," said the girl sitting beside Su Mengran, turning to me. "And you?" If you didn't bring bug repellent, surely you brought a weapon. Everyone present were high school students, most from ordinary families. The black iron weapon in my hand was 2 whole tiers above ordinary steel weapons, yet most people around me were armed with average grade gear. I was slightly worried that pulling out this black iron weapon might be too flashy. Just then, a girl frowned at me and said, "You didn't actually come without a weapon, did you?" With a resigned sigh, I pulled out the black iron fruit knife from my pocket, slapped it on the table, and announced stylishly, "This is my weapon, more than enough to slaughter a few demon beasts." Everyone was dumbfounded by the fruit knife on the table, even Su Mengran was no exception. The chubby kid's voice instantly rose in pitch. "Jiang Yan, are you messing with us? What can your crappy fruit knife even do? Talk about slaying a few demon beasts, it'd probably fall apart before even touching one." I confidently reassured them, "Don't worry, the quality of my weapon is absolutely guaranteed." Although the style of this crude iron fruit knife looks no different from when I bought it for $2, after being modified by the synthesis platform, its quality definitely lives up to its grading as a crude iron weapon. Is this about quality? Little Fatty widened his eyes. As teammates, he worried my shoddy weapon would drag the team down. I said meaningfully, "If the quality's fine, that's all that matters. We shouldn't judge by appearances alone, this fruit knife is forged from crude iron after all." Black iron? The chubby kid nearly choked on his spit. "Can you make up something even more ridiculous?" Not far away, Zhao Siyu noticed the commotion. Seeing me bring only a fruit knife for the wilderness test, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes as she thought how fortunate she was to have cut her losses in time. She found my behavior increasingly outrageous, and recalling our past flirtations now made her skin crawl. She believed that without money, there was no future to speak of. Good looks couldn't put food on the table these days. Zhang Jiejiao also sneered from the sidelines. I'd heard Jiang Yan's family was struggling, but this is beyond pathetic. Zhao Siyu pursed her lips and said, "Don't mention him in front of me again." Zhang Jiejie stuck out her tongue mischievously and replied, "Got it." Soon, it was time to depart. Dozens of buses set off grandly from Spring City No. 9 High School, heading towards the direction of Solren Forest outside the city. After leaving the city, traces of battles became visible everywhere as numerous city defense troops patrolled the area. This marked the first line of defense for the outer city. If breached, the outer city would fall. Once on the bus, the chubby kid kept chattering nonstop. "Jiang Yan, I'm telling you up front, if we encounter danger, don't expect me to save your hide. Also, remember to stay away from Sue, the school belle. If I catch you getting any ideas, I'll punch your teeth out." I tuned out the noise around me and turned to look out the window. Far away in the dense forest, a black beam of light shot up into the sky. It was coming from the direction of Duanhuan Forest. I'd seen similar light pillars many times while playing the online game Realms of Infinity. They only appeared when rare treasures emerged. For something like this to show up in a small place like Duanhuan Forest was truly unusual. I noted the location, determined to check it out when I got the chance. Even if I just found some decent loot and processed it with the universal synthesis platform, I'd make a killing. 2 hours later, the convoy of buses came to a stop in a clearing outside the Duanhuan Forest. As soon as we stepped off the bus, we saw a several hundred-meter-long beast skeleton half-buried at the entrance of the Duanhuan Forest. Many of my classmates were leaving the city for the first time, and everything around them filled them with amazement, especially that beast skeleton. Everyone rushed to gather around it, buzzing with excited discussions. While the group was caught up in heated debate, I quietly slipped away to a corner and touched the beast bones. This was prime material, though its spiritual energy had faded. With some refinement, it could still make top-tier crafting material. But such a large object, could the inventory even hold it? Just as I was about to try, a system notification suddenly rang in my mind. The inventory cannot store living beings or owned items. Living beings? Owned items? This thing was just casually tossed in the middle of nowhere, hardly looked like it had an owner. And it had rotted down to its bones, so it didn't seem like a living creature either. Forget it. Better stay away, better safe than sorry when it comes to system warnings. Right then, the homeroom teachers began taking attendance, and soon enough, it was our class's turn. The homeroom teacher read from the list, Su Mengran, Jiang Yan, Wang Xiaoming, Dao Yang, Su Li. I returned to the group and stood beside Su Mengran, as the other 3 members gradually made their way back. The homeroom teacher took out 5 wristbands and handed them to us, saying, "Wear these wristbands properly. They'll help locate relatively safe zones in the Duanhuan Forest. If the indicator light turns red, it means you've left the safe area and must return immediately." At this point, the homeroom teacher's expression turned serious. "Although the school teachers will do their best to ensure your safety, if you enter dangerous zones, you'll be responsible for your own lives. Do you all understand?" We nodded and said, "Understood." The homeroom teacher waved his hand and said, "You can set off now. The test ends at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, so remember to return on time." The 5 of us arrived at the edge of Duanhuan Forest. Su Mengran stopped and turned to look at us, asking, "Which direction do you think we should enter Duanhuan Forest from? Let's hear everyone's opinions." Su Li blinked her big eyes, looking puzzled as she asked, "Is there any difference?" Su Mengran explained, of course there's a difference. Going through the middle is the closest to the interior of Duanhuan Forest, where resources are relatively more abundant. Taking the sides would definitely be less advantageous. Wang Xiaoming quickly said, then of course we should take the middle path. Gao Yang frowned and replied, taking the middle path might not be the best idea. I just checked, many teams went to the middle, including the top students from Class 1. Those top students from Class 1 already possess first-level martial artist abilities, and Su Mengran probably isn't their match yet. I said, I think Gao makes a good point. Moreover, the right path is easier, and many teams have already taken it, so we'd better go left. Actually, everything I said about the right path was made up. The reason I wanted to go left was because of that black beam of light. Originally, I could have taken a detour through the middle to get there, but the system's earlier warning made me uneasy. It's better to stay far away from that pile of bones. Suli glanced at me in surprise and said, Zhang Yan, I didn't expect you to be so observant. You actually noticed all these details. Heh, you flatter me. I forced out a dry laugh. Just then, Su Mengran chimed in at the perfect moment, then let's go in from the left. Effectively agreeing to my suggestion. The name Solren Forest wasn't given lightly. This place was dominated by ancient trees towering over 100 meters tall, their canopies blotting out the sunlight, leaving the forest perpetually shrouded in gloom. The moment we stepped in, an eerie chill rushed to greet us. With Su Mengran, Wang Xiaoming, Suli, and Gao Yang in tow, we hadn't ventured far into the jungle before the surrounding light dimmed. The intermittent chirping of insects and calls of birds only made the atmosphere more unsettling. Wang Xiaoming suddenly lowered his voice. You guys know what? People die in Solren Forest every year. Many disappear without even leaving bones behind. Suli rubbed her arms anxiously, her small face pale as she whispered, damn fatty, do you have to bring this up? It's scary enough as it is. Wang Xiaoming chuckled and said, just lightening the mood a bit. If no one talks, doesn't that make it even scarier? No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly jumped up, shouting, oh my god, something just grabbed my foot. His scream gave me such a start. Standing right beside me, he nearly deafened me with that outburst. Suli clutched her heaving chest, glaring furiously at Wang Xiaoming. You stupid fatso, stop trying to scare people on purpose. We haven't even encountered any magical beasts yet, and you're already scaring me to death. Wang Xiaoming's face scrunched up dramatically as he struggled to describe the sensation. No, I'm serious, something just grabbed my foot. It was ice cold and rough. Su Mengran's brows furrowed as she drew the sword from her waist, saying, anything can happen in the wilderness. Everyone, stay alert. Yao Yang and Suli hastily drew their weapons as well, nervously scanning their surroundings. I shook my head helplessly, bent down, and pulled a length of withered vine from the leaf litter. This is what grabbed Fatty Wang earlier. Looks like a blood vine, but it's long dead. If it were alive, Fatty Wang would have been dragged away already. He wouldn't have had time to scream. Su Mengran used her sword to clear away more leaves, confirming there was nothing else hidden beneath. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she said, I was too nervous and misjudged the situation. She considered herself quite capable, but never expected to be outmatched by me in wilderness experience, a rather embarrassing realization. I tossed away the vines in my hand and cautioned, better safe than sorry. These withered blood-sucking vines mean living ones might be nearby. My extensive survival skills in the wild? All thanks to those years spent playing the online game Pantheon. Gods is a holographic game where many common concepts apply here as well. Moreover, the two worlds are quite similar. Levels for warriors and spiritual masters are identical to those in the game. Fatty Wang? Who's Fatty Wang? Wang Xiaoming froze for a long moment before realizing. Zhang Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Who gave you permission to casually assign nicknames? Suli had a major issue with Wang Xiaoming and seized every chance to criticize him. Humph, as if you're not fat yourself. How spineless can you be? Jumping at a mere dead vine, yet you're always picking on Zhang Yan. He's far more capable than you. Wang Xiaoming retorted indignantly, how is he stronger than me? My single-arm strength exceeds 300 kilograms, while Zhang Yan's last test was barely 200 kilograms. If real danger comes, won't they have to rely on me? Hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious about how much single-arm strength I possess now. After consuming 5 enhanced second-grade yellow jade pills, my single-arm strength is conservatively estimated to be over 1,000 kilograms. Once we return, I plan to synthesize third-grade yellow jade pills and aim for single-arm strength of 2,000 kilograms, maybe even 3,000 kilograms is possible. Su Mengran didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Enough arguing, she said hurriedly. Let's keep moving, there are already several teams approaching from behind. With that, she swiftly headed deeper into the jungle. Suli shot Wang Xiaoming a glare before following along. On the way, Su Mengran casually picked a few mushrooms and herbs. These would count toward his score when brought back. The school isn't worried about cheating. With current technological advancements, they can detect exactly when medicinal ingredients were acquired. Wang Xiaoming suddenly came running over carrying a plump rabbit and said, I killed a rabbit. Can this count for points? I replied, probably won't count for points, but we could have it for dinner tonight. Wang Xiaoming snorted coldly, not sharing any with you. Then he hung the rabbit on his own backpack. Just then, Suli's scream came from nearby, and the three of us rushed over. Beneath a large tree, Suli was being dragged upward by numerous vines while Su Mengran struggled to chop at them with her long sword below. Both Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang were stunned. I pulled out the black iron fruit knife from my pocket and charged forward. If Suli were dragged away by those blood-sucking vines, it would be too late by the time the teacher arrived. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang snapped out of their daze and rushed to help. With our reinforcements, the tide of battle turned. Su Mengran successfully pulled Suli back to safety. I said, these things can't be chopped through. Let's get out of here fast. With that, I bolted, not waiting to see if the others followed. Anyone who stayed behind to tangle with those blood-sucking vines would be completely drained of both stamina and spiritual power. Without a fire affinity mage, it would be suicide to try. After running hundreds of meters, the vines finally stopped chasing us. Suli looked utterly terrified, tears still glistening on her cheeks. That was horrifying, she gasped. I really thought I was going to die. Gao Yang let out a defeated sigh. Damn it, those vines snatched away my weapon. He felt that he was already barely contributing in the team, and now that he had lost his weapon, there was no way he could win any ranking. Suli said understandingly, you only lost your weapon because you were trying to save me. After we get out of here, I'll get you a new one. Gao Yang wasn't in the mood, he just hoped not to hold the team back further. Using my backpack as cover, I took out an obsidian fruit knife from my inventory and handed it to Gao Yang. Classmate Gao, I have an extra weapon here. Would you like to borrow it? Gao Yang took it gratefully. Having a weapon meant he could at least be of some help if they ran into trouble again. Wang Xiaoming said with palpable exasperation, Zhang Yan, what kind of bizarre habit is this, going out with so many folding knives stuffed in your backpack? I replied half-jokingly, one for monster slaying, one for meat cutting, and one for fruit peeling, each with specialized duties. Wouldn't want cross-contamination of flavors while eating, right? Su Mengran gave me a skeptical glance. While Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang might not have noticed, she knew full well the toughness of blood-sucking vines, ordinary pocket knives couldn't sever them. Chapter 7, Synthesizing Blood-Sucking Vines. Su Mengran was curious, but she didn't ask directly. Everyone has their own secrets. Not disturbing others is the most basic courtesy. Let's find a place to rest, everyone must be tired, Su Mengran said, turning her gaze to the other three. I agree. Wang Xiaoming shook his arms. Chopping those blood-sucking vines for so long has made my hands sore. While searching for crystal ores earlier, I found a small pond up ahead. It's got a clear view, so there shouldn't be any blood-sucking vines around there, Gao Yang said. Good. Su Mengran nodded slightly. Let's head over there then. Zhang Yan and the others walked forward for a distance and soon found the pond Gao Yang had mentioned. The surrounding area was mostly shallow shoals with sparse vegetation, yet traces of animal activity could still be seen here and there. Let's eat something and continue on our way. Su Mengran also noticed this situation and immediately understood they couldn't linger here. While they needed to hunt beasts or demonic creatures to earn points, that was only feasible when they could ensure their safety. Just now she had observed at least 7 or 8 different animal footprints near this pond. If there were any powerful demon beasts among them, their situation would be dangerous. Suli and the other two remained completely oblivious to this, each finding a spot to rest. Zhang Yan also found a rock to sit on, then retrieved some dry rations and drinking water from his backpack. Perhaps because he had taken the yellow jade pill earlier, he didn't feel particularly hungry and just ate a little casually. Seizing the moment when no one was around, Zhang Yan opened his inventory to take a look. Inside, aside from 3 meteorite fruit knives, there were startlingly 18 purplish-red vines. These were what he had casually stored in his inventory while saving Suli earlier. Blood-sucking vines possessed formidable vitality. Even when severed from the main plant, they could still take root and survive elsewhere. He had a feeling that processing this thing through the synthesis platform would definitely yield unexpected results. With this thought, Zhang Yan immediately opened the synthesis platform. Neither the inventory nor the universal synthesis platform had a physical form, only he could see them. This allowed him to synthesize items anytime he wanted. However, when taking items out from the inventory, it's still necessary to maintain some cover. Do you want to synthesize a Tier 1 blood-sucking vine? Craft. First tier blood-sucking vine has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the second tier blood-sucking vine, domesticated version. Zhang Yan felt a stir in his heart. Tamed version? Could this thing actually recognize its master? Zhang Yan checked the description. Second tier blood vine, tamed version can recognize its master through blood drops. This tamed blood vine can be controlled telepathically. Attack methods, constriction, blood-sucking. It can actually be used as a weapon too. Zhang Yan suddenly became intrigued. The blood-sucking vine had no consciousness of its own, so it made sense that it required mental control after being detached from its main body. Moreover, the blood-sucking vine still fell under the plant category, so storing it in the inventory posed no issues whatsoever. When encountering enemies, retrieving it from the inventory wouldn't just catch them off guard. No bystander would ever suspect the vine was being controlled by someone. This is simply the perfect tool for stirring up trouble. However, Jiang Yan planned to synthesize the remaining bloodthirsty vines after returning. He had already used up 1/3 of his spiritual power. If he continued synthesizing, his spiritual energy would be depleted entirely. How would he participate in the field test then? Besides, if first-tier bloodthirsty vines were already so vicious, second-tier ones should more than suffice. Jiang Yan pricked his finger, finding the second-tier blood-sucking vine as his familiar. With a thought, the blood-sucking vine shot out from his inventory and burrowed into the ground. The vine traveled underground around 50 meters before reaching its limit. Jiang Yan knew perfectly well this wasn't the vine's maximum attack range, but rather the limit of his own psychic energy. As his spiritual power grows, the blood vine's attack range will also expand. At that moment, Jiang Yan sensed a venomous snake slithering slowly across the ground through the blood vine's perception. Without hesitation, he commanded the blood vine to lunge at the snake below. The viper barely had time to react before being tightly ensnared by the blood-sucking vine. Its sharp thorns pierced the snake's scales, beginning to drain its bodily fluids. In just a few seconds, the venomous snake had turned into a stiff, dried-up husk. Jiang Yan remembered when he had just stored the blood-sucking vine away, it didn't have thorns back then. Its attack method was simply coiling around its prey, strangling it to death before letting the main body enjoy the feast. But after evolving, the blood-sucking vine gained the ability to suck blood on its own, and its power became astonishingly strong. It seemed that given the chance, he should gather more blood-sucking vines for synthesis. He couldn't wait to see the weapon's full potential once upgraded to its maximum tier. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yan and the others resumed their journey. Wang Xiaoming groaned in dismay. Who can understand the feelings of a fat guy? He barely had time to warm his seat. There seems to be someone ahead, Su Li suddenly said. It's Lu Chang and Zhao Xiyu. Just as Gao Yang finished speaking, everyone in the group couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yan. After all, the rumors about Jiang Yan and Zhao Xiyu had spread throughout the entire school not long ago. At the time, many people thought Jiang Yan was creepy and perverted, so they completely isolated him. But after spending half a day together, they realized the rumors might not be so reliable. While it was true Jiang Yan was poor heading out for such an important field test with just a few fruit knives, calling him creepy and perverted seemed a bit much. After all, their team included Su Mengran, who was such a stunning beauty. Jiang Yan didn't spare Su Mengran more than a glance from start to finish. Even Wang Xiaoming was more attentive than Jiang Yan. Then Zhao Xiyu's explanation simply doesn't hold water. Why is everyone looking at me? Jiang Yan wore a completely baffled expression. The blood-sucking vine had remained unleashed, having detected people ahead long ago. It appeared they were encircling a wild boar. The wild boars were merely ordinary beasts. Ever since the spiritual energy resurgence, even common creatures possessed extraordinary strength. Lu Chang and his companions, who had never experienced real combat before, were making embarrassingly clumsy attempts at surrounding a single boar despite their 5-person advantage. Zhao Xiyu, who always loved dressing up like a fairy, was now covered in dust and grime. Her sluggish reactions had gotten her tossed by wild boars several times, and her pristine white dress was smeared with leaves and mud, making her look like she'd crawled out of a refugee camp. Move faster, someone's coming. Don't let others snatch the fruits of our labor after all this effort. Lu Chang urged anxiously upon spotting Jiang Yan and his group in the distance. Hearing this, the others immediately stopped slacking off. At last, after their combined efforts, the wild boar collapsed, battered and bruised. Lu Chang walked over and cut off the boar's tail, intending to bring it back as a trophy to complete their mission. It was then that Zhao Xiyu realized the newcomers were none other than Jiang Yan's team. Glancing at her own disheveled state, then at Su Mengran standing beside Jiang Yan, she was suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of inferiority. How can there be such a beautiful girl in this world, and she's standing so close to Jiang Yan, of all people? Doesn't she realize Jiang Yan reeks of poverty from head to toe? Chapter 8, The Power of an Ice Spirit Master. After securing the spoils, Lu Chang immediately switched his attitude and walked toward Su Mengran with a smile. Su, the campus belle, what a coincidence. How's your harvest going? We've only managed to gather some materials, Su Mengran said with a faint smile. She seemed amiable toward everyone, yet her true emotions remained inscrutable. No rush. The test has barely started after less than half a day. We were just lucky to encounter a lone wild boar. Now we can at least secure the baseline reward. Though Lu Chang's words sounded modest, the unconcealed pride in his eyes betrayed him. Su Mengran was the most accomplished in their class, rumored to be just half a step away from becoming a first-tier spirit master, on the verge of a breakthrough at any moment. Despite her formidable strength, the spoils amounted to merely some materials. Clearly, she was being held back by the deadweight teammates in her group. Take someone like Jiang Yan for example, a teammate so utterly useless with only second-class cultivation talent that he'd bring nothing but a fruit knife to a wilderness trial. Nobody could carry dead weight like that. Guess Su Mengran just drew the short straw. But doing the math now, Class 6 of senior year should currently have the highest score. That wild boar we just fought was so strong it might have been bordering on demon beast level. Of course, Lu Chang had never seen a real demonic beast before, he was just imagining it in his own head. Having outshined the school beauty, he naturally felt quite pleased with himself. Even when speaking in front of Su Mengran, his tone carried newfound confidence. TCH, so just killing a wild boar is enough to get the minimum reward? Are you guys seriously underestimating the wilderness test? We even ran into vampire vines earlier. Wang Xiaoming scoffed. He just couldn't stand Lu Chang's arrogant and cocky attitude. They're struggling so much just to deal with a single wild boar. If they encountered blood-sucking vines, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? Wang Xiaoming, stop bragging. Does anyone not know how horrific blood-sucking vines are? If you'd really encountered them, would you be standing here perfectly fine talking to us? Someone from Lu Chang's team immediately mocked. Exactly, you said you encountered vampire vines. So where are they? Why haven't you shown us the spoils? Another person chimed in. They had just taken down a giant boar, and every one of them was riding high. Seeing Wang Xiaoming coming out to show off naturally pissed them off. Don't believe me? Suit yourself. Wang Xiaoming couldn't be bothered explaining to these people. In that critical moment, who had the luxury to worry about loot? Besides, the vampire vine was so tenacious that even given the chance, he wouldn't dare carry that thing around. After witnessing Lu Chang's team's capabilities, Wang Xiaoming felt extremely confident about his own squad. Compared to those guys, even Jiang Yan started looking quite pleasant to him. People really do rely on comparison to see the difference between each other. We still have a long way to go, so we won't chat much longer. Wishing you all good results. Su Mengran clearly didn't want to waste time with these people either. After a brief farewell, she turned and left. Jiang Yan and the others quickly followed. The school beauty is as aloof as ever, someone sighed, watching Su Mengran's retreating figure. She has the right to be coldly elegant, but our school beauty is actually quite polite to everyone. At least I always felt comfortable whenever I spoke with her, another person chimed in. Zhao Siyu pressed her lips together, her mood far from pleasant, because she realized Jiang Yan hadn't glanced in her direction even once during this entire time. Hadn't he said before that he liked her a lot? Now that there's a prettier school belle by your side, you won't even spare her a glance? Men are all big trotters, slang for untrustworthy/unreliable. Holy shit, how did this wild boar turn into this? Just then, someone suddenly let out a startled cry. Everyone turned to look, only to discover that the once corpulent wild boar carcass had somehow turned into a withered mummy, appearing especially terrifying. My god, could there really be blood-sucking vines? Zhao Siyu exclaimed with a face full of horror. It drained the wild boar to this state in such a short time, how terrifying. The worst part is it's so close to us. Could it attack us at any moment? Seeing this scene, Lu Chang's team instantly fell into chaos. They now understood that Wang Xiaoming hadn't been exaggerating earlier. There really were blood-sucking vines in this area. We need to leave quickly, we can't stay here any longer. Lu Chang swallowed hard, barely concealing the panic on his face. If you really encounter a blood-sucking vine, even seeking help from nearby teachers might be too late. The blood-sucking vine can cling to tree trunks or tunnel underground, with quite a substantial attack range. They must leave immediately. The farther they flee, the better. But Lu Chang and the others had no idea. The reason this wild boar on the ground ended up like this was entirely Jiang Yan's doing. The blood-sucking vine did exist, it was even second tier, but it was artificially controlled. Jiang Yan just wanted to pull a simple prank. He wouldn't go so far as to attack his classmates with a blood-sucking vine. If he really wanted to make a move, not a single person present would be able to escape. That bastard Lu Chang is way too cocky. So what if he killed a wild boar? Look at how smug he is, his tail might as well be wagging all the way to the sky. He really needs to get a taste of how terrifying blood-sucking vines are. Wang Xiaoming was furious, ranting non-stop along the way. It's truly fortunate that Su Mengran has such a good temper. If he had an ice spiritual vein, he'd definitely teach those guys a lesson, make them understand why flowers are so red and why summer feels so refreshing. Why bother with him? Our team has Mengran, who's worth 10 of them. Comparing ourselves to them just lowers our standards. Su Li snorted lightly. But why haven't we run into any wild boars or tigers? Wouldn't hurt to have a couple to test our skills. Don't rush it, we're not even deep into the Souls Ever woods yet. Su Mengran chimed in reassuringly. True, and even if we do run into wild boars or tigers, we've got nothing to fear, Su Li said cheerfully. But soon, Su Li regretted it. Because instead of encountering wild boars or tigers, they came across a pack of wolves. Staring at the towering wolves before them, each standing 2 meters tall, Su Li's pupils trembled violently. Could she take back what she just said? She just wanted to come across 1 or 2 beasts to practice on. But no one said there'd be so many. Jiang Yan, who hadn't taken the test seriously from the start, now wore a grave expression. Truth be told, as long as they weren't demonic beasts, he could easily dispatch them 1 slash at a time. but the sheer numbers were overwhelming, and he had 3 teammates who looked about to wet themselves in fear. As for Su Mengran, she remained completely composed throughout. Jiang Yan knew she had the skills, so he didn't bother worrying about her. Don't panic, these are just ordinary beasts, not particularly formidable. Now, do exactly as I say. While Jiang Yan was explaining things to Su Li and the other two wolves had already charged at them. Su Mengran drew her long sword, channeled spiritual energy into it, and suddenly swung it forward. One of the wolves was instantly cleaved in two. Visible ice crystals scattered through the air, leaving behind threads of cold in the sweltering heat. Su Li and the other two were utterly dumbstruck. Is this the power of an ice spirit master? Chapter 9. The real clown was me all along. Jiang Yan was also stunned by Su Mengran's display of skill. From what he knew, Su Mengran wasn't even a first-rank spirit master yet a casual sword chi strike from her could possess such tremendous force, it was truly beyond imagination. You should know that spirit masters are different from martial artists. While martial artists focus on physical strength, spirit masters excel in spiritual power attacks. Therefore, before they fully develop, spirit masters aren't as powerful as martial artists in combat. Yet the strength Su Mengran exhibited surpassed even martial artists of the same level. That's pretty outrageous. Remember what I just said. As another giant wolf rushed towards them, Jiang Yan tossed out those words while pulling out his black iron fruit knife to join the fray. He had never formally trained in martial arts or movement techniques, but he'd taken basic combat courses at school. Those lessons were etched into his memory. Gripping the fruit knife, Jiang Yan targeted the nearest giant wolf. Lunging forward, he cleanly severed its right front leg. Black iron weapons can easily slaughter even first-tier demonic beasts, let alone ordinary wild animals. No matter how hard its bones may be, a single blade strike would slice through them like cutting tofu. The giant wolf lost its balance and crashed headfirst into the ground, falling flat on its face. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yan flipped onto the wolf's back and plunged the fruit knife straight toward its skull with all his might. Boom! The massive beast, barely halfway to standing, collapsed once more with a heavy thud. And this time, it would never rise again. Watching this scene, Su Li and the others were dumbfounded again. They had originally thought Jiang Yan was the weakest link in the team. Little did they expect, the real fool turned out to be themselves. From the moment Jiang Yan struck to killing a giant wolf, the entire process took him less than 20 seconds. Not as fast as Su Mengran. Yet the entire sequence flowed effortlessly, executed with crisp precision and unbearably cool flair. Could it be that these dire wolves weren't as formidable as they'd imagined? This thought instantly restored Su Li and the others' confidence. Let's do as Jiang Yan just said, we'll each take care of one direction. Gao Yang snapped back to attention and reminded Su Li and Wang Xiaoming. What Jiang Yan had explained to them was actually a tactic he often used with teammates back when he played games. When facing numerous small enemies, assigning each person a direction not only prevents any monsters from slipping through but also guards against sneak attacks from behind, a basic tactic anyone with a brain could think of. But for novices like Gao Yang and the others, who lacked real combat experience, it was impossible for them to consider so much in such a short time. What's more, Jiang Yan had just demonstrated his skills right before their eyes. This instantly made his earlier claims 70% more credible. Even Wang Xiaoming obediently followed suit. Though referred to as a wolf pack, there were actually only a little over 10 wolves in total. Jiang Yan and Su Mengran, as the main combatants, had already dealt with the vast majority. Only 2 had slipped through, charging toward the other 3, Gao Yang and his group. They're coming! Gao Yang's nerves were taut. His weapon had been snatched away by the vampiric vines, leaving him with nothing but a fruit knife borrowed from Jiang Yan. Fortunately, he was skilled with daggers and short swords, so using a fruit knife felt quite natural. Initially, he had worried about the knife's sharpness, but seeing Jiang Yan had already slaughtered several giant wolves, sharpness clearly wasn't an issue. At last, the first giant wolf reached them. Gao Yang followed Jiang Yan's example, first slashing the wolf's front leg to cripple it, then attacking its back. The process was flawless, but the effectiveness at each step fell significantly short. This resulted in the dire wolf being severely injured, yet not mortally wounded. Meanwhile, Su Li and Wang Xiaoming were dealing with another one. Compared to Gao Yang, they were having a much harder time. They worked while complaining. Damn it, is this wolf made of iron? I hacked at it several times and only managed to break a tiny bit of its skin. Stab its eyes, you fat idiot. Your weapon's so long, go for its eyes. Gao Yang turned toward the commotion behind him and saw that even combined efforts from Su Li and Wang Xiaoming had only left a few minor wounds on the giant wolf. Their steel weapons struck the giant wolf as if they were hitting solid iron, completely ineffective. What's going on? Gao Yang was utterly baffled. Even using a fruit knife wasn't this difficult. Is this giant wolf's defense really that strong? He suddenly realized that the creature he just slashed seemed entirely different from what Su Li and the others were dealing with. The difference was too stark. Look at Su Mengran and Jiang Yan, they're cutting through them with apparent ease. But Gao Yang only hesitated for a moment before rushing over to help. After exhausting every ounce of strength, we finally managed to take down the two giant wolves. Wang Xiaoming was practically collapsing from exhaustion. He plopped down on the ground, dripping with sweat as he looked at Gao Yang. How many kilograms can you lift with one arm? Your attack seemed noticeably stronger than mine. My one-arm strength is still around 300 kilograms, same as last test. Gao Yang replied, thoroughly confused. That's about the same as me. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head in bewilderment. But you cut through that giant wolf like it was a watermelon, didn't you feel how thick its hide was? I was about to ask the same thing, why are you guys struggling so much with cutting that thing? Gao Yang also wore a puzzled expression. At that moment, Jiang Yan and Su Mengran had also finished their task. Just as he approached, he overheard Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang's conversation. Jiang Yan opened his backpack, took out a bottle of mineral water and took a swig, then walked up to Gao Yang and said, "Didn't I tell you? This fruit knife is made of Xiantai steel." Everyone on the scene was utterly baffled. You're saying this fruit knife is made of Xian iron? Gao Yang doubted his own hearing and asked again. Exactly. Jiang Yan nodded. Even Wang Xiaopang said you slash monsters like cutting watermelons. Didn't you feel it yourself? Gao Yang felt his entire worldview crumbling. He had been wondering why everyone's feedback on the giant wolf's defense differed so greatly. After much contemplation, it turned out it wasn't a problem with the people or the wolves. It was the weapons problem. Because Jiang Yan had only given him an utterly ordinary fruit knife. In this situation, he had honestly never once considered the weapon might be the issue. After all, who in their right mind would use dark steel to make a fruit knife? Damn it! And doesn't everyone say Jiang Yan comes from a poor family? But casually carrying several dark steel weapons, is that something an ordinary person would do? Jiang Yan, do you have any spare fruit knives? Lend me one too. Wang Xiaoming scrambled up from the ground, eyes gleaming as he leaned toward Jiang Yan. Those were dark steel weapons after all. The cheaper ones cost tens of thousands, while the better ones reached six figures. This was absolutely not something an average family could afford. He also longed to indulge in the thrill of cutting through enemies like melons and vegetables. What's wrong with a fruit knife? As long as it's made of dark steel, even a fruit knife can be incredibly badass. Fine. Jiang Yan used his backpack as cover, pulled out a dark steel fruit knife from his inventory, and tossed it to Wang Xiaoming, saying, 500 for a day's use. Remember to pay me back later. Chapter 10, a done deal. $500? You might as well just rob me. Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. Then give it back to me. Jiang Yan extended his hand. Fine, 500 it is. Once Wang Xiaoming got hold of the mysterious iron fruit knife, he couldn't put it down. Its substantial heft was leagues beyond any ordinary fruit knife. Suli looked at the Xian iron weapons in Gao Yang and Wang Xiaoming's hands, feeling intensely envious. Just think, $500 a day for rent. Testing them in the wild for 2 days would be totally worth it. But Jiang Yan said he only brought one for monsters, one for meat, and one for fruit. That probably meant there was none left for her. Jiang Yan, what were you thinking bringing so many fruit knives made of mysterious iron? Suli couldn't contain her curiosity and asked. Well, Jiang Yan stroked his chin and said with a serious expression, don't you think this style is quite deceptive? The enemy would never expect that a random fruit knife pulled from your bag could actually be a mysterious iron weapon, right? Gao Yang was speechless once again. It wasn't just the enemy who didn't expect it, even he had been fooled. If not for Jiang Yan telling him, he probably wouldn't have realized until the test ended that the fruit knife in his hand was actually a mysterious iron weapon. Jiang Yan, you're pretty sharp, kid. This idea is solid. If it were me, I'd never suspect a fruit knife could be anything special. Wang Xiaoming gave Jiang Yan a thumbs up. Right? I thought it was a pretty good idea too. Jiang Yan suddenly changed his tone. So, interested? Want to buy this fruit knife for 50 grand? He remembered little fatty Wang's family was fairly well off, so spending a few tens of thousands on a weapon shouldn't be an issue. The most crucial point is that the dark steel fruit knife doesn't look very appealing. Not being able to show off with it is one thing, but it might even invite ridicule. Now that he'd finally fooled someone into taking the bait, how could he let this opportunity slip away? 50,000? Upon hearing the price, Wang Xiaoming's interest was indeed piqued. After all, the fine steel weapon he currently owned had cost him a whopping 20 grand. It's still in excellent condition. Selling it on the second-hand market should recoup about 80 to 90% of the cost. Then just add a little over 30,000 yuan, and you can own an Xian iron weapon, with the perfect disguise of a fruit knife. What a steal! Deal! Wang Xiaoming thought for a brief moment before slapping his knee decisively. I'll call my dad to transfer you the money when we get back. Gao Yang glanced at the fruit knife in his hand, feeling a slight stirring of temptation. He was naturally skilled with short weapons, but the price of 50,000 far exceeded his budget. I'll wait until I'm capable enough to switch to a new weapon later. After collecting the trophies from the giant wolf, Jiang Yan and the others continued deeper into the Soul's Ever forest. Over the next few hours, they encountered a hyena, a jungle python, and a leopard.
Armed with their black iron weapons, Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang were brimming with combat zeal.
They charged at any creature they saw, hacking away with almost no difficulty. This only strengthened Wang Xiaoming's resolve to buy that black iron fruit knife.
This fruit knife is amazingly effective. Obsidian weapons really are different.
Wang Xiaoming swung the weapon in his hand, growing more satisfied the longer he looked at it.
Obsidian weapons can even injure first-tier demonic beasts. Ordinary wild animals wouldn't stand a chance against it. Lu Chang and his group are acting so arrogant just for hunting one wild boar. If they knew we've already bagged 15 kills, their jaws would probably drop, Suli said mischievously. She, who originally wielded steel weapons, should have been the main combat force in the team. But now it had become Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang's battlefield. Even Su Mengran had been idle for so long that she could only pass the time picking mushrooms and herbs, making it seem like they were on a leisurely outing in Seoul's Ever Forest. As for Jiang Yan, he had been silently observing the team's positioning all along. Fortunately, it wasn't far from where he wanted to go. At this pace, he could sneak out tonight while everyone was asleep to check out the location of the daytime light pillar. If there really was some hidden treasure emerging, this trip wouldn't be wasted. The sky gradually darkened. Jiang Yan and his 4 companions found a slightly elevated hill, planning to spend the night there. For tonight's dinner, would everyone prefer rabbit meat, wolf meat, dog meat, snake meat, or leopard meat? Wang Xiaoming laid out 5 different ingredients before the group. He had specifically gathered these, wanting to enjoy some outdoor cooking fun, but it seemed no one was buying it.
I'll have dry rations. Jiang Yan raised his scallion-flavored crackers. He certainly didn't want to eat meat that had been sitting for 5 or 6 hours in this blazing heat.
I brought self-heating hot pot. Suli happily pulled a packaged box from her backpack. I have appetite-suppressing pills, Su Mengran said. Classmate Wang Xiaoming, I'd like to ask, do you usually cook? Gao Yang suddenly inquired. Nope, Wang Xiaoming blinked in surprise. But isn't that how it's always shown on TV? You go on wilderness adventures, hunt some game, casually roast it over a fire, and it's ready to eat? You do realize that's scripted. Gao Yang spread his hands. Also, friendly reminder, without professional tools and seasonings, ordinary game won't taste good. This isn't magical beast meat, after all. Fine, if you won't eat it, I'll have it myself. Defiantly refusing to believe otherwise, Wang Xiaoming grabbed the rabbit and went to start a fire. The outcome was predictable. After more than half an hour, Wang Xiaoming ended up with nothing but a lump of charred coal. In the end, he had no choice but to miserably gnaw on dry rations. I found a bunch of these big leaves. If we layer more of them, sleeping should be quite comfortable, Suli said as she dragged several banana leaf-like plants to their sleeping area. Su Mengran was scattering insect repellent powder around the campsite. Everyone, remember to use plenty of insect repellent. Many poisonous insects are active at night, and it would be troublesome if you get bitten, Su Mengran reminded the group after finishing her own portion of repellent. While everyone else was preparing to rest, Jiang Yan's emotions were unusually agitated. The black light pillar's location was no more than 3 kilometers away from here. Back and forth, it only takes an hour. More than enough. After what felt like ages, Jiang Yan heard Wang Xiaoming snoring beside him. Glancing sideways, he saw all 4 of them were fast asleep. He immediately rolled over and sat up, then quietly slipped away from the camp. And not long after Jiang Yan left, Su Mengran suddenly opened her eyes. She lifted her hand slightly, and a butterfly formed of frost alighted on her fingertip. Did you find it?
Su Mengran narrowed her eyes, her expression completely different from usual.
This time, I'm determined to win. Chapter 11, Women are truly terrifying.
Jiang Yan had the bloodvine clear the path, successfully avoiding several dangers. Finally arrived safely near the black light pillar. The light pillar only appeared for a few seconds, so Jiang Yan only knew its approximate location. However, every time a treasure appears, the surrounding energy fluctuations are quite intense. A careful search would definitely reveal signs of it. As for such manual labor, Jiang Yan naturally didn't need to do it himself. Vampire vines are far more sensitive to energy fluctuations than humans. All he needed to do was control the vampire vines to expand their search range outward from himself, and eventually they would locate where that black light pillar had appeared during the day. As expected, the blood-sucking vine wandered around for a while and soon discovered another world hidden within a tree hollow. It was a naturally formed limestone cave. At the center of the cave, a cluster of dark energy was coalescing, clearly the source of that light pillar from daytime.
Jiang Yan retracted the blood-sucking vine and prepared to descend for a closer look himself.
The hollow inside the tree was very cramped. After clearing away the surface layer of dead branches and rotting leaves, he could see a downward slanting passage. Knowing there was no danger below, Jiang Yan bent down and entered. Following the passage downward, he soon arrived at the limestone cave. The cave was filled with numerous luminous stones, so lighting wasn't an issue. Jiang Yan switched off the flashlight, stowed it in his backpack, and walked toward the swirling black energy at the center of the cave. It really is a treasure trove. Staring at the scene before him, Jiang Yan became increasingly convinced that this world was connected to the MMO Myriad Worlds he used to play.
Even the emergence of the treasure trove looked identical, most likely everything else existed here too. Thinking about those terrifying bosses from the Myriad Worlds, Jiang Yan couldn't help but shudder. If he remembered correctly, the entrance to the Myriad Worlds had always been connected to Earth, hadn't it? If those bosses were to come to Earth, even a single one of them could bring about utter destruction. And that's no exaggeration, literal heaven and earth-shattering destruction. Forget it, these aren't things he should be thinking about right now. Focusing on improving his strength and then venturing into the Myriad Worlds, that's what he should be doing. Jiang Yan was quite experienced in unlocking treasures, but a black treasure was something he'd never encountered before. Just to be safe, he controlled the bloodvine to enter the energy cluster and drag out whatever was inside. It was a pure black chest, intricately carved with mysterious patterns that shimmered with a faint metallic glow under the light of moonstones. In truth, this treasure was what they commonly referred to in games as a loot box. What you'd get from it was entirely up to luck. But rest assured, it would always contain something valuable, never just a pile of junk. This is precisely what makes hidden treasures so alluring. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Who knows, you might just unearth divine equipment from a hidden treasure. Jiang Yan felt as if he'd rediscovered the thrill of opening his first hidden treasure. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he said, "Give me 2 martial arts manuals, that's exactly what I'm missing right now." But just as he was about to open the treasure chest, a frost blue sword chi suddenly descended from the sky. Jiang Yan swiftly grabbed the treasure chest and took a step back. The frost blue sword chi struck the ground, instantly sending rubble flying and leaving behind a half-meter deep crater. This familiar move, this familiar color. Jiang Yan turned to look and saw Su Mengran standing at the mouth of the cave, frost and snow swirling around her body, her hair dancing in the wind. She looked ethereally beautiful, unlike any mortal. The most important thing is, the immense spiritual pressure radiating from her was far beyond what any high school senior should possess. This girl had been hiding her true strength all along. "Put down the box in your hands," Su Mengran commanded icily, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yan. "Why should I listen to you? You're not my wife." Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. "You?" Su Mengran's face flushed with anger, her eyes blazing. "Stop being flippant. I discovered this treasure first, you must hand it over. If you found it first, how did it end up in my hands? This thing has no owner, understand?" Jiang Yan patted the box in his hand. "But now, it's mine. So you refuse? Then don't blame me for what comes next." Su Mengran's gaze sharpened as the frost swirling around her body coalesced toward the sword in her hand. In an instant, the temperature of the entire cavern dropped significantly. Yet before she could react, a crimson-purple vine suddenly burst from the ground, coiling deftly around her calf. Su Mengran's heart skipped a beat. How could there be blood-sucking vines in a place like this? She hastily swung her sword in an attempt to sever the blood-sucking vine, but only managed to leave a few shallow cuts on its surface. How could this be? Su Mengran was utterly stunned. She was using an alloy weapon, how could it fail to cut through even a blood-sucking vine? Who knew School Belle Su was into bondage play? Well, I won't interrupt your fun, enjoy yourself. With a wave, Jiang Yan quickly made his escape, clutching the treasure chest. Jiang Yan. Hearing the shout from behind, Jiang Yan trembled. Who'd have thought Su Mengran had such a temper? Normally she was always so gentle and soft-spoken. Turns out it was all an act. Women are truly terrifying. Jiang Yan emerged from the tree hollow and was just about to leave when he spotted several shadowy figures approaching. Could they be after the secret treasure too? Remembering that Su Mengran was still trapped below, he immediately withdrew the blood-sucking vines and stashed the treasure chest into his inventory. Leave these guys to Su Mengran. Since she's in such a foul mood, consider this as delivering her a few punching bags. Inside the cave. No sooner had Su Mengran freed herself from the blood-sucking vines than she heard footsteps echoing through the passage. Those persistent bastards. Su Mengran wore a look of annoyance, but he knew there was no escaping it now. The tree hollow is her only way out now. If she leaves, she'll run straight into those guys. Better to stay here, at least there's more room to maneuver if a fight breaks out. "Miss, it was indeed you." A young man stepped out from the passageway, followed by 2 men in black. "What are you doing here?" Su Mengran asked in a low voice. "Young miss, as you know, according to the markings, a treasure recently emerged here," the young man said calmly. "So, please hand over the treasure. It's the Su family's property, and you have no right to keep it for yourself." Hearing this, Su Mengran immediately flared up in anger. "The treasure isn't in my possession. It was already gone when I got here. There's no one else around here." Naturally, the young man didn't believe Su Mengran's words. This wasn't the first time Su Mengran had seized the clan's resources, and now the clan had issued a strict order. If Su Mengran still refused to repent, she could be crippled and brought back. "I'll say it one more time, the secret treasure isn't in my hands." Su Mengran's tone turned icy. Although for years, she had been stirring up trouble behind the Su family's back, but she never expected that one day, she'd be taking the blame for someone else. Chapter 12, she's not even your wife.
The mere thought of Jiang Yan made Su Mengran grind her teeth in fury. Not only had he stolen her secret treasure, but he'd even dared to call her wifey.
The shameless bastard. The young man felt that Su Mengran was unusually irritable today.
He had seen Su Mengran a few times before, and she always seemed aloof and detached. But today, every word she spoke carried an edge.
Could it be that the treasure had been opened but contained nothing valuable? That would be troublesome.
If that were truly the case, he'd have no choice but to kidnap Su Mengran and take her back to complete the mission.
Miss, we don't want to waste time either.
Hand over the treasure, and we'll leave immediately. The young man took a deep breath and repeated.
Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Su Mengran retorted, her ice blue eyes now devoid of all warmth.
Miss, if you don't cooperate, we'll have no choice but to resort to force. Just as the young man finished speaking, a small translucent wand suddenly appeared in Su Mengran's left hand. She raised the wand high and then spoke calmly. Freeze! Jiang Yan had already walked some distance away and was nearly at the camp when a sudden chill swept over him from behind. He turned his head as if sensing something. To his astonishment, he discovered it was snowing in the direction where the treasure had appeared.
No way! Jiang Yan instantly realized this had to be Su Mengran's doing. Holy cow! Being able to alter the weather, what kind of power level is that? Or could it be that Su Mengran has some ridiculously overpowered gear in her hands?
Either way, Jiang Yan couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. He could guarantee that Su Mengran would definitely settle the score with him later.
Maybe he should split the loot from the treasure chest with Su Mengran? No way! Jiang Yan immediately rejected that idea.
He was the one who found the treasure chest first, there was no reason to share it with Su Mengran.
She wasn't even his wife. Besides, that girl looked like someone from a wealthy family.
Why should a broke guy like him care about the feelings of the rich?
Shouldn't Su Mengran be the generous one and let him have the items? With this thought, Jiang Yan immediately quickened his steps on the way back. With others present, Su Mengran definitely wouldn't find it convenient to make her move. Once they returned to Spring City where fighting was forbidden within city limits, he'd be safe.
Returning to the campsite, Jiang Yan discovered Wang Xiaoming and the other two had already woken up. They froze for a moment when they saw Jiang Yan.
It was Su Li who snapped out of it first, running up to him and saying, "Where did you go with Mengran? I woke up to find both of you gone and thought you'd been dragged off by demon beasts."
"Oh,"
Jiang Yan offered a casual excuse.
"I couldn't sleep in a new bed, so I went out for a walk."
In the middle of the night, in Soulbreak Forest? Su Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She was utterly exasperated.
"We were just about to call for help from the nearby teachers if you hadn't come back. If the team chooses to seek help from the teacher, it means giving up on the test entirely. All the loot they collected would go to waste."
"You're overreacting.
I really just went for a walk, didn't even encounter a single rabbit, let alone any danger," Jiang Yan explained helplessly.
"What about Mengran? Did you see her?" Su Li pressed on.
"No," Jiang Yan shook his head decisively.
"Su Li, don't worry too much. Jiang Yan has returned safely, and Mengran is so strong, she's definitely fine." Gao Yang came over to reassure her.
Exactly, Jiang Yan wholeheartedly agreed with Gao Yang's words. Su Mengran was more than just strong, he even suspected she might already be a spirit master.
As for what rank, it's really hard to say.
At any rate, within the soul-severing forest, there's definitely no one who can match her.
Of course, this is limited to humans only. Let's wait another half hour then. If Mengran hasn't returned by then, we'll go out and look for her, Su Li suggested. Half an hour should be enough to get back, Jiang Yan roughly estimated.
This time, Jiang Yan's guess was pretty much on point. Su Mengran returned to camp exactly half an hour later, precisely on time. She looked rather exhausted, and her aura seemed somewhat unstable. Su Li and the other two immediately gathered around her.
"Mengran, are you alright?"
Su Li asked with concern.
"What could possibly be wrong with me?"
Su Mengran replied with a faint smile.
"It's so late, where have you been? I was worried sick about you."
Su Li looked Su Mengran up and down, and only when she saw no injuries on her did the heavy stone in her heart finally drop. Su Mengran paused, her gaze suddenly falling on Jiang Yan.
Asked Jiang Yan.
Hearing this, Su Li and the other two turned their eyes toward Jiang Yan in unison.
"Ha?" Jiang Yan looked utterly bewildered. "Why ask me?
I'm tired, going to sleep first." Su Mengran tossed the question to Jiang Yan before directly returning to her spot and lying down, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her.
Leaving Jiang Yan alone in bewildered disarray. Damn, this woman set him up.
Su Li and the other two exchanged glances, then rushed up to Jiang Yan.
"Hey punk, you'd better come clean, what exactly happened between you and the campus bell?" Wang Xiaoming glared fiercely at Jiang Yan. "Yeah, give us the truth," Su Li chimed in.
It'd be better if you explained things clearly," Gao Yang nodded in agreement.
Jiang Yan's lips twitched. "Don't listen to her, it's not what you're thinking." "What do you mean not what you think?"
Su Li took a step forward, her face brimming with gossip.
"Tell us the truth, did you secretly go on a date with Mengran?"
"No," Jiang Yan denied twice over. leaving aside the fact that they never went on a date at all. Even if they were in that kind of relationship, considering how Su Mengran practically wanted to slice him in half the moment they met, attempted murder of her own husband would be a more fitting description.
Jiang Yan, I never thought you were this kind of person. Mengran asked us to confront you, yet you still won't admit it. You're such a scumbag. Su Li looked at Jiang Yan with disappointment. Yeah, scumbag. Wang Xiaopang nodded vigorously in agreement. We're almost graduating from high school. There's nothing wrong with admitting you're in a relationship.
It's not like we're outsiders here, Gao Yang said in a heartfelt tone.
So you all think something's going on between me and Su Mengran, right?
Seeing that reasoning was futile, Jiang Yan decided to throw caution to the wind.
Fine, I'll tell you the truth then.
Before Jiang Yan could finish speaking, Su Mengran abruptly sat up.
Don't you dare say it. Su Mengran shot Jiang Yan a glare. See, she won't let me tell. Jiang Yan spread his hands helplessly. Witnessing this, Su Li and the other two became even more convinced that Su Mengran and Jiang Yan had some unspeakable relationship between them. It was just that they weren't ready to go public yet.
Thinking about how his goddess had been so easily tricked away by Jiang Yan, Wang Xiaoming was on the verge of tears. Bro, try to look on the bright side. Gao Yang patted Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word to anyone. Su Li raised her hand in assurance.
Jiang Yan, Su Mengran. Chapter 13, A New Method of Attack.
Su Mengran was only worried that Jiang Yan might accidentally reveal their secret treasure, who knew Su Li and the others had such wild imaginations. The real problem was that now there was no way to explain it clearly even if she tried.
Forget it, I'm going to bed. Su Mengran completely gave up on herself.
Who cares what others think? After all, she wouldn't be staying in Spring City for too long.
Once she's off to college, who'd even remember who? Alright, break it up, everyone. There's still tomorrow's test to prepare for.
Jiang Yan waved his hand, dismissing Su Li and the other two. He still had important matters to attend to.
Having everyone clustered around would only get in the way. Su Li and the others reluctantly left, clearly unwilling to go. At last, the surroundings quieted down. Jiang Yan opened the synthesis platform.
Though he had expended some spiritual energy during the day, first synthesizing the blood-sucking vine, then dealing with the wolf pack. But since Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang had done most of the work in the afternoon, his spiritual energy had mostly recovered by now.
Not using spiritual power when it's full would be a waste for him.
Besides, since he's being targeted by Su Mengran, improving his strength is undoubtedly the top priority.
Jiang Yan now has two options.
One is to continue synthesizing fruit knives, and the other is to keep synthesizing vampire vines. Jiang Yan wasn't sure what weapons could be further synthesized from the black iron fruit knife, but regarding the blood vine, he knew there was a high probability it would synthesize into a third-tier blood vine.
From his observations, second-tier blood vines already possessed defensive capabilities equivalent to second-tier demonic beasts, virtually impervious to blades and spears. A third-tier blood vine, consequently, would match the strength of third-tier demonic beasts. Though its attack methods were limited to strangulation and bloodsucking, the bloodvine's powerful camouflage ability often allowed it to achieve effects far beyond its actual combat strength.
Jiang Yan pondered briefly before reaching a decision.
He took out 2 bloodsucking vines from his inventory and directly added them to the synthesis platform. After synthesizing a first-tier bloodsucking vine, he proceeded to place the second-tier one into the platform as well. Proceed with synthesizing second-tier bloodsucking vine? Synthesize. Second-tier blood-sucking vine has been synthesized.
Congratulations on obtaining third-tier blood-sucking vine, tamed version.
Jiang Yan couldn't wait to glance at the attributes of the third-tier blood-sucking vine.
Third-tier blood-sucking vine, tamed version already bound to master.
A tamed blood-sucking vine that can be controlled through willpower, attack methods, strangulation, blood-sucking, mild toxicity. A new attack method? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. Mild toxicity means it will poison the enemy without being lethal.
In certain situations, this could be quite convenient. For instance, it would work nicely against Su Mengran. I just wonder what the poisoning effect is.
I'll find a chance to test it out tomorrow. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye.
Jiang Yan barely slept all night, yet he remained full of energy. Su Mengran, however, had dark circles under her eyes and seemed completely drained. Still, it didn't affect her beauty much, she just looked slightly more disheveled.
The test ends at 6 p.m. Let's take a look around nearby and then head back.
Su Mengran said to Jiang Yan and the others.
The treasure is no longer here. Going deeper into the soul-severing forest won't serve any purpose. This area is already quite dangerous. We can take another route back.
Who knows, we might make some other discoveries, Su Li immediately suggested.
I have no objection, whatever works.
Wang Xiaoming mumbled around a chunk of bread in his mouth.
Everyone, have breakfast first.
We'll leave in 10 minutes, Su Mengran said, casting a glance toward the corner.
Jiang Yan was sitting there drinking water.
Sensing Su Mengran's gaze, he let out a helpless sigh. This was already the 5th time Su Mengran had looked at him this morning. Anyone who didn't know better might think the campus belle had a secret crush on him. But only he knew the truth. Su Mengran was definitely plotting how to mess with him. Though this girl usually appeared gentle and sweet, her mind was actually full of schemes. Anyone fooled by her appearance would definitely end up helping count the money after being sold off. As for Su Mengran's behavior, in the eyes of Suli and the other two, it looked more like a lover's quarrel. But Jiang Yan remained inactive, driving Suli up the wall with anxiety. Finally unable to bear it any longer, she quietly approached Jiang Yan and whispered, "Did you and Mengran have a fight yesterday?" Argument? Jiang Yan pondered. Not exactly. They just had a fight. Haven't you noticed Mengran being angry? Suli looked at Jiang Yan with exasperation. Of course I know. Jiang Yan nodded. Su Mengran might as well have written unhappy on his face, who couldn't tell? But watching a treasure get snatched away right before your eyes would sour anyone's mood for days. Totally normal. He's different, though. Having found the treasure himself, he's in ridiculously high spirits now. I'll have to find a place to celebrate when I get back. Life is meant to be enjoyed. Then you should hurry and comfort Mengran. Girls need coaxing, doing nothing will only make her angrier, Suli said with the tone of someone experienced, forgetting she'd been single for 18 years herself. Not going. She can be mad if she wants, I'm feeling pretty good either way, Jiang Yan said, hands behind his head and legs crossed. Suli was utterly shocked by Jiang Yan's words. How could someone like this even have a girlfriend? Or does Su Mengran actually like this kind of guy? Enough talking, I'm off to take care of some important business. Jiang Yan grabbed his backpack and headed toward the nearby grove. Suli, Jiang Yan found a spot to relieve himself, then took out the third-tier blood-sucking vine from his inventory. Go, catch that rabbit for me. Upon receiving the command, the blood-sucking vine slithered across the ground toward its target. Every rabbit in Duanhuan Forest was nimble and lightning fast, yet none stood a chance against the assault of a third-tier blood-sucking vine. Moments later, the blood-sucking vine dragged the poisoned rabbit back to Jiang Yan. Since Jiang Yan wanted to study the vine's toxicity, he didn't let it drain the rabbit dry, merely piercing its skin with thorns to inject a small amount of venom. Jiang Yan crouched down and flipped the rabbit over. It turned out the rabbit was still conscious, just completely stiff, as though frozen in place. Could the vampire vine's toxin have anesthetic-like effects? Jiang Yan rubbed his chin. If he used this in a fight and gave the enemy a taste of it, wouldn't he be invincible? So Su Mengran had better not provoke him. Otherwise he wouldn't mind giving Su Mengran a taste of the anesthetic needle too. After about 2 minutes, the rabbit's body gradually recovered, then with a kick of its hind legs, it struggled a few times and ran off. Jiang Yan patted the dust off his hands and headed back to the campsite. But then he saw Su Mengran and the other two hiding behind a large rock, sneaking around like thieves. What are you guys doing? Jiang Yan asked curiously. Shoo! Su Mengran turned around and made a silencing gesture. Realizing something was amiss, Jiang Yan immediately softened his footsteps and moved closer. Below the small hill, a monster towering several stories tall was slowly trudging along, its massive obese body swaying with each movement. Chapter 14, Want to pull off something big? This monster was beyond description, essentially a mass of flesh lumps covered with tumor-like eyes. With each of its movements, dozens of those eyes rolled and twitched incessantly. A mere glimpse was enough to make one sick to their stomach. Suli and the other two had turned deathly pale with fear. Su Mengran also wore an extremely grave expression. It wasn't until much later, when the monster had completely left, that Jiang Yan and the others finally emerged from behind the rocks. I swear, in all my years, I've never seen anything so disgusting, it's downright inhuman. Wang Xiaoming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speaking like someone who'd just narrowly escaped death. We're still within the safety zone, right? How could such a monster appear here? Suli stammered, her hands trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. That thing just now didn't seem like a demon beast, it resembled more the kind of dark creature I once read about in a book, Gao Yang said with a furrowed brow. A dark creature? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened in shock. But those only exist in the worlds of myriad heavens, don't they? It was indeed a dark creature, Su Mengran confirmed Gao Yang's suspicions. The end of Lost Souls Forest borders the Sunset Mountains, and those mountains are adjacent to the entry point of the worlds of myriad heavens. There's every possibility a dark creature could have escaped from there, wandered through the Sunset Mountains, and ended up in this forest. Oh my god, if these are truly demons from the celestial worlds, then something major is about to happen. Wang Xiaoming gasped in shock. Who would have thought that during their first field test, instead of encountering demon beasts, they'd run into monsters from the celestial worlds? Although the celestial worlds have been descending for hundreds of years, they remain far too distant for ordinary people. Moreover, what appeared before them were actual demonic entities, things so rare even online discussions barely mention them. This matter should be reported to nearby teachers, otherwise many people might die during this field test, Su Mengran said with an unpleasant expression. It just happened to coincide with the emergence of the treasure, attracting monstrous creatures from across realms. Was this truly just a coincidence? Black-tier treasures were already exceptional cases to begin with. The Su family actually didn't know what might be inside either.
so they treated it as an ordinary ancient treasure site. But Su Mengran had seen relevant records in an ancient text. The black treasure represents evil, fear, and exchange. Obtaining the black treasure would grant limitless power. This is precisely why she came to study in a small town like Spring City. For 2 years she had lain in wait, and this was the day she had been waiting for. She needed the item within the black treasure to reclaim everything that rightfully belonged to her. At this thought, Su Mengran glanced sideways at Jiang Yan. As it happened, Jiang Yan was also looking her way at that moment. Want to pull off something big? Jiang Yan suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? Su Mengran was momentarily stunned. I know how to kill that thing just now. How about we split the loot 50-50? Jiang Yan's reaction was completely different from Su Li and the others. The moment he saw this fiend, it was as if he'd spotted gleaming silver coins. This creature is called the Treasure Mountain, specializing in collecting various rare treasures. Wherever heavenly treasures appear, its figure can be found. So don't be fooled by its repulsive appearance, just split it open, and you'll obtain all sorts of materials. Back when he played the online game Realms, he spent half a month camping for this very creature to respawn. The materials for his first spiritual artifact were also looted from this type of monster. At the time, many wealthy individuals approached him, wanting to purchase the magical artifact in his possession, but he refused them all. If it weren't for this magical artifact, he wouldn't have progressed so smoothly later on. In the end, he could even compete with multiple factions. To be honest, Treasure Mountain's level wasn't particularly high. In the multiverse online game, it was essentially a welfare monster, roughly equivalent to a fourth-tier demon beast in this world. But he just couldn't win against him. Otherwise, why would he need to drag others into this? I don't want any part of it, Su Mengran snorted lightly. All she wanted was to reclaim the treasure chest she'd guarded for 2 years. Nothing else held any interest for her. Besides, that thing looks absolutely disgusting. Why bother wasting energy killing it? Here's the deal, you help me kill that monster, I'll take all the spoils, but I'll let you choose one item from the treasure chest. Knowing Su Mengran still had her eyes on the chest, Jiang Yan immediately softened his tone. With its body saturated with water and sluggish movement, the mountain treasure was completely vulnerable to ice-type spiritual energy. If Su Mengran were willing to help him, the fight could be settled in 5 minutes. Let me pick one? Su Mengran immediately grew displeased. That's clearly my treasure chest. Treasures belong to no one until claimed. Whoever grabs them owns them. And now it's mine. Got a problem with that? Jiang Yan remained relatively calm, though his tone had cooled considerably. He wasn't about to go easy on Su Mengran just because she was pretty. To gain something, one must pay the corresponding price. Isn't that only fair? Just like he needed Su Mengran's help, so he offered treasures from the chest in exchange. He wouldn't take advantage of others. But anyone thinking they could take advantage of him had another thing coming. Alright, but I get first pick. Su Mengran hesitated for a long moment before finally agreeing. There was no helping it, she'd been observing Jiang Yan for ages already and was certain the treasure chest wasn't on him. Once the team returned to Spring City, she'd have no way to deal with Jiang Yan at all. Now that she's agreed to Jiang Yan's terms, there's at least a chance she'll get to see the treasure chest. Deal. Jiang Yan arched an eyebrow. This wasn't some game where you could directly see item stats. Even he had to place items in the synthesis platform to view their detailed descriptions. Su Mengran really could pick out the best things. If so, it just meant she had good luck. Jiang Yan and Su Mengran left Su Li and the other two behind while they went to notify the nearby teachers. In reality, they chased after the direction Bao Shan had gone. Before long, they spotted that lump of a corpulent body sitting atop a patch of medicinal herbs, puffing and panting as it stuffed things into its mouth. How do you think we should kill this thing? Su Mengran rested her hand on the weapon at her waist. She could roughly sense the aura of the monster before them. While it looked terrifying, it wasn't beyond their ability to handle. How about using that move you pulled yesterday? Jiang Yan turned to Su Mengran with a glance. I have no idea what you're talking about. Su Mengran pressed her lips together and replied. Fine, do as you please. This monster's weak against ice-based spiritual energy. Just channel your energy straight at it. Seeing that he couldn't pry anything out of Su Mengran, Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to press further. As Jiang Yan finished speaking, Su Mengran had already charged forward. When she was about 4 or 5 meters away from the monster, she drew the long sword at her waist and traced a circle in the air, instantly conjuring a whirlwind laced with frost. Jiang Yan immediately recognized it as a spiritual technique, and a high-level one at that. This guy sure knows how to keep secrets. Chapter 15, Medicinal Core. For the next few minutes, it was basically Su Mengran's solo battlefield. Bao Shan's body was clumsy, and its only means of attack was to jump up and crush enemies with its weight. Su Mengran was as agile as a butterfly, especially when dodging monster attacks. Her slender waist swayed as if it might snap at any moment. If this were... Jiang Yan immediately cut off his own train of thought. I'm about to lose control if I keep thinking about this. This isn't right, absolutely not right. With a series of ground-shaking tremors, the treasure mountain finally came crashing down. Just after dealing with the monster, Su Mengran stormed up to Jiang Yan, furious. So this is what you call cooperation? She had never seen a man who made women do all the work while he lazily sat on the sidelines. I never said I'd lift a finger myself, Jiang Yan declared shamelessly. Besides, I provided the ideas, I contribute the brains, you contribute the labor. That's still a form of teamwork. Su Mengran was utterly speechless at Jiang Yan's antics. How could anyone say something like that without feeling the slightest shame? She was originally an ice-type spiritual vein. Whether Jiang Yan reminded her or not, her spiritual energy attribute was evident all along. How could this be credited to him? The corpse is right there. Do whatever you want with it, Su Mengran said impatiently. Wait for me a moment, Jiang Yan said as he took out his black iron fruit knife and approached Bao Shan's corpse. The treasure mountain frozen into ice blocks had already shattered into fragments. He rummaged through it for a while and soon dug out a large chunk of crystal. Inside the crystal was a black pearl. When he pried open the crystal with his knife handle, a rich, intoxicating fragrance immediately filled the air. Even Su Mengran couldn't help but be moved by this enchanting aroma. What is this? Su Mengran couldn't resist stepping forward to ask. Medicine core. Jiang Yan was relatively satisfied with this harvest. This treasure mountain clearly had a special fondness for various medicinal herbs, which is why it formed a medicine core within its body. The medicine core cannot be consumed directly, but just by scraping off a little powdered material and adding it to the pill, the potency of the medicine could be increased more than tenfold. Although he wasn't a pill refining master, he possessed the universal synthesis platform. Items processed through the synthesis platform naturally receive a significant boost in attributes. When medicinal cores are added to the mix, who knows what even ordinary elixirs might transform into? You seem to know quite a bit. Su Mengran's curiosity was fleeting. Whatever materials came from that ugly creature held no real intrigue for her. Let's head back and find Gao Yang and the others, Jiang Yan said, pocketing the medicinal core as he stood up. What about the treasure chest? Su Mengran persisted. Where did you hide it? Aren't we taking it back with us? She had assumed Jiang Yan had hidden the chest somewhere in the wilderness. If they didn't retrieve it now, then when? Don't worry, I won't stand you up. Jiang Yan wasn't that foolish. With just him and Su Mengran present, taking out the treasure chest would essentially be gambling on whether she would resort to force. There was no need for him to take such a risk. Fine, but you'd better not be lying to me. Su Mengran shot Jiang Yan a warning glance. She had deliberately displayed her strength earlier precisely to make Jiang Yan aware of her capabilities. If this guy dared to deceive her, she wouldn't hesitate to use force to seize the treasure chest. Jiang Yan and Su Mengran returned to the camp, where Gao Yang and the other two immediately gathered around them. How did it go, Mengran? Did you find the teacher? Su Li quickly asked. We didn't find the teacher, but we discovered that the monster has gone deep into the Duanhuan forest. As long as the students taking the field test don't go beyond the safe zone, there shouldn't be any problems. This was the explanation Su Mengran and Jiang Yan had agreed upon in advance. They certainly couldn't say they had already slain the monster, or Su Li would probably think they'd lost their minds. Great! Su Li heaved a huge sigh of relief. Then let's hurry back. The test deadline is at 6 p.m., and if we're any later, we might not make it. Su Mengran nodded. On their way back, they encountered quite a few teams. Most of the teams looked utterly disheveled, having spent just over a day in the wild. Many students were already as grubby as street beggars. In contrast, Jiang Yan and the others were carrying large and small bundles of loot, looking clean and refreshed. Of course, Wang Xiaoming was the exception. His physique had nothing to do with being refreshed. It looks like we should at least make the top 3 in our grade, Wang Xiaoming said cheerfully. We'll know exactly what our ranking is once we reach the meeting point, Gao Yang said, glancing at the mysterious iron fruit knife in his hand. Such a fine weapon would soon have to be returned, and the thought of parting with it tugged at his heart. At that moment, Su Li suddenly came running over. Just now, I overheard a team from the next class saying that Zhao Siyu's group actually encountered a demon beast and they killed it. Su Li exclaimed, her face full of disbelief. That team with Lu Chang? Wang Xiaoming burst out laughing. That's got to be the biggest joke I've heard all year. They couldn't even handle a wild boar, and now they're slaying demon beasts? Give me a break. I heard there are spoils of war that should be impossible to fake. Su Li didn't want to believe it, but if Lu Chang could really produce the spoils, their team would undoubtedly be first place. Maybe they just stumbled upon some dead monster and got lucky. If it had been dead for days, there's no way the teachers would approve it. Wang Xiaoming still refused to believe Lu Chang's team could actually slay a monster. These days, people brag without even drafting a script. They even encountered creatures from the heavenly realms today, yet they didn't go around showing off to anyone. Jiang Yan remained remarkably composed. Originally, he had joined the field test simply aiming for a decent ranking to earn some spirit pearls for practical use. Yet he'd unexpectedly reaped so many windfalls. Bloodvine, hidden treasures, medicinal cores. Especially the rare treasures and medicinal cores, just one of them surfacing could stir up a storm of bloodshed. This world may seem peaceful on the surface.
When it comes to competing for resources, it's a matter of life or death struggle. When Jiang Yan and the others arrived at the gathering spot, the sky was still early, with only a handful of teams turning in their spoils. They walked over to the testing station for Class 6, Grade 12. Teacher, these are our spoils. Su Mengran took the lead and placed their backpack on the testing station's table. Looks like you had quite the harvest, their homeroom teacher said with a smile, then opened the backpack and began inspecting each trophy one by one in the device. Adult giant-backed wolves, and so many of them. Did you encounter a whole pack? The teacher looked up in surprise at Jiang Yan and the others. We didn't just encounter wolf packs, we also ran into something huge, Wang Xiaoming declared proudly. Oh, what kind of huge thing? The homeroom teacher asked with interest. A demonic beast from the Omniverse. As soon as Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, uproarious laughter erupted beside him. Wang Xiaoming, you've really taken your tall tales to new heights. Is there anything you won't make up? Chapter 16, Not Knowing the Immensity of Heaven and Earth. Jiang Yan turned to look and saw Lu Chang, Zhao Xiyu, and the others walking over from the direction of Duanhuan Forest. They all looked disheveled, as if they had taken a roll in the mud. But their spirits were high, and the grime on their faces couldn't hide their excited expressions. Anyone who didn't know better might think they had won the lottery. Who's the one bragging now? Wang Xiaoming sneered at the sight of Lu Chang. I heard you guys killed a demon beast. Care to show us the spoils? You think I'm like you? I never brag. Lu Chang stepped forward with his backpack in hand, pulling open the zipper. Instantly, a pungent scent of blood filled the air, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual pressure. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Why did this aura feel somewhat familiar? Wang Xiaoming's expression also changed slightly. Could it be that he was about to be proven wrong? No way. There's no way Lu Chang and his group have the strength to kill a demonic beast. Noticing Wang Xiaoming's expression, Lu Chang sneered and emptied the contents of his backpack. What fell out was a cloudy eyeball as large as a watermelon, dripping with mucus, an utterly revolting sight. Jiang Yan couldn't help but sigh in resignation. He guessed right after all. These guys really don't know their limits. Even he didn't dare bring this thing back, considering how much chaos it would cause. Lu Chang and his crew actually treated it as their own belongings. Did they even consider whether their abilities were worthy of such a trophy? Noticing the commotion here, students from other classes began to gather around. God, what frightening spiritual pressure, this must be a demon beast. It looks like it just died recently, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'd heard Lu Chang's team killed a demonic beast, but I never expected it to be this huge. Just looking at these eyeballs, the main body must have stood at least 7 or 8 meters tall. You so gross. Everyone says demon beast meat is delicious, but who could possibly bring themselves to eat something that looks like this? Ugh, I can't, I'm gonna throw up. This demonic beast must have been incredibly powerful. Lu Chang and his team are absolute beasts. Su Li and the others noticed something was wrong. Don't you think this thing looks familiar? Su Li whispered. Holy shit, isn't that demon's eye? Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but curse. Indeed, Gao Yang nodded in agreement. Idiots. Even Su Mengran couldn't help but curse. Hearing the exclamations around them, Lu Chang and the others were practically floating on air. Teacher, these are our spoils of war. Please examine them, Lu Chang said with overwhelming excitement. Rumor had it that the top scorer in this test would be rewarded with over 100 spirit pearls and a bottle of blue jade pills. It's worth at least 6 figures. For an ordinary high school student, this was absolutely a fortune. Lu Chang had already figured out how to spend this money on his way back. The homeroom teacher remained silent. He changed into a fresh pair of gloves, his expression solemn as he placed the eyeball on the table into the testing apparatus. As a third-rank martial artist, he could tell at first glance that this trophy was abnormal. That eerie aura was absolutely something no ordinary demonic beast should possess. Moreover, just the suffocating spiritual pressure alone suggested this beast's strength might far surpass his own. How could this be something an ordinary high school student could handle? Of course, he hoped he was just overthinking it. Faking trophies would get him disciplined by the school. With graduation imminent, this kind of incident could even directly affect his college entrance exam results. A few minutes later, the test results came out. Looking at the various parameters displayed on the screen, the homeroom teacher's face darkened immediately. Is this really your spoils of battle? The homeroom teacher asked, raising his head. Teacher, how could we dare to lie to you? When we encountered this demonic beast, it was already severely injured. Even so, we went through great difficulty to kill it. Though it might seem opportunistic, luck is also part of one's strength. The school never stipulated that we can't hunt injured demonic beasts, right? Zhao Xiyu stepped forward at this moment and spoke up. She had always maintained a model student image and left a good impression on her teachers. No one might believe Lu Chang's words, but if Zhao Xiyu said the same thing, the effect would be completely different. However, after listening to Zhao Xiyu's account, the homeroom teacher's expression remained stern. Then do you still remember what this monstrous beast looked like? Well, Zhao Siyu thought for a moment and said, it was simply too large in size. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like some kind of flesh worm? Or maybe something else, it's hard for me to describe. When they saw this monster, it had already been dismembered into over a dozen pieces. Aside from insects, she couldn't imagine what kind of creature could possibly look like this. Wang Xiaoming, go call the principal and other teachers over here, the homeroom teacher suddenly ordered. Hearing this, Zhao Siyu and the others' expressions changed immediately. Why was even the principal being summoned? Even if their loot was incorrect, it shouldn't have escalated to this extent. Teacher, I'm telling the truth. When we encountered this demonic beast, it was already on its last breath. We just went up and delivered the final strikes, Zhao Siyu explained nervously. That's right. We haven't lied about anything. Teacher, you must believe us. Lu Chang chimed in with equal urgency on his face. Yet no matter how they tried to explain, their homeroom teacher remained unmoved, silently signaling Wang Xiaoming with another meaningful glance. Teacher, I'll go right away. Wang Xiaoming snapped out of it and immediately ran off cheerfully. Let those turtle bastards strut around, they've got their comeuppance coming, haven't they? Daring to regard the demons of all realms as their own trophies, do they really think they're something special? The sheer audacity would make anyone laugh their teeth out. Zhao Siyu's face turned pale. Why had things come to this? Where exactly had things gone wrong? They had rehearsed their lines repeatedly throughout the journey, there was no way they could have slipped up. Lu Chang returned to Zhao Siyu with a gloomy expression, muttering in a low voice, it's all because of your terrible idea. Now look what's happened, even the principal has come. How are we supposed to keep this hidden? The teacher hasn't accused us of cheating yet, so why are you rushing to take the blame? As long as we deny it to the end, everything will be fine. Zhao Siyu tried to reassure herself. Can't you see? This isn't even about cheating anymore. Lu Chang thought bitterly, filled with nothing but regret. He must have been out of his mind to believe this woman's nonsense. You were all quite supportive when I suggested it before. Now you're blaming me? Zhao Siyu also grew angry. Trying to pin all the blame on her? Not a chance. Then what do you suggest we do? Lu Chang asked without much hope. Same as before, stick to denial. I don't think the teacher actually caught us cheating. That spirit beast must have been problematic to begin with, Zhao Siyu mused thoughtfully. No choice but to go with that, Lu Chang said grimly. Chapter 17, this joke has gone too far. The students gathered around to watch were completely baffled. What's going on? Why are they calling the principal now? Could Zhao Siyu and the others have fabricated their results? It's hard to say. Teacher Zhou even called in the principal and accompanying teachers. Simply falsifying spoils wouldn't escalate to this extent. I always said except for Su Mengran from class 6, who else could kill a demonic beast? They probably just imagine how terrifying a demonic beast's power truly is based on pure speculation, right? But Zhao Siyu seems quite naive, not the type to lie. Truth or lie, we'll know soon enough. Before long, Wang Xiaoming had brought the principal and accompanying teachers over. The homeroom teacher called them aside to discuss briefly before returning to Jiang Yan and the others. Ranmeng, Wang Xiaoming just said you encountered monsters, is that true? The homeroom teacher asked Su Ranmeng. Yes, Su Ranmeng nodded. What did the monster you saw look like? The homeroom teacher repeated the question she had previously asked Zhao Siyu. It was about 20 meters tall, with a fat body, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It had at least 30 eyes on its body, a pair of tentacles likely used for feeding, and a huge mouth about 2 or 3 meters wide. That's all we know for now, Su Mengran replied with professional precision. Hearing Su Mengran's description, the faces of the students present turned pale. What kind of abomination could possibly look like that? And 20 meters is way too tall. That's equivalent to a 7 or 8-story building. Zhao Siyu and the others looked ashen-faced. Because weren't the demonic creatures Su Mengran mentioned exactly the pile of minced meat they discovered? She even described them more completely and in greater detail. Monsters are creatures that should only exist in otherworldly realms. Yet they actually brought them back as trophies. No wonder the teacher didn't believe their story and kept asking what the creature looked like. This joke has gone way too far. After questioning Su Mengran, the homeroom teacher turned to an elderly man nearby and said, Principal, it perfectly matches the characteristics of low-level monsters, and the instruments have detected the presence of demonic energy. How strong was it approximately? The old man asked. At least tier 4, the homeroom teacher pondered before answering. Hearing this, Zhao Siyu felt her legs go weak beneath her. 4th rank. They actually brought back a tier 4 magical beast and swore up and down that they were the ones who killed it. Even she herself found these words utterly absurd when spoken aloud. With so many people watching around them now, Zhao Siyu wished she could dig a hole and disappear into it. After making such a ridiculous spectacle of herself, how could she possibly face anyone at school again? This matter is of grave importance. After returning, we must report it to the inner city and have higher authorities dispatch someone to handle it, the old man declared. Yes, the homeroom teacher responded. By the way, the elder looked at Zhao Siyu and the others, their grades should all be recalculated. We'll handle the rest when we get back. With that, the elder left with the teachers from other classes. The homeroom teacher, expression stern, marked red crosses on Zhao Siyu and others' report cards. 0 points for all. Around 7 in the evening, all teams returned safely. Only a small number sustained severe injuries, with several left permanently disabled. There's no helping it, such is reality. When you choose to take the college entrance exam, field testing is unavoidable. Before high school, students could still grow slowly in a safe environment, like flowers in a greenhouse. But once you enter university, it's like stepping onto a battlefield. Field training is directly one of the mandatory courses. Not to mention missing limbs, death itself was a common occurrence. This wilderness test before the college entrance exam served as preparation for everyone to adapt in advance. If you couldn't accept this, you might as well consider other options early. After the spoils were tallied, each class returned to their own bus. Jiang Yan found a window seat and settled in before he could even catch his breath. Su Mengran promptly followed and took the seat beside him. From now on, don't even think about leaving my sight, Su Mengran said, leaning back in the seat. Suit yourself. Jiang Yan pulled a water bottle from his backpack, opened it, and took a sip. Got any more? Give me one too. Su Mengran turned her head toward Jiang Yan. Out. Jiang Yan handed over the mineral water in his hand. It's been drunk from. Still want it? Take it. I don't want it. Su Mengran turned her head away. Take it or leave it. Jiang Yan took 2 more gulps before tucking the water bottle back into his bag. Just then, a pair of pale, delicate hands suddenly stretched toward him, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. Give me your phone number. Su Mengran held the latest tomato smartphone in her hand, speaking with a slightly unnatural expression. This was the first time she'd ever taken the initiative to ask a boy for his phone number. But to prevent Jiang Yan from running off, getting his number was absolutely necessary. Hold on, let me find it. Jiang Yan rummaged through his backpack for quite a while before finally locating the brick-like phone he'd bought for 200 yuan. After fumbling with it endlessly to turn it on, he found his number in the contacts list. Here it is, input it yourself. Jiang Yan pointed at the string of numbers on the screen. Donkey brains? Can't even remember your own phone number. Su Mengran had no choice but to save Jiang Yan's number into her contacts herself. After verifying it could connect, she finally put her phone away. You're dismissed. I'm going to sleep, wake me when we arrive. Su Li and the other two had grown accustomed to their interactions, but the rest of Class 6 senior year stared as if they'd seen a ghost. Since when did the school beauty become this close with Jiang Yan? They hadn't exchanged a word on the way here, yet now Su Mengran had voluntarily sat beside Jiang Yan for the return trip. Their back-and-forth banter was turning every boy in class green with envy. It's well known that Su Mengran is famously aloof, she's polite to everyone yet always maintains her distance. The only person who could possibly be considered close to her might be Su Li. Even so, their relationship goes no further than being classmates. Some have tried asking Su Li about Su Mengran. Su Li knew absolutely nothing, she didn't even have Su Mengran's private phone number. And yet, this aloof and enigmatic goddess not only took the initiative to sit beside Jiang Yan today, struck up a conversation with him, but also asked for his contact details. Was the sun rising from the west, or was the goddess finally falling in love? Damn it! Zhao Siyu was grinding her teeth in anger. How could a penniless loser like Jiang Yan find a new girlfriend, and one so much prettier than her? What the hell? Look at Jiang Yan's clothes, they're clearly cheap knockoffs worth just a few dozen bucks. Still using an old flip phone at his age too. Doesn't Su Mengran feel embarrassed bringing such a boyfriend out in public? This definitely isn't her problem, Su Mengran must be blind. Chapter 18, Opening the Treasure Chest. Under Su Mengran's watchful gaze and under the attention of everyone on the train, Jiang Yan made it safely back to Spring City. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The teacher announced the official conclusion of the field test, with the rankings to be announced tomorrow morning. An additional prize was also introduced, leaving everyone eager to anticipate its reveal. But no one showed much interest in this new prize. Most students were already exhausted, and only a few teams had managed to place. Right now, everyone just wanted to hurry back and get some rest. Jiang Yan also wanted to slip away, but Su Mengran stopped him. Don't leave yet. I'm treating you to a late-night snack, said Su Mengran before Jiang Yan could respond, adding, no refusal allowed. Why refuse a free meal? Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. But let me warn you, I won't settle for cheap food. We're going to 8 Immortals Pavilion. Jiang Yan chose the most expensive restaurant in Spring City. What mattered most, this restaurant was located in the inner city. The security in the inner city wasn't like the outer districts, the slightest disturbance would bring the peacekeepers rushing to the scene. Su Mengran certainly wouldn't dare to act recklessly either. Alright, I've already had the driver waiting outside. Let's go. Su Mengran was solely focused on obtaining the treasure from the secret chest right now, a mere meal expense was nothing in her eyes. Moreover, the 8 Immortals Pavilion offered excellent privacy, making it a favored spot for many dignitaries to discuss matters. Opening the treasure chest there would be a safeguard for both parties.
Mengran, you're so stingy. We all came back together, yet you're only treating Jiang Yan to late-night snacks. Su Li pouted indignantly beside them. Exactly. Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang chimed in beside them. I'll treat you guys tomorrow. Today, I need to have a private word with Jiang Yan, Su Mengran said. Su Li's gossip spirit immediately burned fiercely. Could it be that Su Mengran was planning to confess today? How brave she is. It was the first time she'd seen a girl take such initiative in love, truly worthy of being the idol she'd secretly admired for 2 years. Thinking this, Su Li immediately clenched her fists to cheer Su Mengran on. Go for it. Whatever you decide, I've got your back. But make sure to stay safe. Su Mengran? She went out for a meal. What safety precautions should she take? After all, the 8 Immortals Tower is in the inner city. Who would dare to cause trouble there? Seeing that Su Mengran didn't seem to understand her meaning, Su Li leaned in and whispered, I meant you should take safety measures. Su Mengran's cheeks flushed red. What nonsense are you saying? I'm ignoring you. With that said, she dragged Jiang Yan and quickly headed toward the school gate. At the back gate of number 9 high school, a black luxury car from the Empire brand was parked there. Empire cars were the most renowned luxury vehicle brand in this world, with even their cheapest models starting at 7 figures. Purchasing one also required meeting certain qualifications. As Jiang Yan followed Su Mengran into the car, he immediately felt surrounded by wealth. A cushion made of beast hide, a chassis of premium alloy, and a starry sky roof inlaid with colorful gemstones. Such is the world of the wealthy? To the 8 Immortals Pavilion, Su Mengran said after placing her backpack down. Yes, miss, replied the middle-aged man in the driver's seat respectfully. With such privileged family conditions, why would you come to study in the outer city? Jiang Yan thought Su Mengran must be out of her mind. He'd always known her family was well off, but this was ridiculously privileged, completely out of place in the outer city. I like it, and I want to, Su Mengran huffed lightly. Alright then, Jiang Yan was just asking casually anyway. He knew Su Mengran had many secrets, but didn't he have his own? As long as they didn't interfere with each other, it was fine. Half an hour later, the car smoothly drove into the inner city. Compared to the outer city, the inner city's environment leans more towards resembling the urban lifestyle Jiang Yan experienced in his previous life. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, and a vibrant scene of prosperity stretched before him. However, the inner city's area is also extremely small, home to only a little over 100,000 people. Anyone picked at random from here would be considered a super wealthy elite if placed in the outer city. Before long, the car came to a stop in front of an antique-style restaurant building. Young miss, we've arrived at the 8 Immortals Pavilion, the driver said, turning his head. There's no need to wait for me. I'll take a ride back myself later, Su Mengran told the driver before opening the car door and stepping out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan had already taken the treasure chest out of his inventory and stuffed it into his backpack before getting out of the car. Although this world also has storage pouches and storage rings and such things, but those are all luxury items only high-ranking martial artists can afford. Forget spending money, you couldn't even buy them with spirit stones. Under these circumstances, he definitely couldn't reveal the existence of his inventory. Using a backpack for cover was still necessary. Jiang Yan followed Su Mengran into the 8 Immortals restaurant, where they secured a private booth on the top floor. After sitting down, Su Mengran casually ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes. Once the waiter left, she set the room to do not disturb mode and turned to Jiang Yan. Take it out now. I don't want to hear any more excuses. What's the hurry? I'm a man of my word. Jiang Yan opened his backpack and with some effort, pulled out the treasure chest. There was no helping it, the chest was simply too large, taking up nearly half the space in his backpack. The breakfast he had packed was completely squashed. Witnessing this, Su Mengran couldn't help feeling puzzled. She had always been curious about where Jiang Yan kept the treasure chest. Naturally, she had checked his backpack several times, and it clearly only contained 2 sets of clothes and some food. So how did this treasure chest suddenly appear out of thin air? Unless Jiang Yan possessed spatial storage equipment, but that couldn't be possible. However, Su Mengran didn't dwell on it for long, as her attention was quickly drawn to the treasure chest. I haven't touched the chest yet, you can inspect it yourself, Jiang Yan said, pushing the chest forward with an inviting gesture. No need, open it now. Su Mengran wasn't new to treasure chests, she could tell at a glance whether one had been opened before. There was no point wasting time on formalities when she just wanted to see what was inside. Ladies first, Jiang Yan said with exaggerated chivalry. It was his first time seeing a black treasure chest too, so letting Su Mengran open it made no difference. If it turned out to be a trap chest, he could always help her dial the emergency number. After all, we're classmates, there's no way he'd leave me to die. But if it were Su Mengran, that might not be the case. That little witch would absolutely love it if he dropped dead suddenly. So for matters this uncertain, it's better to let Su Mengran handle them. You said it yourself. Su Mengran took the treasure chest without hesitation and pressed the switch. With a soft click, the lid of the treasure chest slowly opened.
A golden light immediately flared, and 3 objects floated out from inside, silently hovering above the chest.
Chapter 19, A New Synthesis Method.
The 3 items consisted of a scroll, a token, and a medicinal pill. Their exact functions weren't apparent at first glance, but at least their categories could be discerned.
We don't have much time, you pick first.
As Jiang Yan spoke, a purplish-red vine silently crept in through the window behind them. These were the third-tier blood-sucking vines he had released in advance. If Su Mengran dared to go back on their agreement, he would immediately take action and reclaim all the items from the treasure chest.
Within a 5-meter range, he could store anything into his inventory at will.
By then, Su Mengran wouldn't be able to lay hands on a single thing.
Let me think about it, Su Mengran said with a conflicted expression. What exactly would be of greater help to her? The elixirs, it's uncertain whether they're temporary or permanent, so we definitely can't take the risk.
As for scrolls, they're nothing more than cultivation techniques, martial skills, or spiritual arts at best, though they could also be more valuable alchemy or forging recipes. But what she truly needs are things that can directly enhance her strength. No matter how valuable other items might be, they'd be largely useless to her.
That leaves only the token. This style could very well be equipment, or perhaps a pass to enter someplace. Highly random, yet brimming with greater possibilities. After much deliberation, Su Mengran finally decided, I'll take the token in the middle. Got it. Jiang Yan reached out to take the token while casually checking its attributes with the synthesis platform. Death Soul Token seals the spirit of a certain powerful individual, capable of summoning assistance in battle. Each use weakens the spirit somewhat until it ultimately dissipates completely. After reading the introduction, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief.
This thing wouldn't be much use to him anyway. He'd rather invest his resources in nurturing the blood-sucking vine than rely on equipment with limited uses.
It's both obedient and highly effective. Doesn't even require managing its basic needs. Is there any assistant more worry-free than this? Here you go, no takebacks once it's in your hands. Jiang Yan passed over the token.
You don't need to remind me.
Su Mengran took the token and immediately stored it in his backpack. With that, the deal was done. Jiang Yan was fairly satisfied with this outcome.
Losing 1 soul tablet in exchange for a medicinal core.
By his calculations, he'd actually come out ahead.
After collecting their respective items, Su Mengran went to the front desk to settle the bill before hurriedly departing.
After finishing his meal, Jiang Yan took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Since the money was already spent, he might as well eat his fill.
After taking a shower, Jiang Yan retrieved all his recent gains from the inventory.
Blood-sucking vine, medicinal core, and the scrolls and elixirs obtained from the treasure chest. Jiang Yan placed the scrolls and elixirs one by one into the synthesis platform to identify their properties.
Blood Sea Purgatory Scroll, when used, traps the enemy in an illusion of a Blood Sea Purgatory.
The effect depends on the user's mental strength.
Divine Vein Elixir, dark version after consumption, randomly obtain a type of Divine Vein.
After reading the introduction, Jiang Yan's breathing quickened. Divine Meridian Pill? Could his eyes be deceiving him? Did something like this truly exist?
A divine meridian was a superior cultivation constitution far beyond a spiritual meridian. In his previous life, when Jiang Yan played the online game Realms, there were no more than 3 players in the entire server who possessed the divine pulse.
They were all renowned powerhouses on the leaderboards.
Jiang Yan once had the privilege of dueling a divine pulse player. That opponent could wield spirit arts of any attribute, with doubled potency, utterly overpowered to the extreme. But in this world, he hasn't heard any mention of the divine pulse yet. Perhaps it exists, but ordinary people simply don't know about it. But what does dark version mean? The description doesn't explain it clearly. As for the Blood Sea Purgatory Scroll, it's considered a relatively rare illusion-type treasure. Though still quite valuable, it pales in comparison to the Divine Meridian Pill.
Jiang Yan placed the Divine Vein Pill alone into the synthesis platform. A pill with such heaven-defying properties, what effects might it produce when combined with a medicine core? But after some thought, Jiang Yan still didn't dare take the risk.
Both the Divine Vein Pill and the medicine core were far too precious. Losing either one would make it nearly impossible to find a replacement. First, let's try with something else. The main issue is that the Divine Vein Pill also carries a dark attribute. Even if he synthesizes a better version, he wouldn't dare consume it recklessly. So there's no need to rush this matter.
Jiang Yan rummaged through his pile of belongings and finally picked out a black iron fruit knife and an ordinary blood-sucking vine. I wonder what effect combining 2 completely different items would produce. No time like the present.
Jiang Yan placed both the black iron fruit knife and the common blood-sucking vine into the synthesis platform.
Confirm synthesis, black iron fruit knife plus tier 1 blood-sucking vine? Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. It's working after all. Synthesize. Black steel fruit knife plus first tier blood-sucking vine successfully synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the bloodthirsty fruit knife. Bloodthirsty fruit knife? What kind of weird name is that? Jiang Yan couldn't help but complain, then glanced at its attributes.
Bloodthirsty fruit knife, an extraordinary fruit knife forged from black steel, incredibly sharp. When enhanced with vampire vines, it gains a bleeding effect that doubles its power.
How could the introduction get any weirder?
But it turns out, two different items can indeed be synthesized, and both retain their original characteristics. After receiving the field test rewards tomorrow, then I'll be able to conduct more experiments.
The next day, Jiang Yan arrived at school early.
The rankings for the wilderness test had been announced. Their team took first place in Class 6 of senior year, and third place across the entire grade level.
The top two spots were completely dominated by Class 1.
After all, they had several martial artists, including two who happened to be assigned to the same team. They not only hunted numerous fierce beasts but also took down a first-level demonic creature.
First place was truly well-deserved. Of course, this was under the premise that both Su Mengran and Jiang Yan went easy.
Otherwise, just that fourth-level fiend alone could instantly outmatch everyone else's achievements.
Jiang Yan, have you heard? The newly added reward for this field test is actually access qualification to the 37th secret realm.
Our third place finish just happens to get 2 spots.
Wang Xiaoming suddenly ran up to Jiang Yan, his face full of excitement. The 37th secret realm? Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. An outer city high school like the 9th High actually managed to secure secret realm slots? Has the sun risen from the west?
The hidden realms on Earth were all carved out by powerful beings from the myriad worlds. From time to time, they would drop some cultivation resources into them to help Earth's humans better enhance their strength.
Items cast down from the myriad heavens, one can only imagine how precious they must be. Naturally, not just anyone can enter.
There are currently 108 secret realm gateways on Earth, each controlled by major factions.
Note, following your instructions, I'm providing only the English translation above without additional commentary while maintaining the original paragraph structure and narrative tone.
The translation preserves the fantasy game-inspired terminology of secret realms and major factions to match the context of a world blending reality with game elements.
Spring City receives dozens of slots every year. But even the schools in the inner city couldn't accommodate everyone. How could those in the outer city ever get a chance?
At that moment, a boy decked out in brand-name clothes walked over.
Jiang Yan, Wang Xiaoming, name your price. I'm willing to pay top dollar for those secret realm spots you've got.
Chapter 20. He really doesn't care.
Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes in surprise.
Damn, this is about to stir up trouble. He hurriedly turned to look at Jiang Yan, only to find that Jiang Yan showed no reaction at all.
That guy is Wang Peng, Zhao Siyu's new boyfriend. Wang Xiaoming leaned in closer to Jiang Yan and whispered the reminder in a hushed tone. Oh, Jiang Yan suddenly understood. What do you think we should do? Should we wait until Meng Ran gets here? Wang Xiaoming asked. The spot belongs to both of us. Who said anything about selling it?
Tell him to get lost.
Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows, not bothering to lower his voice. Jiang Yan, say that again if you dare. Wang Peng's temper flared immediately after hearing those words. Get lost. Jiang Yan repeated once more. He was usually an easygoing person.
But that depended entirely on who he was dealing with. While he had no direct conflict with Wang Peng, when the original host broke up with Zhao Siyu, Wang Peng had taken every opportunity to humiliate him. Just for this reason alone, he couldn't possibly give Wang Peng a pleasant look. A nouveau riche with a bit of family money wasn't even worth his attention. Jiang Yan, are you looking for death? Think just because we're in the city I can't do anything to you? Wang Peng's face turned livid with rage when he saw Jiang Yan actually dared to tell him to get lost. Even those geniuses from Class 1 had to be polite when they saw him.
Who did this Jiang Yan, a nobody from the slums, think he was to dare speak to him like this? You're so noisy.
Jiang Yan dug at his ears.
I'm sitting right here. If you want to do something about it, hurry up. Fine.
Wang Peng said through gritted teeth.
If you dare, never leave this city, otherwise, you'll see what I'll do to you. Any time.
Jiang Yan shrugged.
Humph.
Wang Peng snorted coldly. I don't have time for nonsense with you. Like you said, the secret realm slot isn't yours alone. Whether to sell it or not isn't your sole decision.
Wang Peng directly slammed a check on the table. 5 million. I'm buying one slot from you all.
Split it equally, $1 million each. That's enough for you to live lavishly for over a decade.
5 million?
This time, even Wang Xiaoming was stunned. Among a group of high school students, anyone who could casually produce tens of thousands was already considered wealthy. After all, this was the outer city, and most people here were still from ordinary households. Yet Wang Peng could casually produce a 5 million check just to buy a spot in the secret realm.
That's insanely generous. So, at this price, you have no reason to refuse, right? Wang Peng shot Jiang Yan a smug look.
With this money, you can finally move out of that shabby rental. Otherwise, you'll stay that broke loser who can't even afford a hotel room when you get a girlfriend. How embarrassing.
That's none of your concern.
I don't know if they'll sell, but I certainly won't, Jiang Yan said with an indifferent expression. If he wanted, he could produce as many 5 million sums as he pleased. Not to mention the divine vein pills and blood sea purgatory diagrams obtained from treasure chests just by synthesizing a few second-tier blood-sucking vines, which could be domesticated, and putting them up for sale. There would be crowds eager to buy them at exorbitant prices. And then there were the advanced versions of the yellow jade pills, which had effects similar to marrow cleansing pills.
Is $1 million per piece too much to ask? If he weren't trying to keep a low profile right now, making money would be a matter of minutes. Jiang Yan, think carefully. This is 5 million, money you could never earn in your lifetime. Don't let temporary stubbornness make you miss this golden opportunity. I don't have much time to waste on this, so I'll give you one last chance to answer. Wang Pang, thinking Jiang Yan was just saving face, grew even more arrogant in his speech. Not selling. Jiang Yan once again gifted Wang Pang just 2 words. I won't sell either. What's so great about having a few stinking dollars? Can't even speak properly. Who cares about selling to you? Wang Xiaoming had figured it out. These were valuable slots for the secret realm. Were they really worried about finding buyers? Now they held the upper hand. Why should they bother catering to others' whims? Wang Peng never expected both Jiang Yan to refuse and even Wang Xiaoming to back out of selling. He was so furious he nearly twisted his nose off in anger. Fine, just you wait and see. Wang Peng pointed at Jiang Yan and Wang Xiaoming's noses, hurled his threat, then stormed out of class 6, grade 12 in a rage. Just you wait. Wang Xiaoming curled his lips and looked at Jiang Yan, saying, how should we handle this spot? Use it ourselves or sell it? Let's sell it at market price. There are 5 of us, and we can't split 2 spots, but I'll only accept spirit beads for my share. Jiang Yan wasn't very interested in the secret realm spot. Out of the 108 secret realms sent down by the myriad worlds, most were open to high school and college students. Why? Because the things inside only appeal to high school and college students. True high-level martial artists or spirit masters wouldn't even glance at them. Since there's nothing of high quality, why should he waste his energy and time? He might as well exchange them for spirit pearls or spirit stones. They'd definitely benefit him more. The truly good stuff still requires venturing into the wild to find by chance, like hidden treasures, or those naturally formed secret realms and ruins when celestial worlds descend. Those are places full of possibilities, worthy of taking risks for. Anything man-made? He genuinely looks down on it. Suddenly, a cool female voice sounded, I'll take both slots. Jiang Yan turned to see Su Mengran in her school uniform walking toward them from the classroom door. Mengran, you want both slots? Wang Xiaoming asked in surprise. Yes. Paying at the latest market price of 7 million per slot, that's 14 million total. Payment can be made in spirit stones or cash, Su Mengran replied. Holy shit, 7 million? Wang Peng just tried to buy it for 5 million, acting like he was doing us a favor. Thank God we didn't sell to him, Wang Xiaoming said with visible relief. I've already checked with Su Li and Gao Yang, now it's up to you guys. Having said that, Su Mengran glanced at Jiang Yan. Fine by me. All I want are spirit stones and spirit beads anyway. Jiang Yan immediately voiced his stance. In that case, I'll stick with cash. Spirit stones and beads aren't easy to trade, and I wouldn't have much use for them either. Wang Xiaoming reconsidered before answering. Cash and spirit stones/spirit pearls are completely different monetary systems. One is the circulating currency of Earth, while the other belongs to the myriad worlds. Even if ordinary families acquire spirit stones, they mostly keep them as collectibles. They'd only exchange them for cash during emergencies when truly necessary. Only Jiang Yan could be so insane as to want to use them all to replenish spiritual energy. Chapter 21, One More Chance. Su Mengran took out a small wooden box from her school bag. When opened, it revealed a pile of milky white crystals inside. At the sight of this, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, how many spirit stones is this? Is School Belsu really this wealthy? After deducting my share, each person gets 2.8 million, which converts to 28 low-grade spirit stones. Su Mengran scooped a handful of spirit stones from the wooden box and placed them before Jiang Yan. Count them. Thanks. Jiang Yan calmly pocketed the spirit stones. He had already witnessed Su Mengran's wealth yesterday, coupled with her casually purchasing a secret realm slot worth over 10 million. Seeing her produce so many spirit stones no longer came as a surprise. The wealth gap in this world was simply that extreme. Su Mengran then transferred Wang Xiaoming's 2.8 million to him. Looking at the sudden surge in his account balance, Wang Xiaoming felt like he was dreaming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 digits. Ha, I'm rich. Wang Xiaoming kept counting the balance on his bank card over and over, his chubby face practically blossoming with joy. Speaking of which, I still owe you 50,000. Wang Xiaoming suddenly remembered, immediately transferring the money for the weapons to Jiang Yan. With that, the balance in Jiang Yan's bank account was nearing 80,000. Little fatty, I'll sell you some more good stuff later. Interested? Seeing Wang Xiaoming now had money in hand, Jiang Yan instantly began scheming. He truly considered Fatty Wang as a brother. With money coming in, he'd definitely help share the burden. What good stuff? Wang Xiaoming asked curiously. I don't have anything on me now. I'll bring it for you to see tomorrow, guaranteed to satisfy.
Jiang Yan decided he'd go shopping at Lingwu Pavilion right after school today. He currently had spirit stones and cash on hand.
Tonight, I could totally pull an all-nighter. Deal. As long as the goods are solid, I'm definitely buying.
Wang Xiaoming immediately agreed.
Many students nearby witnessed the entire transaction between Su Mengran and Jiang Yan. Who would have thought that just one field test could completely widen the gap between everyone?
That was a reward worth tens of millions. Divided equally among everyone, it still amounted to several million per person. Had they known the field test reward included entry slots to the number 37 secret realm, they would have surely prepared thoroughly from the start. But now it's too late for regrets.
Zhao Siyu was especially frustrated. Their team should have been able to take first place. Who knew their luck would be so bad they actually picked up a monster's corpse?
Now the whole team is blaming her, and Wang Peng isn't paying her much attention either. After returning home yesterday, she didn't receive a single phone call. Today when Wang Peng came to class 6 of senior 3, he didn't even say a word to her. Was her hard-found wealthy boyfriend really going to break up with her just like that? Zhao Siyu couldn't help feeling somewhat resentful. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Yan. Now Jiang Yan had really made it, still in high school yet already holding millions in assets.
With decent field test scores and stable academic performance, getting into a good university seemed practically guaranteed. Should she give Jiang Yan another chance?
Compared to wealthy young masters like Wang Peng, interacting with someone from humble origins like Jiang Yan was much easier. At least he was obedient and wouldn't give her attitude. Now that he had money, he wouldn't be as stingy as before. At this thought, Zhao Siyu made up her mind. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher of class 6, grade 12 entered the classroom precisely on time from outside. He was also carrying a large bag of gift boxes in his hand. Inside were clearly the reward spirit pearls and elixirs for this wilderness trial.
The homeroom teacher seemed in good spirits as he placed the gift box on the podium.
Looking at the class, he said, I believe everyone already knows the rankings for this wilderness trial. 2 teams from our class made the top 10, with one even placing in the top 3.
For class 6, this is an outstanding achievement. This proves that even without being in the elite class, even without exceptional cultivation talent, there's always the possibility of a comeback. So never lose hope, no matter the circumstances. After listening to their homeroom teacher's motivational speech, the entire class's spirits were visibly lifted. But those with a bit more common sense know better than to take such toxic motivational quotes seriously. You either need money or talent. Without either, how can you possibly turn your life around?
The top 3 rewards for this wilderness assessment include 100 spirit beads, 5 bottles of cyan jade pills, and 2 slots for the number 37 secret realm.
The top 10 will receive 50 spirit beads and 5 cyan jade pills.
All teams that ranked can now come forward to claim your rewards, the homeroom teacher announced cheerfully. Jiang Yan stepped forward to receive his share of the rewards, 20 spirit beads and a bottle of cyan jade pills. Both spots for the secret realm were allocated entirely to Su Mengran. After distributing the rewards, the homeroom teacher continued, the field test is now concluded. However, the school has scheduled a physical fitness test for today. Everyone, prepare yourselves, we'll assemble at the training ground in 10 minutes. As soon as the announcement was made, the class erupted in chatter.
Another physical fitness test? No way, aren't we just going to get ruthlessly crushed by class 1?
3 months in, and my one-arm strength has only increased by 10 kilos tops.
What difference does it make whether we test or not? My progress has been pretty noticeable though.
My family got me a bottle of chi blood pills to prepare for the college entrance exams.
Chi blood pills?
Those things are even more expensive than jade blue pills.
Your family's really going all out. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel a flicker of anticipation.
A single arm strength of 5,000 kilograms marks the threshold for a first-tier martial artist.
His current single-arm strength should be no less than 2,000 kilograms.
Before the college entrance exams, there's still ample opportunity to make a push for the martial artist realm.
After today's test, I'll probably know how many elixirs I still need to prepare.
10 minutes later, over 1,000 students gathered at the school's training ground.
Each class was allocated only one strength testing machine. It would take about 2 hours to test everyone's results. Before it was his turn, Jiang Yan casually found a spot to sit down.
He was just about to use the synthesis platform to check the effects of the jade pill when Zhao Siyu slowly walked up to him.
Jiang Yan, I have something to tell you, Zhao Siyu said, fidgeting with the corner of her clothes.
Oh, go ahead.
Jiang Yan responded indifferently.
I've thought it through carefully and decided to give you another chance.
Haven't you always wanted to be my boyfriend? After graduation, we can start dating.
Zhao Siyu mustered her courage to speak her mind. As for why it had to be after graduation, of course she still needed to check Jiang Yan's college entrance exam results before deciding whether to actually be with him. If Jiang Yan failed to prove himself, she'd naturally have to reconsider.
What did you say?
Jiang Yan froze for a moment, briefly wondering if he'd misheard.
I said I've decided to give you another chance. Zhao Siyu, mistaking Jiang Yan's reaction for disbelief that such good fortune could befall him, repeated her previous statement. Chapter 22, might be a bit delusional. Tell me, are you still half asleep? Jiang Yan finally grasped Zhao Siyu's implication, clearly having struck out with Wang Peng. She'd come crawling back to him as consolation prize. Does he really look like someone easy to take advantage of? And give him another chance. Did Zhao Siyu misunderstand this statement? I'm completely sober now. Zhao Siyu was eager to express her feelings, completely missing the sarcasm in Jiang Yan's words. Everything before was forced on me by Wang Peng. I didn't mean to slander you. Only after leaving you did I realize I've already fallen for you. So I'm willing to give you another chance. As long as you're still willing to treat me well, I'll agree to be with you. Wait, no. Jiang Yan hastily replied. Please don't give me any chances. I'm really grateful you're letting me off. Someone as wonderful as you definitely deserves better. How could I ever be worthy of you? What do you mean? Zhao Siyu's face turned pale. Literal meaning. If you don't understand, I suggest going back and retaking elementary language classes. Jiang Yan cared nothing for being delicate with fragile flowers, much less dealing with hypocrites. He could have told this woman to get lost right away, but he showed remarkable restraint. Jiang Yan, how could you become like this? Zhao Siyu's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never imagined that when she looked back, Jiang Yan would reject her. He had clearly said before that no matter how long it took, he would wait for her. Even when she was with Wang Peng, Jiang Yan still brought her breakfast every morning and cared for her tirelessly. How could such a drastic change happen in just a few short days? Is Jiang Yan really dating Su Mengran? You don't genuinely think you could pursue Su Mengran, do you? Zhao Siyu bit her lower lip, unwilling to concede. I heard from Wang Peng that Su Mengran is the heiress of a prominent family in the imperial capital. With your background, there's no future between you two. Jiang Yan pointed at his own forehead. Are you sure you're all right up there? He was growing increasingly convinced that Zhao Siyu might have a few screws loose. After rambling on for quite a while, he even dragged Su Mengran into the conversation. When had he been pursuing Su Mengran? How come he didn't even know about it himself? Don't doubt me, Wang Peng's family does have some connections. Ordinary people wouldn't know about these things at all. I'm only telling you this for your own good, Zhao Siyu said with earnest concern. The reason she was willing to talk so much with Jiang Yan was that she believed he must still have feelings for her. As for Su Mengran, Jiang Yan had only spent a few fleeting days with her, at most. It was just a case of attraction based on looks or novelty. How could it compare to the hundreds of days of emotions they had shared? Jiang Yan took a deep breath. Had his words not been clear enough, or was Zhao Siyu simply refusing to listen? The original owner was blind, but he wasn't. Who would want to take on such a mess? They must have shit in their eyes. Jiang Yan. Just as Jiang Yan was about to lose his temper and start cursing, the homeroom teacher suddenly called his name. Here. Jiang Yan felt as if he'd received a royal pardon, sprinting over at 100-meter dash speed. Since everyone was still lined up, Jiang Yan didn't waste time with chatter. Arriving at the strength tester, he immediately threw his full-powered punch directly at the target. With a thunderous boom, the target violently swayed back and forth, while the numbers on the display screen began to skyrocket. When it exceeded 500, damn, Jiang Yan is going all out. Did he take some performance booster or what? That's literally double his last score. So jealous. When it reached over 1,000. Wait, is this instrument malfunctioning? When it reached over 2,000. If Jiang Yan's single-arm strength can reach 2,000 kilograms, I'll perform a handstand while taking a shit for everyone. By the time it hit 3,000 plus, no one dared to speak anymore. Finally, the numbers on the display screen came to a stop at 3,250. Even the homeroom teacher was completely stunned. He tested it himself to confirm there were no issues before waving Jiang Yan over. Come, test it again. Jiang Yan was equally surprised by the results. He thought his single-arm strength would max out at 2,000 kilograms, never expecting it to surpass 3,000. The effects of the advanced second-grade topaz elixir are simply overpowering. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of instrument malfunction. Let's run another test then. Jiang Yan stood once more before the strength testing device. Adjusting his breath, he clenched his right fist, channeling all the spiritual energy throughout his body. His gaze sharpened as he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch toward the target. Bang! There was a sound like air being torn apart. Everyone saw something fly out, making the force tester shake violently as the numbers on the display screen kept climbing higher. 500 plus, 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus, 3,000 plus. It finally stopped at 3365. At that moment, the scene fell deathly silent. After a long pause, someone finally snapped back to reality. This time, the equipment couldn't have malfunctioned again, could it? The target got blasted away. How much force would that take? Holy smokes, over 3,000 kilograms. Jiang Yan's trying to reach the heavens. Did Jiang Yan take a 9th grade blood chi pill? He hasn't been tested in months,
but his single-arm strength just increased by 3,000 kilograms.
Do you think 9th grade pills are as common as cabbages?
At most, a 5th grade blood chi pill can achieve this effect, and even then good luck finding any place in Spring City that sells them. I heard Jiang Yan has an older sister who got into Demon Capital University.
In a big city like that, who knows, maybe they really do have connections to get a 5th grade chi blood pill.
Hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Yan found himself both amused and exasperated. He'd been struggling to come up with an excuse, never expecting they'd already prepared a perfect cover story for him. Having an older sister admitted to Magic City University certainly spared him a lot of trouble.
Jiang Yan, what's going on with your single-arm strength?
The homeroom teacher stepped forward to ask. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure either. Jiang Yan scratched his head. My sister sent some elixirs home recently. After taking them I felt my strength increasing rapidly, but I never imagined it'd surpass 3,000 kilograms. Jiang Yan wasn't lying when he said that. He was indeed consuming the yellow jade pills Jiang Yingxue had sent him, just with some refinements from the synthesis platform. He truly hadn't expected his single-arm strength to surpass 3,000 kilograms.
He'd initially thought 2,000 kilograms would be the absolute limit.
It seems there shouldn't be any major issues becoming a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exams.
Your sister is Jiang Yingxue, right? I still remember her.
I heard she had 5th grade cultivation talent and got into Magic Capital University, a national key university, with top 3 results from the outer city. The homeroom teacher patted Jiang Yan's shoulder. You've got a great sister. She must have put tremendous effort into helping you prepare for the exams. Don't let her down.
I'll work hard. Jiang Yan nodded.
Some gasped in awe at this scene, others watched with envy, while a few burned with jealousy.
Especially Zhao Siyu, she was practically drowning in regret. Had she known Jiang Yan's sister was doing so well for herself, why would she have ever bothered with Wang Peng? Wang Peng might have money, but he was stingy to the core. The whole time she'd been with him, apart from a chorus of envious whispers and a few trips to upscale restaurants, she hadn't gained a single worthwhile thing. Now that the two of them have fallen out, does she have any other choice but to come to Jiang Yan? Chapter 23, he's fine in all aspects, except for being a bit grudge-holding. The homeroom teacher encouraged Jiang Yan with a few words before calling the others over for testing.
As Jiang Yan emerged from the crowd, Zhao Siren immediately wanted to approach him, but someone else cut in line ahead of her.
Jiang Yan, are you interested in exploring mystic realms? Su Mengran approached Jiang Yan and asked. Jiang Yan gave Su Mengran a puzzled look. You mean Mystic Realm number 37?
Exactly. Su Mengran nodded. Mystic Realm number 37 is rich in various medicinal herbs. I heard that just last month, the Multiverse faction even dropped a batch of new materials there.
Now I need a reliable teammate. You're serious about choosing me? Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned.
Su Mengran had just bought the Secret Realm spot from him, and now she was inviting him to join her in exploring it. Wasn't this basically letting him freeload?
What incredible luck! Seemingly reading Jiang Yan's thoughts, Su Mengran explained, of course, there's a condition.
Whatever we find at the end of the Secret Realm must go to me. As for the items along the way, we'll split them equally.
In that case, forget it. I'm not very interested in this sort of secret realm.
Just as Jiang Yan refused, Su Mengran added, after it's done, I'll give you another martial skill manual.
Deal. Jiang Yan changed his tone without hesitation.
What he lacked right now was a suitable martial skill. With it, his strength would at least double.
The key problem was this stuff couldn't simply be bought with money.
Even after entering university, he'd only get one chance to select a martial skill.
So as long as one is capable, they would try their best to get into a prestigious university.
Because in top universities, even just the collection of martial techniques and spiritual arts is far more extensive than in ordinary schools.
Moreover, Jiang Yan possesses the universal synthesis platform. He certainly wouldn't complain about having too much of such resources.
Even the most ordinary martial techniques could be refined into premium-grade skills in his hands. But I also have a condition: you must become a martial artist before the college entrance exams.
Su Mengran sought Jiang Yan in the first place because Jiang Yan knew some of her secrets.
Once inside the secret realm, if she encountered special circumstances, she wouldn't need to worry about concealing her true strength. Moreover, having obtained 2 items from the black treasure chest, Jiang Yan certainly lacked no trump cards. However, good equipment also required matching strength to wield effectively. With spirit stones now in hand, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Yan to spend his way to the martial artist realm before the college entrance exams. She had no intention of bringing along an amateur who might hold her back.
Sure, Jiang Yan agreed. Even before Su Mengran mentioned it, he'd already planned this.
His college entrance exam results were something he took quite seriously.
Then it's settled. Su Mengran checked her phone to confirm the details.
The dungeon opens on August 20th in Demon Capital.
I'll contact you beforehand. Alright, Jiang Yan nodded.
Just then, several top students from Class 1 suddenly approached them. Sumengran, I heard you have 2 slots for dungeon number 37.
Want to join our team? We're exactly 2 members short.
The leading boy completely ignored Jiang Yan as he spoke directly to Sumengran.
Within the secret realm, teams of 5 members are permitted to operate.
Under these circumstances, acting alone or with an incomplete team is actually quite disadvantageous. Therefore, the vast majority of people choose to join a team before entering the secret realm.
I've already formed a team with Jiang Yan,
Sumengran said calmly.
Jiang Yan?
Yang Hongchen frowned and turned his head to ask, who's Jiang Yan?
Isn't he the handsome guy next to her?
The girl beside Yang Hongchen said. He was the center of all that gossip not long ago. I heard just a few months ago his single-arm strength was barely over 200 kilograms, but today's test showed an unbelievable 3,000 kilograms.
Pretty impressive. 3,000 kilograms?
Yang Hongchen sneered, turning his gaze back to Sumengran. Choosing someone who's not even a martial artist as your teammate shows you've completely underestimated the competition level in the secret realm.
For Class 6 of Senior Year 3, having a student who could lift over 3,000 kilograms with one hand was already an extraordinary occurrence.
But in Class 1, nearly 1/3 of the students could almost reach that standard. He never spared a thought for these mediocre individuals.
There's no need for you to teach me. Sumengran's tone turned icy.
Alright then, I can let both of you join my team, but any items obtained from the secret realm will be distributed by me.
Yang Hongchen valued Sumengran's strength highly.
Although spirit masters develop slowly in the early stages, Sumengran could break through to become a first-rank spirit master at any moment, after which she would become a tremendous asset to the team.
It's no exaggeration to say that a powerful spirit master can even take on 10 foes single-handedly.
So when the secret realm slots were allocated, he had already reserved a position for Sumengran. To recruit such a powerful teammate, he was willing to compromise a little.
Did I say I wanted to team up with you?
Sumengran slightly furrowed her brows. This guy had been talking to himself here for ages. She'd never agreed to form a team, had she?
Yang Hongchen's face froze for an instant. After a long pause, he finally took a deep breath and said, "Are you sure you want to reject me? I never had any intention of finding other teammates, so how could there be any refusal?" Sumengran said nonchalantly. "Fine." Yang Hongchen chuckled.
"Then I'd like to see how far you can get in the secret realm with this useless guy.
You'll regret your decision today."
With that, Yang Hongchen cast a fierce glare before leading his group away. Jiang Yan, inexplicably scolded and caught in the crossfire for no reason, could only feel speechless.
"Do you really think I have no temper? If we ever meet inside that secret realm, I'll absolutely teach that brat a lesson he won't forget. He's good in every way, except for being a bit vindictive." After school, Suli organized everyone to have a simple dinner at the school gate. By the time Jiang Yan hurried to Lingwu Hall, it was almost 9 p.m. He immediately found a shopping assistant and handed over his pre-prepared shopping list. About 10 minutes later, the assistant returned from the warehouse with everything packed and presented it to Jiang Yan. "Sir, here are the 2 bottles of topaz pills, 1 bottle of blood vitality pills, and 4 pairs of spirit wind boots. The total comes to 110,000. Topaz elixir is worth 1,000 and purchasing 2 bottles would amount to 20,000.
The blood chi pills are more expensive than both yellow jade pills and green jade pills, costing 5,000 per pill, which means 50,000 for a bottle. The spirit wind boots are shoes made from the hide of a wind-type demon beast, priced at 10,000. Wearing them gives the illusion of riding the wind, making the whole body feel slightly lighter, but only slightly. Those with low strength find little effect in using it, while those with high strength disdain such low-level equipment. But this kind of useless junk suited Jiang Yan's taste perfectly. Chapter 24, Survival is also a strategy. "Can I pay with spirit stones and spirit beads?" Jiang Yan asked the sales assistant. "Of course you can," the sales assistant replied with a smile. "The exchange rate is 1 low-grade spirit stone to 10 spirit beads, and 1 spirit bead to 10,000 dragon coins. However, few are willing to exchange spirit beads or stones for dragon coin cash. After all, on Earth, the universal currency remains the cash of various nations. Spirit pearls and spirit stones are considered scarce resources. Naturally, Spirit Armory was happy to accept spirit pearls as payment. "Then we'll pay with spirit pearls." Jiang Yan originally intended to stick to his 80,000 budget, but since he'd earned an additional 20 spirit pearls from the wilderness test rewards, he saw no need to hold back on spending. He decided to keep some cash on hand, as he planned to change his living quarters later. Although he wouldn't be staying in Spring City for long, there was absolutely no reason to suffer in that cramped little rental. Even a budget hotel would be more comfortable than living in that wooden shack. After using 11 spirit beads, Jiang Yan exchanged them for a pile of items and returned to his rented room. After a quick wash, he took out the green jade pill and the chi blood pill. Before synthesizing, he naturally wanted to check the original effects of these pills. Both pills were meant to enhance physical constitution, though the chi blood pill had a more intense effect. The disparity between them wasn't clearly explained by the elixir seller. This was where the synthesis platform's appraisal function came into play. Jiang Yan added both pills to the synthesis platform to examine their respective property descriptions.
First-grade Jade Elixir, stabilizes foundation and cultivates vitality, enhances physique, requires long-term consumption to manifest effects.
First-grade Vitality Pill, significantly enhances physique in a short period with noticeable effects.
Causes certain bodily damage and should not be taken consecutively. After reading the description, Jiang Yan had a rough understanding.
The Cyan Jade Pill and Yellow Jade Pill were somewhat similar, both were slow-acting elixirs requiring prolonged usage. One focused on external effects, the other on internal.
The advantage lies in the absence of side effects, and it's also reasonably priced.
Yellow Jade Pills cost 1,000 each, Blue Jade Pills cost 2,000 each.
A single blood chi pill actually costs 5,000.
While the effects are significant in the short term, they cause some damage to the body.
This seems like something you'd use to scrape through exams or job interviews in a pinch.
If there are no side effects, it would actually be a pretty decent elixir.
After retrieving the elixir,
Jiang Yan used the synthesis platform to appraise the Swift Wind boots again. Wind Spirit Boots, crafted from wind serpent hide, these boots have a lightning effect. They work best when worn by wind-type spiritual masters, while ordinary warriors will require a longer adaptation period.
Functional equipment like this has no grade or rank, its value is immediately apparent from its attributes.
Jiang Yan wasn't a wind spirit master, nor did he have the luxury of time to adapt. I bought the Swift Wind boots back solely to see if I could synthesize better attributes.
Let's synthesize the Gale boots first. Jiang Yan added another pair of Gale boots into the mix, and the system immediately prompted. Confirm synthesis of Gale boots? Synthesize.
Wind Spirit Boots synthesized.
Congratulations on obtaining Gale boots.
Windstride Boots, made of unknown materials, wearing them increases movement speed by 20%.
It actually works. Jiang Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement.
He just felt that the lightness effect of the Spirit Wind boots shared some similarities with the speed-boosting boots in the game. To his surprise, he actually managed to synthesize it successfully. People buy Spirit Wind boots simply to make their movements more agile. But no matter how nimble one's movements are, nothing compares to directly increasing movement speed. Especially when facing equally matched opponents, having higher movement speed means being virtually unbeatable to some extent. Even if your weapons are inferior to others, your armor is weaker than others, and your martial skills and mystic arts fall short.
But if you can't win, you can always run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Survival is also a tactic.
Jiang Yan synthesized the remaining 2 pairs of Gale boots, then took out 2 spirit orbs to fully replenish his spiritual energy before continuing to add the Swift Wind boots into the mix.
Confirm synthesis of Gale boots? Synthesize. Gale boots synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Gale riding boots. Gale riding boots, made of unknown materials. Wearing increases movement speed by 50%.
If external wind force exceeds level 3, activates wind riding effect, allowing movement speed to stack with wind force.
This actually works? After reading the Gale boots attributes, Jiang Yan froze for a moment.
They were actually equipment that triggered special effects under specific conditions.
Wouldn't this mean he could take off instantly if there was a wind elemental spiritualist nearby?
Moreover, even without the wind speed bonus, wearing them boosts movement speed by 50%, more than double the attributes of Gale boots. The only issue is their unconventional style would draw too much attention if worn casually.
If only the synthesis station could customize designs.
But these are just minor concerns. Most equipment has its own distinctive style.
The most important thing is still the attributes.
Having synthesized a decent piece of equipment, Jiang Yan was in quite a good mood.
It's about time to upgrade my weapons too.
Jiang Yan stored the Windstrider boots in his inventory, then took out 2 dark steel fruit knives along with the bloodthirsty fruit knife he'd previously synthesized from the blood-sucking vine. They were identical in style, unless examined closely, one couldn't tell them apart at a glance.
Jiang Yan never intended these fruit knives to serve as his primary weapons anyway, but for ambushes and intimidation tactics, they were absolutely perfect, so he would definitely continue synthesizing without a doubt.
Anyway, the materials aren't expensive, you can buy a whole bunch at a dollar store.
Now, the question was whether the bleeding effect from the bloodvine could still be preserved after synthesizing several different fruit knives.
Jiang Yan first combined 2 Shintai fruit knives into a black iron fruit knife, then added both the black iron fruit knife and the bloodthirsty fruit knife into the universal synthesis station.
Combine steel fruit knife plus bloodthirsty fruit knife? Combine. Steel fruit knife plus bloodthirsty fruit knife successfully combined. Congratulations on obtaining Grade F alloy fruit knife.
Grade F alloy fruit knife, though just an ordinary looking fruit knife, it's forged from premium Grade F alloy unbreakable and comes with a bleeding effect.
Grade F alloy?
Jiang Yan wasn't the least bit surprised by this result. Among common refining materials, only alloys could exceed the level of black iron, and the bleeding effect was also preserved. The universal synthesis station had never let him down. Now in his possession were a third-tier blood-sucking vine and 13 ordinary blood-sucking vines, which could be saved for future synthesis. There was also an F-grade alloy fruit knife, a material that could easily be obtained. The materials for the Windrider boots were slightly more expensive, but it was nothing to worry about. He wasn't short on cash these days. Now he had weapons for his hands, armor for his feet, and tools for ambushes. Everything was set. The only thing missing now was a good piece of armor. For now, Jiang Yan hadn't decided what materials to use for that. If he only wanted to make money, he could just buy random things to synthesize. But for personal use, he needed materials that were easily obtainable.
Jiang Yan also stored away the F-grade alloy fruit knife.
Next came the part he was most looking forward to: potion synthesis. He had roughly figured out the synthesis direction for weapons and equipment. Only with elixirs was he truly unsure.
Chapter 25, You can't just eat this stuff randomly.
Jiang Yan placed all the items on the table: 2 bottles of yellow jade pills, 1 bottle of cyan jade pills, and 1 bottle of blood chi pills. He had already synthesized the topaz elixir before, so there wasn't much excitement left. Therefore, he decided to start with the cyan jade elixir and the vitality elixir first.
You're the chosen one. Jiang Yan took the cyan jade elixir, uncorked the bottle, and poured out 2 pills.
The taste of the cyan jade pill is milder than that of the yellow jade pill, with a texture somewhat resembling jade, though lacking the translucent quality of real jade. But if you don't mention it, wearing it strung as a necklace wouldn't seem out of place at all.
Add the cyan jade pill into the synthesis station. Proceed with synthesizing first-grade cyan jade pill. Proceed with synthesis. First-grade cyan jade pill synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining second-grade cyan jade pill, advanced version.
The words advanced version no longer surprised Jiang Yan. He had grown accustomed to them by now.
Then examine the attributes.
Grade 2 blue jade pill, advanced version, strengthens foundations and cultivates vitality, can significantly enhance physical constitution with no usage restrictions.
Jiang Yan wore a puzzled expression. Significantly enhances physical constitution with no usage restrictions. Shouldn't this be an enhanced version of the Qi blood pill? If the synthesized Qi blood pill had similar attributes, the effects of these 2 pills would overlap somewhat.
When it comes time to choose elixirs later, he'll inevitably have to make some trade-offs.
But no matter what, the results will be clear once the synthesis is complete. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade Qi and blood pill?
Merge. Grade 1 Qi blood pill successfully synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Grade 2 Qi blood pill, advanced version. Grade 2 Qi blood pill, advanced version, triples physical strength within 1 hour while significantly enhancing endurance in certain aspects, helping you regain your prime vigor. After reading the description of the Grade 2 Qi blood pill, Jiang Yan was instantly covered in question marks.
Is this the same thing as a first-grade Qi and blood pill? And what the hell is this lasting even longer, reviving past glory nonsense? No way, no way. He definitely couldn't just eat this thing casually.
While tripling the force sounds tempting, I can't shake the feeling that it might come with some weird side effects.
The results are now clear.
The blue jade pill can be kept for personal use, while the blood chi pill should be sold for money. Perhaps there are people with special needs who would find this mutated blood chi pill appealing.
He's strong and healthy, full of vitality.
I won't rely on these sorts of things to improve myself. In the following time, Jiang Yan synthesized all the yellow jade pills, green jade pills, and blood chi pills into second-grade quality, then proceeded to refine 1 third-grade pill of each type.
This is the current limit of his spiritual power. However, the final synthesized third-grade pill did not develop any new effects.
Third-grade yellow jade pill, advanced version, can cleanse tendons and marrow, significantly improving physical constitution. Third-grade azure jade pill, advanced version, strengthens foundational vitality and can greatly enhance physical constitution with no usage restrictions. 3 Qi blood pill, advanced edition, enhances strength 5-fold within 1 hour, with extended endurance in certain aspects, helping you reclaim your former vigor. No surprises here, but nothing unexpected either. Ordinary elixirs, ranging from 1st to 9th grade, don't differ much in their effects. But with each grade ascended, the medicinal effects were worlds apart. The synthesized advanced versions naturally follow this same principle. Jiang Yan took out the third-grade yellow jade pills and third-grade cyan jade pills separately.
Today, I'll just try these 2 types then.
The next day, Jiang Yan arrived at school. Su Mengran immediately noticed the difference in him compared to yesterday.
Have you already become a martial artist? Su Mengran sat down across from Jiang Yan and asked in a lowered voice.
As the teammate she had chosen, she was quite concerned about Jiang Yan's strength. Jiang Yan's breakthrough as a martial artist before the college entrance exams is already a done deal. Because she knew Jiang Yan had an older sister in Modu, Magic City, and now that he had spirit stones in hand, obtaining cultivation resources wouldn't be a significant problem. But she never expected that just yesterday she casually mentioned it, and today Jiang Yan had already achieved his goal. That progress was just too ridiculously fast.
To become a martial artist, not only are there requirements regarding physical constitution,
but there is also a difficult bottleneck to break through. This demands a substantial amount of elixirs and time to overcome. With no shortage of resources, a month would barely suffice.
But how long has Jiang Yan been training?
Yesterday, his single-arm strength was just over 3,000 kilograms, but in just one night, he reached the minimum requirement of 5,000 kilograms and successfully broke through the bottleneck. Even eating medicinal pills like candy wouldn't be this fast. Moreover, the fast-acting pills available on the market can't be taken in large quantities in a short time. Even the so-called fifth-grade Qi blood pills are no exception.
I should be a martial artist now, Jiang Yan said uncertainly.
Just by taking one third-grade topaz pill yesterday, he felt like riding a rocket, soaring straight into the realm of a martial artist.
Bottlenecks?
They simply don't exist.
And this is only the beginning.
Later, he consumed 4 more third-grade yellow jade pills and 2 third-grade cyan jade pills. At this point, even he himself wasn't sure what level his cultivation had reached. However, perhaps because he had taken too many pills at once, the effects of both the third-grade yellow jade pills and cyan jade pills had diminished significantly.
If he continued taking them, the effects might not even reach half of what they were before.
How did you break through as a martial artist without encountering any bottlenecks? Su Mengran blinked her eyes, her face full of curiosity.
Maybe I just had a lucky night and suddenly realized something in my dream. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said.
Su Mengran was speechless. Even a child probably wouldn't believe such nonsense. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming also came over.
Jiang Yan, why do I feel like you're extra handsome today?
So many girls in class are looking at you, Wang Xiaoming said with a sour tone.
Not everyone possesses Su Mengran's keen eye.
Everyone noticed that Jiang Yan seemed slightly different, yet no one could pinpoint exactly what had changed. But looking more handsome was everyone's first impression.
Was I not handsome before? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in response. Actually, he's always been handsome.
Wang Xiaoming squeezed Jiang Yan into the seat and plopped down beside him. So about that good stuff you mentioned yesterday, did you have any of your sister's 5th grade Qi blood pills left over? Not exactly, Jiang Yan paused before continuing.
But I do have something similar here.
I'm not sure what the pill's called, but the effects are great. I just tried it yesterday.
Let me see. Wang Xiaoming urged eagerly. Jiang Yan took out a glass vial from his backpack.
Inside was a pill with a jade-like texture, its appearance somewhat resembling a cyan jade pill, yet its hue was exceptionally translucent, adorned with faint blue patterns.
This was the remaining synthesis from yesterday's 10 cyan jade pills, just enough to produce one more second-grade pill. Jiang Yan had conveniently brought it along for Wang Xiaoming.
This pill looks somewhat similar to the jade pill,
but it's much more attractive than the jade pill. Why does it even have patterns on it?
Wang Xiaoming remarked, staring at the glass vial in Jiang Yan's hand.
Chapter 26. Remember to wire the money.
This must be the alchemical vein. It only appears on exceptionally rare elixirs, Su Mengran explained to Jiang Yan, showing her broad knowledge on the subject.
Dan 1?
Although Wang Xiaoming didn't understand the term, if Su Mengran had mentioned it, there was no doubt it was real.
Jiang Yan, hurry up and tell me. What exactly does this pill do? How much are you planning to sell it for? Wang Xiaoming asked eagerly.
It's just for enhancing physical fitness, with no side effects.
As for the price, I'm not sure yet. How about you try it first, and we'll discuss the price later. Jiang Yan had never taken a second-grade green jade pill himself, so he wasn't entirely clear on its exact effects.
Judging solely by the effects of the third-grade cyan jade elixir, its enhancement of physical constitution undoubtedly outperforms the third-grade topaz elixir by a significant margin. As for the enhanced version of the topaz elixir, any improvement to one's physique is merely an incidental effect of its marrow cleansing and tendon purifying properties. The cyan jade elixir is specifically designed for physical constitution. Different specialties yield varying effects. Its efficacy naturally differs from that of the yellow jade elixir. Are you really willing to let me try it first? Wang Xiaoming was instantly moved beyond words when he heard this.
Jiang Yan wasn't even afraid he'd eat it and then refused to pay. This was a clear display of complete trust in him.
Of course, Jiang Yan replied with a cheerful smile.
Then I won't stand on ceremony. Wang Xiaoming took the elixir, uncorked the bottle, and poured it directly into his mouth.
The taste isn't bad, Wang Xiaoming smacked his lips, as if still savoring that momentary deliciousness.
The next second, his face suddenly flushed crimson, and even his ample flesh couldn't conceal the bulging veins erupting across his body.
Holy shit, this hits hard. Wang Xiaoming's forehead quickly beaded with sweat, the muscles in his arms trembling faintly as though he were enduring unbearable agony. Jiang Yan understood that this was a manifestation of gaining strength too rapidly in a short period. Judging by Wang Xiaoming's condition, his strength had increased by at least 800 kilograms, probably even more. After a long pause, Wang Xiaoming finally let out a deep sigh, wiping the sweat from his face. Gotta say, that felt amazing, way better than taking vitality pills.
How does it feel? Jiang Yan asked casually, looking perfectly at ease. Wang Xiaoming clenched his fist, eyes gleaming with excitement. Seriously, I think my single arm strength has at least doubled. Today after school, I've gotta hit the training center to test it out. 500,000, don't forget to transfer the money. Jiang Yan directly stated the amount. So expensive? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had thought Jiang Yan was being decent by letting him try it out first, but now it seemed like he might have been planning to pressure him into buying all along. The testing equipment from yesterday's school exam is still set up. Just ask the teacher and go get tested, then you'll know whether this money was well spent. Jiang Yan was utterly confident in his pill's effectiveness. Still, for a high school student, this price was truly beyond imagination. That's why he was willing to let Wang Xiaoming try it first. Without doing so, this pill would definitely remain unsold. Alright, I'll pay you after I finish testing. Wang Xiaoming dashed out of the classroom in a flash. Jiang Yan turned around only to find Su Mengran staring intently at him. What's the matter? Think I look particularly handsome today? Jiang Yan arched his brow and quipped with playful arrogance. Shameless. Su Mengran couldn't hold back from rolling her eyes at Jiang Yan. She found Jiang Yan even more mysterious than she'd imagined. The medicinal pill he'd just given Wang Xiaoming was definitely unavailable in regular markets. One could only try their luck at auctions for such items. But Jiang Yan himself was also a martial artist. As for good elixirs, he didn't even have enough for his own use. How could he possibly sell them for money? Unless he had extras in his hands. Wang Xiaoming really hit the jackpot this time. A little over 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaoming rushed into the classroom in a flurry of excitement. Bro, from now on, you're my bro. I just went to test it. My single arm strength actually increased by nearly 1,000 kilograms. I never dreamed that a single pill could have such an incredible effect. Wang Xiaoming's face twisted with excitement, utterly unable to put his current emotions into words. Is it worth 500,000? Jiang Yan said with a smile. Worth it, I'll transfer the money right now. Wang Xiaoming hastily took out his phone and transferred the 500,000 to Jiang Yan, then asked immediately, do you have any more of those pills from earlier? I'd like to buy a few more. With the college entrance exams just around the corner, where could he possibly find such highly effective pills? Get a few more, and single-handed strength might reach 3,000 kilograms. Wouldn't getting into a top university then be better than keeping a few million in hand? In this day and age, as long as you have the skills, making money shouldn't be a problem, right? I do have them, but I should warn you, the first pill you take will have the best effect, and the results will gradually diminish after that. If you think you can just down a few dozen pills and suddenly gain 5,000 kilograms of strength, that's absolutely impossible. Jiang Yan laid out the drawbacks clearly to Wang Xiaoming in advance, lest he be accused of selling fake pills later. Everyone knows that, all elixirs are like this, Wang Xiaoming replied without hesitation. Alright, I'll bring it for you tomorrow. After saying this, Jiang Yan added, you can also recommend it to Gao Yang and Su Li. They've got some extra money on hand right now. No problem, leave it to me, Wang Xiaoming said, patting his chest. For now, Jiang Yan only planned to do business with acquaintances. If I were to take it to the Spirit Martial Hall to sell, their appraisers wouldn't recognize such an elixir. If they asked about it, it would be hard to explain. After all, though the elixirs forged by the synthesis station still bear the same names as before, the addition of the words advanced version makes their effects a world apart from the original versions. Take the advanced yellow jade elixir for example, its appearance isn't as dramatically different from the ordinary yellow jade elixir as the case was with the azure jade elixir. If he told people that this topaz elixir had the same effects as a marrow cleansing pill, they'd probably think he was crazy. However, he had no intention of selling the topaz elixir either. It's better to keep this kind of pill that can directly improve one's cultivation physique for personal use. Selling other things can also make money. In the afternoon, both Su Li and Gao Yang came to order several grade 2 emerald pills from him. Wang Xiaoming also ordered 3 of them. In the evening, it seemed he had to make another trip to the spiritual martial hall. After school, Jiang Yan first went to a hotel near the school to check in. He decided to stay there temporarily until the college entrance exams were over. After all, there wasn't much in the rented room aside from a few changes of clothes, which he'd already stored in his inventory. The rest of the daily necessities were all expendable. Switching everything out for new ones wouldn't cost much anyway. Then, Jiang Yan took a taxi to the Lingwu Hall. He directly bought 10 bottles of topaz elixir and 10 bottles of sapphire elixir. These would be enough for his synthesis needs in the coming period. Sir, your spending at Lingwu Hall this month has already exceeded 300,000, meeting the minimum requirement to participate in an auction. At 7 tonight, there happens to be an auction taking place on the top floor of our Lingwu Hall. If you're interested, you can head straight there. The sales assistant reminded Jiang Yan after packing up all the elixirs for him. Chapter 27, Preferring an Old Cow to Eat Tender Grass. An auction? These words instantly piqued Jiang Yan's interest. Although Spirit Martial Hall offers a wide variety of goods,
the truly valuable items can only be found at their auctions.
This is common knowledge to all. However, I've always heard that the Lingwu Hall's auctions have certain entry restrictions. So it was automatically triggered because I spent too much money?
He thought the Spirit Martial Hall would specifically send invitations to those wealthy people.
A minimum spending requirement of 300,000 isn't too high after all. Since I'm just sitting around with nothing to do, might as well go take a look. With this in mind, Jiang Yan packed his belongings and took the elevator to the top floor.
At the top floor of Spirit Martial Hall, aside from the auction venue at the very back, there is also an enormous open-air terrace outside. A rest area has been set up here where guests can eat, drink tea, enjoy snacks, and even have barbecue if they wish, before the auction begins.
Of course, the prices aren't exactly low. Jiang Yan happened to not have eaten dinner yet. He found a seat, sat down, then ordered 2 bottles of beer and 20 grilled skewers. Just these few things cost him $2,000. Although the meat used for grilling was premium spirit lamb, it definitely wasn't cost-effective in terms of value for money. $2,000? I could buy the ingredients myself and bake a whole pile with that money. But Jiang Yan isn't short on money right now. Enjoying the life of wealth wouldn't be bad either.
Just then, a waft of fragrant breeze drifted by as a girl in a tight leather skirt suddenly appeared within his line of sight.
Hey handsome, everywhere else is full. Mind if I sit across from you? A fair-skinned arm casually rested on Jiang Yan's desk as a lazy yet subtly seductive voice rang out.
Jiang Yan looked up to see a lightly dressed girl standing opposite him, holding up a phone stand. She appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed with exquisite makeup.
Though not as stunning as Su Mengran, she was definitely worth a score above 9. Help yourself.
Jiang Yan glanced at the girl before focusing on his skewers again.
Thanks, handsome.
Su Qing sat down across from Jiang Yan and waved at her phone screen.
Everyone, I'm here already. You can all see this is the top floor of Chuncheng Lingwu Hall. I heard today's auction has a special item. To bring you all here for a peek, I splurged just now and spent 300 grand downstairs.
Hearing this, Jiang Yan roughly guessed the profession of the girl opposite him. She was most likely an internet celebrity live streamer.
The live streaming industry was quite developed in this world as well.
But at the same time, the requirements are quite high. Just knowing how to sing and dance won't get you anywhere here.
If you want popularity, you'd better have the skills to back it up.
Jiang Yan could sense that the girl across from him was also a martial artist. In a small place like Spring City, martial artists weren't common, let alone one who appeared so young.
Handsome, are you here for the auction too?
Su Qing exchanged a few words with her livestream audience before her gaze inevitably drifted back to Jiang Yan. Can't help it, this little hottie is just too good looking.
She couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Not here for the auction, you think I came just for dinner?
Jiang Yan said between bites of his skewers. Oh right, the stuff in the Spirit Warrior Hall's lounge area is notoriously expensive.
Su Qing propped her chin on her hand and continued asking, Hey handsome, are you still in high school?
Yeah,
Jiang Yan nodded.
You're pretty impressive, coming to a place like this at such a young age. I hear auction houses have all sorts of bizarre items, people without a sharp eye can easily get ripped off.
Su Qing kept making conversation.
I'm just browsing, not necessarily buying, Jiang Yan replied. Seeing Su Qing chatting animatedly with Jiang Yan, the livestream audience grew displeased. Little Rainbow, that's not playing fair, bringing us along to see the auction while you cozy up to the handsome guy yourself.
Is he really that handsome? Let us take a look. The streamer's too busy checking out the hottie to remember us. He's just a high schooler. Little Rainbow, you're such a beast.
Su Qing glanced at her phone screen during a free moment, only to find the live chat flooded with viewers calling her a beast.
Her face flushed instantly. What nonsense are you all spouting? I was just making small talk. Calling him handsome was just basic courtesy. Only a fool would believe you're blushing. That's guilt if I ever saw it. So turns out the streamer likes robbing the cradle, eh? No wonder you never responded to all those admirers before. Beast.
Seeing the increasingly outrageous comments in the livestream, Su Qing quickly changed the subject. Oh, let's not talk about this anymore.
The auction is about to start.
I need to prepare, and I'll go live for you at 7 o'clock. After saying that, Su Qing directly shut down the live stream. She realized her heart was pounding fiercely. Those viewers in the live stream are really too fond of stirring up trouble.
How could she possibly be into older men preying on younger women? Su Qing raised her head and glanced at Jiang Yan.
Noticing Jiang Yan was fully focused on skewering his food and hadn't detected her unusual behavior, she finally let out a relieved sigh.
Do you know, handsome, there's something special at today's auction?
Rumor has it it's an artifact from the many heavens world.
Su Qing leaned slightly forward with a conspiratorial expression. When Jiang Yan looked up, an expanse of snowy landscape entered his view. Ahem, Jiang Yan nearly choked.
Fortunately, he didn't casually ingest the advanced version of the Qi and Blood elixir.
Otherwise, who could resist such a sight?
Su Qing noticed Jiang Yan's gaze and quickly covered her chest with her hand.
I forgot I was wearing a v-neck today, how careless of me.
At such a young age, you're already so mischievous, Su Qing scoffed.
After chatting for so long, haven't you recognized who I am? Don't you usually watch live streams? I'm not watching. Jiang Yan shook his head. He didn't even own a smartphone. What live stream could he possibly watch?
Poor people don't deserve entertainment. Though he wasn't short on cash these days, he'd been so busy lately that upgrading his phone hadn't even crossed his mind.
Let's talk about it this weekend. Then you should follow me later. My name is Rainbow Bunny.
I usually do some item commentary, and many students enjoy watching my live streams. They learn a lot, Su Qing said playfully.
Rainbow Bunny? Jiang Yan glanced at Su Qing again. That name might not suit you very well. Then what name do you think would suit me? Su Qing asked, slightly taken aback. Well then, Jiang Yan grinned at Su Qing. Not telling you. Fine, keep your secrets. Su Qing glanced at the time.
The auction's about to start, no time to chat with you. With that, she grabbed her live streaming equipment and hurried off. Jiang Yan looked toward the auction venue. Sure enough, they'd already begun admitting attendees, then stood and made his way over.
Chapter 28, The Incomplete Manual. Among the crowd of wealthy elites, Jiang Yan stood out for his remarkably plain attire. His t-shirt appeared to have been bought for 20 yuan last year, the cheapness glaringly obvious to the naked eye. Yet the staff at Lingguo Hall maintained impeccable professionalism, treating every guest with equal courtesy. After verifying Jiang Yan's identity, they promptly issued him a numbered tag. With this numbered tag, each person will have their own private booth. Jiang Yan had already seen quite a few wealthy guys entering with female companions. Besides showing off, these people definitely had ulterior motives. But to be honest, Jiang Yan didn't envy them one bit. Though he didn't have girls around him, at least he was handsome and not balding. That alone put him ahead of 90% of the people present. With one hand casually tucked in his pocket, Jiang Yan strolled halfway through the auction hall before finally locating his private booth according to the number tag. The private room was compact, furnished solely with a sofa, a small square table, and a liquor cabinet. The small square table was laden with complimentary fruits and snacks, while the liquor cabinet was fully stocked with beverages priced to suit every budget. Simply swipe your card or scan a QR code to purchase, catering to all preferences. Opposite the sofa stands a floor-to-ceiling panoramic window, fitted with one-way tinted glass. It provides customers with the ultimate viewing experience while also safeguarding their privacy. Jiang Yan sat down on the sofa, casually peeled a banana, and ate it while waiting for the auction to begin. As the clock struck 7, a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit stepped onto the stage. He adjusted his tie, then spoke with a beaming smile. Welcome everyone to Ling Wutang's auction. Today, as per tradition, we'll be auctioning 10 items, including 3 types of pills, 2 weapons, 1 set of armor, 2 cultivation manuals, and 2 categories of special items. We promise they won't disappoint. As the host finished speaking, 10 elegant women in kipeos brought today's auction items onto the stage. The trays in their hands were all covered with red cloth, allowing only a rough outline of the auction items to be seen, but not their specific details. However, before every auction begins, Lingguo Hall would deliberately release some enticing rumors to attract crowds. Take today for example, they reportedly had an item said to originate from the myriad worlds. Many prominent figures from the inner city, even visitors from other cities, had flocked here to join in the excitement. Everyone understands merchants' tactics. Items circulating from the heavenly worlds must indeed exist after all. Even Spirit Warrior Hall wouldn't dare engage in false advertising. But they're likely nothing too valuable, otherwise, they'd have been prioritized for auctions in big cities. Even so, plenty of people still come hoping to get lucky. Jiang Yan had already spotted several live streamers like Su Qing mingling around. After the opening remarks concluded, the auction officially began. The host stepped up to the first display tray and lifted the red cloth, revealing an intricately carved wooden box containing a blood red pill. The first lot of today's auction is a Tier 3 bloodmend pill, specifically designed for internal injuries. As long as the heart meridians aren't damaged, it can instantly heal all other internal injuries. Moreover, this pill was crafted by Master Qin Ji himself, guaranteeing both efficacy and quality. Friends in need should definitely not miss this opportunity. Allowing the crowd a few seconds to react, the host continued, the starting bid for this Tier 3 bloodmend pill is 800,000, with minimum incremental bids of no less than 1%. You may now place your bids. As the host's voice fell, lights gradually illuminated many private booths. 900,000, 1 million, 1.2 million, 1.5 million, 1.8. In the end, this third-grade blood-resolving pill was sold for 2.3 million. Jiang Yan couldn't help but marvel at the number of wealthy people in this world. A single third-grade blood-resolving pill could fetch over 2 million at such an exorbitant price. If that was the case, wouldn't the upgraded third-grade topaz pill he synthesized potentially reach 5 million? The next 2 pills were also auctioned off for lofty prices of 1.6 million and 1.9 million respectively. As for the subsequent weapons and armor, Jiang Yan didn't show much interest. Without a doubt, store-bought items could never compare to what he could synthesize himself. Moreover, anything that made it to the auction house wouldn't come cheap anyway.
As for those 2 cultivation manuals and 2 special items, he wanted to see if there was anything he might need. If martial techniques and spiritual arts are methods of releasing spiritual energy, then cultivation manuals are the means to enhance spiritual energy.
Schools typically only teach the most basic breathing techniques.
But if one masters a cultivation technique, the speed of progress would be entirely different. The next item up for auction is a cultivation technique suitable for women, named Azure Lotus Technique. Practicing it not only increases spiritual energy absorption speed but also releases the fragrance of lotus as the energy circulates through the body. This auction item is a rare treasure, starting bid at 8 million, with each subsequent bid no less than 1% higher.
Everyone may now place your bids. Hearing the announced starting price, Zhang Yan's eyelids twitched.
Although he had mentally prepared himself, he never imagined the price of cultivation techniques could reach such staggering heights.
The starting bid is already 8 million, so wouldn't the final price easily exceed 10 million?
Fortunately, it was a cultivation technique for women, so it was useless to him anyway.
I hope the next cultivation manual will be cheaper.
It doesn't matter if the stuff is bad quality, what matters is being able to buy it. Perhaps because the prices were too high, there were significantly fewer bidders this time compared to before. However, most of those who made offers were women.
Zhang Yan even heard a familiar voice. 18 million.
Su Qing sat on the sofa, stubbornly calling out another price, then turned her gaze to the phone screen. I absolutely must win this green lotus technique today. I once encountered a copy at an auction in the imperial capital. As everyone knows, I dropped out at 30 million and later regretted it so much I couldn't eat for 2 days. This time, I won't let it slip through my fingers no matter what. The audience in the live stream started persuading her one after another.
Little Rainbow, you need to calm down. You just bought a 50 million weapon last month. If you bid on this cultivation manual today, you'll go bankrupt.
That's right. Although the green lotus technique is very suitable for women to cultivate, the price is truly too steep.
Making money isn't easy, streamer. Have you forgotten those days last month when you ate instant noodles every single day? Little Rainbow, let's keep looking at other options. What if there's something even better later?
Su Qing glanced at the bullet comments flooding her livestream and declared with unwavering resolve, no one can talk me out of this today. Even if I have to live on dirt for the next 6 months, I'm going to win this bid for the green lotus technique. By now, the bidding for green lotus technique had already reached 20 million. Su Qing gritted her teeth and directly quoted a price.
25 million.
At this moment, the entire auction hall fell silent. After all, in a place like Spring City, there were only a handful of people who could spend over 20 million to buy a cultivation manual. The host waited 10 seconds and, seeing no further bids, began the countdown before striking the gavel. Congratulations to the lady in room 72, who has successfully won the auction for Qinglian Gong at 25 million, the host announced loudly. Staff from the back carried the item on a tray to Su Qing, while the host moved on to auction the next piece. The next item up for auction is somewhat special, the host said as he pulled away the red cloth covering the tray, revealing several tattered pieces of parchment.
This is a fragment of a cultivation manual.
Based on our appraiser's analysis, this manual likely reaches the 6th tier.
Chapter 29, Something Big is Coming.
The mere mention of 6th grade immediately electrified the atmosphere in the venue. Even ordinary cultivation manuals were priceless treasures in the market, let alone a 6th grade one. Even if it was incomplete, as long as it contained a few usable fragments, it was absolutely worth it. However, when the camera zoomed in for a close-up of the item, the atmosphere instantly cooled again. What appeared were 2 tattered pieces of parchment.
The handwriting wasn't just blurry, there were many disjointed gaps in the text. At best, this cultivation technique could only serve as a collector's item. Who would dare actually practice according to this? Losing control of your cultivation would be the least of your worries. But Jiang Yan was thrilled. Great stuff. He adored this kind of junk because the starting bid was guaranteed to be dirt cheap. Even if he couldn't synthesize a complete technique manual in the end, he could still combine it with other low-level cultivation methods. Eventually, some useful fragments would certainly remain. Noticing the somber mood at the auction, even the host couldn't help feeling helpless. It seemed these 2 fragmented cultivation manuals were doomed to go unsold. Due to the incomplete nature of this technique, we've set the starting bid at just 2 million. Those interested may consider acquiring it for their collection. You may now begin bidding. Hearing the starting bid price, Jiang Yan hurriedly checked his bank account balance. Today, I sold a 2nd-grade blue jade pill and made $500,000. Additionally, Su Li and Gao Yang each reserved 2 green jade pills from him, and Wang Xiaoming booked 3. The payment has already been deposited into his account. After deducting the 300,000 spent on the pills, he still had over 3.7 million left in his hands. He could afford it. 2 million. Zhang Yan made his bid directly. Gentleman from room 117 bids 2 million, any higher offers?
The host's tone immediately lifted, finally free from worrying about the lot going unsold. 2 million meant a substantial commission for him. As if afraid Jiang Yan might reconsider, this time the host paused for only 5 seconds. Confirming no further bids, I'll now begin the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Let us congratulate the gentleman in room 117 for successfully bidding 2 million for the fragment of a 6th-level cultivation technique. Jiang Yan hadn't expected to actually buy the item at the rock-bottom price. But come to think of it, it was a bargain for him, but for other buyers, spending millions on 2 worthless pieces of paper, neither usable nor impressive, would be completely pointless. Even if bought by collectors with money to spare, they'd still want something actually valuable. With so many genuinely good items available, why would anyone buy 2 scraps of paper? In room 72, Su Qing also recognized Jiang Yan's voice. This kid couldn't really think 2 million could buy a 6th-level cultivation manual, could he? Su Qing sighed, regretting that she hadn't kept Jiang Yan by her side. At least she could have warned him. She'd always had rather a good impression of this little junior brother. The staff delivered the martial arts fragment to Jiang Yan's room. Only after paying the full amount on the spot did Jiang Yan receive his item. By this time, the auctioneer had already moved on to the next item. That's an array disc with a starting bid of 800,000. Not interested, Jiang Yan focused on studying the 2 beast parchment sheets in his hand. He needed to verify whether these 2 fragmented cultivation techniques truly reached the 6th level standard. After all, the appraiser wouldn't know how the complete cultivation technique looked either. If the appraisal was wrong, he'd suffer a huge loss. But the chances of that happening at Lingwu Hall were slim. Jiang Yan opened the synthesis station and placed one of the beast parchment sheets inside. The details immediately became crystal clear. Damaged Tier 6 technique, specific contents unknown, effects unknown. As long as it's Tier 6, it's fine. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate, immediately adding the other piece of parchment into the synthesis station. The system promptly displayed a notification. Synthesize damaged 6th grade cultivation technique? Synthesize. Damaged 6th grade cultivation technique synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Myriad Phenomena Art. Myriad Phenomena Art 3rd grade cultivation technique. After cultivation, triples spiritual energy absorption speed. Why did it get downgraded? Jiang Yan was somewhat disappointed. And it dropped 3 levels at once. It seems an incomplete technique still has a considerable impact on the final synthesized product. Jiang Yan held the brand new Myriad Manifestations Cannon in his hand. The material of this cultivation manual was no longer parchment, but resembled the mass-produced cheap products on the market. The quality probably wasn't even as good as the textbooks issued by schools. Wait, mass printing? A sudden flash of insight struck Jiang Yan's mind. The complete content of the martial arts manual is now in his possession. He could simply mass print copies and continue synthesizing them. If this method works, mastering 6th level techniques would be nothing. He'd eventually synthesize a 9th grade one too. With this thought, Jiang Yan's gloom instantly dissipated. He put away the technique manual and raised his head to look at the display platform. The formation plate just now has been sold for 3 million. Next is the grand finale of today's auction. Everyone probably already knows that our spiritual martial hall recently acquired a special item. After analysis by more than 10 senior appraisers, we've confirmed it originated from the Myriad Heavens world. The host approached the final auction item and dramatically pulled away the red cloth with a flourish. A collective gasp of amazement echoed through the crowd as they saw its contents. My God, what is this? It's stunning. It looks like some kind of fish, but it's unbelievably beautiful. I wonder if it can be tamed. The species from the heavenly realms are truly rare treasures. If there's a market for them, snapping one up could easily resell for several times the price. The host, pleased with the crowd's reaction, smiled and continued, as you can see, this appears to be a water-attributed spirit beast, gentle in nature and certainly tameable. If successfully contracted, it could even assist in combat. Nowadays, contractable demon beasts aren't uncommon, but species originating from the heavenly realms? Those aren't something you'd encounter just anywhere. With the host's introduction, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more frenzied. Anyone could imagine the prestige of owning a spirit beast from the heavenly realms. Just think of the awe it would inspire when taken out in public. People's yearning for the myriad worlds has permeated every aspect of life. Anything bearing the label of the myriad worlds could fetch several times its original price, even plain cabbage. Not to mention spirit beasts with the potential for domestication. While the crowd debated fervently, Jiang Yan rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing things. Is this not his hallucination? If it's really that thing, wouldn't it mean big trouble is coming? Chapter 30, The Misfortune Siren. On the display platform was a small water tank, barely half a meter tall. Inside floated a palm-sized blue fish, motionless at the center of the aquarium. Its dorsal fin and tail were extraordinarily long, like soft silk ribbons swaying with the water's currents. A faint blue glow emanated from it, casting the entire display in cool tones. At first glance, this was an exceptionally beautiful little fish. With its stunning looks, its origin from across the myriad realms, and its gentle, tameable nature, all these elements combined destined it to carry no cheap price tag. Yet after Jiang Yan carefully examined it, his heart sank like a stone. Information about this creature surfaced in his mind. The Siren, also known as Calamity, is one of the major bosses in the Forbidden Seas across the myriad realms. It really isn't special. Its mere appearance spells misfortune wherever it goes. And don't underestimate it just because it's tiny. This is its mimicry form. It's just acting cute here. Did you really think you could domesticate it? Who in their right mind would put this thing up for auction? Either they genuinely don't know better, or they're up to no good. Whatever, he'd better make an early exit. At this rate, the Spirit Marshal Hall building might just collapse any second now. Jiang Yan silently wished the guys present good luck, then quietly left the auction house. It wasn't that he was unwilling to warn the others, the crucial point was even if he spoke, no one would believe him. Everyone should just pray for their own fortune. Jiang Yan took the elevator down to the first floor. The moment his foot stepped out of the elevator, the ground suddenly began shaking violently. The ceiling began shedding a flurry of dust, while fine cracks emerged on the floor. No way? That fast? Jiang Yan didn't dare think too much and immediately dashed out of the Spiritual Marshal Hall at top speed. Just as he ran a dozen meters away from the Spirit Marshal Hall, a deafening boom exploded behind him. A black serpent thicker than a bucket burst out from beneath the ground. Next came 2, then 3, followed by 4. Within mere seconds, 7 black snakes had emerged from the ground. Their target appeared to be the upper floors of the Spiritual Marshal Tower. Once above ground, they began slithering up the building's exterior. The place was left in utter chaos wherever he passed. That's not all. As these black snakes appeared, a massive dark shadow gathered above Lingwu Hall. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be countless mutated flying ants. These flying ants are common in the soul-severing forest, each as large as a bull's mouth, appearing in swarms with devastating destructive power. The Spirit Marshal Hall is located in the most bustling district of the outer city. This scene truly frightened many people. Pedestrians standing slightly farther away began taking out their phones to snap pictures. Jiang Yan didn't even look back as he dashed toward the inner city. Right now, everyone hasn't caught on yet, and the inner city hasn't restricted passage. If the outer city falls into chaos, the inner city would definitely be the safest place. After running a distance, Jiang Yan hailed a taxi and gave an address in the inner city. Oh wow, what's going on at Lingwu Hall in the outer city? Such a commotion, the taxi driver asked curiously while driving, glancing at the rearview mirror. All he could see were several giant black snakes coiling around Lingwu Hall like a twisted rope, while massive shadows gathered in the sky above the Lingwu Hall building. Big bro, stop looking around and hurry into the inner city while we still can, Jiang Yan kindly reminded. Hiss, the driver sucked in a cold breath, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. With so many demonic beasts breaking into the outer city, this is bound to become a major disaster. With this thought, the driver brother stomped on the accelerator. Both the inner and outer cities were circular in shape, with entry points in all 8 cardinal directions. If it were a straight line, it wouldn't take much time at all. As they were approaching the inner city, the driver suddenly turned around and said, "My wife and kid live just ahead. Would it be alright if they ride along with us into the inner city?" The driver merely asked Jiang Yan's opinion out of politeness. At this critical juncture, he could have easily left Jiang Yan behind and taken his wife and child into the inner city by himself. Honesty is essential in business, but only when it protects your own interests first. Compared to unfamiliar passengers, my family is definitely more important. Of course, no problem. With that, Jiang Yan also took out his phone and sent text messages to Wang Xiaoming and the others. He hadn't forgotten that Wang Xiaoming and the others had placed advance orders for emerald pills with him. Now all the money's spent, and there's no way to get a refund. Just remind them, consider it a good deed while proving I didn't run off. Then, we'll only meet again in the inner city if fate allows. The driver had already warned his wife and kids in advance. When they arrived downstairs at the residential complex, they immediately gathered everyone and left without much delay. Yet when they reached the entrance to the inner city, they discovered that the passageway was already lined with a long queue of people waiting to enter. When the outer city is in chaos, similar scenes always unfold. The inner city allows outer city residents to seek refuge, but they must pay a 5-figure tax daily. Only a select few are willing to spend that kind of money. Moreover, even during ordinary times, outer city residents aren't permitted to stay overnight in the inner city without restrictions. Those without an inner city residence permit must pay for every breath of inner city air they take. This is reality. However, Jiang Yan knew quite well that this time the situation was rather special. The moniker Misfortune Siren wasn't just for show. As long as it remains in Spring City, endless disasters will continue to descend.
Right now it's monster attacks, who knows what will come next.
Once we enter, we probably won't be able to come out for 10 days to half a month.
By then, many people will likely lose everything they own.
At this moment, the auction house on the top floor of Lingwu Hall had descended into complete chaos.
The small fish in the aquarium on the exhibition platform had long since disappeared without a trace.
Staff members were simultaneously contacting rescue services while trying to calm the guests.
Please remain calm, everyone.
Currently, there are 7 earth dragons outside the Lingwu Hall, along with a swarm of mutated flying ants spanning over 2 kilometers.
However, rest assured our Lingwu Hall has deployed inner-city-level defensive formations in the auction venue. As long as everyone stays peacefully inside the auction hall, we guarantee your safety. Yet, despite the staff's reassurance, many still clamored to leave.
Among those present were numerous high-profile figures from other regions.
With their influence, they could summon reinforcements to rescue them at any moment.
But if I remain trapped here, it would be tantamount to handing the initiative over to the Lingwu Hall.
Relying solely on defensive formations couldn't possibly put anyone at ease. Amidst the chaos,
Su Qing crouched alone in the corner, clutching her phone tripod with complete despair written across her face.
This was the price of loving to join in the excitement. Watching too much excitement always leads to unexpected incidents once or twice.
But it's precisely these moments that create the best live streaming content. Her live stream room is now flooded with donations, yet she remains trapped in this small venue, unsure of when she'll be rescued. Truth be told, when Jiang Yan left, she had been quite curious why would he leave before even staying to see the finale auction item. Come to think of it, Jiang Yan's expression had been off at the time.
Could it be that he knew something in advance?
The strangest thing was that when all the accidents occurred, the little blue fish with a starting bid of 50 million on the display platform had simply vanished into thin air. She had witnessed this scene with her own eyes.
It's just too bizarre. Chapter 31, why does it feel like they're coming for him?
Su Qing took a moment to steady her breathing. Damn, too many things happened today, she needed time to process it all. Before she could finish speaking, the barrage in the live stream exploded with messages.
Little Rainbow, we're screwed.
I just saw the news, there's a beast tide outside Spring City, and it's estimated to reach the city walls in 5 minutes at most.
What's going on with Spring City today? First, those earth dragons broke out from the outer city, and now a beast tide hits. What rotten luck is this?
According to expert analysis, this beast tide is a once-in-decades event.
Nearby cities have already begun mobilizing support, otherwise, Spring City won't survive this wave. It looks like the streamer is going to be stuck here for a while.
After reading the barrage of comments, Su Qing felt completely unsettled.
A beast tide? She had just come to attend an auction, how could she possibly run into a beast tide? Something that only happens once in decades.
That's not all, new discoveries emerged in the livestream chat. Just now, geological experts detected large underground cavities beneath Spring City using instruments.
If nothing unexpected, these might be nests of earth dragons. A large-scale emergence of earth dragons could trigger at least a magnitude 9 earthquake. Holy shit, earth dragons are 7th-tier demonic beasts. If there were earth dragon nests beneath Spring City, how come they weren't discovered before?
What the hell are these experts good for?
They didn't say a damn word before anything happened.
Now that there's an earth dragon disaster, suddenly they've got all kinds of new discoveries.
Fucking unbelievable.
Breaking news, rumor has it this beast tide includes a significant number of flying demonic creatures.
Relying solely on city walls probably won't be enough to stop them.
Su Qing finished reading the barrage comments and nearly blacked out on the spot.
Are bad news always coming in bunches? Let her go, she'll never dare butt in again.
Jiang Yan barely made it into the inner city with the final contingent. The situation in the outer city seems quite dire. This time, the inner city only opened its gates for less than an hour before sealing all entry points. Meanwhile, he received replies from Wang Xiaoming and the others. Suli, living closer to the inner city, had already managed to enter and take shelter there.
Wang Xiaoming and Gao Yang missed the opportunity.
But the inner city was heavily guarded, and they barely made it into the safe zone. As for Su Mengran, she lived in the inner city, no one needed to worry about her. After Jiang Yan got off the car, he first went to a nearby tech hub to buy the latest model of a smartphone. With such a major incident occurring in the outer city, he definitely needed to stay updated on the news. After inserting the SIM card and turning on his phone, he immediately received several news app notifications. Spring City experiences once-in-decades beast tide, reinforcements expected to arrive within 2 hours. Experts discover massive underground WIRM colony beneath Spring City, possibly migrated from deep underground or other regions. Frequent earthquakes expected, residents urged to take protective measures. Dr. Chen, the formation expert, stated that the inner city's defensive array can withstand all natural disasters, and earthquakes will not affect the inner city.
Jiang Yan hadn't imagined that within just half an hour, such drastic changes would occur in the outer city.
Others might dismiss it as mere coincidence, but he knew it had to be connected to the misfortune siren. That thing should have stayed in the Forbidden Sea instead of roaming around recklessly. Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Forget it, the inner city should be safe for now. Let's find a place to stay first. Jiang Yan checked several hotels nearby, but they were all fully booked. During the time he went to buy a phone, those with prior sheltering experience had already secured places to stay. Outer city residents entering the inner city weren't allowed to linger outside past midnight. Getting caught would not only result in a fine but also expulsion from the city. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but being driven out of the city at this critical moment would be no different from courting death. Left with no other choice, Jiang Yan ended up checking into a love hotel. "Are you alone, sir?" the front desk staff asked, looking at Jiang Yan. "Yeah, just one person." Jiang Yan rubbed his nose. There wasn't any rule saying a single guy couldn't stay at a couple's hotel, right? "Please show me your ID," the receptionist continued without further questions. Jiang Yan handed over his ID card. The front desk staff immediately recognized it as an out-of-town ID number and said, "Sir, since you're from outside the city, you'll need to pay 1,000 for the room plus 10,000 in taxes. We'll handle the tax payment for you. If there are no issues, please pay first. We accept both card and cash here." Card payment. Jiang Yan handed over his bank card. At this moment, a couple nearby were also checking in. They glanced at Jiang Yan and began whispering to each other. "That guy must be from another city. Definitely, he's dressed like a beggar. These country bumpkins from the outer city are so annoying. You can practically smell their poverty just by walking past them, and now they've driven up hotel prices in our area." Exactly. Yesterday when we arrived, it was only 500. Since becoming a martial artist, Jiang Yan's vision and hearing had improved dramatically. He naturally overheard every word of the couple's conversation. Complaining about a 1,000 yuan hotel being too expensive, where do they get the nerve to look down on others for being poor? Anyone who can seek shelter in the inner city during these times must have some financial means, though admittedly, not every household in the inner city is wealthy. Many people inherited wealth and privilege from their ancestors, who secured them residency in the inner city but failed to pass down the ability to earn a living. Yet they grew accustomed to looking down on others, believing inner city status inherently made them superior to those in the outer city. That's why they can say such things without a hint of guilt. They even consider this mindset perfectly normal. Yet it's often these mediocre people who treat inner city residency as something to boast about. Those who are truly capable, who cares about a worthless piece of paper. Wherever they go, they can live brilliantly. As for this couple's opinions of him, Jiang Yan simply laughed them off. After completing the check-in procedures, he took the elevator up to the 8th floor. Finding his room, Jiang Yan walked in. One could only say it truly lived up to being a love hotel. The small room was filled with furnishings that exuded an intimate atmosphere. The bed was heart-shaped as well, covered with rose petals. Even by the bedside, there stood a pink fish tank filled with colorful ornamental fish. Suddenly, Jiang Yan's expression froze. He even felt like cursing. How did this thing end up here? He had already fled from the outer city to the inner city. At first, he thought it was just bad luck to encounter this thing at the auction, but now it seems more like it's deliberately targeting him. Chapter 32, Watching his chaotic shenanigans. Jiang Yan stood in place observing for a few seconds, noticing that the siren in the pink fish tank showed no intention of attacking humans. Instead, it swam about with a school of small fish, seemingly trying to blend in unnoticed. Quite the convincing act. What should he do now? Running away would be useless. He had ridden a car into the inner city, only for this thing to be faster than him. It even knew which room he would stay in beforehand. But if he stayed, he felt like he might drop dead any second. Was there any way to handle this trouble? A direct confrontation was definitely out of the question. Though he'd acquired quite a few treasures these past few days, compared to the boss of the Forbidden Sea spanning countless realms, he was nowhere near strong enough. Was he really going to fall here today? The worst part was not even knowing how it happened. He had only been transmigrated for less than a week. There was no way he could have already made enemies across the multiverse. After all, what he used to play was just a game, but this was the real world. Jiang Yan's mind raced, and suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. The Universal Synthesis Station can even synthesize living creatures. So could he just swipe that sea monster into the synthesis platform when it's not paying attention? This guy's really getting into his role as an ornamental fish. It probably wouldn't expect him to suddenly make a move either. Maybe it'll actually work. Jiang Yan opened the synthesis station and, seeing the siren still showing no reaction, swaggered right over. Pretending to examine the room's furnishings, he walked over to the bedside. This $1,000 was totally worth it. Jiang Yan sat relaxed on the bed, his arm casually resting on the nightstand, naturally coming into contact with the fish tank. At that moment, the siren in the tank paused mid-movement. Jiang Yan wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He immediately tried to capture the siren using the Universal Synthesis Station. However, the situation developed with just the slightest deviation from what he'd imagined. Inside the Universal Synthesis Station,
was a completely intact fish tank. Damn it, how did the fish tank get sucked in too?
Jiang Yan felt his heart pounding in his throat. After careful observation, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the sea monster still safely inside the tank. The fish tank placed inside the synthesis station seemed frozen in time, with even the swaying aquatic plants maintaining their exact positions from moments ago.
Though the siren appeared to be just an ordinary fish, Jiang Yan could still detect a trace of utter bewilderment in its eyes.
This fellow probably never expected I still had this trump card up my sleeve.
Jiang Yan was in exceptionally good spirits.
Following synthesis, he successively discovered the appraisal function of the synthesis station, and now found it could even be used to trap powerful enemies.
This is way too overpowering.
But soon, his mood soured.
This fish tank is sitting in the synthesis station, what's he going to do about synthesizing things in the future? Miscalculation, what a miscalculation.
His rapid progress in strength was entirely due to the elixirs synthesized by the synthesis station. Tomorrow, he had promised Su Li and the others jade elixirs.
Now, he couldn't produce the elixirs, nor could he produce the money. He'd undoubtedly be seen as a fraud. Maybe I should check the fish tank's attributes first. What if this thing just resembles a sea demon?
Jiang Yan clung to a sliver of hope. He opened the item's properties.
Eerie aquarium, though it appears to be just an ordinary fish tank, there's a faint trace of ominous presence within. As expected. Just this ominous aura alone, it's definitely a misfortune siren, no doubt. Should I just synthesize the entire tank along with it? Jiang Yan felt utterly uncertain in his heart.
A creature of the Calamity Siren's caliber was undoubtedly beyond his current spiritual power limit to synthesize.
But the synthesis station never mentioned this was a siren. He was just trying to synthesize a fish tank. Could there really be spiritual power restrictions for that? Let's see if it works, just grab something to test it out.
Jiang Yan turned the hotel room upside down in his search. He ended up finding a table lamp, a box of tissues, a pack of condoms, a crystal ball ornament, 2 bottles of mineral water, 2 pairs of disposable slippers, and 2 sets of toiletries. Jiang Yan filtered out some peculiar items and finally settled on keeping the crystal ball ornament and mineral water. He had previously experimented with synthesizing different objects. Although both characteristics will be retained, one of the items is bound to dominate. For example, when combining a black iron fruit knife with a blood-sucking vine, the fruit knife retains its original form but acquires some properties of the blood-sucking vine. So he had to ensure it was the fishbowl that got synthesized away. Only then would he be safe. After much deliberation, Jiang Yan still chose the crystal ball. Mineral water has a single attribute and is less prone to errors, yet it's also difficult to retain. An ornamental fish tank and a decorative crystal ball, both are display items. In the end, it would all come down to luck as to who remained. Thinking this, Jiang Yan directly added the crystal ball to the synthesis platform.
Combine strange ornamental fish tank plus ordinary ornamental crystal ball?
Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Yan knew his gamble had paid off.
The synthesis station assessed the fish tank as merely an ordinary item. Synthesize. Jiang Yan made the resolute choice.
Sinister aquarium plus ordinary crystal ball successfully synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the enigmatic divination crystal ball.
It worked.
Jiang Yan clenched his fist tightly, unable to suppress the urge to leap into the air.
He quickly glanced at the attributes. Ominous divination crystal ball, can perform 1 divination per day with a 24-hour cooldown.
The subject of the divination is guaranteed to suffer terrible misfortune.
After reading the description, Jiang Yan almost laughed out loud.
Never did he expect that his random tinkering would actually synthesize a usable special item.
Attack power equals 0, yet its lethality is extreme.
This is an item synthesized from a misfortune siren. Just imagining it tells you how terrifying its power must be. Whoever dares to provoke him in the future will face a divination session.
Any trouble can be resolved this way. Jiang Yan retrieved the divination crystal ball.
Originally, the scene inside was just a snowy landscape, pine trees, a small cabin, a sleigh, but now it was shrouded in a dense black mist, faint streaks of lightning flickering ominously through the fog.
This scenery indeed resembles that of the Forbidden Sea.
The skies over the Forbidden Sea are perpetually shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. That place is practically a concentration camp for monsters, with thousands of varying-sized boss creatures alone. The sea demons are just some of the more famous major bosses among them. But no matter what was inside the crystal ball, it now belonged to Jiang Yan. He couldn't wait to find someone to test the effects of the divination crystal ball.
I wonder if this divination target is limited to just people.
In a world where fantastical elements exist, a high school student stumbles upon a universal synthesis station and an infinite item bag from a game like Treasure Chest. Using these items, he synthesizes everyday objects into valuable goods, earning money and improving his life.
The multiversal realms.
Beneath a 7-colored crystal floating midair, gathered numerous bizarre creatures of peculiar shapes. One of the snake-bodied, human-headed creatures slithered forward.
My lord, the sea demon's presence has vanished. the snake-bodied, human-headed creature said respectfully. The prophecy stone cannot be wrong.
It seems the sea demons have already discovered the location of the divine treasure, said a woman in a violet gown, gazing toward the multicolored crystal. Her figure was ethereal and elusive, seemingly right before one's eyes yet appearing as nothing more than an illusion, utterly unfathomable. The prophecy stone had revealed to her news of a divine-level treasure emerging into the world, and it was pointing to a small planet beyond the myriad realms.
I hadn't held out much hope initially,
but now, the aura of the sea demon has vanished, which makes this matter all the more intriguing. Send someone to investigate the last known location where the sea demon vanished. A divine-class artifact must never fall into human hands, the purple-robed woman commanded. Yes, my lady, the serpent-bodied, human-headed creature immediately responded. When it looked up again, the woman in purple had vanished from her spot.
Chapter 33, Handsome guy, I see dark clouds over your brow.
Gazing at the divination crystal ball in his hands, Jiang Yan felt nothing but satisfaction. Damn, things from a god-tier treasure chest really are something else. This universal synthesis station is totally OP. This wasn't the first time he marveled at the power of the universal synthesis station. What mattered this time was how the universal synthesis station had helped him eliminate a major threat. He had already reached a dead end and was preparing to wait for death. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn, and not only were his troubles resolved, but he also managed to synthesize a new piece of equipment.
However, he was also lucky today. The sea monster didn't reveal its true form.
If the sea monster had been even slightly more vigilant, it wouldn't have let him succeed so easily. Jiang Yan, fearing further mishaps, quickly restored the spiritual energy within his body and prepared to synthesize the 20 bottles of elixirs in his possession. This way, he wouldn't be short on elixirs for a long time to come.
The extras could even be sold for money.
As for those few enhanced second-grade qi and blood pills, he planned to deal with them when he found the time. The inner city is full of wealthy people. These special function pills would surely sell like hotcakes. Just then, a sudden knock rang out at the door. Jiang Yan had no choice but to put his things away first and walk over to open the door. Outside stood the front desk attendant and a man dressed in gaudy clothes, flanked by two girls.
He threw Jiang Yan a challenging glance.
Hurry up and explain it to him. The man kicked the waiter's heel, his tone brimming with impatience. Sir, here's the situation. Due to my oversight earlier, I forgot this room was already reserved.
Now I can only ask you to vacate it.
We'll refund the full amount of taxes and room charges, the waiter said with an apologetic expression.
Can't you switch me to another room? Jiang Yan didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters either. He had more important things to attend to right now.
And it's almost midnight, there's no way we'd have time to find another hotel now. Really sorry, but this is the last room available, the attendant said with an empty tone, devoid of any genuine apology.
Why bother talking to him? Just get someone to kick him out. What are you scared of, some country bumpkin from the outer city? Lu Junhai was in a hurry.
If Jiang Yan hadn't been blocking the door, he would have already gotten straight to business with the girl. The attendant was about to speak when he saw Jiang Yan pull out a black crystal ball from nowhere, staring eerily at Lu Junhai. Handsome, I see darkness between your brows, looks like you're in for some serious bad luck.
Lu Junhai looked utterly confused. What the hell? To be honest, my ancestors have been fortune tellers for generations.
Normally, I never do readings for people lightly, but today, your divination signs are just too ominous.
I'd feel terrible if I didn't warn you.
Jiang Yan babbled a bunch of nonsense. After all, fortune-telling was all about fooling people, so improvising was enough.
Damn it, are you cursing me or something? Lu Junhai glared at him. If it weren't illegal to start a fight in the city, he would have already beaten this little bastard to a pulp.
The waiter was also dumbfounded by what he heard.
How did divination suddenly pop up here too? And is divination the same thing as fortune-telling? What on earth is going on here?
Handsome, I've got no reason to lie to you.
I just wanted to give you a kind reminder before I leave.
Jiang Yan spoke earnestly. Don't worry, I don't charge money for divinations. In our line of work, the most important thing is accumulating virtue and doing good deeds.
Money? To us, it's just a worldly distraction. You're really getting carried away with this, huh?
Just wait till I deal with you today. Lu Junhai rolled up his sleeves, clearly ready to throw hands. Seeing this, the two girls beside him and the waiter quickly grabbed hold of him. Young Master Lu, calm down. I'll just get the security to throw him out. The city's been cracking down lately. If you lay a hand on him, you'll definitely get in trouble, the waiter said with a pained expression. If Lu Junhai resorted to violence here, he'd undoubtedly lose his job once he got hauled away. Just then, a phone ringtone sounded.
Everyone, let go. I need to take this call.
Lu Junhai broke free from their grasp, shot a warning glare at Jiang Yan, then took out his phone and pressed the answer button.
Mom, what's up? I'm busy right now.
What are you so busy with?
Get back here now.
Your father's been in a car accident. They say 3 of his ribs were broken. He's already been taken to the hospital, a woman's voice shouted through the phone. Lu Junhai doubted his own hearing. His father was a martial artist, after all. What kind of car accident could break 3 of his ribs? Oh my god. Before Lu Junhai could react, a sudden scream came through the phone.
Mom, what's wrong? Lu Junhai hurriedly asked.
Just now, on my way to the garage, a beam suddenly fell from the ceiling.
Luckily, my bodyguard pulled me away in time. Can you imagine if that had hit me?
It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay.
Lu Junhai breathed a sigh of relief. Hold on, it's a call from the hospital. Let me take this first.
While Lu Junhai was on the phone, Jiang Yan kept glancing at the time.
The effect is quite fast. Results appear in just 3 minutes. But aren't crystal ball divinations supposed to be performed on the person themselves? That would be boring.
Just as Jiang Yan had this thought, Lu Junhai suddenly turned ghastly pale.
Master Lu, what's wrong? His female companion asked with concern.
Just as Lu Junhai opened his mouth, he felt his stomach churning violently, followed by an uncontrollably loud fart.
The stench instantly filled the air.
The 3 people beside him immediately took several steps back.
Toilet, where's the toilet? Lu Junhai asked the waiter through gritted teeth.
Just walk ahead 2 steps and turn left. You'll reach it. The waiter suppressed the urge to cover his nose and pointed across the way.
Lu Junhai couldn't care less as he sprinted straight toward the restroom.
Finding a stall, he dropped his pants and got down to business.
Phew!
Lu Junhai let out a long sigh, finally feeling relieved.
For crying out loud, I specifically chose a high-end restaurant.
How could I still get food poisoning? Recalling that embarrassing moment from earlier, his face darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. Those bastards, if any of them dared spread this incident, they'd better be prepared to face his wrath. But soon, he discovered something even more terrifying. There was no toilet paper in the bathroom.
Chapter 34, they couldn't even pay him to take it. Lu Junhai's vision darkened. How could such misfortune possibly happen to him? This is just too unlucky. Wait a minute.
Lu Junhai suddenly recalled Jiang Yan's earlier words, then reconsidered everything that had happened in these short few minutes.
Could it be that kid wasn't just spouting nonsense?
First, his father got into a car accident and broke 3 ribs. Then his mother nearly got hit by a falling beam. Immediately after, he inexplicably developed stomach pains, and the worst part was discovering there was no toilet paper halfway through.
No matter how unlucky someone is, they couldn't possibly be this unfortunate.
At this very moment, Lu Junhai received another call from home.
Son, something's happened to your father again.
The ambulance transporting him crashed into a guardrail halfway.
Thankfully no one was seriously hurt, but your father broke another rib.
Since Lu Junhai hadn't returned and hadn't mentioned whether he still wanted the room,
the few people present could only stand there staring blankly at each other.
After waiting for about 10 minutes, Lu Junhai rushed out of the toilet, still carrying an unpleasant lingering scent. The 2 girls subtly took another step back,
but Lu Junhai's attention wasn't on them at all.
He quickly walked up to Jiang Yan, his face full of remorse, and said, "Master, I was the one who spoke arrogantly just now.
I hope you won't hold it against me. You absolutely must help me." Lu Junhai was almost in tears.
When he came out of the toilet, he had checked every stall.
None of them had any paper.
In just these brief 10+ minutes, the events that unfolded shattered his mental defenses completely. Without asking Jiang Yan for help now, he felt like there'd be mortal danger the moment he stepped out of the hotel entrance.
Even Jiang Yan hadn't anticipated Lu Junhai's attitude would change so drastically.
Clearly, something else must have happened to him in that restroom.
The item synthesized from the misfortune siren was truly terrifying indeed. Jiang Yan sighed deeply.
What's happening to you is beyond my help after all. I'm just an ordinary fortune teller. But if you want to get through this crisis, your best bet is to stay home and avoid going out.
Just endure these next few days, and you'll be fine. Endure these few days and I'll be cured? Lu Junhai's eyes flickered with renewed hope. Exactly. Don't wander around during this time.
It's best not to keep anything in your room, avoid contact with anyone, and ideally, don't even eat, just drink some water. After 3 days, you should shake off this streak of bad luck.
Jiang Yan maintained a stern expression, though internally he was struggling not to burst out laughing.
He was just lamenting having no place to test the fortune-telling crystal balls effects when they literally delivered themselves to his doorstep.
And the audacity of them, too. How could I let this opportunity to mess with them pass by? Thank you for your guidance, Master.
I'll go home and stay put honestly.
Lu Junhai was practically ready to kneel and kowtow to Jiang Yan in gratitude.
Seeing he was about to leave, the 2 girls hurriedly tried to follow him, but Lu Junhai avoided them like the plague.
Both of you, stay away from me. He hadn't forgotten Jiang Yan's warning. It was best not to have contact with anyone.
The 2 girls were left utterly speechless,
as if they wanted to keep up.
Lu Junhai stank as if he'd just rolled in a cesspit.
I haven't paid them yet. Even though the main business wasn't settled, the promised money shouldn't be withheld.
Young Master Lu, you haven't settled the bill yet, one of the girls reminded him.
Would I really owe you money? Wait a minute, I'll transfer it to you right away. Lu Junhai snapped impatiently. Handsome guy, better not linger outside too long. Every extra minute out there means more danger.
Jiang Yan lowered his voice, speaking in an eerie tone.
Right, absolutely.
Lu Junhai snapped back to reality and scampered away without stopping.
So we don't need to check out now, do we?
Jiang Yan turned to look at the stunned attendant beside him.
No need at all. The attendant quickly waved his hands in response.
Even someone like Lu Junhai was chasing after him, calling him master. How could he dare offend him? Just as Jiang Yan was about to close the door, the two girls brought by Lu Junhai suddenly surrounded him.
Master, need anything? Tonight, we sisters can give you a 50% discount.
The slightly older girl batted her eyelashes at Jiang Yan. Compared to greasy guys like Lu Junhai,
Jiang Yan was a real heartthrob.
Even if it were half price, her sisters would be willing to pay nothing at all.
Anyway, it's too late tonight to find other customers. No thanks, Jiang Yan said expressionlessly as he closed the door.
Even if staying alone in a love hotel as a single guy was pretty pathetic, not just any woman could catch his eye. From their conversation with Lu Junhai, it's clear what kind of people they are.
50% off. He wouldn't take it even if you paid him.
Returning to his room, Jiang Yan finally felt some peace and quiet.
He cautiously stored the divination crystal ball into his inventory.
This thing was too dangerous when not absolutely necessary. He didn't even feel safe holding it in his hands. But its effectiveness was beyond question. The best part was others would still thank you profusely while suffering misfortune.
This is truly intriguing. Moving forward, it's best to avoid physical confrontations when possible.
Resolving troubles through civilized means represents the highest ideal of the superior man's superiority is in righteousness, not in fighting.
Best get to work first.
Jiang Yan took out 4 low-grade spirit stones, along with 10 bottles of yellow jade pills and 10 bottles of blue jade pills he had purchased earlier. After synthesizing all of these, he would obtain 25 third-grade yellow jade pills and 25 green jade pills. After some thought, Jiang Yan still decided to synthesize only 20 of each type. The remaining materials were used to create 10 second-grade yellow jade pills and 10 second-grade green jade pills. He kept the third-grade pills for his own use, while the second-grade ones would be sold for money.
That's settled then. The next day, the first thing Jiang Yan did upon waking was check on the situation in the outer city. Last night, support forces from various regions arrived in Spring City one after another and successfully repelled the beast tide before dawn.
Since everyone was quite experienced in evacuating, and apart from the earth dragons and flying ants, few demon beasts broke into the outer city, casualties remained within a controllable range.
In addition, the earth dragons caused a magnitude 9 earthquake in Spring City, destroying most of the buildings. Post-disaster recovery won't be completed anytime soon.
Many former outer city residents have now become refugees, and naturally, schools are out of the question for the time being.
But the college entrance exam is a major life event, it absolutely can't be delayed.
So the school gave everyone a month-long vacation, and when it was time for the college entrance exams, they could go directly to the schools in the inner city to take the tests.
This is also permitted by the state and is required to be enforced by law.
No matter how reluctant the inner city students were, they could only vent their frustrations with words.
Jiang Yan did a quick calculation of his expenses before the college entrance exam.
With just over 3 weeks left until the exam, he rounded it up to a full month. Apart from the daily 4-digit rent, there was also a 10,000 yuan tax.
That made it 300,000 yuan already. Of course, passage is no longer restricted now. He could also choose to leave the inner city and sleep in a shack in the outer city. One can easily imagine what the conditions there must be like. Can't afford to get hurt, gotta make money after all. Chapter 35, Discrimination.
During the day, Jiang Yan walked around the inner city and found another decent hotel. Then he asked Wang Xiaoming and the other two for their addresses and had a courier company deliver the elixirs to them. He simply couldn't be bothered to make the trip himself. After all, as long as he had insurance, losing the items would mean getting 10 times their value from the insurance company. For the next while, Jiang Yan lived the life of a salted fish, slacker. Every day, 1 third-grade yellow jade pill and 1 third-grade green jade pill. It's fine now, just take a stroll around the inner city. Later on, the effects of these 2 elixirs became almost negligible for him. So after finishing what he had, he stopped synthesizing more. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained before the college entrance exams.
Fearing they might miss the exams, many students had already moved into the inner city in advance.
Moreover, due to special circumstances, the inner city waived taxes for several days before and after the college entrance exams, reducing the financial strain on students from the outer city who stayed there. That morning, just as Jiang Yan got out of bed, he received a call from Wang Xiaoming. He said their school teacher had asked them to gather at Inner City No. 1 High School to familiarize themselves with the exam venue beforehand.
Jiang Yan didn't buy his smartphone until after entering the inner city,
so he never joined the class group chat and naturally missed the notification. After receiving the call, he hailed a taxi to the north gate of Inner City No. 1 High School following Wang Xiaoming's directions. By the time Jiang Yan arrived, quite a few students from number 9 high had already gathered at the north gate. He spotted the dazzlingly radiant Su Mengran in the crowd at first glance. Her slightly curled long hair had lightened considerably since their last encounter, clear evidence that her ice-based spiritual power had progressed significantly. Her perfect figure remained unmistakable even under the school uniform, its flawless curves utterly undeniable. Her breathtakingly beautiful features made it impossible not to take a second look. Yet oddly, only 1 or 2 people stood near her. This woman seemed naturally endowed with an aura that shielded her from all surrounding noise and commotion. Those who could approach within 2 meters of her were exceedingly rare. Jiang Yan was just about to walk over when he suddenly overheard 2 students from First High whispering nearby. "So many people here, are they all students from the outer city? They look like they're from a different world from us. My mom even told me to skip school today. I heard the outer city is filthy and chaotic. Do you think they're carrying any viruses? It's very likely. We should suggest to the school that they disinfect before entering. If they bring in any dirty things unknowingly, we'll be the ones to suffer." That makes sense. But that blue-haired girl is really beautiful. It must be due to her ice-type spiritual veins? Such a great talent, but born in the outer city. If she'd been from the inner city, she'd definitely have gotten a better education. My dad said, never marry an outer city girl, no matter how pretty. They're born lowly and don't deserve us. You're right, but she's really stunning, way more beautiful than our school belle. The 2 students were chatting excitedly when they suddenly noticed a man holding a black crystal ball walking toward them. "Free fortunes, gentlemen?" Jiang Yan said with an air of mystery. "Free fortune-telling?" One bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, eyeing Jiang Yan with suspicion. "You look like a student too. Do you really know how to divine fortunes?" "Don't believe him. Look closely at what he's wearing under his jacket. That's a 9th high school uniform. Reeks of poverty. He's definitely trying to scam us for money," another boy in a checkered shirt quickly added. "Listen, fellow student, I've already told you my fortune-telling is free. If you don't pay me, would I actually rob you? In our profession, we only seek to accumulate virtue through good deeds. We've never chased worldly fame or profit. That's why I've always done readings for free," Jiang Yan declared with righteous conviction. Then he added in his heart, "It's just that none of those he divined for ended up well." "Then tell me, what did you divine for me?" The bespectacled man seemed quite interested in fortune-telling and found Jiang Yan's words reasonable. After all, it was free, listening wouldn't cost him anything. "Gentlemen, let me make this clear first, I'm genuinely just giving you a kind warning. Today, your luck seems particularly bad, as if you're about to face some serious misfortune," Jiang Yan exclaimed with exaggerated emphasis. "Serious misfortune?" The bespectacled man was instantly alarmed. The guy in the plaid shirt wasn't easily fooled. "I told you not to listen to him. First he claims we're about to have bad luck, then next second he'll start setting traps for us to fall into. I've seen plenty of this kind of scam online," the plaid shirt guy snorted disdainfully, looking down at Jiang Yan. "A poor guy like you should stay in the outer city where you belong. Coming to the inner city to scam people? Watch out or I'll call the cops on you." With that, the plaid shirt guy turned to leave, only to trip over his untied shoelace and fall flat on his face. Snap! Percent. Ah! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by a piercing scream. The plaid-shirted boy joyously received a fractured bone. "Are you okay?" Seeing this, the bespectacled guy quickly stepped forward to help the plaid-shirted boy. As a result, the plaid-shirt guy was overweight, and just as they'd lifted him halfway up, the bespectacled guy suddenly sensed something wrong and abruptly let go, sending the plaid-shirt guy crashing back down with a thud. Ouch! This fall was truly adding insult to injury. The plaid-shirt guy yelled with a face full of complaints. "What the hell's wrong with you? I swear my other leg's about to break too." The bespectacled man clutched his lower back, not daring to move an inch. I think I threw out my back." The boy in checked shirt was rendered completely speechless. The bespectacled guy found himself increasingly uneasy until sheer terror slowly crept across his face. They all turned their gaze toward Jiang Yan in unison. They saw Jiang Yan holding a crystal ball in his hand, looking at them with a helpless expression. "I told you so," he said. "Your luck today is terrible, you're bound to run into serious misfortune. That's all I can say, so tread carefully from now on." Seeing Jiang Yan about to leave, the bespectacled man grew frantic. "Master, don't go. You've got to save us." The boy in the checkered shirt clenched his teeth, stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. He'd rather let his leg stay broken than beg for help from some country bumpkin from outside the city. "I can't do anything about it." Jiang Yan shrugged. Maybe calling an ambulance would be more appropriate. The bespectacled man looked utterly despairing and had no choice but to take out his phone, intending to call for emergency help, only to find that his phone was out of battery. "Could you make the call instead?" "My phone's dead," the bespectacled man said dejectedly. When bad luck strikes, even drinking cold water gets stuck between your teeth. He never understood what that feeling was like before. Today, he finally experienced it. The boy in the plaid shirt pulled out his phone and immediately fell silent. Why aren't you hitting them yet? The bespectacled man asked suspiciously.
The screen's cracked. Chapter 36. Did you actually beat them up?
Finally, the bespectacled man had no choice but to ask bystanders for help, who then called an ambulance for them on his behalf.
Jiang Yan arrived alone at the northern gate of number 1 high school. Seeing Jiang Yan, Wang Xiaoming immediately waved at him. We're over here.
Apart from Su Mengran, Gao Yang and Su Li were also there.
Jiang Yan walked over, and Wang Xiaoming's mouth started running off again.
Jiang Yan, you wouldn't believe it, we came early today and ran into some students from First High. They were so disgusting, talking with their noses in the air and constantly calling us peasants. If Gao Yang hadn't held me back, I would have thrown down with them right then and there. Wang Xiaoming said heatedly.
People from the inner city really are annoying.
Even though I've been staying at Meng Ran's place lately, I've encountered so many unfriendly inner city folks. Su Li sighed in agreement.
There's no helping it. This is just the reality.
People in the inner city have lived in comfort for so long, never experiencing real hardship. Some have never even stepped outside the city walls their entire lives.
To them, life in the outer districts exists only through filtered photos and videos online.
In their minds, the outer city is nothing but filth and chaos, and its inhabitants might as well be beggars.
Gao Yang spread his hands helplessly, his expression one of resignation.
In big cities, things are a bit better. Strength is what people really value. Su Mengran suddenly spoke up.
See, what school beauty Su said makes perfect sense.
We're not living in the archaic world from 300 years ago. Strength should be the deciding factor here. Wang Xiaoming boasted, his confidence surging ever since consuming the elixir purchased from Jiang Yan, now capable of single-handedly lifting over 2,000 kilograms. In the past, faced with such a situation, he would never have even considered resorting to violence.
Now he is constantly eager to showcase his true capabilities. By the way, Jiang Yan, what were you talking about with those 2 students from number 1 high school earlier? Why do they look half dead now? You didn't beat them up, did you?
Wang Xiaoming suddenly asked in a hushed voice. He had only just noticed the situation. Just as I was about to head over to join the excitement, Jiang Yan had already started coming this way.
What are you talking about?
I was just having a friendly chat with them.
Jiang Yan said with a straight face. We're all civilized people here, why would anyone resort to violence? It wouldn't be proper right at the entrance of their school.
He simply thought these 2 students had been disrespectful and wanted to teach them a minor lesson, that's all. And he had already figured out the pattern of the divination crystal ball. If the outcome of his divination was merely great misfortune, then it wouldn't involve life-threatening danger. But serious injuries were unavoidable. These brain-dead youngsters who've never experienced the harsh realities of life deserve physical torment to teach them life's hardships.
Friendly exchange? Wang Xiaoming widened his eyes in disbelief. Those 2 guys were already knocked flat on the ground, could you still call that a friendly exchange?
If just a few words could pack such a punch. He also wanted to interact more with these students from number 1 high school. Not long after, an ambulance pulled up by the side of the road near the north gate.
Several medical staff came down and moved the glasses-wearing boy and the plaid-shirted boy onto stretchers.
But as they were loading them into the vehicle, one of the stretchers snapped right in the middle. The plaid-shirted boy had the misfortune of falling to the ground yet again. A scream pierced the air.
My leg, my leg.
The plaid-shirted boy sobbed in agony.
Why does he have to get hurt over and over again? Why did it have to be him?
As the plaid-shirted boy ran into trouble, the medical staff tending to the bespectacled man rushed to help but unfortunately tripped over a stone. The stretcher tilted, sending the bespectacled man crashing directly onto the boy in the plaid shirt.
Ah!
Now, the plaid-shirted boy's other leg was truly broken.
Damn! These 2 guys are really down on their luck. Jiang Yan shook his head. Holy crap! This actually works? Wang Xiaoming was laughing his head off. Haha, this is hilarious.
Su Li burst into laughter, slapping her thigh without a care for ladylike decorum. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corners of Su Mengran's lips. Just then, the homeroom teacher of Class 6, Senior Year 3 came walking over. We've already negotiated with the teachers from number 1 high school. Everyone can now go in to familiarize yourselves with the examination venue, but remember not to wander around.
We'll need to come out in half an hour. The homeroom teacher's expression wasn't exactly pleasant. Clearly, the negotiation process hadn't been smooth.
No one dared disobey such an order, but the condescending attitude of the inner city's elite had been rotten from the very top down. Otherwise, she wouldn't have raised such a disgraceful bunch of students. On someone else's turf, even the students from class 1 of the 9th grade at number 9 high school didn't dare to speak with their heads held high.
It shows just how much this place can shatter a person's confidence.
The students followed the teacher through the north gate and entered First High School. To be honest, the size of inner city number 1 high school isn't even as big as outer city's number 9 high. But after all, their land was valuable. Cities protected by defensive barriers could truly be described as every inch being worth its weight in gold. They first went to see the written exam venue, then detoured to the sports hall of number 1 high school. At the entrance of the gymnasium, he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. "There are students having class inside, no unauthorized personnel allowed," the security guard said in a lazy tone. "Security brother, we've already discussed this with Director Lee. We're just taking the students in to see the exam venue, we'll leave right after looking. We won't disturb other students' studies." The teacher from number 9 high school immediately stepped forward to negotiate.
"No means no. Today is the pre-exam quiz for Class A of grade 12 at our school. Come back after they finish."
The security guard spoke with evident impatience.
Hearing this, many students from Geo High School began seething with anger. "Just a mere security guard, yet daring to give us attitude, utterly ridiculous. Tell me, who holds higher authority, Director Lee or this security guard? Doesn't number 1 high school distinguish between ranks? Or does the security guard earn the same salary as the director? I swear most people in the inner city have a screw loose. The moment they realize we're from the outer city, they just can't resist picking a fight. That security guard obviously doesn't understand plain language. We already explained that Director Lee sent us here and promised we'd leave within half an hour. Now the guard won't even let us into the gym. So whose orders are we supposed to follow? Oh, of course we'll listen to the security guard. This first-tier high school is just so special, a prestigious key school where everything hinges on one security guard's word. Ha, then let's wait, who's afraid of who? Anyway, I've already recorded the video, and I'll upload it online later for everyone to judge. It must be said that many students are quite articulate. Hearing these whispers, the security guard felt his whole world turning upside down. He just wanted to give these lowly outskirt dwellers a hard time, but who knew they'd actually bring Director Lee into the conversation? And someone even recorded a video. If this were really leaked, wouldn't he lose his job? Chapter 37, A Stark Contrast. Forget it. The security guard still didn't dare to go too far. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, go in if you want. If anything happens, don't come crying to me." The top students of Class 12A were nothing like him, they weren't the forgiving type. Although fighting is prohibited in the city, those brats never run out of nasty tricks to torment others. Even the teachers can't control them, let alone these lowly commoners from the outer districts. Once they go in, they're in for a world of trouble. The students from number 9 high school, however, remained unfazed. What kind of accident could possibly happen in the inner city? Could I really just beat up those students in the gym? If I did, they'd call the cops in no time. Whoever dares to act will have no choice but to obediently eat prison food. No one would be foolish enough to rush headlong into a pit of fire. As they stepped through the gymnasium doors, the students from 9th High barely had time to take in the full view of the examination hall before they noticed countless pairs of eyes turning towards them in unison. An eerie silence hung over the scene. At that moment, a female teacher with an exceptionally graceful figure approached them with a smile. "You must be from number 9 High." The female teacher tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "I'd heard you were coming today to get familiar with the examination hall, but my students just happened to have a small test today, so we took over the gymnasium ahead of time. Hope you don't mind." "Of course not. This is your first high school's venue, and we're already inconveniencing you by dropping in unannounced. We certainly wouldn't want to delay your students' testing either." The teacher from 9th High School responded politely. "Then feel free to look around." The female teacher suddenly added after speaking, "By the way, our school's testing equipment might be slightly different from what's used in outer city schools. Your students should probably familiarize themselves with it to avoid operational issues during exams that could really hurt their performance." "That would be too much trouble," the team leader from 9th High School quickly replied. "Besides, we've already made arrangements with Director Lee to leave your esteemed school in half an hour, so as not to disturb your students' classes. There's nothing inconvenient about it. I'll just give Director Lee a call," the female teacher promptly responded, taking out her phone to dial Director Lee. 2 minutes later, she hung up the phone. "Everything's ready." The female teacher pointed to several instruments outside. "You can use these strength testing machines. We'll just need the 2 inside ones." "Much obliged then," the 9th High's team leader replied with resigned gratitude. "Is this a display of friendliness?" "Not necessarily. If they test alongside the seniors from Class A of First High School, their students will only get ruthlessly humiliated. Losing confidence at the critical moment of college entrance exams is definitely not a good thing. But the thing is, what they said wasn't wrong. Facing a brand new apparatus, not familiarizing oneself with it beforehand would easily hinder performance. And right next to them were the students from Class A. I really don't know if this is coincidence or just bad luck. However, most students at number 9 high school didn't realize this deeper implication and were even praising the female teacher for being both beautiful and kind-hearted. Moreover, some students had already voluntarily lined up to try out the new equipment. At first, everyone was quite enthusiastic, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. Tian Tao, single arm strength 5,342 kilograms. That's quite impressive for someone who just advanced to warrior level.
Chow Huidong, single arm strength 11,659 kilograms.
Amazing, truly worthy of being in the top 5 of last month's exam.
You're definitely going to ace the college entrance exam this time.
Lu Wen, single arm strength 8,720 kilograms, another significant improvement from the last test. It seems Lu has been putting in a lot of effort privately. Ran Hongkai, single arm strength, 9,540 kilograms.
Next to them, class attested 10 people in a row, 8 of whom had the strength of a first-rank martial artist, 3 even had single arm strength exceeding 10,000 kilograms.
What kind of concept is this?
In class 1 of the 3rd year at 9th High, there were only a few first-level martial artists, none of whom could exert more than 6,000 kilograms of force with a single hand.
Any one of them could easily wipe them out in seconds.
Not to mention other classes, over 95% of the students only have a one-handed strength of a few hundred kilograms.
Not even 1/10 of theirs. This can't even be described as miserable anymore.
The most tragic part was that Class A of First High had far fewer students, so after finishing their own tests, they all came over to gawk at him. Unfortunately, most of the top students from Class 1 of 9th High School had already finished their testing. The remaining students all had test results in just the 3-digit range.
Is this for real? So 9th High is really this pathetic?
You think too highly of the students from the outer city.
This is their usual standard.
I heard they fire off firecrackers for 3 whole days and nights just to celebrate producing a single martial artist.
Getting into our school to take exams is more luck than this trash school deserves after 8 lifetimes of good karma.
Just said I wanted to spar with their students, but forget it now. I'm afraid one punch from me would send them straight to meet the king of hell. That'd be a huge loss for me. The students from Class A of number 1 high school spoke without the slightest restraint.
They even commented critically on every student taking the test. The students from 9th High School were red with rage. But unlike when facing the security guard at the entrance, they didn't dare to refute, nor could they refute, because they're simply stronger.
Where even an ordinary student casually pulled from their ranks as a martial artist. Looking at it from an extreme perspective, there's nothing wrong with what they said. They're weak, so they have no choice but to accept it. Faced with this situation, the teachers at 9th High could only sigh helplessly. If these were their own students, they would have intervened long ago.
But their teacher hasn't said anything, so they have no authority to discipline on his behalf.
Now it was Class 6 of Grade 12's turn at number 9 high school. Wang Xiaoming had been waiting impatiently for this moment.
Let me go first. Watching other classes easily achieving triple-digit test scores, Wang Xiaoming was practically dying of anxiety. Their school had its fair share of students capable of single-handedly lifting several thousand kilograms, you know?
It's just that none were as absurdly strong as those at First High. He absolutely had to correct these people's misconceptions. Wang Xiaoming strode up to the strength tester with an air of heroic determination, his spiritual energy churning wildly within him before he suddenly unleashed a ferocious punch.
Bang! Unlike the outdated strength testers at 9th High, the equipment at First High instantly displayed results. Wang Xiaoming's test result showed 2,349 kilograms.
The students of Class 6, senior year were utterly stunned by what they saw.
What's with our class lately? First it was Jiang Yan, now it's Wang Xiaoming. Is casually multiplying strength tenfold with one hand the new trend? Damn, Fatty's awesome. Bringing honor to our Class 6. Never realized Wang Xiaoming could be this cool. Even his round pancake face seems kinda cute now. Probably because it had been too long since he'd scored in the quadruple digits, Wang Xiaoming's performance instantly earned everyone's praise. Moreover, it was Wang Xiaoming's first time hearing someone call him handsome, and he nearly floated up to the heavens with joy. Those 2 million were definitely well spent. But just at that moment, Wang Xiaoming's expression suddenly changed. As if struck by something, his entire body was abruptly sent flying backward before crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing Wang Xiaoming clutching his chest and spitting up blood, everyone finally snapped out of their daze. How dare someone attack him here? Chapter 38. What kind of world is this? Wang Xiaoming, are you okay?
The homeroom teacher hurried over to help him up.
Jiang Yan and Gao Yang also went over to lend a hand.
It's fine, probably won't die, Wang Xiaoming said as he staggered to his feet, then suddenly cursed loudly, fuck your mother. Which sneaky bastard dared to play dirty?
Have the fucking guts to step forward. Wang Xiaoming's outburst immediately drew uproarious laughter from many students in Class A of number 1 high school.
In their eyes, Wang Xiaoming was just throwing a useless angry tantrum. Whoever dared to act must have been confident they wouldn't be caught.
Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming's loud shouting made him look like a complete fool.
Both teachers and students from number 9 high school wore expressions of extreme displeasure.
The test results were trampled underfoot, yet they all accepted it without protest.
After all, they were simply outmatched in strength. Yet to ambush students from 9th High right before everyone's eyes, this was nothing short of openly slapping 9th High across the face. And the worst part, these bastards were laughing so arrogantly too. This is absolutely outrageous. Jiang Yan scanned his surroundings but couldn't possibly identify who had struck among so many people. Yet the residual spiritual energy fluctuations in the air clearly came from Class A of number 1 high school. The teachers from number 9 high school had evidently noticed this as well. Whoever did this, step forward now. The 9th high school team leader glared coldly at the surrounding class of students from first high who were watching. Teacher, what do you mean by speaking to my students like this? The beautiful female teacher of Class A emerged from the crowd with a trace of displeasure on her face. That spiritual energy ripple just now emanated from among your Class A students, the 9th high team leader said grimly. What? The beautiful teacher widened her eyes in astonishment. Spiritual energy ripple? What spiritual energy ripple? I didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations coming from Class A. I meant just now. The leading teacher from 9th high school spoke through gritted teeth. This woman was practically lying with her eyes wide open. Although only martial artists could sense such subtle spiritual energy fluctuations, every teacher at 9th high possessed martial level strength. Did she really think they were just for show? Did any of you notice spiritual energy fluctuations around here? The beautiful female teacher turned and asked. Nope, the students from Class A shook their heads in unison. See, the beautiful female teacher helplessly shrugged her hands. 80% of the students in my class are martial artists. None of them detected any spiritual energy fluctuations. Seems like this was just a misunderstanding. The students of Class 1A all chimed in agreement. That's right. That fatty should think about whether he's pissed anyone off lately instead of randomly pointing fingers at us. Someone was bound to dislike him for acting so smug just because he lifted 2,000 kilograms with one hand. Watching him get thrown like that was downright hilarious. Without evidence, you dare to falsely accuse others? Be careful, or we'll sue you for slander. The inner city is a lawful society, not some filthy, chaotic slum like your outer district. Hearing this, the teachers and students of number 9 high school were utterly enraged. It's bad enough that the students are like this, but even the teachers can't distinguish right from wrong. What kind of world is this? They keep saying where we live is dirty and chaotic. Ha! This place is the one that's rotten to the core. That's it, we're stopping the tests. The team leader walked up to Wang Xiaoming and patted his shoulder. I'll apply for a blood-resolving pill from the school later. It'll restore you to peak condition for sure. No risk to your college entrance exams. Just like that? I haven't even settled the score with those bastards yet. Wang Xiaoming's eyes were red with rage. If not for the homeroom teacher holding him back, he probably would have rushed over and started throwing punches. Though he knew he couldn't win, the other guy was practically pissing on his head. If he didn't stand up for himself, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. According to your logic, you can just attack without any evidence? At that moment, a gentle yet cool voice spoke up. Everyone turned to look and saw an absolutely stunning figure emerge from the crowd of Class 6, Grade 12. Is this person a student from 9th High? Holy shit, 9th High actually has such a knockout. How did I miss her earlier? That's 9th High School Belle Su Mengran. I've seen her photos online before. She's quite talented, but it's a shame she ended up at an outer city school. Probably comes from an ordinary family too. If only she were the school belle of our school, I'd definitely be the first to chase her. Shouldn't be hard to pursue. Just spend some money and any girl from the outer city schools can be won over. Haha, who wants to give it a try later? Seeing Su Mengran, many boys from Class A of number 1 high school started making bold claims. Su Mengran's expression turned cold, but she didn't immediately lose her temper. Instead, she turned to the beautiful female teacher of Class A and asked, Teacher, was what I just said correct? Without evidence, we certainly can't wrongfully accuse someone, the female teacher replied with a smile. But the moment she finished speaking, a sharp slap sound rang out. The beautiful teacher's head twisted unnaturally to the side as an enormous red handprint gradually appeared on her face. Half of her face began to swell. There was a momentary silence on the scene. Everyone turned to look at Su Mengran, only to see her standing still with her arms crossed, not moving at all. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy around her. You dare hit me? The pretty female teacher regained her composure after a few seconds, looking at Su Mengran with an expression of utter disbelief. Teacher, how can you wrong me like this? I've been standing right here. Who saw me lift a finger? I was just asking out of curiosity earlier. Surely saying a few words isn't a crime, is it? Su Mengran said with an utterly innocent expression. You, the beautiful female teacher choked on her words, nearly losing her breath. Instead of suspecting me, maybe you should consider whether you've offended someone, teacher. Someone as pretty as you must have plenty of jealous people around. Su Mengran batted her big eyes and continued, but it definitely couldn't be me, after all, I'm prettier than you. Watching Su Mengran's playful expression, Jiang Yan found himself thinking for the first time that this little troublemaker might actually be kind of cute, and she actually did what he had been wanting to do. If his guess was correct, Su Mengran must have used the Soul Death command. A simple slap wouldn't cause much depletion to the vengeful spirit sealed within the Soul Death command, yet the resulting effect was quite satisfying. Without even looking at the female teacher across from her, the woman's face had turned livid with anger. Su Mengran was merely returning the beautiful female teacher's own words to her. According to the female teacher's logic, without any evidence, even if she got slapped, she could only endure it.
Chapter 39, Astonishing the Audience. Su Mengran's words left Class A of First High School utterly speechless,
because Su Mengran was standing right before their eyes. Yet no matter how wide they strained their eyes, they couldn't discern how Su Mengran had made her move. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Su Mengran was merely providing a diversion while someone else pulled strings unnoticed from behind.
With so many people present,
even if they wanted to identify the culprit, there was simply no way to do so. In an instant, the confidence of Ninth High returned. Only a student from their side had been hit, whereas First High's victim was a teacher.
And it was a slap in the face.
Right in front of everyone, a direct face slap.
Could there be anything more satisfying than this?
At this moment, the leading teacher found a blood transmutation pill and fed it to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming, who had been pale-faced moments before, immediately regained his vigor and liveliness.
Ha! I'm alive again.
Wang Xiaoming stretched his limbs, feeling better than ever before.
Although the blood-mend pill was meant for internal injuries, its ingredients partially overlapped with the vitality pill.
After his wounds healed, he felt his physical constitution had improved by several degrees.
That beating wasn't in vain.
Teacher, are we still going to take the test?
Someone suddenly asked. Don't any of you dare leave.
Chao Huidong from Class A, who previously demonstrated a staggering one-handed strength of 11,659 kilograms, stepped forward with a provocative smirk.
Weren't you all here to familiarize yourselves with the exam venue? Over such a minor scuffle, you're already looking for an exit. Could it be your school doesn't have a single student worth showing off, and you're just fishing for excuses to escaping shame? The homeroom teacher from 9th High School's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Test them, keep testing."
They had already reached Class 3 to 6 in their rounds. In Class 3 to 6 of senior year, Su Mengran should at least help salvage some dignity for the school.
The ice spirit root is an exceptionally rare treasure, let alone Su Mengran's 6th grade cultivation talent.
None present could hope to match her.
Even Class A of First High is no exception. Principal, should we have our class retake the test?
The homeroom teacher of 9th High's Class 1 stepped forward and whispered. Their class had at least several first-level martial artists, with over a dozen students whose single-arm strength surpassed Wang Xiaoming's.
Bringing them out wouldn't be too embarrassing. It won't work.
The lead teacher shook his head.
Do you really think they don't know which classes we've already tested? They're deliberately waiting until our top-performing groups finish before coming to gawk.
If Class 1 retakes the test now, they'll just use it as an excuse to mock us.
You're right.
The homeroom teacher of Class 9 sighed.
His top students, usually so full of pride. Yet today every one of them was quailing like little quails, too devastated to even speak.
And even if they retake the test, their scores wouldn't hold a candle to the others at best.
Let's just take it one step at a time.
Su Mengran, you're up, the team leader teacher called directly.
All right.
Su Mengran nodded slightly and turned to walk toward the strength testing device. She walked up to the strength tester, paused for a brief moment, then channeled isoline spiritual energy into her palm before delivering a heavy slap straight onto the target. In an instant, a chilling cold began to spread through the air.
A layer of frost even formed on the surface of the strength tester.
And on the screen of the strength tester was a number beyond anyone's imagination.
28,960 kilograms? What the hell? Am I seeing things? Or am I hallucinating? Su Xiaohua is actually a spirit master. She's a spirit master. Spiritual masters' physical strength is far inferior to martial artists. So it turns out that Su Xiaohua has been hiding her true strength all along. What's her actual cultivation level? Could she already be a second-order spiritual master? I don't know.
There's too little statistical data about spiritual masters. Anyway, for martial artists, reaching 50,000 in single-arm strength is the standard for second rank. Since spiritual masters have slightly weaker physical power, having nearly 30,000 in single-arm strength probably means you're not far from becoming a second-rank spiritual master. For a moment, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Jiang Yan, however, knew full well that Su Mengran hadn't exerted her full strength.
Second-rank spiritual master? Double that number and it should be about right.
But with these grades, Su Mengran already has more than enough to get into a top-tier university.
Right now, Class A at First High was completely dumbfounded. 30,000? An ice element spiritual practitioner had delivered a single-handed strike approaching 30,000, stronger than even their class's top-ranked student? What kind of monster was this? Just imagine if Su Mengran had personally taken action.
That slap across their teacher's face would probably have sent their head flying. They had originally intended to humiliate these guys, but ended up slapping their own faces instead.
You can imagine how the class's students must be feeling inside.
But some were unconvinced.
just an exception.
Number 9 High School got incredibly lucky recruiting such a top-tier genius.
One exceptional case doesn't represent the school's overall standard.
If they can produce another student with a grip strength of 30,000, I'll streak across the playground naked, declared Chao Huidong with conviction.
Hearing this, Su Mengran walked up to Jiang Yan and whispered, "Did you hear that?
That guy said he'd streak naked.
Aren't you going to give him that chance?" Jiang Yan was utterly baffled. Su Mengran suddenly came to tell him this. Could she be trying to drag him into this mess with her?
He was planning to unleash his full potential during the college entrance exams, aiming to shock everyone with his brilliance.
If he showed off all his cards now, what excitement would there be left for the actual exams? I've already had Suli record it.
There's no way he can deny it, Su Mengran added.
Deal. Jiang Yan immediately agreed. He must streak today.
Soon, it was Jiang Yan's turn.
The atmosphere in Class 6, Grade 12 became lively again. Finally it's Jiang Yan's turn. His single-arm strength must be over 3,000 kilograms, right?
It's been over a month now. Maybe it's already reached 4,000 kilograms. Don't forget during the last test, Jiang Yan's single-arm strength increased more than tenfold. He's handsome, incredibly skilled. I wonder if he's still single.
What's it to you, a guy, whether he's single or not? Damn, don't tell me there's a gay in our midst. What are you thinking?
I was planning to introduce my younger sister to him. Hearing the discussions from number 9 high school's side, Class A of number 1 high school naturally seized the opportunity to mock them.
They're bragging about a single-arm strength of 3,000 kilograms? In our class, that would be considered bottom-tier trash. Chao Huidong is right.
Number 9 high only has Su Mengran worth mentioning, but they've only produced one like her in decades. Making such a fuss over a mere 3,000 kilogram single-arm strength, how embarrassing. Jiang Yan paid no attention to the various voices around him. He walked up to the strength tester, flexed his wrist, and slowly circulated the spiritual energy within his body. Truth be told, he wasn't entirely sure how many kilograms his single-arm strength had reached. However, he had consumed 23rd grade yellow jade pills and 23rd grade green jade pills this month. Although their effects had diminished progressively, the improvement was still remarkably noticeable. Based on his estimation, it shouldn't be less than 30,000 at the very least.
The result would be known soon enough.
Jiang Yan focused his gaze and suddenly threw a powerful punch at the target of the strength testing machine.
Boom! With a loud boom, a string of numbers appeared on the instrument screen. 39,465 kilograms. It stunned everyone present. Chapter 40, It's all child's play. Warriors face enormous chasms between each level of advancement.
Increasing single-arm strength from 5,000 to 10,000 may not be particularly difficult, just throw enough elixirs at it, and you'll eventually reach that mark. But going from 10,000 to 50,000, this isn't an issue of elixirs anymore. If a person's cultivation aptitude can't keep up, consuming any amount of elixirs would be futile.
Unless there's a fundamental improvement in physical constitution.
Take Jiang Yan for example, his initial cultivation talent was only second tier. However, with the improvement from the advanced version of topaz pills and a substantial intake of third-grade elixirs, his single-arm strength had progressed by leaps and bounds in a short time. Yet even so, he hit a bottleneck as he approached 40,000 kilograms. At times like these, the only solution is to either enhance one's innate talents or consume higher quality elixirs. So when they saw Jiang Yan's grades, many people found it hard to believe.
Is 9th high seriously not messing with us? A guy who had 3,000 kilograms and single-arm strength a month ago has now multiplied it tenfold? Even if he were eating elixirs like candy, this kind of progress would be insane. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've at least heard of Su Mengran's reputation. But where did this brat named Jiang Yan come from all of a sudden? Does this make any sense?
He hasn't even graduated high school yet, but his strength is almost comparable to a second-tier martial artist.
Number 9 high school is truly a hidden gem.
I was already shocked when I saw Su Mengran's results earlier, but now here comes another guy with single-arm strength approaching 40,000 kilograms. Just these two alone could completely uphold the reputation of number 9 high school. As for the students of 9th high school, they were completely stunned speechless by Jiang Yan's results. Even the teachers from several classes wore expressions of being choked up, their faces flushing red.
Of course, they weren't actually choking. They were just too excited. Their school actually produced such an incredible student, with single-arm strength approaching 40,000 kilograms. This directly shattered the highest historical record of their 9th high school. 20 years ago, 9th high also produced one genius. That genius, just like Jiang Yan, came from an ordinary background. But through astonishing talent and opportunity, his single-arm strength had already exceeded 30,000 kilograms before the college entrance exams. But that was dozens of years ago. No one had expected Jiang Yan High School to produce another genius like Jiang Yan again. This is absolutely a joyous occasion worth celebrating. Of course, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. Take Wang Peng and Zhao Siyu for example. Neither of their expressions looked particularly pleasant. Wang Peng had previously made bold threats about teaching Jiang Yan a lesson.
But now that Jiang Yan's test results are out, it's hard to say who'll be teaching whom a lesson. Zhao Siyu regretted her actions so deeply it made her sick to her stomach. She finally understood the meaning of the saying, one wrong step leads to 100 missteps. If only she had known better last time she approached Jiang Yan, she should have swallowed her pride then. Now, looking at Jiang Yan's test results, she didn't even have the courage to speak to him. She had originally thought that Jiang Yan was just acting in the heat of the moment and that he would surely come back to her once his anger subsided. The college entrance exams were just around the corner, so she focused all her attention on preparing for them. Who would have thought that within just one short month, Jiang Yan would become someone she could no longer hope to reach? His single-handed strength is close to 40,000. At this rate, I'll reach second-rank warrior by freshman year. With that, what woman couldn't I get? Even with Su Mengran, it's not completely impossible. Who was it that mentioned streaking earlier? Suddenly, a voice called out from the crowd of 9th high students. Yes, so many of us heard it. Surely certain people won't try to weasel out of it. Wang Xiaoming immediately chimed in loudly. Most students from 9th high also began joining in the clamor. Streak! Streak! Streaking! They hadn't forgotten how these guys had humiliated them moments ago. Besides, streaking wasn't even their idea. Serves them right. Do they really think the schools in the outer districts are all pushovers? No matter how much Class 9 stirred things up, Class A remained completely silent. How can I possibly tolerate these worthless bastards? Wang Xiaoming grabbed the drink from Gao Yang's hand, the cap barely off, before hurling it with precision at Chao Huidong's feet opposite him. Where are you all? Dead already? Too scared to speak? Gao Yang? Swearing is one thing, but why throw his drink? Wang Xiaoming patted Gao Yang's chest in return. Bro, I'll buy you 10 bottles later, make sure you drink your fill. Gao Yang. Chao Huidong stared at the water stains splashed on his pants, his expression terrifyingly dark. He was just casually saying it, how could he actually streak naked? And now he dares to openly provoke him? Did that fat guy notice when he just made his move? That doesn't make sense. That was a special piece of equipment he had just acquired, never before used publicly. Unless someone possessed exceptionally strong spiritual awareness, it would be utterly impossible to detect his involvement just by sensing spiritual fluctuations. Chao Huidong, don't just sit there in silence. Say something to keep those lowly commoners from laughing at us. Seeing Chao Huidong remain quiet, a nearby student immediately urged. Truth be told, this whole situation was utterly disgraceful for them. But since Chao Huidong was the one who caused this trouble, he would have to be the one to solve it himself. Just as Chao Huidong was about to speak, the female teacher from Class A stepped forward. It was all just childish nonsense, how could anyone take it seriously? Let's just treat this as our mistake, and I'll apologize to all of you. How does that sound? Childish nonsense? Wang Xiaoming burst into laughter. You're calling a guy who's almost 2 meters tall childish? Shouldn't you be calling him grandson instead? If we're talking about seniority here, then I can sort of understand. Hearing this, the students from 9th high burst into laughter. I never realized Wang Xiaoming had such a sharp tongue, Jiang Yan said, caught between laughter and exasperation. This insult managed to include both of them in one swipe. Can't you see his face is twisted with rage? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the gymnasium. What's got the gymnasium so lively today? A somewhat sloppy-looking boy in a floral shirt came walking over in their direction. Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What are the odds of running into an acquaintance here? The students from Class A of number 1 high school all got excited. Holy shit, Lu Junhai is here. He's been on leave for a whole month, finally decided to show up at school. Now it's settled. With Lu Junhai backing Chao Huidong, even if the entire 9th high united, they still couldn't touch Chao. When Lu Junhai loses his temper, even the principal doesn't dare cross him, let alone these small fries. If they really provoke Lu Junhai, these guys might find their exam venue moved from the gymnasium to the outdoor playground. Just wait and see, the real show has only just begun. Chao Huidong let out a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Jun, you're here, Chao Huidong said with a beaming smile as he approached Lu Junhai. What's going on here? Lu Junhai pointed at the students from 9th high school nearby. Who are these guys? They don't look like they're from our school at all. Chao Huidong proceeded to embellish the incident with vivid details as he recounted the entire story. You're kidding me? Lu Junhai looked at Chao Huidong with skepticism. Their Class A, a gathering place for geniuses, had actually been bested by 2 students from the outer city number 9 high school. Now Chao Huidong was even being threatened to streak naked outside? Did they really think number 1 high had no one left? Chapter 41, Too Unbelievable. Who's that guy across from us? He looks pretty important, Wang Xiaoming asked with his arms crossed and chin slightly raised. I just looked him up, Su Li said, glancing at her phone. Lu Junhai, his uncle is Spring City's richest man. Their family controls 80% of the herb trade in the inner city, so yeah, they're insanely wealthy. Rumor has it his family even funded the construction of this number 1 high school gym.
The richest man's nephew?
Wang Xiaoming scoffed. That's some serious connections. As much as he hated to admit it, anyone connected to the city's top tycoon undoubtedly wielded immense influence.
How could common folk like them from the outer city ever hope to win?
If Zhao Huidong truly had Lu Junhai backing him, then there was likely little they could do about it.
Even if I post the recorded video, they can just delete it right away. Jiang Yan never imagined Lu Junhai would be so wealthy.
Having an uncle who's the richest man in town, yet choosing to stay at those cheap couple hotels that cost just a few $100. Who would have thought you'd be so thrifty?
Huidong, we've been friends for 2 or 3 years now.
If someone's bullying you, I won't just stand by and watch.
Don't worry,
I'll make sure nothing happens to you today. Lu Junhai patted Zhao Huidong's shoulder, then turned to face the students from 9th high school.
Which one of you just recorded over 30,000 kilograms in single-hand strength testing? Step forward and let me see who you are.
He knew exactly where the crux of this matter lay. This kind of thing is beyond what school teachers can manage, nor should they interfere. So ultimately, we'll have to speak directly to the person involved. As Lu Junhai's words faded, a tall figure emerged from the crowd of 9th high students.
That guy is doomed. Ha, he has no idea what he's about to face. What's the use of being a genius? In the face of absolute status, even geniuses can only grovel. The students of Class 1A were all buzzing with excited chatter. A cold smile also appeared on Zhao Huidong's face.
Lu Junhai, however, stood dumbfounded in place.
Just as everyone was wondering why Lu Junhai had remained silent for so long, he suddenly rushed in front of Jiang Yan and excitedly grabbed his hand, exclaiming, "Master, this is wonderful, I never thought I'd see you again. You truly saved my life." Everyone had a face full of question marks. What's going on? Lu Junhai wasn't here to back Zhao Huidong. Then why did he look at Jiang Yan as if seeing a savior? Are you actually rushing forward to call him master?
Zhao Huidong's brain completely froze. He had never seen Lu Junhai show this kind of attitude toward anyone.
Could it be that this guy opposite them had some hidden identity? Even someone Lu Junhai can't afford to mess with, doesn't that mean he's screwed?
Handsome, let's talk this out, no need for rough stuff.
With great effort, Jiang Yan finally managed to pull his hand free.
From this, it's clear that Lu Junhai's abilities are nothing to scoff at, he's at least martial artist level. Master, you have no idea how dangerous things were for me recently. Especially on the way back, several times I almost lost my life. Thankfully, I followed your advice, locked myself in my room, saw no one, and toughed out those first 3 days.
Only after that did things start improving. But I still didn't feel safe, ended up gaming non-stop at home for a whole month before daring to come back to school. Lu Junhai found a perfectly legitimate excuse for playing video games.
Of course, he was genuinely terrified.
What happened that day simply couldn't be explained by science.
He wouldn't feel truly at ease unless he stayed confined at home for a while longer.
Heh, as long as you're alright.
Jiang Yan let out an awkward chuckle and quickly changed the subject. By the way, regarding your friend's situation, it's best not to interfere too much.
Everything has its own retribution. If he breaks his promise, it means he's deceiving everyone present here.
The backlash will be severe when it comes around, so you shouldn't wade into this mess either. Hearing this, Lu Junhai shivered involuntarily.
Was he so unlucky recently because he did too many shady things?
No, he must do more good deeds from now on.
He still had a fortune in the hundreds of millions to inherit, how could he die young?
No wonder his uncle was always involved in charity work, donating here and contributing there. From now on, he must learn his lesson. At this thought, Lu Junhai turned back and glanced at Zhao Huidong. Since you made a bet, you should honor your word when you lose. A real man must own his actions, strip and run 2 laps outside before coming back. Otherwise, that job I helped your dad land last month might just go to someone else. Hearing this, Zhao Huidong's face turned deathly pale. His worst fear had come true.
This Jiang Yan must be some hidden big shot.
Otherwise, given his friendship with Lu Junhai, he definitely wouldn't have ignored this situation, let alone threaten him with his father's job.
The onlookers were even more baffled. In just a few words, Zhao Huidong's boss was now following Jiang Yan's orders obediently. This was just too surreal. What are you waiting for? Lu Junhai frowned.
Yes. Zhao Huidong gritted his teeth and began stripping in front of everyone. The girls present quickly turned away or covered their eyes. Such a scene was beyond their experience.
How thrilling!
Su Mengran also shielded her eyes with her hand, afraid of the spiciness burning them.
Lu Junhai stripped down to just his underpants before being stopped by Jiang Yan. That's enough.
Running naked is one thing, but we can't offend public decency, Jiang Yan said very understandingly. Zhao Huidong breathed a sigh of relief, fearing Jiang Yan might change his mind, and dashed out of the gymnasium at top speed.
Master, can we speak privately for a moment? Lu Junhai suddenly lowered his voice. Sure. Jiang Yan nodded and followed Lu Junhai out of the crowd to a corner of the gymnasium. Whatever it is, just say it directly.
Master, you may have heard already, my uncle is actually the richest man in Spring City. He's run into some strange troubles lately, and honestly, the situation seems quite supernatural. I was hoping you could take a look. With your skills, you'd definitely be far more capable than those charlatans my uncle has been hiring.
Lu Junhai unconditionally trusted Jiang Yan now. After witnessing Jiang Yan's abilities firsthand, how his prediction of impending disaster immediately came true, Lu Junhai had complete faith in him. In his whole life, there were very few people he truly admired, but Jiang Yan was absolutely one of them.
Handsome, it's not that I don't want to help you, but right now I don't even know the specifics.
I really can't promise anything.
Besides, the college entrance exam is in 3 days, I can't afford to lose focus. Before Jiang Yan could finish, Lu Junhai cut in, my uncle's even offering a spatial treasure as a reward.
Are you really not going to give it a shot?
Even if you fail, there's no downside, tons of people try every day.
Chapter 42, Wait, this master is so young? Hearing the words spatial artifact, Jiang Yan admitted that his heart was moved.
And it was moving like crazy. Spatial artifacts, also known as miniature pocket realms.
The interior space usually isn't very large.
A few hundred square meters is already considered quite impressive. The biggest difference from storage pouches or rings is that spatial artifacts can hold living beings.
Wasn't this precisely what made up for his shortcomings?
He was never a proper fortune teller to begin with, just putting on a show with a crystal ball. So when Lu Junhai sought his help, he actually felt quite guilty. But if the reward really was a spatial treasure, then he'd gladly play the charlatan for once. After all, Lu Junhai had said it himself. Those who go to his uncle's place are all charlatans.
What's one more anyway? Then should I go with you to take a look later? Jiang Yan tentatively asked.
Got it.
Lu Junhai immediately beamed with delight. Thanks to Lu Junhai's intervention and Chao Huidong's compromise, this farce finally came to an end. Yet Jiang Yan's identity remains a mystery in everyone's mind. Originally, Jiang Yan was just an obscure nobody.
He only became known to many at school when gossip about him and Zhao Siyu surfaced some time ago. Yet when he reappeared before the crowd, it was in such an astonishing manner. Not only does he possess a single-arm strength approaching 40,000 kilograms, but he also has connections with big shots from the inner city. Just a few words from him were enough to make the notoriously arrogant Chao Huidong obediently strip down and run naked on the playground.
Who else could pull off something like this? Jiang Yan also knew he had stolen the spotlight a bit too drastically today.
However, the college entrance exams are in just 3 days. After the exam was over, he'd just bolt, why care what others think of him?
He believed Su Mengran felt the same way.
That's why she had casually revealed a glimpse of her true strength during the test. Jiang Yan bid farewell to Wang Xiaoming and the others before leaving No. 1 high school with Lu Junhai. This time, they exited through the main southern gate. A flashy red sports car was parked by the roadside, its hood conspicuously adorned with a parking ticket. Lu Junhai walked over, casually discarded the ticket, and patted the car with pride.
My uncle's gift for my coming of age, 8 million yuan. Not bad, huh?
Not bad. The color suits you quite well, Jiang Yan objectively assessed.
Master, you've got great taste.
My parents keep saying the color I picked is tacky, they completely don't understand fashion, Lu Junhai remarked while studying Jiang Yan's reaction.
Faced with an 8 million yuan sports car, Jiang Yan didn't even bat an eye. Could it be that cars at this price range don't even register in Jiang Yan's sight?
When he first received this gift, he was excited for days on end.
It seems Jiang Yan truly is a master. If he could successfully resolve his uncle's troubles, it would count as a major contribution to the family. Master, let's get going then, Lu Junhai said eagerly. Half an hour later, Lu Junhai's sports car came to a stop in front of a villa.
This villa was located in the most upscale gated community in the inner city, yet its footprint was larger than any other villa in the vicinity. Just the small garden at the entrance was as large as the entire gymnasium of First High School. There were 7 or 8 security guards patrolling back and forth in front of the main gate. A servant had long been waiting by the roadside. Young Master Lu, the master is already waiting for you in the living room, the servant respectfully said as soon as he spotted Lu Junhai's sports car. Park the car for me. After getting out of the car, Lu Junhai tossed the keys to the servant and then turned to Jiang Yan, saying, Grandmaster, let's go in. After getting out of the car, Jiang Yan took a moment to survey his surroundings. One could only say it was truly befitting of a billionaire's residence. From the decorations at the entrance to the flowers and plants in the garden, all he could see was cold hard cash staring back at him. No wonder Lu Junhai, being just a nephew, could thrive so smoothly at No. 1 high school. This must be what they mean by when a man gets promoted, even his pets rise to heaven.
Jiang Yan followed Lu Junhai through the entrance gate.
Along the way, Lu Junhai kept pointing out various plants in the garden to him.
Did you see those blue plants just now?
I heard they're varieties from the celestial realms, each worth over 100,000, and they even glow at night. And that fruit tree on the left, it requires a spirit pearl every day to cultivate. The fruits it bears are incredibly delicious.
Our family only gets to share 1 or 2 each year.
Oh, and that small flower field ahead, it's all gathering spirit grass planted there. Practicing cultivation nearby doubles your results with half the effort.
Lu Junhai was rambling excitedly to himself, but Jiang Yan showed little reaction.
The vast majority of plants in this small garden, he could name by heart.
If there were any he didn't recognize, it could only mean his level wasn't high enough yet.
In his past life, he had simultaneously mastered 8 crafting professions, and one of them happened to be herbalism specialization. With his extensive knowledge of plants, Lu Junhai was merely showing off before an expert. Finally, they passed through the small garden and arrived before the villa. Several servants stood respectfully on either side of the doorway, bowing in greeting.
"Good day, young Master Lu."
Lu Junhai ignored them and strode briskly into the living room.
"Uncle, do you remember that master I told you about last time? Today I've brought him here."
Lu Junhai walked around the entrance partition, only for his expression to freeze the next instant.
5 people were already seated in the living room.
Apart from a sharply suited man in the center, there was also a mother-daughter pair, accompanied by an old man and a youth both dressed in gray robes.
"Why are they here too?" Lu Junhai frowned. "Who?" Jiang Yan asked, following behind Lu Junhai. "Those 2 women on the sofa are relatives from my uncle's wife's side. Utterly useless, all they know is how to leech money off my uncle."
Lu Junhai gave a cold laugh and continued. "Now that they saw something happened at my uncle's house, they hurriedly brought along 2 shady Taoist priests, probably trying to get their hands on that spatial artifact."
"Oh," Jiang Yan nodded. He wasn't interested in these wealthy family dramas. Having a few more competitors isn't necessarily a bad thing.
If any unsolvable trouble arises, at least he wouldn't be the only one losing face. At this moment, the people on the sofa noticed Lu Junhai's presence.
"Junhai, are you here to visit your uncle again? Hurry up and take your classmate upstairs. We have some important matters to discuss with your uncle."
The middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa smiled and said, "I'm introducing a friend to uncle, not here to play." Lu Junhai curled his lips disdainfully at the sight of the mother and daughter pair. Then, he led Jiang Yan forward and said, "Uncle, this is the master I told you about.
He's really amazing, his divination is super accurate.
Thanks to him, I narrowly escaped death."
"Oh," Zhou Yuan's gaze settled on Jiang Yan. "The master you invited is this young?"
Some time ago, he had also heard about what happened to Lu Junhai. It was said that Lu Junhai narrowly escaped disaster thanks to the guidance of a certain master. So when Lu Junhai mentioned bringing the master over today, he still held some expectations. Who would have thought the so-called master would turn out to be some kid around Lu Junhai's age?
Needless to say, my nephew must have been swindled by someone. Chapter 43, this must be an evil artifact.
True masters should never be judged by appearance, uncle.
I've never boasted in front of you, just trust me this once. Lu Junhai had long known Jiang Yan's youthful age would be hard for others to accept. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan trusted him very much. So long as he dared to vouch for him, Jiang Yan would definitely get a chance to give it a try. Who knows, it might just work out. He had high expectations for Jiang Yan.
When she heard this, before Zhou Yuan could even respond, the young woman beside the middle-aged beauty spoke up. "Junhai, this handsome young man clearly looks like your classmate. Don't joke about something like this, your uncle is already upset enough as it is."
"I'm talking to my uncle, who asked for your opinion. Are we that close?" Lu Junhai retorted mercilessly.
"You." Feng Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with anger, but she was restrained by the middle-aged woman beside her.
She understood perfectly well how much Zhou Yuan valued Lu Junhai.
Although Zhou Yuan had shown considerable care for her and her mother over the years, it paled in comparison to the importance of the Lu family, who controlled several pharmaceutical branch companies. But now is a perfect opportunity. As long as she could help Zhou Yuan resolve his troubles, she and her daughter would surely soar to great heights, ascending into the upper echelons of Spring City's elite society. Let Lu Junhai enjoy his moment of triumph for now. Just wait and see how he keeps acting so arrogant.
Alright, let's keep him here for a trial then. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to go along with Lu Junhai's suggestion.
After all, having an extra person around wouldn't make much difference.
"Thanks, uncle." Lu Junhai grinned.
He knew that with him taking charge, there wouldn't be any problems at all.
"Come on, I'll take you to see it." Zhou Yuan stood up and said.
Zhou Yuan led everyone to the innermost part of the villa, then took out a key and opened a door. Behind the door lay a descending staircase.
"Be careful, everyone. Below is the basement where that item is stored."
Zhou Yuan gave a reminder and stepped forward into the underground passage. The middle-aged beauty, afraid Jiang Yan might take the lead, hurriedly followed with the 2 Taoist priests in tow.
Lu Junhai, not to be outdone, dragged Jiang Yan along as he quickly caught up.
As soon as they entered the basement, an eerie chill immediately assaulted their senses. The air still carried a faint, fishy sweet scent. Feng Shui immediately nestled into the arms of the middle-aged belle, her eyes filled with fear as she swept glances around their surroundings. Though she'd long known this villa had issues, this feeling was downright terrifying. So Zhou Yuan truly hadn't been exaggerating after all. The moment I stepped into the basement, it felt like I'd crossed from the mortal world straight into hell.
Zhou Yuan turned on the basement wall light. The bulbs flickered several times before only two weakly illuminated, their dim glow teetering on the brink of extinguishing altogether. Ever since the problems started at home, the basement has grown colder and damper each day. Most of the wiring has failed. We've had repairmen come, but in the end, well, you know how it turned out. Zhou Yuan sighed helplessly. Lu Junhai had also heard his parents mention this matter before. He lowered his voice to explain to Jiang Yan, all the electricians who came to repair the wiring died. Each death was horribly gruesome. From that point onward, my uncle's household has been plagued by misfortune. Someone ends up dying every few days, and it's always connected to the basement. Oh, I see, Jiang Yan nodded. After all, he wasn't a professional. Whatever Lu Junhai said, he could only treat it as a horror story. There was no way for him to analyze any of it. In contrast, the two Taoist priests feng shui had brought with them looked every bit the part as they took out their compasses and began inspecting every corner of the basement the moment they stepped inside. Actually we need to go further inside. Seeing the two Taoist priests nearly prostrating on the ground, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but cough lightly to remind them. It's fine, we're just surveying the surroundings. The older Taoist priest calmly rose from the ground, brushing the dust off his robe. The younger priest solemnly mimicked the elder's movements. Witnessing this, Feng Shui tugged at the beautiful middle-aged woman's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, are these two people you hired actually reliable? Don't worry, they're genuinely capable people who handle things meticulously. They'll surely help your Uncle Zhou resolve his troubles." The elegant middle-aged woman reassured Feng Shui with a comforting pat on her hand. The basement corridor was endlessly long, stretching into the distance. Jiang Yan made a rough estimate. It must be at least 100 or 200 meters. By the end, the corridor had completely lost all traces of light. Everyone could only take out their phones and turn on the flashlights to see the way. At the same time, that eerie chill grew increasingly palpable. Jiang Yan felt goosebumps rising along his arms. If only he had brought a jacket. Lu Junhai wasn't faring much better himself. He'd already blown his nose several times. Jiang Yan silently stepped back a few paces, unwilling to get too close to Lu Junhai with his snot-covered hands. It's easy to get accidentally hurt. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan came to an abrupt halt without warning. "We're here." Only then did everyone realize that a pitch-black double door had appeared before them at some unknown moment. It blended perfectly into the darkness. Had they not approached closer, they would have hardly noticed this door's existence. Zhou Yuan gave the door a gentle push, and as if sensing his approach, it automatically slid open on both sides. At that moment, everyone caught sight of what lay beyond the door. A flower pot, with a single lotus blossom. The lotus was black, emitting a dim glow that made it strikingly visible in the darkness. The flower pot wasn't filled with soil, but rather with a red liquid. A faint sweet and fishy smell lingered in the air, making it hard not to wonder what exactly was inside. "Everyone, do you know what this is?" Zhou Yuan turned to look at Jiang Yan and the two Taoist priests. "I know, this must be an evil object." The elder Taoist pointed at the flower pot behind the door with his wooden sword, speaking with conviction. "Moreover, it's an evil object nourished by blood. It's bloodthirsty by nature, requiring regular blood sacrifices. That's why Mr. Zhou's household has been experiencing frequent incidents." Hearing this, Lu Junhai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Wasn't it obvious enough for anyone with eyes to see? Did he really need to spell it out again? Feng Shui and her daughter were quite frightened after hearing this, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Yuan didn't voice his opinion but instead looked at Jiang Yan. "Young man, what do you think?" "Wait a minute." Using his backpack as cover, Jiang Yan took out the divination crystal ball. Seeing how well prepared the Taoist priest was with his tools, he figured he should put on a proper show too. Jiang Yan held the crystal ball in his hand and swaggered straight into the room. Chapter 44, Lies. Seeing Jiang Yan enter the room without any preparation whatsoever, the old Taoist couldn't help but flash a hint of mockery in his eyes. In their line of work, knowledge and experience were of utmost importance. He simply refused to believe some snot-nosed brat could make out anything worthwhile. After all, not even he had ever seen such a bizarre plant before. Jiang Yan was even more so beyond question. Yet no one actually spoke up to stop them. They also wanted to see what would happen if they got closer to that black lotus. After Jiang Yan entered the room, he distinctly felt the temperature drop another few degrees. There was also a faint sense of oppression, making even breathing feel heavier. And the source of all this was that black lotus in the room. It seemed to have just bloomed, its petals not yet fully unfolded. The flashlight's beam illuminated the black lotus, revealing faint trails of black mist emanating from its stamen. Jiang Yan didn't approach recklessly, merely circling the black lotus once before returning to Lu Junhai's side. Lu Junhai gave Jiang Yan an approving thumbs up. Just standing at the doorway, he could feel the oppressive aura radiating from the black lotus. Even the old Taoist priest dared not approach it lightly. Jiang Yan swaggered in and took a leisurely stroll around the place. Now this was way cooler than some old Taoist priest waving around a broken sword. "Humph," the old Taoist priest snorted coldly. Youth these days are so reckless.
If your actions provoke this evil entity, I fear Mr. Joe might be disturbed as a result.
Exactly.
The beautiful middle-aged woman chimed in beside him. If you don't understand, don't go running around recklessly. The masters we've invited only dare to observe from the doorway. That's taking responsibility for everyone's lives.
Young man, you should learn from this. Holding the divination crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Yan asked with a smirk, so what has this master standing at the doorway managed to discern? Didn't I just say it?
This is a sinister object that can only be destroyed through special methods. The old Taoist stroked his beard with an air of mystery, his face full of profound wisdom.
Master, it seems you already have a solution? Feng Shui's face brightened with joy.
Worth a try, the old Taoist priest said.
Wait a minute, we haven't even had our say here. How can you move to the next step already?
Lu Junhai, recognizing the intentions of Feng Shui and her mother, hurriedly spoke up to stop them. In the current situation, clearly whoever makes the first move gains the upper hand. If this old Taoist really succeeds, then today's trip would have been for nothing. Feng Shui was just about to retort when Lu Junhai suddenly spoke up. Let this young man share his thoughts first.
Did you hear that?
Lu Junhai shot a challenging look at Feng Shui and her mother.
You're right, you're right.
The middle-aged beauty also realized they'd been too hasty, immediately forcing a smile as she spoke. Jiang Yan, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, finally got a chance to speak.
This black lotus, if I'm not mistaken, must have been planted by Mr. Zhou, right?
Jiang Yan looked at Zhou Yuandao.
Correct. Zhou Yuandao nodded.
The old Taoist scoffed silently in his heart.
Isn't it obvious? The stuff is in your own basement. If the owner didn't plant it, did it just appear out of thin air? Did the person who asked Mr. Zhou to grow the black lotus tell you that all it needs is to be fed fresh blood every day? That it can absorb the impurities in your body and even protect your home and bring peace? Jiang Yan continued. That's right. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up.
Among all the fortune tellers, Taoist priests, and mages he had recently invited, Jiang Yan was the first to hit the nail on the head. Seeing Zhou Yuan's reaction, both Feng Shui and her mother silently thought this didn't bode well. The old Taoist priest's expression also changed slightly. Could this kid have actually guessed right? Zhou Yuan briefly explained the origin of this black lotus. 15 years ago, when my career was at its peak, I successfully acquired several rival companies and even developed cultivation methods for rare medicinal herbs, earning me multiple prestigious awards. But during that very period, I suddenly fell into a dazed state, constantly haunted by bloody nightmares at night. It felt exactly like being possessed by evil spirits. I visited numerous hospitals for examinations, yet none could identify the cause. As my condition worsened, I had no choice but to spend a fortune to invite a highly respected master. The moment he saw me, he immediately recognized that I had been cursed. This is an extremely insidious technique. The cursed person automatically absorbs all surrounding resentment and grievances. Over time, I'd only have two outcomes: either commit suicide or go mad. Then the master gave me a seed. He told me to nourish it daily with a drop of blood, year after year. As the resentment in my body transferred to this plant, the curse would gradually disappear. The master also told me this plant had the power to protect households and ensure peace. It should be kept and nurtured in one's own home. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Zhou Yuan let out a weary sigh, his face etched with distress and resignation. Uncle, you've definitely been sabotaged by some rival company, exclaimed Lu Junhai excitedly, slapping his thigh after listening to Zhou Yuan's account of the ordeal. These business competition tactics nowadays are getting more and more despicable. The middle-aged beauty immediately chimed in.
Uncle Zhou, you seem to be in good health now.
The curse might have already disappeared. The key now is to figure out how to deal with this black lotus, Feng Shui said while giving the old Taoist priest a meaningful look. Understanding the hint, the old Taoist priest stepped forward and said, Mr. Zhou, leave this evil object to me. It has absorbed too much resentment and has completely demonized. Every extra day it stays in your home poses greater danger.
I'll leave it to the master then.
Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment but didn't stop him.
Lu Junhai immediately grew anxious.
Jiang Yan, however, stood by the side, with an air of detachment. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved in this troublesome matter right now, because Zhou Yuan was lying.
And frankly, 9 out of 10 words out of his mouth were probably false. This guy was far from the decent, upstanding man he pretended to be. He'd recognized the black lotus for what it was the moment he saw it. Black blood, a vessel of curses. It requires human blood to sustain it. Moreover, the blood must come from those who have endured immense suffering, even death.
Only such blood can be effective.
Until the black blood blooms, the curse is considered complete. Jiang Yan didn't know if Zhou Yuan had been deceived into planting this black lotus in his own home. But judging from his behavior, he was most likely tricked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought people everywhere trying to resolve this black lotus issue. But now this black lotus has bloomed. That means the number of people who have died at Zhou Yuan's hands is certainly no small figure. These people must have all met tragic, unjust deaths. And this has continued for 15 years. Just think about it, who knows how many wronged souls are buried in this dark basement. Chapter 45, Inviting a God is easier than sending one away.
In this world, there are all kinds of overt and covert struggles every single day, and countless people die each day.
But that doesn't mean human lives are worthless.
No matter what Zhou Yuan's original intentions were, he used extremely cruel methods to commit murders continuously for 15 years.
In all likelihood, most of his victims were ordinary people who had no enmity with him.
This fact alone makes it impossible for him to whitewash his crimes.
Jiang Yan didn't think killing people was wrong,
but someone like Zhou Yuan, he found completely unacceptable. The old Taoist priest had already cautiously entered the room housing the Black Lotus, followed closely by his young apprentice. When they came within 5 meters of the Black Lotus, an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation gripped them. The old priest hastily produced a bell from his robes, holding it aloft while shaking it vigorously. The young Taoist priest had nearly reached his limit, but as soon as the elder priest shook his bell, his complexion quickly improved.
"Mom, the master you invited really does have some skills."
Seeing this, Feng Shui remarked cheerfully.
"When have I ever messed up in handling things?"
The elegant middle-aged woman smiled proudly.
Zhou Yuan also nodded in satisfaction. At least it's not another fool who wets his pants the moment they step into the room.
The reason he was willing to hear Jiang Yan's opinion alone was precisely because Jiang Yan could enter this room without batting an eye. As for these two Taoist priests, he initially thought he'd encountered yet another pair of charlatans. Judging from his performance just now, he seems to have some real skills. A few minutes later, the two Taoist priests finally crossed the short distance of a few meters and arrived before the pot where the Black Lotus was planted. The Black Lotus seemed to sense their approach, its stem swaying gently as if it possessed the sentience of a living creature. At the same time, the red liquid in the flower pot began to bubble with a gurgling sound. The old Taoist priest, being worldly wise, managed to remain composed. However, the young Taoist priest took a frightened step back.
"Do not panic."
The old Taoist priest glanced at the young one disapprovingly before cautiously advancing half a step. At this moment, the old Taoist realized that what filled the flower pot didn't seem to be blood, but rather a red liquid secreted from the Black Lotus's roots. It smelled sickly sweet, and without close inspection, could easily be mistaken for blood.
"Master, should we still use the Thunderfire Talisman?"
The young Taoist nervously swallowed and looked up at the old Taoist for instructions.
"All sinister and evil things fear the Thunderfire Talisman."
The old Taoist straightened up, reached into his satchel, and pulled out a bright yellow talisman between his fingers. He didn't want to investigate what exactly this plant was. Since it had condensed grievances, the conventional method would naturally suffice.
The young Taoist also took out a low-grade Thunderfire Talisman. "Now!"
As the elder Taoist's voice fell, the Thunderfire talismans in their hands transformed into fiery streaks that shot toward the Black Lotus with such speed that the naked eye could only catch the afterimage of the flames. With two thunderous booms, the Thunderfire talismans detonated above the Black Lotus.
Intertwined arcs of lightning and flame instantly engulfed the entire Black Lotus. The room was illuminated as bright as daylight.
"It worked!" Feng Shui shouted excitedly, clapping her hands.
"That was settled so easily?"
Lu Junhai looked thoroughly displeased. Zhou Yuan also seemed to let out a sigh of relief. Only Jiang Yan frowned slightly, already considering whether he should make a run for it. Though staying alive wouldn't be difficult for him, but it wouldn't be worth revealing one's trump card in a place like this. The smoke in the room gradually dissipated. In the next second, Feng Shui and her mother could no longer laugh. They discovered the Black Lotus at the center of the room remained completely unharmed.
Inside the shattered flower pot lay a pulsating mass of flesh resembling a human heart.
As it throbbed rhythmically, writhing tentacles began sprouting from the fleshy core.
The Taoist priest instantly sensed the danger and bellowed, "Run!"
Yet before he and his apprentice could react, the tendrils shot forth like projectiles, piercing them both until their bodies resembled sieves. Blood sprayed out, instantly staining the ground red.
"Ah!"
Feng Shui and her daughter let out terrified screams and immediately fled back in panic.
Lu Junhai was also frightened to the point his legs trembled uncontrollably.
Only Zhou Yuan seemed unsurprised by this scene. He wasn't afraid of these tentacles, for they only harmed others.
Originally, keeping such a weapon by his side wasn't a bad thing.
But recently, this Black Lotus had increasingly slipped beyond his control. It stopped at nothing when attacking, and even when he wasn't around, it would go out on its own to harm others. He roughly estimated that the tentacles at the base of the Black Lotus could easily envelop the entire villa area.
It's no exaggeration to say that someone dies in his house every day.
What's worse, he never cares about other people's lives. As the wealthiest man in Spring City, countless eyes were fixed on him. Within just a few days, the media had spread the matter until it became common knowledge among passers-by.
He could only claim publicly that there were issues at home.
Then he began enlisting a multitude of folk exorcists and mages to cleanse his household of evil spirits.
Who knew this damn thing couldn't be killed?
Only then did Zhou Yuan realize the severity of the situation. Now he understood what "it's easier to invite gods than send them away" truly meant. After killing the two Taoist priests, the tentacles quickly sensed living beings at the doorway and immediately began slithering across the floor like venomous snakes toward them.
Little brother, do you have any ideas? Zhou Yuan turned to Jiang Yan. His expectations of Jiang Yan far exceeded those for the two Taoist priests.
Now that he saw Jiang Yan hadn't run away, he grew even more certain of his suspicions. Jiang Yan pondered the spatial magic artifact, then glanced at the tentacles on the ground. He was weighing whether these things were worth using his blood-sucking vine. The spatial artifact truly tempted him, yet he didn't want to reveal his trump card.
Moreover, with Zhou Yuan hiding so deeply, it was uncertain whether there would even be a spatial artifact in the end.
Forget it, I'd better scram. He was about to speak up when he suddenly noticed that the nearest tentacles weren't advancing any further. Instead, they had retreated a short distance. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball in his hand. Then, his eyes gradually began to light up.
Right, why hadn't he thought of that? When it comes to dark magic, who could rival the Calamity Siren?
This thing is practically the ancestor of all dark sorcery. Though what he held wasn't the real artifact, the mere aura of the Calamity Siren was enough to make these small fry scatter in terror. With this thought, Jiang Yan raised the crystal orb in his hand slightly forward.
Sure enough, as soon as the divination crystal ball approached, those tentacles recoiled frantically as if they'd seen a ghost. Witnessing this scene, both Lu Junhai and Zhou Yuan widened their eyes in shock.
Especially Zhou Yuan, he knew full well just how troublesome these tentacles could be.
Yet they seemed almost afraid of Jiang Yan. Confirming his suspicions, Jiang Yan cast aside all hesitation and strode boldly into the room holding the crystal orb. The tentacles recoiled frantically.
In the end, they all retracted into the fleshy orb at the base of the Black Lotus. Even the constantly swaying Black Lotus instantly became completely still.
Chapter 46, Scared Straight Back to the Womb. Jiang Yan stepped forward cautiously.
When he raised the crystal ball of divination above the Black Lotus, it completely ceased all movement. Lu Junhai, standing at the doorway, suddenly rubbed his arms.
It doesn't feel as cold anymore.
Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within them.
What exactly is the origin of this young man?
He had considered many possibilities, whether through violent extermination or trapping it with tools. Yet he never imagined that someone could simply approach and calm the Black Lotus. This was precisely what he had always wanted to achieve but failed to do.
If he could fully control the Black Lotus, why would he abandon such a useful weapon?
It was immensely powerful, and he had personally nurtured it. Yet now, in front of an outsider, it was docile as a quail. This left him feeling somewhat displeased. After repeated testing, Jiang Yan confirmed that the crystal ball of the misfortune siren indeed had a suppressive effect on the Black Lotus, so he moved the crystal ball even closer. Just as the crystal ball was about to touch the Black Lotus, the flower's previously bloomed petals suddenly closed rapidly. Then, in a flash, it completely retreated back into the fleshy orb.
Jiang Yan, how terrified are they of him? Wait, no, it's better to say terrified of the misfortune siren.
Literally scared straight back into the womb. If it grows back now, it won't be nearly as easy.
Holy shit, master, you're insane. That monster doesn't even dare to come out now. Lu Junhai's face was full of shock.
Everyone had witnessed just how terrifying this evil creature was moments ago. Those two Taoist priests couldn't put up the slightest resistance against the attacks from the meatball's tentacles. But now the situation had completely reversed. When Black Lotus saw Jiang Yan approaching, it reacted like a mouse spotting a cat, even retreating completely back into the flesh sphere.
The stark contrast between its previous and current behavior was simply unbelievable.
Jiang Yan observed the flesh sphere for a while longer, then retrieved a low-grade Thunderfire talisman from the old Taoist's bag and threw it onto the sphere. Yet despite the flesh sphere being blasted until covered in wounds, the Black Lotus didn't regrow, nor did the tentacles launch any attacks. A cursed vessel that has absorbed 15 years' worth of resentment clearly cannot be killed with just a few low-level Thunderfire talismans. Yet it showed no resistance to such attacks, indicating it has entered a sealed state.
It no longer responds to any external stimuli whatsoever.
Moreover, this state will persist for some time to come.
In other words, this is the best time to deal with it.
However, the finishing work should be left to Zhou Yuan to solve himself. To completely kill the 15-year-old Black Blood, one would need at least 4th or 5th tier strength. Even if he wanted to take action, he wouldn't have the capability.
Mr. Zhou, this object should be temporarily harmless now. As for how to handle it specifically, the decision is yours to make.
Jiang Yan looked up at Zhou Yuan Dao.
Of course, it must be completely eradicated. Zhou Yuan Dao replied without hesitation.
A weapon that was beyond control, one that had even submitted to an outsider, was something he had no reason to keep by his side.
Then it's quite simple.
Mr. Zhou just needs to invite a few 4th or 5th tier martial artists to violently destroy it. It probably won't resist in such a short time, so speed is crucial.
Jiang Yan explained the method. Whether Zhou Yuan would follow through wasn't his concern anymore.
Now, his mind was entirely focused on that spatial artifact. Alright, I'll make the arrangements shortly, Zhou Yuan nodded.
So now, shouldn't we discuss the matter of compensation?
Jiang Yan said with a beaming smile. Zhou Yuan paused for a brief moment, then smiled and said, little brother helped me solve this trouble, so naturally, I'll hand over the promised reward with both hands. After speaking, Zhou Yuan looked at Lu Junhai and said, take this little brother to rest for a while.
Once I finish handling matters here, I'll come find you.
Jiang Yan and Lu Junhai left the basement and returned to the living room. Before I could get closer, I could already see Feng Shui and her son at the gate, loudly arguing with Zhou Yuan's assistant.
Don't you understand what I'm saying? Mr. Zhou is in danger, and you won't let me call the police.
Then hurry up and send someone to check on him, the middle-aged woman said anxiously. This matter is not for madam to worry about. President Zhou will handle it himself. The assistant stood stiffly at the door, his face expressionless.
Are you sure you're not joking?
Let me say it again, 2 people have already died downstairs.
Mr. Zhou is just an ordinary man, and with such monsters appearing in the basement, you're telling me he'll handle it?
The middle-aged woman glared, her eyes wide.
You're completely disregarding Uncle Zhou's life. What exactly is your motive? I'm warning you, if Uncle Zhou makes it out alive, I'll definitely tell him about this.
You can just wait to get fired. So you'd better do exactly as we say, either call the police or hurry to the basement and rescue him immediately.
Feng Shui glared furiously at the assistant. If anything happened to Zhou Yuan, she and her mother would be utterly doomed. Without Zhou Yuan as their pillar of support, how could they possibly enjoy wealth and glory? How could they continue their former luxurious life? I've already told you, Director Zhou will be fine. Go wait in the living room. The assistant had no intention of engaging further with Feng Shui and her mother.
Having worked under Zhou Yuan for 7 or 8 years, he had handled plenty of similar situations. He had a fairly good idea of what was stored in the basement.
If anyone was unlikely to have an accident, it was Zhou Yuan.
But stubborn, unreasonable troublemakers like Feng Shui and her daughter, that was a first for him. They don't even grasp the basics of reading the room. Who knows how they managed to stay by Zhou Yuan's side all this time?
Fine, you're ruthless. Just you wait.
Seeing how her assistant remained utterly unmoved despite all her words, Feng Shui could only utter this threat before linking arms with the middle-aged beauty beside her.
Mom, let's go home.
Ladies, please hand over your phones, the assistant said, still worried that Feng Shui and her mother might resort to calling the police in their distress, potentially escalating the situation.
You!
Feng Shui was about to explode in anger when she suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps behind her.
Relax, Uncle is fine.
Everything downstairs has been taken care of. And stop with all this talk about calling the police, this is Uncle's family matter.
Don't cause trouble here.
Lu Junhai, with one hand tucked in his pocket, walked out from the living room alongside Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan and the others, both Feng Shui and her mother looked incredulous.
You came out alive? What about Mr. Zhou? The middle-aged beauty snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked. Uncle still has some matters to deal with.
You can go back in peace, there's nothing left for you here. Lu Junhai waved impatiently.
Why do you sound just like his assistant? Feng Shui frowned at Lu Junhai. And if all of you made it out, how could Uncle Zhou not come back?
She strongly suspected these people had colluded in advance, deliberately setting up this trap to have Zhou Yuan die under mysterious circumstances, just so they could swallow up his family fortune.
Chapter 47, All merchants are deceitful.
I find women can sometimes be really hard to communicate with. Lu Junhai sighed helplessly upon seeing Feng Shui's reaction, then turned his head to Jiang Yan and said, this is exactly why I don't want a girlfriend. So many women really have holes in their brains. Jiang Yan nodded with partial understanding. No wonder Lu Junhai, despite being from a wealthy family, preferred spending money on women outside. So this is the real reason.
Lu Junhai, are you even listening to me?
Feng Shui was furious when she realized Lu Junhai was completely ignoring her.
Never mind what I just said.
Lu Junhai turned to his assistant and said, have someone take these 2 women to the side hall. Don't let them run around until my uncle comes out. Then Lu Junhai added, oh, and remember to confiscate their phones. Hearing this, Feng Shui's pupils abruptly contracted. Lu Junhai, so you really are in cahoots with them?
Ugh, where did this crazy woman come from? Someone take her away immediately. Lu Junhai had completely lost his patience.
Every additional word he exchanged with this mother-daughter pair now made him feel the urge to hit someone. He believed his uncle would understand his position. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Junhai speaking up, he could finally relax. Bring them all away at once, the assistant immediately ordered.
After Feng Shui and her daughter were taken away, the surroundings finally quieted down.
Those 2 crazy women, if they stayed at Uncle's place, they'd cause trouble sooner or later, Lu Junhai said as he returned to the living room, casually picking a fragrant pear from the fruit basket and munching on it.
Lu, I wanted to ask about that spatial treasure you mentioned earlier. It's real, right? Jiang Yan couldn't help but confirm once more.
After all, he had only heard about it from Lu Junhai. Whether the reward Zhou Yuan mentioned was the same as what Lu Junhai had promised remained uncertain.
He hadn't been worried about anything before coming, but after witnessing this family's situation, he couldn't shake the feeling that obtaining that spatial artifact wouldn't be so easy. It's often said that every merchant has a touch of dishonest cunning, not to mention Zhou Yuan, who pulled himself up by his own bootstraps and climbed his way to the position of the wealthiest man in the country. He didn't have an ounce of trust in this person. My words are never false. It's just that uncle has encountered too many frauds in the martial world and had no choice but to set this condition. Didn't it attract a real master like you after all? Lu Junhai chuckled. Jiang Yan was someone he had found. This time, he could truly be credited with a great achievement. That's good. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Several hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Zhou Yuan finally emerged from the basement. Little brother, sorry to keep you waiting. Zhou Yuan adjusted his glasses and sat down opposite Jiang Yan and Lu Junhai. Uncle, is that thing downstairs taken care of? Lu Junhai asked in a hushed voice. We've already handled it as this young man suggested. Zhou Yuan smiled with relief. That's great. Lu Junhai instantly beamed with joy. By the way, about the reward we promised this young man, I should clarify in advance, Zhou Yuan suddenly said with seriousness. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. It was exactly as he'd expected. Zhou Yuan had been in business for decades and was well-traveled. How could he not know the preciousness of spatial artifacts? Even so, he still offered the spatial artifact as payment. Clearly, there was something fishy about this. However, Jiang Yan maintained a relatively calm demeanor, having mentally prepared himself for this moment. He raised his hand slightly and said, Please proceed, Mr. Zhou. This spatial artifact was something I obtained by chance a few years ago. When I got it, the artifact was already damaged. Originally, it had 10 square meters of space inside, but now barely half a square meter remains. Zhou Yuan paused, then added, Of course, if you mind, I can exchange the compensation for something else. I'm sure it'll satisfy you. Only half a square meter left? Jiang Yan was speechless. With such a small space, it couldn't even hide a person, let alone a massive demonic beast. It could only hold small, ordinary animals at best. No wonder Zhou Yuan was so generous. They're not stupid, you know, but just because something's broken doesn't mean it can't be fixed. He has a universal synthesis station. As long as he finds suitable materials, repairing the spatial artifact shouldn't be difficult. As long as the spatial artifact is genuine, that's all that matters. Then I'll still take the spatial artifact. After all, this was what we agreed on from the start, and I can't take advantage of Mr. Zhou, Jiang Yan said quite humbly. Zhou Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Judging by Jiang Yan's tone, it sounded like he was being magnanimous by reluctantly accepting this reward. Although this spatial treasure artifact is damaged, its inherent value remains. There are plenty willing to pay a premium for it. Had it not been meant to attract genuinely capable individuals, he wouldn't have been willing to offer it as compensation. Yet Jiang Yan made it sound as if he were the one taking a loss. No matter how you interpret it, something about this just doesn't sit right. Yet he couldn't easily refute it. After all, when he'd set the reward, he hadn't clarified the specifics about the spatial artifact. Never mind, why should he haggle with a child? Zhou Yuan flipped his hand and produced a leaf-shaped jade carving from his storage ring, placing it on the table. This is the spatial artifact, he said. You're welcome to examine it, young man. Jiang Yan felt intrigued and reached out to pick up the jade carving. To think that the space within this magical artifact uses premium-grade spirit jade as its foundation. Just the quality of this spirit jade alone makes it remarkably valuable. When Jiang Yan extended his spiritual sense over the jade, a dilapidated location instantly appeared in his mind. It appears to be a collapsed wooden hut, with only a tiny corner space barely large enough to hold anything. The interior condition of this spatial treasure indeed matched Zhou Yuan's description. Only about half a square meter of space remained intact. Upon closer inspection, it might not even measure half a square meter. Could he demand Zhou Yuan compensate for the missing portion? However, Jiang Yan only pondered this in his heart. The spatial treasure wasn't fake. This trip wasn't a wasted effort. I'll take these items. Using his backpack as cover, Jiang Yan stored the spatial treasure in his item inventory. Once in his possession, there was no chance of returning it. Even if Zhou Yuan had second thoughts now, it was already too late. Young man, it's getting late. Would you like to stay for dinner? Zhou Yuan said very politely. However, Jiang Yan detected the underlying hint for him to leave, so he stood up and said, No need, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Walking away from Zhou Yuan's villa, Jiang Yan felt the outside air was noticeably fresher. Considering how many people had died in that villa, Zhou Yuan truly had nerves of steel to still live there. Jiang Yan took out his phone to check the map. You've got to be kidding me, it'll take over half an hour just to walk out of here? Damn these rich people, who needs an obscenely massive neighborhood anyway? Just as he was about to ask security if taxis could enter the premises, a striking figure suddenly blocked his path. Hey handsome, name your price. That spatial treasure in your hand, I'll buy it. Feng Shui lifted her chin as she spoke. Chapter 48, The Perils of Being Too Outstanding. Jiang Yan was convinced he must have forgotten to check the almanac before leaving home,
hence being pestered by this vexing woman. Right now, he just wanted to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Seeing no point in wasting words with Feng Shui, he flatly refused. Not for sale. I'm in a hurry, please move aside. No way. Feng Shui stepped forward, nearly pressing herself against Jiang Yan. What do you mean by this? Jiang Yan asked leisurely, observing Feng Shui's obvious suggestive gesture. Handsome, just sell the spatial artifact to me. Uncle Joe must have told you this spatial artifact is already too damaged for normal use. Keeping it would only make it a display piece. But if you sell it to me, not only will you get a hefty sum, but you'll also get my contact info. Feng Shui batted her eyelashes at Jiang Yan, her tone sweet and coaxing. If you think that's still not enough. Feng Shui pressed a finger against Jiang Yan's chest, her voice dripping with temptation. I can even give you a chance to ask me out. Feng Shui leaned close to Jiang Yan's ear and added, tonight will do. Jiang Yan was bewildered. Was this supposed to be seduction? To be fair, Feng Shui wasn't bad-looking. She likely had been specially cultivated, carrying an air of noble elegance about her, and her attire was perfectly refined. Yet this cultivated grace was entirely superficial. Among the few women he had encountered since crossing over into this world, only Zhao Siren could remotely compare to her. Though having a beauty throw herself at him wasn't exactly a bad thing, but he genuinely wasn't interested in Feng Shui. Most importantly, he felt Feng Shui only wanted to buy spatial artifacts from him while conveniently trying to sleep with him too. Who could blame her when he looked this handsome and was this powerful? Such were the troubles of being exceptional. How about it, handsome? Big sister has already made so many concessions. Just sell me that spatial artifact, and I'll make sure you have a good time tonight. Feng Shui implied all sorts of things as she pressed her entire upper body against Jiang Yan. Not selling. Jiang Yan remained unmoved, giving Feng Shui the same two-word response. You're being so naughty. Feng Shui grabbed Jiang Yan's hand and placed it against her chest. Big sister is begging you like this, won't you reconsider? Truth be told, she had already lined up a buyer for the spatial artifact long ago. At a glance, one could immediately discern that the main material of this spatial treasure was a piece of premium spirit jade, the kind that would spark a frenzied bidding war even in the auction houses of first-tier cities. Moreover, this is still a spatial treasure with a small functional space remaining inside. Such a piece of high-quality spirit jade, its collectible and practical value is exceptionally high. Yet Jiang Yan probably doesn't realize any of this. So Feng Shui felt he had a pretty good chance. He rushed to intercept Jiang Yan as soon as he got the news. I'm really not selling. Jiang Yan sighed helplessly. If you insist on knowing why, well, I'll tell you, but don't get mad. You said you wouldn't get angry. Feng Shui curled her lips upward. This handsome lad actually knew to consider her feelings. She'd always known no man could escape her tender charms. Because, honestly, I prefer girls with bigger chests. As he spoke, Jiang Yan gave the little buns in his grasp a playful squeeze, then withdrew his hand with lightning speed before Feng Shui could react. Feng Shui's expression froze instantly on her face. Had she heard him correctly? She was actually being rejected? Though she admittedly wasn't that big, she still had a solid A+ bordering on B. Okay? So I'm sorry, but you should find someone else. We're just not compatible. Jiang Yan said with genuine regret, then walked straight toward the neighborhood exit without looking back, leaving Feng Shui utterly bewildered in the wind. Not compatible? They aren't suited for each other? Wasn't this the excuse she often used when dumping people before? Now she's on the receiving end of rejection instead. So this is how it feels. It's actually this painful. Wait a minute. Feng Shui suddenly snapped back to reality. She hadn't come to find Jiang Yan to buy spatial magic tools. What the hell does inappropriate even mean? She almost got completely sidetracked by Jiang Yan's twisting words. But when she tried chasing after him, Jiang Yan's shadow was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yan's physical constitution was now completely different from before. At full sprint, reaching car-like speed was no problem at all. The only issue was he couldn't maintain it for very long. After running out of the villa area, Jiang Yan finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Shui wasn't chasing after him. It wasn't that he was afraid of this woman, but Feng Shui was simply too persistent. He feared if he didn't leave immediately, he might eventually lose control. After all, he was just a normal man. A strikingly beautiful woman threw herself into his arms. Even if his heart remained unmoved, his body was hard to control. He didn't want to leave any leverage that could fall into that woman's hands. Jiang Yan hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel where he had been staying before. Washing away the lingering perfume from his body and the faint stench of blood that clung to him from the basement, he collapsed onto the bed, relaxed at last. Let's see if there are any materials we can use to fix this spatial treasure. Jiang Yan took out his phone and opened the official website of Lingwu Hall. Living in the inner city offers many conveniences. For example, Lingwu Hall delivers directly to your doorstep. As long as the official website shows stock is available, your order will be delivered within the last 2 hours after placement. Jiang Yan had tried it once before, and the experience was superb. The order placed half an hour ago was delivered to the hotel just 30 minutes later. It was practically a godsend for someone as lazy as him. Jiang Yan searched for spatial-related keywords on the Lingwu Hall official website, and instantly hundreds of entries appeared in the results column. Above are various spatial-type crystal ores, demon beast remains, and special plants. The prices aren't cheap, and the quantities are limited. Especially space-attributed crystal ores. All varieties combined don't exceed 100 in total. The dimensional crystals used to craft storage rings are among the rarest of space-attributed gemstones. Other spatial crystal ores, though not directly usable for crafting storage equipment, can often serve as repair materials or auxiliary components for such gear. With only a little over $1 million left in his hands, Jiang Yan couldn't bear to spend so much on expensive materials just for experimentation. Thus, his target shifted to the remains of spatial-type magical beasts. Spatial-type magical beasts are also exceptionally rare creatures. But there is one exception, a demon beast called the snowlight beetle. Snowlight beetles typically live in colonies. When they gather together, they create a special magnetic field around them. When their numbers grow large enough, they can even form an isolated spatial domain. So discovering a single ice fireworm means discovering countless ice fireworms. Jiang Yan glanced at the price of dried ice fireworms, 100,000 per piece. Still somewhat acceptable. Let's buy one first and see how it works. With this thought, Jiang Yan immediately picked up his phone and placed the order. Just after completing the payment, his phone suddenly rang. The screen displayed the caller's name. Jiang Xue. Chapter 49, Your Brother's Got Money. Seeing the caller ID, Jiang Yan drew a sharp breath. His elder sister's call. Jiang Yan felt a faint sense of panic and guilt creeping over him. He had always held a rather favorable impression of Jiang Xue. However, the original host's relationship with her wasn't actually that close. Jiang Xue had been strict with the original host since childhood, so what the host felt toward her was mostly awe and respect. The emotions that had just surged within Jiang Yan were remnants left behind by the original host's memories. After a moment of thought, he pressed the answer button. Sis, Jiang Yan cleared his throat and called out. Xiao Yan, I've been training out in the wilderness until now and just heard about Spring City's incident after returning to school. Are you alright? A concerned voice came through the phone. I'm doing great, eating well and sleeping soundly. Jiang Yan laughed. Hearing you're okay puts my mind at ease. Jiang Xue exhaled in relief. You have your college entrance exams in 3 days, but I heard the 9th high school area was badly hit. Has the school made any arrangements? The school arranged for us to take the exams in the inner city. We just went to familiarize ourselves with the testing site today, Jiang Yan replied. Exam in the inner city? Jiang Xue paused momentarily, her tone tinged with worry. Isn't it expensive there? I remember the daily tax alone costs 10,000. She had spent all her savings on spiritual pearls and elixirs for Jiang Yan, leaving her practically broke now. But thinking about Jiang Yan's imminent college entrance exams, she was determined to gather the necessary fees no matter what. Would she have to borrow money from classmates again? She had just managed to pay off all her debts with great difficulty. Don't worry about it, sis. The government has preferential policies. During the college entrance exam period, all extra fees are waived. Even staying in the inner city won't cost much, Jiang Yan quickly replied. Really? The stone that had just been weighing on Jiang Xue's heart suddenly settled back down. Then wait a moment, I'll transfer 5,000 to you. Use it for now. At times like this, you can't afford to be frugal with money. Jiang Yan was just about to tell Jiang Xue not to send him any more money when he suddenly heard another woman's voice on the other end of the line. Xue, you can barely afford meals for yourself, yet you're still sending money to your brother? What does a high school student need all that for? Don't push your own health to the brink. Keep your voice down. Jiang Xue held her phone away as she spoke in a hushed tone. My little brother has an exam coming up, can't let him get distracted by something like this. It's just 5,000 bucks. I'll work a few days as a sparring partner at the martial arts studio, no big deal. Are you still going to that martial arts gym? Last time they broke your bones, those rich kids don't even treat sparring partners like human beings. Forget it, I'll explain it to you later. Jiang Xue pushed aside the person next to her and picked up her phone again. Xiao Yan, big sister hasn't gotten time off yet, so I can't come back to see you. Don't get nervous during the exam, understand? After speaking, Jiang Xue noticed an unusual silence on the other end. Xiao Yan? She called out again. Big sis, you don't need to send me money anymore, Jiang Yan replied in a low voice. Actually, Jiang Yanzhang had heard everything Jiang Xue said just now. Thinking about how he'd been using those spirit beads and elixirs with a clear conscience, living in a hotel that cost $1,000 a day, while Jiang Xue worked as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym, getting beaten up every day. Jiang Yan felt deeply unsettled. Had he known this was how Jiang Xue earned money, he would have never accepted those things. With the Universal Synthesis Station, making money was a breeze for him. But for Jiang Xue, every penny was earned through her sweat and blood. Jiang Yan had only one thought right now, and that was to always treat Jiang Xue well in the future, making absolutely sure she'd never suffer hardships again. just based on the kindness she showed by sending him elixirs even with broken bones.
Xiaoyan, you really don't need to worry about the money. After all, your sister is a martial artist, getting injured is unavoidable. Look at those college students going on wilderness training trips, do they ever come back completely unscathed?
When you get to college yourself, you'll realize this is all perfectly normal. Jiang Yingshui knew Jiang Yan must have overheard her conversation with her roommate and immediately explained.
Is that the same as being a sparring partner at a martial arts school? Jiang Yan retorted. Never mind, just stop going to that school. Oh, and check your bank account later. Bank account?
Jiang Yingshui was utterly confused. Just as she was about to ask Jiang Yan what he meant, her phone buzzed with a text message from the bank. Jiang Yingshui glanced away for a second, then suddenly her pupils contracted sharply.
Her account showed an unexpected deposit of 500,000 yuan, and the remitter was none other than Jiang Yan. Xiaoyan, where did you get so much money?
Jiang Yingshui quickly picked up her phone and asked.
Sis, you really don't need to worry about the money. During the last school field test, I made some good gains.
Plus, I placed in the rankings, just the rewards alone were worth several million.
I've spent some on elixirs recently, but there's still plenty left. Take this for now, Jiang Yan replied. A test reward worth millions?
Jiang Yingshui felt her mind go completely blank.
Zhejiang is just an ordinary high school in the outer city, how could they possibly hand out rewards worth millions so casually?
This was the outcome after splitting it 5 ways. Because of this test, the school has unprecedentedly offered access to the mystic realm as a reward, with each spot worth around 7 to 8 million, Jiang Yan said earnestly. So sis, your little brother really has money now, no need to worry about expenses. And don't you dare go work at that martial arts gym anymore, the time would be better spent cultivating and improving your strength.
Jiang Yingshui was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally spoke. You're right, I should focus on improving my abilities, but I can't accept the money you gave me.
When I go out for field training, I earn extra income, it's enough to cover my daily expenses.
Why are you still so formal with me? Don't you treat me like a brother? When you sent me money and elixirs, I never refused you, Jiang Yan said in an exasperated tone. Well, alright then, Jiang Yingshui agreed hesitantly. After the college entrance exams are over, I'll probably go to Modu. I'll contact you then. Jiang Yan let Jiang Yingshui know about his upcoming plans in advance. Sure, I'll be waiting,
Jiang Yingshui replied with a smile. The call ended just as the delivery from Lingwu Pharmacy arrived.
Jiang Yan opened the package to find a shriveled, ginseng-like worm lying quietly in the box.
The worm had been dehydrated to prevent decay over extended periods. The contents originally inside it were also preserved in exceptionally good condition.
Jiang Yan used a fruit knife to dissect the snow glowworm, extracting a semi-transparent crystalline core from within. This was the snow glowworm's core, the key element that allowed them to form spatial domains when gathered together. Jiang Yan took out the spatial magic artifact and placed it along with the snow glowworm core into the synthesis platform.
At this moment, a new option appeared on the synthesis station.
Chapter 50, The Levels of Space. Unknown space detected. Upgrade available.
Upgrade will consume Snowlight Bug Core X1.
An upgrade?
Jiang Yan was utterly shocked when he saw the system's prompt. His original intention had been to use the Snowlight Beetle core to repair his spatial treasure.
Who would have thought that the Universal Synthesis Station could directly upgrade space itself? This is way too overpowered. Spaces are also classified by tiers.
Mortal tier, spirit tier, sacred tier, divine tier.
This classification applies not just to spatial artifacts, but to all spaces in existence. For example, the current Earth is evolving from a mundane level existence to a spiritual level 1.
This is because Earth has connected with higher dimensional spaces, the myriad celestial worlds, leading to this gradual transformation. The myriad celestial worlds are not a single isolated world but consist of numerous planes of existence. Among them, spaces ranging from the mundane level to the divine level all exist. The space currently connected to Earth is a higher-level spiritual dimension.
A mortal level dimension is what Earth was 300 years ago. After connecting with the spiritual dimension, vast amounts of spiritual energy flooded into Earth.
Gradually, low-level demonic beasts began appearing alongside spiritual flora and exotic treasures. This marked the beginning of Earth's transformation toward a spiritual dimension. At this rate, in just about 100 years, Earth could completely transform into a spirit-grade space.
These are all normal phenomena.
But upgrading spatial artifacts, this was the first time Jiang Yan had heard of such a thing. Because the materials for forging spatial artifacts were fixed from the very beginning, with no room for change. You can't possibly expect to start refining with mortal-grade spatial materials and then add a bit of something else, hoping it might reach spirit grade.
There's simply no such possibility. The gap between them is an utterly insurmountable divide. Yet the Universal Synthesis Station shattered this fundamental principle. Any spatial-type material seems capable of upgrading spatial magic tools.
If he were still playing a game, this would practically be no different from a cracked version.
Of course, in reality, this is even more insane. First, let's see how far I can upgrade the spatial magic tools. If they can only be upgraded but not repaired, such a small area would still be useless to me anyway. Jiang Yan knew exactly what he needed. At this moment, what he needed more was a space capable of holding living creatures. What use would upgrading to a spirit class be if the spatial artifact couldn't be repaired? With that tiny bit of space, squeezing a person inside would be difficult. Jiang Yan turned his gaze back to the synthesis station. The system continued prompting. Upgrade the unknown space? Yes. Upgrade successful. Unknown space upgrade progress 0.01%. Jiang Yan hurriedly took out the magical artifact to inspect it, only to find that the collapsed hut inside the space had completely vanished, leaving behind an area shrouded in white mist. The space was roughly 1 cubic meter in size, with faint traces of spiritual energy visibly circulating within. The area has expanded. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. And just by reaching 0.01% progress, he could already see the presence of spiritual energy. Upgrading to a spiritual grade space was now within reach. But how much money would this cost exactly? Jiang Yan did some quick calculations, only to discover it required 1 billion. How many zeros is this? 1 billion. Damn, where the hell did he get so much money? But when you think about it, 1 billion for a spiritual grade space, what a steal. Anyone with the capability would likely be willing to exchange it even at the cost of bankruptcy. So the universal synthesis station isn't wrong. The fault lies in his poverty. Forget it, I'll temporarily stop thinking about spirit grade space for now. Jiang Yan classified the spatial treasure and the divine vein pill as the same type of item. Both of these items posed significant difficulties in synthesis for various reasons. The spatial treasure was due to a lack of money. The divine vein pill was because of insufficient spiritual energy capacity. But these are only temporary. If you lack money, earn it. If your spiritual energy limit is insufficient, train diligently. One day, none of these will be problems anymore. However, for now, he still has 7 or 800,000 in his hands. Jiang Yan decided to spend all of it on snowfire bugs first, aiming to expand the storage space a bit, at least enough to actually store things rather than just serve as a decoration. The next day, Jiang Yan took the initiative to give Lu Junhai a call. He had used 8 snowlight worms the night before to upgrade his spatial artifact to about 5 square meters. Now his wallet was completely empty. But Jiang Yan wasn't worried at all. Though his wallet was empty, he still held 5 enhanced second-grade Chi blood pills, 10 enhanced second-grade yellow jade pills, and 10 enhanced second-grade azure jade pills. Selling them to the Spirit Marshal Hall would undoubtedly result in lowball offers. Without testing them first, the Spirit Marshal Hall had no way of knowing the pill's true potency, so he had no choice but to find buyers himself. Lu Junhai is just the perfect ready-made customer. Wealthy, has complete trust in him, needs those capabilities, and with college entrance exams approaching, urgently needs to boost his skills. With some luck, he might sell the entire batch at once. This way, by the time he graduates and heads to Magic City, he'll have at least 8 figures in cash on hand. By then, upgrading the spatial artifact and even buying a house in the Magic City will be more than enough. Jiang Yan didn't have to wait long before Lu Junhai found the hotel where he was staying. Master, didn't you say you had something good? Show me quickly. Lu Junhai couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the room. Yesterday, after witnessing Jiang Yan's methods, he was completely in awe of him. Since even Jiang Yan said it was a good thing, it surely couldn't be bad. Jiang Yan took out 3 prepared elixirs. This is a formula passed down through my ancestors. We rarely sell it to outsiders. Young Master Lu, if you're interested, you can give it a try. Pills? Lu Junhai felt slightly disappointed. His family wasn't short on money. He'd been treating pills like candy since childhood, which was why someone with only third-rate cultivation talent like him had already reached warrior-level strength by his 2nd year of high school. But since Jiang Yan had specially invited him here, he couldn't very well refuse to save face for his friend. Master, name your price. If it's reasonable, I'll take it, Lu Junhai said quite generously, not even bothering to ask Jiang Yan about the pill's effects. This time, Jiang Yan helped his uncle solve the trouble, and he gained quite a lot of benefits in return. Just a few medicinal pills. He bought it as a token of gratitude for Jiang Yan. Young Master Lu, don't hurry. These 3 pills can be tested first. If you're unsatisfied with the effects, I won't charge you a single penny, Jiang Yan said with calm assurance. Master, this isn't the way to do business. What if you run into someone who likes taking advantage? If they take your elixirs and outright refuse to pay, wouldn't you end up with not a single coin to your name? Lu Junhai strongly disapproved. Even if Jiang Yan's elixirs are truly quite effective, but he could simply deny it. By taking everything and leaving without a trace, Jiang Yan couldn't do anything about it anyway. Others might, but certainly not young Master Lu. Jiang Yan replied with a calm smile. He was well aware of the effects of these pills. By then, Lu Junhai would only wish there were more elixirs in his hands, especially the advanced version of the Vitality Pill.
After trying it once, Lu Junhai realized quitting was simply impossible.
Chapter 51, Your boyfriend is really handsome.
Great! Just for Master's words alone, I'm absolutely buying this pill, Lu Junhai declared with a firm slap on the table.
So young Master Lu, would you prefer to take it home or try it here? Jiang Yan inquired.
Mainly considering the effects of the vitality pills, Lu Junhai might feel somewhat awkward here later, so he could only give a subtle reminder.
I'd better take them back home. You know how some pills can be.
I don't want to embarrass myself in front of the master, Lu Junhai said, recalling how he'd cried from the pain the first time he took a third-grade vitality pill because the effects were too intense. If there had been outsiders present at the time, he would have wanted to crawl into a hole. Alright, I'll be waiting for your update anytime, Jiang Yan said, pushing the 3 individually packaged pills across the table toward Lu Junhai.
Lu Junhai took the elixir and left.
Jiang Yan rested for a while, then prepared to go out for a stroll and grab some lunch. But as soon as he reached the hotel lobby, he spotted a familiar figure.
It's you!
Su Qing also noticed Jiang Yan, her beautiful eyes widening as she spoke.
Quite a coincidence. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and waved in greeting.
Today, Su Qing was wearing a lady-style dress, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders and only light makeup on her face. She looked completely different from last time, as if in a totally contrasting style. You sure ran fast last time, kid, Su Qing said lazily, resting one hand on her luggage handle.
Last time, Jiang Yan thought momentarily before quickly realizing Su Qing was referring to that day's auction.
I didn't expect that she noticed him leaving early.
Could it be that Su Qing always had her eye on him?
Jiang Yan scratched his nose sheepishly. He hadn't realized he was this popular with those beautiful older girls.
Yesterday it was Feng Shui, today it's Su Chang.
If he ever fell on hard times, maybe he could find a sugar mama to support him. Of course, Jiang Yan was just joking to himself. A man's dignity would absolutely never allow him to do such a thing. That day, a friend called me saying there was an emergency, so I had to leave early.
Who knew it would help me dodge a disaster? Guess I got lucky. Jiang Yan made up an excuse on the spot.
There's no way he could tell Su Qing that everything that happened that day was caused by that last little blue fish.
This kind of thing is just too unbelievable.
He knew the truth in his heart, that was enough. I thought you knew something bad was going to happen, that's why you sneaked off early.
Su Qing pouted. It seems she was overthinking, it was just a coincidence.
If Jiang Yan truly had the power to foresee fortune and misfortune, he definitely wouldn't remain some obscure nobody.
Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore.
Su Qing suddenly stepped forward and put her arm around Jiang Yan's shoulder.
Come on, let me treat you to a meal. Cough cough, Jiang Yan nearly choked on his own saliva. Little brother, you're not getting shy now, are you? Su Qing teased, looking at Jiang Yan with amusement. What are you talking about? Jiang Yan pointed downward. You're stepping on my foot. Ah, Su Qing quickly released Jiang Yan and stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't notice. I'm planning to grab some street skewers for lunch. If you don't mind, I'll give you the privilege of treating me.
Jiang Yan peeled Su Qing off his shoulder where she'd been clinging.
No problem, I love barbecue skewers too.
Wait for me a few minutes, I'll just take my luggage upstairs first, Su Qing said, then pulled her suitcase and ran to wait for the elevator. Compared to Feng Shui, Su Qing was way better in every aspect.
So Jiang Yan didn't mind interacting with someone like her.
Besides, Su Qing was a streamer, maybe she could help with promotion or sales later. It's too troublesome to find buyers every time by myself. Su Qing was quick, just as promised, it only took a few minutes. After going upstairs to put away the luggage, she even changed her clothes in the process. Let's go. Su Qing tucked the hair by her cheek behind her ear, slightly out of breath. You can tell she must have run here. Just coming upstairs, was that really necessary? Jiang Yan glanced at Su Qing's newly changed dress. Don't you think this dress makes me look just like a schoolgirl? Su Qing twirled holding the ham with one hand and playfully blinked her eyes. The dress does, but your face doesn't quite match.
Jiang Yan gave his honest assessment.
It wasn't that Su Qing looked old, but rather her figure was simply too voluptuous. No matter what she wore, she'd never give off the vibe of a schoolgirl.
You're being a bit too much. Su Qing pouted.
It's not like I dressed like this just because I thought you were still a high school student.
I wanted to look younger too.
You're the youngest, you're the prettiest. Let's hurry up and go before all the seats are gone. Jiang Yan didn't want to waste time on such a meaningless topic right now, all he cared about was eating.
You've got some sense after all. Su Qing snorted lightly.
A high school student in a world where fantasy elements exist obtains a universal synthesis station and an infinite item bag from a game like Treasure Chest. Using these tools, he synthesizes ordinary objects into valuable items, earning money and improving his life. Jiang Yan and Su Qing arrived at the street behind the hotel. This entire street was lined with all kinds of food stalls. During the month they'd been living in the inner city, Jiang Yan had practically tried every eatery on this street before finally settling on a particularly delicious skewer restaurant. The shop was perpetually packed with customers.
It wasn't even past 11 o'clock yet, but downstairs was already nearly full. Do you have any private rooms available? Jiang Yan asked at the counter. Certainly, how many in your party? The cashier girl behind the counter looked up, then suddenly whitened her eyes. Are you Rainbow Rabbit? Shoo! Su Cheng put her index finger to her lips and whispered, not so loud. I'm just here to grab a bite to eat. Su Cheng was, after all, a big-time live streamer with nearly 10 million followers. She was often recognized when walking down the street and had long grown accustomed to such situations. Of course, the young cashier quickly nodded, then pulled out a pen and paper from the drawer. Rainbow Rabbit, I've always been your fan. Could you please give me your autograph? Of course, no problem, Su Cheng replied, taking the pen and paper before swiftly signing her name. By the way, your boyfriend is really handsome, the young cashier suddenly remarked. Boyfriend? Su Cheng froze for a moment before her face instantly turned crimson. Don't talk nonsense. He and I are just ordinary friends. I'm still single right now. Relax, I totally understand. The cashier girl wore an expression that suggested she knew better than the person involved. Jiang Yan stood to the side, utterly bewildered. They were just having a meal together, how did he suddenly become her boyfriend? Are girls nowadays so prone to jumping to conclusions? Hurry up and get us a room. Su Cheng, afraid things would get more tangled the longer they talked, quickly changed the subject. Arriving at the private room on the second floor, Su Cheng let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to finally have a meal out with a guy, but who would have thought such a misunderstanding would occur? Would Jiang Yan think too much about this? Su Cheng quickly turned to look at Jiang Yan, only to find that he was already holding the menu and ordering. Do you eat spicy food? Jiang Yan looked up and asked. Su Cheng looked thoroughly defeated. After all that, it was just her overthinking it. At that moment, Jiang Yan's phone suddenly rang. As soon as he pressed the answer button, he heard Lu Juanhai's voice bursting through. Master, where are you? I've been knocking on your hotel door forever. You're not having second thoughts about selling, are you? Chapter 52. Who doesn't want to become stronger? After testing the elixir's effects at home, Lu Junhai rushed practically non-stop back to Jiang Yan's hotel. After knocking for a long time, no one came to open the door for him. This instantly made him frantic. Lu Junhai now deeply regretted his initial thoughts. How could he have ever doubted the attractiveness of the pills Jiang Yan had offered? What a fool he was. After witnessing Jiang Yan's capabilities, how could he still harbor such foolish thoughts? When even the master acknowledged it was exceptional, he should have bought it without hesitation then. Now Jiang Yan's vanished, perfect timing. After squatting gloomily by his room door for a long while, Lu Junhai suddenly remembered he had Jiang Yan's phone number. He immediately dialed Jiang Yan's number. Only after the call connected did he finally exhale in immense relief. Master, where are you? I've been knocking on your hotel door forever. You didn't suddenly change your mind about selling, did you? Lu Junhai asked urgently. I'm having dinner with friends. You go ahead and find a seat first. I'll probably be back in about an hour. Jiang Yan handed the menu to Su Cheng, signaling for her to order. Alright, I'll wait for you at the entrance then. Seeing that Jiang Yan wasn't planning to run away, Lu Junhai felt the heavy stone in his heart finally drop. Who knows how many elixirs Jiang Yan has in his possession? Before leaving, he had his family transfer 20 million over. That should be enough, right? Normally, his monthly allowance is only a few $100,000. But this is just pocket money, not including his usual cultivation expenses. When it comes to anything related to improving his strength, his family has never been stingy. Moreover, after just taking 2 pills this time, the strength in one of his hands increased by nearly 800 kilograms. What does this mean? His cultivation talent was right there for all to see. After becoming a first-rank martial artist, gaining even 10 gene of single-arm strength had become extremely difficult. Most elixirs were already practically useless to him. This time it increased by 800 kilograms at once. It feels just like a dream. And so, Lu Junhai didn't take a single step away. Jiang Yan had been waiting at the door of his room for over an hour when he finally spotted 2 figures stepping out of the elevator. My room is just ahead, call me if you need anything. Su Cheng waved at Jiang Yan before turning to walk down the hallway in the opposite direction. Lu Junhai glanced at the direction Su Cheng had left. Why did this woman seem somewhat familiar? Whatever, none of this matters. He's here on serious business now. Master, you're finally back. I thought you'd found a new buyer and weren't going to sell me the elixir anymore. Lu Junhai propped himself up with one hand on the ground, struggling to stand. Ugh, his legs were practically numb from squatting so long. It had always been others waiting for him. Today was the first time he'd ever experienced what it felt like to be the one waiting. The crucial person waiting was actually a grown man. If this got out, probably no one would dare believe it. Yet he appeared quite willing. You're overthinking it, young Master Lu. If I sold these pills to others, I wouldn't see a single coin from the 3 samples I gave you this morning, Jiang Yan said as he walked over to open the door. You're right. Seeing Jiang Yan had already entered the room, Lu Junhai hastily followed. Master, how many pills do you have left, and how do you plan to sell them?
Including the 3 trial ones I gave you, there are 10 yellow and cyan pills in total, and 5 red ones. The cyan and red pills are priced at 500,000 each, and the yellow ones cost 1 million.
How many do you need, young Master Lu? Jiang Yan walked to the sofa and took out all 3 bottles of pills from his backpack. 1 million? Lu Junhai gasped in disbelief. He had taken the pills back for appraisal by an expert. All of them are second grade. Since when could second grade elixirs sell for 1 million? That's almost as much as a first grade marrow cleansing pill. Depending on their rarity, even among first-grade elixirs the price varies dramatically, but undoubtedly, strength-enhancing pills are the cheapest among all types of pills, because this type of pill only shows noticeable effects when first taken. Some pills may even cause damage to the body. This also means that the prices of similar types of elixirs never rise significantly unless their grade is sufficiently high. But when it comes down to it, Jiang Yan was only selling second-grade pills after all. The 20 million he had prepared was based on the assumption that Jiang Yan would have at least several hundred in stock, enough to last for months after buying them. Little did he know there were only 25 pills. The 20 million in his hand was barely enough. Young Master Lu, when you took this yellow elixir, didn't you experience any peculiar sensations? Jiang Yan inquired patiently without urgency. The yellow one? Lu Junhai pondered for a moment. At the time, there was a rather noticeable surge in strength, and I perspired profusely, gray sweat streaming down. Just then, Lu Junhai suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Holy shit, could this be a marrow cleansing pill? Lu Junhai's breathing grew rapid as the realization dawned on him. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. How else to explain it? After swallowing that yellow elixir, he felt his entire body grow noticeably lighter. Isn't this exactly the effect that marrow cleansing pills have? Moreover, marrow cleansing pills can only purify the meridians in marrow, with minimal effect on enhancing strength. The pill Jiang Yan gave him possessed both qualities. It's practically an enhanced version of the marrow cleansing pill. Just moments ago, he thought Jiang Yan's asking price was steep. Now it struck him that even 1 million was an absolute bargain. Shop till you drop. Only fools wouldn't buy this. The 3 medicinal pills I sold to young Master Lu aren't any known varieties available on the market. However, the yellow pill truly has the effect of cleansing the marrow and tempering the tendons, while the blue pill purely enhances physical strength. Therefore, the optimal intake sequence would be to take the yellow pill first, followed by the blue one. After a pause, Jiang Yan continued, as for the red pill, it increases your strength by 3 times within 1 hour, along with some additional effects. I believe young Master Lu has already experienced it firsthand. Hearing this, Lu Junhai cleared his throat lightly. The additional effects, not bad would be an understatement. To be honest, he had originally come specifically for the red pill. The other 2 pills were just an excuse to get more money from his parents. He knew his talent lay elsewhere and had already decided to focus on managing the family business for the rest of his life. When it came to martial arts, he had no great aspirations, but his parents still held out hope in this regard, so upon hearing that the pills could increase his single-arm strength by several hundred kilograms, they transferred the money to him without another word. But now it seemed there was still room for improvement in his cultivation talent. This rekindled the dormant yearning for martial arts in Lu Junhai, who had long given up hope. After all, this was fundamentally a world where strength reigned supreme. If given the chance, who wouldn't want to become strong? Chapter 53, An Ominous Sign of Bloodshed. Lu Junhai suddenly felt that Jiang Yan was practically his lucky star. Not only did she kindly warn him about the ominous dark aura between his brows during their first meeting, helping him avoid a destined misfortune. Later, he also helped his uncle resolve the trouble in the basement. Now he's selling him such incredibly effective elixirs. Turns out there are still plenty of good people in this world. Before, he didn't understand what it meant to return good for evil, but now he sees this quality in Jiang Yan. From now on, he would never question anything Jiang Yan said. This is disrespectful to the master. Jiang Yan had no idea what Lu Junhai was thinking, but if Lu Junhai knew the truth, he would probably deeply regret his current realization. After all his misfortunes stemmed from Jiang Yan's divination that day. That wasn't a well-meaning reminder. Rather, it was a curse from the siren of misfortune. Of course, Lu Junhai would most likely never learn this secret. Master, for these 3 elixirs plus the trial bottle earlier, the total comes to 17.5 million. I've transferred the full amount, could you verify if I got the sum right? Lu Junhai cheerfully stowed away the elixirs before looking up at Jiang Yan. MHM. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction after checking his bank account balance. Young Master Lu, feel free to contact me anytime if you need something in the future. I get new stock every month. With Master's assurance, I'm completely relieved. Lu Junhai laughed heartily. I was actually worried that if I wanted to buy more elixirs later, the Master might not have any in stock. You're always welcome to contact me, young Master Lu. Jiang Yan smiled, then opened his phone contacts and added Lu Junhai to a newly created small targets group. This would be his regular customer from now on.
When he goes to the Magic City, the client tier in this group will definitely keep climbing higher, with increasingly wealthy members.
Achieving a modest goal of 1 billion won't be a problem at all. Speaking of which, Lu Junhai suddenly realized, wasn't that girl with you just now a pretty famous internet celebrity? Seems like it, replied Jiang Yan. Master is truly incredible. Landing an influencer of that caliber worth tens of millions isn't something money alone can buy. And on top of that, she's stunningly beautiful. Out of all the women I've slept with, not a single one could hold a candle to her. Lu Junhai exclaimed, his face brimming with envy. Jiang Yan was at a loss for words to describe Lu Junhai. The guy was filthy rich, yet he spent every damn day buried in brothels. What kind of decent woman did he expect to find in a place like that? Might as well go digging for dinner in a cesspit. Ah! Lu Junhai glanced at the time and hurriedly stood up. Master, I'll have to cut our chat short. I just bought 20 million worth of goods, and my parents are waiting to inspect them. If I'm too late, they'll definitely start calling. Alright, I'll walk you out. I actually need to go downstairs to buy a few things, Jiang Yan said, standing up as well. The two arrived at the hotel hallway. They were just about to take the elevator. Jiang Yan suddenly noticed a suspicious man loitering outside Su Qing's room. The man glanced around furtively, confirming that the spot was a surveillance blind spot before knocking on the door while pretending to be a hotel staff member. Soon, the door was opened. Who are you? Su Qing frowned as she looked at the unfamiliar man outside her door. Bunny, don't you recognize me? I'm Battle Soul Supreme, the one who tipped you 30,000 last month. The man gazed at Su Qing with delirious enthusiasm and said, I happened to be nearby when you checked into the hotel today, so I followed you to see which room you're staying in. Su Qing's frown deepened. This guy must be out of his mind. She had never seen someone justify stalking so brazenly before. And he even pretended to be hotel staff to knock on her door. What good intentions could he possibly have? You can't seriously not remember me? Seeing Su Qing's expression, Wrath of the Battle Soul instantly grew somewhat displeased. You even called out my name back then, Wrath of the Battle Soul. Such an easy to remember for character name, how could you possibly forget? Thank you very much for the tip. Is there anything else? Su Qing spoke in a detached tone. She received tips from so many people every day, how could she possibly remember every single username? Besides, she has always urged her fans not to waste anything. After all, she earned her living through commercial commissions, with viewer donations never being her main source of income. Even if we stretch our imagination, what kind of normal fan would secretly stalk her like a creep and even pose as room service to knock on her door? No one would have a good impression of such a person. Battle Soul the Peerless seemed provoked by Su Qing's attitude, his tone suddenly turning sharp. You female streamers really are all the same, one face during the livestream and another behind the scenes. I tipped you 30,000 yuan. What's the big deal about asking you to talk with me for a bit? If you want to chat, you're welcome to come find me during my livestream. Right now isn't my working hours, Su Qing replied, her patience wearing thin. How dare you speak to me in that tone? Do you believe I'll expose your true colors tomorrow? Battle Soul the Peerless eyes turned bloodshot as he ground his teeth in fury. Go ahead and expose me if you dare. With that, Su Qing tried to shut the door. But Wu Huan Wuxuan pulled out a steel pipe and jammed it firmly into the doorframe. You! Su Qing nearly got hurt and instinctively took a step back. Let's see you run now. Wu Huan Wuxuan chuckled creepily twice. Just as he was about to barge into the room, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Wuxuan Zhanhuan paused mid-step and turned around. He saw a young man around 18 or 19 years old holding a crystal ball while observing him intently. Big brother, I notice your forehead bears ominous signs. I fear calamity and bloodshed may befall you. Jiang Yan declared with grave solemnity. Lu Junhai, who was trailing behind Jiang Yan, wore an utterly bewildered expression. What's going on? Weren't they coming here to play the hero rescuing the damsel? Why was Jiang Yan suddenly offering fortune-telling to people? And how come the fortune-telling result turned out to be an omen of bloodshed? Could it be that Jiang Yan was planning to make his move right here? That wouldn't be good. If we get caught, there'll be trouble. Su Qing was equally puzzled. She had also assumed Jiang Yan came to help. Instead, he ended up holding a crystal ball and pretending to be a roadside fortune-teller. What kind of act is this? I remember you. Weren't you the one who just went out to eat with Little Rainbow? Battle Soul Unparalleled sized up Jiang Yan with a glance, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A pretty boy like you still wants to play the hero saving the beauty? Big brother, I'm genuinely trying to warn you. Not only is your forehead darkening with misfortune, but there's also an ominous red glow above your head. It's terribly inauspicious. Jiang Yan shook his head solemnly. Psycho! Wu Huan Wuxuan cursed under his breath. Seeing two more people had arrived, he realized he couldn't start a fight today. Throwing down a final threat, he sneered, I'll let you off easy today, but next time we meet, you'll see how I deal with you. Having said that, Wu Huan Wuxuan picked up the steel pipe beside him and turned to leave. Right at that moment, a thunderous bang erupted from a nearby room. Instantly, the door was blasted open by an overwhelming force straight into Wu Huan Wuxuan's body. Chapter 54 The Common Language Between Masters. Dead silence filled the air. Zhan Hun Wuxuan, who had been struck by the door, lay on the ground in a grotesque posture. The steel pipe he had been holding was now impaled vertically into his chest. Blood dripped from the steel pipe onto the corridor's carpet, instantly staining large swathes of it crimson. Su Qing's eyes widened in shock. Was this the bloody calamity Jiang Yan had warned about? Or was it simply a coincidence? But this is too much of a coincidence. After his initial surprise, Lu Junhai looked at Jiang Yan with undisguised admiration. The master's divination is as accurate as ever. At that moment, a little old man came running out of the adjoining room. He looked utterly disheveled, with hair resembling singed straw and clothes hanging in tatters. Oh dear, what a mess this is. The elderly man grew frantic when he saw the fallen war soul peerless lying on the ground. It had merely been a minor mishap during artifact forging, just a tiny accident. How could it have hit someone just like that? This has never happened before. Is he your friend? The little old man looked at Jiang Yan and the other two. Jiang Yan and the other two shook their heads simultaneously. Oh, the little old man nodded. That's good then. Let's call an ambulance first and get the person to the hospital. Who knows if they're still breathing? Because the spot where Battle Soul Invincible had been hit just happened to have surveillance cameras, the little old man wasn't worried about being falsely accused either. It was purely an accident. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were rendered speechless by this suddenly appearing little old man. What do you mean by fortunately? In a busy place like a hotel where people constantly come and go, pulling off such a dangerous stunt, blowing the door right off its hinges, is unacceptable. Even if no person gets hurt, hitting a cat or dog wouldn't be appropriate either. But when all is said and done, Zhan Huan Wuxuan was simply unlucky. With so many people present, how did the door happen to fall right on Zhan Huan Wuxuan? And of all things, why was he holding a steel pipe that ended up impaling him? One can only say fate works in mysterious ways. Jiang Yan had already warned him, but he still didn't take it seriously. Who's to blame for this? Jiang Yan gazed thoughtfully at the motionless war soul peerless lying on the ground. Originally, he just wanted to test whether the divination crystal ball had any more severe consequences beyond bringing misfortune. Who knew the effects would far exceed expectations? It seems I'll need to be more careful when using the divination crystal ball in the future, because it's quite clear this thing isn't just capable of pranking people. It can just as easily be used to kill. 10 minutes later, a few medical staff came up and carried Battle Soul Wuxuan away. Before being taken away, he still had just barely a breath left. As for whether he could survive, that would depend entirely on his destiny. The little old man watched as the invincible war god was carried away, his face filled with melancholy. Did his newly researched weapon fail again? It even nearly killed someone. But he had double-checked all the data, it shouldn't have gone wrong. This is just too bizarre. When I go back, I'll definitely get criticized by the association again. Excuse me, are you Nye Lin, Master Nye? Su Cheng suddenly asked, looking at the little old man. Earlier, the little old man had his face completely covered in soot, making it impossible to recognize his true appearance. He wiped his face with his sleeve along the way, and only then did Su Qing barely recognize who this person was. Nye Lin, one of the 8 renowned chief artificers of the Artificers Association. The weapons he forged were often bizarre and unconventional. Those unaccustomed to them might find his weapons difficult to wield, but those who got used to them often achieved unexpectedly powerful effects in battle. Su Qing had once wanted to commission weapons from Nye Lin, but could never manage to get in line. To think she'd actually run into him in person today. Little girl, you've got quite an eye for talent. Nye Lin glanced at Jiang Yan and the other two before beckoning them. Come, come, today, I like the look of you folks, I'll give you a few weapons to try out. With that, Nye Lin turned and headed into his room. Lu Junhai's face was lit up with the expression of someone struck by an unexpected windfall. Holy shit, such a stroke of luck. That guy is Nye Lin we're talking about. The weapons he crafts could easily fetch 7 or 8 figures. Jiang Yan had also heard of Nye Lin's reputation, but he always felt such good fortune probably wouldn't come their way. Following Nye Lin into the room, Jiang Yan immediately spotted the half-person tall artifact refining furnace in the room, along with the bed and furniture that had been blasted beyond recognition. The floor even had a large hole in it. If this explosion had been any more powerful, the tenants downstairs would have surely been in trouble. Nye Lin rushed to the corner of the room, rummaged through a pile of leftover materials from weapon forging, and pulled out a few weapons. He then returned to the trio of Jiang Yan and the others, enthusiastically saying, Here, one for each of you, don't be shy. As they saw what Nye Lin had brought out, Jiang Yan and the other two fell silent. They were 3 bricks. Yes, bricks. It looks exactly like those standard bricks you'd find on a construction site. Ha ha, Nye Lin laughed triumphantly at the reactions of Jiang Yan and the others. What do you think? Were you all fooled by its appearance too? Master Nye, is this really a weapon? Su Qing asked with uncertain tone. No matter how you look at it, it just seems like a few random red bricks picked up from a construction site. Of course it's a weapon, Nia Lin declared proudly. It hurts like hell when you smash someone. Did you see that door that got blasted off earlier? The force of this thing is pretty much the same as that flying door. Lu Junhai, Su Qing. Jiang Yan stroked his chin and remarked, this weapon certainly has strong deceptive qualities. In the midst of a fight, while everyone else was armed with swords, guns, and staffs, he pulled out a brick. Anyone's first reaction would surely be a bewildered what the hell? Utterly confused yet inexplicably impressed. Just like their reaction a moment ago. Even though Nia Lin, a master artificer, explained that it was a weapon, Lu Junhai and Su Qing still found it hard to believe, let alone the enemies, who were completely unaware of the truth. This bore a striking resemblance to the fruit knife he had synthesized earlier. You've got a good eye there, young man. Upon hearing Jiang Yan's words, Nia Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been studying this weapon for nearly half a year. But to this day, not a single person has been able to grasp the essence of his design concept. Yet Jiang Yan could discern the brilliance of this weapon at a glance. This is absolutely someone with great potential. With this thought, Nia Lin immediately asked, young man, I can see you have extraordinary bone structure perfect for artifact forging. No, wait, perfect for learning artifact forging. Would you consider becoming my final disciple? Su Chang and Lu Junhai were so shocked they couldn't speak. This turnaround was simply too abrupt. First Nia Lin said he would give them weapons, but ended up handing them 3 bricks. Then, with just a single sentence from Jiang Yan, Nia Lin suddenly wanted to take him on as a disciple again. Lu Junhai frankly felt he couldn't keep up with these two people's thought processes. Is this some kind of shared language between masters? Chapter 55, Do you mind someone older? After listening to Nia Lin's words, Jiang Yan shook his head and said, sorry, I have no intention of learning any other secondary professions. If he didn't have the Universal Synthesis Station, he would never pass up such a great opportunity. After all, both alchemy and artifact forging are highly lucrative professions. Not to mention becoming a closed-door disciple of one of the 8 chief masters of the Artificers Association. With just this name alone, his worth would multiply several times over. It's just a shame he doesn't need this kind of ability. After all, simply tossing items into the synthesis station immediately produces better quality products. Why would he bother putting in the effort to do it manually? There's time for that. Why not spend it cultivating yourself or enjoying life instead? Nia Lin was momentarily stunned. Had he just been rejected? Previously, it had always been others competing to become his disciple, yet he hadn't fancied a single one. Now when he's finally in the mood to take on a closing disciple, it turns out the other party isn't willing anymore. Is becoming his disciple really such a disgrace? Jiang Yan, think carefully, this is Nia Lin we're talking about. Though his style might be unconventional, he's still one of the 8 chief artificers of the Artificers Association. Becoming his closing disciple would set you up for life. Su Qing hurried to Jiang Yan's side, tugging at his sleeve and whispering urgently. To each their own ambition, Jiang Yan replied without further explanation. Besides, this little old man clearly had quite a few problems no matter how you looked at it. How could you ask to take me as your disciple the moment we meet? This master doesn't seem reliable at all. No, that excuse doesn't hold up, Nia Lin insisted persistently. What's so bad about being my disciple? You probably haven't even started college yet, right? I can give you a recommendation letter to the best university. After graduation, I'll guarantee you a job. Can't find a wife? I'll arrange that too. A car, a house, I'll handle everything for you. Nia Lin recalled the apprentices taken in by the other old-timers in the association, all graduates of prestigious schools, with cars, houses, and women already secured. His own disciple certainly couldn't fall short. And it even includes a wife? Lu Junhai, who'd been listening nearby, suddenly perked up with interest. Master Nia, what about me? I think my bone structure is quite extraordinary too. You? Nia Lin gave Lu Junhai a quick once-over before shaking his head. No, you won't do. You lack the right disposition. What disposition? Lu Junhai was bemused but sensed it must be something profound. Of course, anyone can see it matches my temperament at first glance, Nia Lin said, lifting his chin proudly. Matches you? Lu Junhai glanced between Jiang Yan and the already balding Nia Lin. How could someone as handsome as Jiang Yan share any qualities that remotely resembled Nia Lin? Seeing Nia Lin's comments growing increasingly absurd, Jiang Yan quickly interrupted their conversation. Sir, I truly have no intention of learning refining. I appreciate your kindness, but... Wait, hold on. Nia Lin's gaze suddenly fixed on Jiang Yan's pants. Young man, let me see that weapon in your pocket. Jiang Yan patted his pocket and only then realized Nia Lin was talking about the alloy fruit knife. The fruit knife was compact, something he always carried in his trouser pocket. Yet Nia Lin was the only one who noticed something unusual about it. After some thought, Jiang Yan took out the fruit knife and placed it on the table. Lu Junhai and Su Qing looked over curiously, only to find themselves completely baffled. Was Nia Lin actually calling this a weapon? This was just an ordinary fruit knife you could find at any street vendor's stall. Probably cost 10 yuan a piece, or was it just a few yuan? It definitely can't be expensive, that's for sure.
Nie Lin, however, cautiously held the fruit knife in his hand, stroking the blade with a look of utter fascination as if admiring a work of art.
This design, it's perfect, absolutely perfect. Lu Junhai, Su Qing, were they really in the same world looking at the same thing? Isn't this weapon entirely forged from grade F alloy? Nie Lin looked at Jiang Yan, utterly perplexed as he asked, but what alloy was used for this hilt? I can't identify it at all. To create such deliberately cheap-looking texture with alloy, that's a technical challenge I've never been able to solve. Lu Junhai and Su Qing craned their necks forward intently. Yet no matter how hard they stared, they couldn't detect any connection between this fruit knife and alloy materials. These details, the craftsmanship, whoever forged this weapon must be a true master. Nie Lin turned the fruit knife over in his hands, examining it closely, growing more astonished by the minute. A weapon this flawless, how could it possibly be man-made? Every single detail was perfected to an astonishing degree. Even among F-grade alloy weapons, Jiang Yan's fruit knife undoubtedly packed far greater power. The saying that details determine success or failure embodies such a simple truth. This time it was Jiang Yan's turn to be speechless. He just threw a $2 fruit knife into the synthesis station and processed it a few times. Originally, he had intended to show Nie Lin the fruit knife to confirm its status as an alloy weapon, after which he could promote his new product to Su Qing and Lu Junhai. Who would have thought Nie Lin's eyes were so sharp, spotting the peculiarity of this weapon in an instant. Hey kid, do you have this master's contact information? Or can you help me get in touch with him? Nie Lin suddenly grabbed Jiang Yan's arm and said, "What are you up to?" Jiang Yan looked at Nie Lin with full vigilance. "Just help me ask him whether he'd mind taking on a slightly older apprentice?" Nie Lin said with complete seriousness. An older apprentice? Jiang Yan didn't immediately understand. How about me? Do I qualify? Nie Lin pointed at himself. Jiang Yan's mind was full of question marks. Was this little old man actually being serious and not joking with him? Apprenticeship? To the synthesis station? And you call Nie Lin just a bit older? The man's clearly pushing 80. Lu Junhai and Su Qing were also stunned. At first, Nie Lin wanted to take Jiang Yan as his apprentice. How did it suddenly turn into Nie Lin wanting to be Jiang Yan's disciple instead? What kind of mess is this? Jiang Yan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm as he spoke. "Old sir, this weapon was made for me by a blacksmith. But after the chaos in the outer city some time ago, the shop vanished without a trace. Even if you want contact information, I can't help you." Ah, Nie Lin immediately deflated and said, "That's such a shame. Next time you see this master, you must get his contact information." Listening to their conversation, Lu Junhai suddenly had an epiphany. He finally understood why Nie Lin had said Jiang Yan's temperament resembled his own. After all, what kind of normal person would commission someone to specially forge a fruit knife with alloy? This was even more absurd than when he saw Nie Lin whip out 3 bricks. "Are you guys still keeping this weapon? If not, I'm gonna scrap it and sell it to the junkyard." Nie Lin eyed his own creation with undisguised contempt. After witnessing the master's craftsmanship, he felt his own skills still fell short. These failures aren't worth embarrassing myself by showing them off. "Grandmaster Nya, may I be so bold as to ask what material this brick is made of?" Su Qing suddenly spoke up. "Grade E alloy. Didn't I mention that just now?" As Nie Lin's words fell, the 3 bricks on the table were instantly snatched up. Chapter 56. Absolutely no principles. "Ah, Master Nya, how could you sell grade E alloy weapons to the scrapyard? Just look at how creatively designed this weapon is, it could win awards in competitions." Lu Junhai exclaimed while clutching the brick tightly to his chest. "Phew, that was close. I almost missed out on a grade E alloy weapon." If he had known earlier this was a grade E alloy weapon, would he really have dismissed it as just a brick? He would have surely treasured it like a precious gem. "This brick has quite some heft to it, it must hurt like hell when you hit someone with it." "Master Nya, how did you come up with such a brilliant weapon design? Absolute genius." Su Qing, now holding the brick in her hands, couldn't stop admiring it, showering it with compliments. Jiang Yan silently mocked both of them in his heart. "Just a moment ago you looked so disdainful, but the moment you heard it was an E-grade alloy weapon, your attitude changed immediately. So unprincipled." Unlike him, even after taking someone's brick, he'd never say anything against his conscience. "This thing is clunky as hell and damn inconvenient to carry. Anyone who actually uses this thing to smash people would definitely be considered insane." "Ah, you two have great taste too," Nie Lin said with an undisguised pride, his beard practically bristling with satisfaction. "This is my masterpiece. In perfect condition, 1 brick can smash a 3rd-tier demonic beast to death." "Oh, a brick that can kill a 3rd-tier demonic beast?" Jiang Yan paused upon hearing this. "Young man, what's your take on this?" Nie Lin glanced at Jiang Yan. "This is truly a work of art." Jiang Yan immediately gave a thumbs up. He felt quite ashamed of his childish thoughts from earlier.
Being able to kill a third-grade demon beast with just a brick, what more could you ask for? Before absolute strength, appearances are but illusions.
Are those fancy, exquisitely crafted weapons really as practical as a simple brick?
Just like him, still using a fruit knife as his main weapon, he originally thought of following Nia Lin's example and selling the brick directly as scrap metal.
Even if sold as scrap, E-grade alloy must be worth quite a bit of money.
Now it seems this thing has great uses. Universities often conduct wilderness training.
With this slab of brick in hand, wouldn't he be practically divinely assisted? If it were an ordinary E-grade alloy weapon, who could guarantee instantly killing a third-tier demon beast?
Unless the weapon's owner possesses strength far surpassing third tier.
Then there's nothing more to say. Even without a weapon, they're still formidable.
One can only say this truly befits one of the 8 chief masters of the Artifact Refiners Association.
Nia Lin did have some real skills. With weapons of the same level, he could achieve far greater effects. That was true ability.
Just then, a man in a professional suit suddenly walked in from outside.
Hello everyone, I'm the hotel manager. May I ask who is the guest in room 4133?
We need to discuss some room compensation matters with him. The young man addressed everyone present. Jiang Yan and the other two simultaneously pointed at Nia Lin.
You little rascals, just after taking my weapons, how could you turn your backs on me so fast?
Nia Lin widened his eyes in disbelief. Master Nia, we're all honest children, Jiang Yan said with utter seriousness.
Exactly.
Su Cheng and Lu Junhai nodded in agreement.
Nia Lin, damn honest kid. Just tell me how much compensation you want.
Nia Lin was already accustomed to such situations. Explosions were inevitable when experimenting with new formulas, though today's damage was admittedly a bit excessive. This time, the damages include 1 set of desks and chairs, 1 bed, 1 ceiling lamp, and several other items. The floor is severely damaged, and the hotel's internal defensive formation is also compromised. That last part will need to be calculated separately with spirit pearls. The manager held a calculator in his hand, quickly tapped a few numbers, then looked up and said, Sir, you owe 1.7 million in cash and 5,000 spirit pearls in compensation.
How many spirit beads? Nia Lin doubted his own hearing.
Sir, that will be 5,000 spirit pearls. Our hotel utilizes a 4th-grade defensive formation, though modest in scale, the construction costs remain quite substantial.
What kind of lousy little hotel needs a 4th-tier defense formation? And this is the inner city. Setting up a defense formation here is just asking for trouble. It's precisely for situations like today that we have it. What do you mean by that? What are you implying?
Sir, please calm down. During their conversation, Jiang Yan quietly slipped out of the room. This had nothing to do with him. It was all the doing of the misfortune siren. But he would remember Nia Lin's kindness in gifting him the brick. If Nia Lin ever ran into trouble in the future, he'd definitely help if he could. As for today though, forget it. In the blink of an eye, the college entrance exam day arrived. Jiang Yan arrived at number 1 high school and successively participated in speed tests, agility tests, reaction tests, and strength tests.
Afterward, he went to test his talents. The final result is 5th class.
This grade has already reached the minimum admission requirement for all prestigious schools. Of course, this is just the baseline admission score. In other words, regardless of your physical fitness test results, as long as your talent reaches the 5th grade, you qualify. However, most of the time, they look at the comprehensive score. After all, cultivation talents surpassing the 5th grade are already extremely rare in number. Jiang Yan had also consumed large quantities of grade 2 and grade 3 yellow jade pills to reach this level. In the afternoon, Jiang Yan took 2 more cultural subject exams. After submitting his papers, he immediately booked a flight ticket to Moda for that evening using his phone. Anyway, he could check his college entrance exam results online later. It wouldn't matter where he was at the time.
As for which university to apply for, let's wait until the results come out first.
At this moment, a crowd of reporters had already gathered at the entrance of number 1 high school. They heard that number 1 high school had produced an absolute beast with one-handed strength close to 40,000 kilograms. Without a doubt, this would be this year's martial arts top scorer in Spring City.
If we could land an interview, it would undoubtedly be tomorrow's headline news.
However, while interviewing the top scorer, they would also interview some other students. This will make the content more substantial. This year, the situation at schools in the inner city is quite complicated. Basically, they've all mixed in students from the outer city, making it really inconvenient for us to conduct interviews. Imagine wasting our time interviewing an outer city student only to find out their single-arm strength is just 200 kilos, complained a male reporter wearing a baseball cap. What can we do? There was such a mess in the outer city, it's not like we can bar their students from taking the college entrance exams, shrugged a female reporter. Guess we'll just have to identify them by their uniforms then, the male reporter said.
How about we interview some students from outside the city too?
The female journalist suddenly pointed at a male student in 9th high school's uniform who had just stepped out of the school gate.
This guy is really handsome. Putting him in our report would definitely be eye candy. TCH.
The male journalist scoffed dismissively. Go ahead if you want, but I won't interview 9th high students.
Who cares about the college entrance exam results of these nobodies?
Ignoring her colleague's comment, the female journalist eagerly dashed forward.
Excuse me, would you mind giving us a quick interview? She asked with a friendly smile. What interview? Jiang Yan asked as he turned back, seeing the path completely blocked by the crowd. Chapter 57, not too shabby, right? Don't be nervous, classmate. Just talk casually about how you performed in the college entrance exam, your insights, or your grades, anything is fine.
The female reporter held up her microphone, speaking in a warm tone. Several nearby reporters couldn't help but sneer at the sight.
A student from 9th high? I really don't get what's worth interviewing here.
I heard most students from the outer districts can barely lift 200 to 300 kilograms with one hand.
They're not even as strong as my 10-year-old nephew. Look at this guy's arms and legs, barely any muscle. I bet his one-handed strength doesn't exceed 200 kilos. Come on, that's too harsh. He's still a senior in high school. 200 kilos should be no problem.
Jiang Yan casually slipped one hand into his pocket, scanning the crowd for an opening.
With so many people around, I wonder if I'll even be able to hail a cab. Classmate? Seeing Jiang Yan still lost in thought, the female reporter waved the microphone impatiently.
Oh, spotting the microphone before him, Jiang Yan replied absent-mindedly, I'm not nervous, but there's nothing much to say.
Come on, just say a few words.
It won't take much of your time, the persistent reporter insisted.
Well, Jiang Yan considered seriously before answering. If we're talking performance, it was decent, I guess.
Single arm strength reached 39,472, a few hundred kilos above my usual.
Ha! The female reporter's mind went blank for a moment. What the hell is this long string of numbers? Add a few more digits, and it could pass for a phone number. Sorry, I have something to attend to. Let's talk later. With that, Jiang Yan seized a momentary gap and slipped straight out of the crowd.
The nearby reporters were momentarily stunned.
Finally, it was the female reporter who reacted first. He said his one-handed strength is 39,472? The guy with nearly 40,000 kilograms of one-handed strength is actually a student from the outer city?
The reporters around were all stunned.
How is that possible? They must be bragging. Are you kidding me? How could this year's top scorer in the Chuncheon College entrance exams come from the outer districts? Need you even ask? If that brat's telling the truth, I'll twist my head off and let everyone kick it like a soccer ball.
At that moment, a female teacher wearing a white blouse and black skirt stepped out from inside the school. Seeing so many reporters outside the school gate, her expression turned uneasy. Just as she was about to turn back, several reporters had already spotted her. That's Teacher Joe from Class A of the 3rd year, isn't it? Hurry, she must know news about the top scorer. Hearing this, all the reporters immediately crowded around her.
Professor Zhou, I've seen your interview. It said you've mentored the top scorers in the national college entrance exams for 2 consecutive years. This year's top scorer should also be from your class, right?
I heard your class has a student whose single-arm strength approaches 40,000 kilograms.
Is that really true? Professor Zhou, could you share some information about the top scorer? We'd like to conduct an exclusive interview.
Building their reputation early would actually help when choosing universities. Listening to the reporter's remarks, the female teacher's face alternately flushed and paled before she finally managed to utter, Our class doesn't have a student with a single-arm strength of 40,000 kilograms. Teacher Zhou, we didn't say 40,000 kilograms, just approaching that figure is already remarkable. Spring City hasn't produced a student with such results in years. This is an honor for our entire Spring City, a reporter immediately chimed in. Our class doesn't have any students approaching that either. I suggest you interview students from other cities instead, the female teacher replied tightly, pressing her lips together. She knew this matter couldn't stay hidden forever, and it was better to come clean now than leave room for future accusations. What? Students from other cities? Mr. Zhou, are you saying that the one with nearly 40,000 kilograms of single-arm strength is a student from the outer city? Wait, where's that student from number 9 high school? He said his single-arm strength was 39,472. Could he actually be the top scorer in the college entrance exams? Damn it, we've been talking for so long, where did he go? Jiang Yan returned to the hotel to pack his luggage and then took a car to the airport. Although he kept all the important items in his inventory, he still needed to carry some luggage. Otherwise, arriving everywhere completely empty-handed would definitely arouse suspicion. Seeing that there was still time, Jiang Yan took out his phone and called Jiang Yingxue. The call didn't go through. This left Jiang Yan somewhat puzzled. Normally, Jiang Yingxue would call him immediately after the college entrance exams ended today. But not only had he not received a single call, now when he dialed back, the phone was turned off.
Could something have happened?
Fortunately, Jiang Yan only worried for a few minutes before Jiang Yingxue returned his call. Shayan, I was a bit busy earlier, so I didn't turn on my phone.
You must have finished your exam by now, right?
Jiang Yingshua's concerned voice came through the phone.
It's over.
I'm at the airport now, and I'll be in Modu in about 2 hours. Seeing Jiang Yingxue was fine, Jiang Yan also let out a sigh of relief.
Alright, call me when you arrive,
Jiang Yingxue said with a smile.
After casually chatting for a few more sentences, they ended the call. Magic City University.
Jiang Yingxue sat in her dorm room, staring blankly at her phone screen.
Yingxue, don't worry about it. The teacher is willing to believe you too.
Right now, it's just Tianli making accusations against you without any real evidence, said a tall, short-haired girl as she approached Jiang Yingxue and patted her shoulder reassuringly. But her things ended up in my bag.
There aren't any cameras in that area. Even if the teacher believes me, what will the other students think of me?
Jiang Yingxue never expected something like this to happen. She had only stepped out of the classroom for a few minutes, but when she returned, she was branded a thief. The missing item was none other than Tianli's cultivation manual, worth millions. Now, they're demanding the school punish her. If the accusation sticks, compensation will be the least of her worries.
She was very likely to be expelled. It would become a stain on her life. Wherever she went, she would carry the stigma of being a thief.
During the last wilderness training, you took a piece of prey from her, the girl with short hair analyzed.
Could it be that she held a grudge because of that and deliberately used this method to get back at you? I don't know. Jiang Yingxue shook her head. Competing for resources and prey during field training is completely normal.
If she holds a grudge over something so trivial, then she's being downright petty.
She's not petty-minded, she's just downright malicious.
The short-haired girl's words trailed off as two other girls walked into the dorm room together. Jiang Yingxue, Tanya, we've already applied to change dorms with the housing office.
Don't forget to pay last month's utility bills, one of the girls said. Why would we change dorm rooms out of the blue? Tanya frowned.
Ha, we certainly wouldn't dare room with a thief, another girl sneered.
Chapter 58, Humiliate her forever. How can you talk such nonsense? There's not a shred of evidence. How could you falsely accuse someone like that? And we've been roommates for over a year, spending every day together. Surely you know what kind of person Yingxue is?
Tanya said, her face flushed with anger. I don't know much about Jiang Yingshue's character, but I'm quite familiar with how often she borrows money from people. The girl who spoke first stepped forward, curling her lips as she said, Tanya, let me give you some advice too. Don't get too close to someone like her.
Today it's Tianli who lost something, but tomorrow it could be you. Exactly. I lost a phone last semester.
At the time, I didn't think much of it, but now it seems the thief is right among us, another girl said sarcastically.
Bullshit. Tanya's eyes reddened with anger. You lost that phone when you were out shopping, someone picked your pocket. How can you pin that on Yingxue? Do you even have a brain? Can't be bothered arguing with you. Let's just pack up.
Sharing a dorm with trash like her makes the air feel polluted, the girl scoffed.
You. Tanya was about to say more when Jiang Yingxue stopped her. Forget it. Come take a walk outside with me. My younger brother should be arriving soon. I'll introduce you to.
Jiang Yingxue forced a faint smile.
Alright. Tanya could tell Jiang Yingxue was in low spirits and reluctantly agreed to go along with her. The two left school and headed to a nearby food street. Tanya bought a pile of snacks and shoved them into Jiang Yingshue's hands. These are all yours. If you don't finish them, I won't let you go back today.
Jiang Yingxue knew Tanya was trying to cheer her up and didn't want to bring her negative school emotions along, so she smiled and said, Are you trying to fatten me up into a pig? I still have to eat dinner later.
We'll worry about dinner when it's time. Tanya suddenly remembered and asked, By the way, isn't your brother taking his college entrance exams today? How are his grades? Oh no. Jiang Yingxue suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Tanya asked in confusion.
I forgot to ask, Jiang Yingxue said with a dismayed expression.
How could I forget something so important?
I wonder if Xia Yan will think I don't care about him.
What does it matter?
You'll be seeing him later anyway, you can ask him then, Tanya replied.
I guess that's the only way. Jiang Yingxue sighed.
2 hours later, Jiang Yan got off the plane and traveled by car to the location Jiang Yingxue had sent. This place was very close to Moda University, with all kinds of facilities readily available. Of course, the foot traffic was heavy too. Shopping districts, food streets, entertainment hubs, and the towering Lingwu Hall building. They were all clustered in this one area. Jiang Yan lugged his luggage and followed the map for what felt like ages before finally spotting Jiang Yingshue's figure beside a cafe. She wore a white t-shirt and jeans, her long hair tied into a ponytail, looking clean and fresh. Beside her walked a girl with short hair. Both of them were strikingly beautiful. Standing casually there, she was a sight to behold.
Xiao Yan. At that moment, Jiang Yingxue spotted Jiang Yan and immediately walked over with Tanya in tow. Big sis, Jiang Yan called out with a smile.
It's been almost half a year, and you've grown taller again, Jiang Yingxue remarked as she looked Jiang Yan up and down.
Can you not bring up my height every time we meet? Jiang Yan sounded exasperated. Though he'd been a late bloomer, he'd shot up during high school and was now well over 6 feet tall. You little brat sure like talking back now, Jiang Yingxue said crossly, planting a hand on her hip. Been months since you've had a beating, looks like you're itching for one, huh? Then you can't just beat me up on the street.
Jiang Yan joked half seriously.
Yingxue, your family's genes are just amazing. You're so beautiful, and your little brother is this handsome too. Seriously, where's the justice in the world?
Tanya leaned against Jiang Yingxue, gazing at Jiang Yan with starry-eyed admiration. Of course, Jiang Yingxue couldn't help feeling a little proud when someone praised her younger brother. By the way, Xiaoyan, let me introduce you. This is my classmate Tanya, also my best friend.
Hello, Sister Tanya, Jiang Yan greeted politely.
What a polite boy. If you ever need anything and can't reach your sister, feel free to come to me.
Yingxue's little brother is my little brother too,
Tanya said with a warmly protective expression.
Being love-struck is one thing,
but she couldn't bring herself to act on those feelings toward her best friend's younger brother.
It's getting late, let's find somewhere to eat first,
Jiang Yingxue suggested from beside them.
Agreed. Jiang Yan rubbed his stomach. I have to admit, I'm actually pretty hungry. There's a nice restaurant by our school gate, wanna give it a try? Tanya suggested.
This is your turf, so it's naturally your call, Jiang Yan replied.
Go, Tanya cheered, punching the air. Restaurants near schools are usually quite affordable.
However, the place Tanya mentioned was relatively expensive, with per person spending easily exceeding 1,000.
This was actually Jiang Yingxue's first time visiting as well.
Normally she was frugal whenever possible, rarely spending more than 20 at the school cafeteria.
Not to mention the high expenses going out. It's just that considering today was meant to celebrate Jiang Yan's homecoming, and since money isn't so tight right now, she deliberately chose a nice restaurant.
Jiang Yan and the other two found a seat by the window. Just as they were about to call the waiter to order, a group of young men and women suddenly approached them.
Seeing the newcomer, Jiang Yingxue's expression darkened. Tanya also furrowed her brows. Jiang Yingxue, you still have the leisure to eat out? This place is quite expensive, can you even afford it? The girl at the forefront looked at Jiang Yingxue with undisguised disdain.
If she's short on money, it's simple, our school has plenty of wealthy students.
She could just steal from them.
Surely Jiang Yingxue is well practiced in that. Another girl beside her sneered mockingly.
Tianli, stop throwing baseless accusations here.
Everyone knows exactly what's going on with that martial arts manual.
Tanya slammed the table as she stood up. Exactly.
Everyone saw it, my manual was in Jiang Yingxue's bag.
What's the problem with that? Tianli crossed her arms, speaking with an arrogant sneer.
If Jiang Yingxue doesn't drop out this time, I'll make sure she can never hold her head up in this school again. She can either slink away with her tail between her legs or stay here and be despised by everyone, her choice.
Hearing this, Jiang Yan's gaze turned icy.
No wonder Jiang Yingxue's phone was turned off today.
So she had run into trouble. Chapter 59, I'll give you one chance to apologize. Tianli, don't go too far. Jiang Yingxue took a deep breath as the spiritual energy within her began churning uncontrollably. She'd been enduring it solely because Jiang Yan was present. She didn't want Jiang Yan worrying about her affairs. Yet Tianli kept pressing aggressively. Even though she usually keeps a low profile at school and never picks fights with anyone, but that doesn't mean she's without temper. Oh my. Are you actually thinking of hitting someone?
Tianli covered her chest with an exaggerated look of fear, saying, well, you'd better think carefully, this isn't outside the city walls. If you dare throw the first punch, just imagine whose fate will be worse, yours or mine.
Yingxue, calm down.
Tanya grabbed Jiang Yingxue's hand. We can't fight within the city, but there's wilderness training every month, we'll have plenty of opportunities to settle the score with her then. Thinking about Jiang Yingxue and Tanya's capabilities, Tianli's expression subtly changed. But soon, she regained her previous arrogant demeanor.
As if Jiang Yingxue could stay until next month, Tianli said with undisguised confidence, staring at Jiang Yingxue.
The school has made it clear, if you can't provide evidence proving you didn't steal my cultivation technique, the disciplinary action against you will stand. Whether you get to stay or not will ultimately depend on my attitude. At this point, Tianli chuckled and said, of course, if you're willing to kneel and beg me in front of the entire school, I might consider letting you stay. As the victim in this incident, the severity of Jiang Yingxue's punishment largely depended on Tianli's wishes. Otherwise, with such a large sum involved, taking this matter outside the school would only lead to more severe consequences.
Of course, Tianli didn't want the situation to escalate either.
The whole thing had been her scheme from the start, and there was nothing for her to gain if it blew up.
What technique? What kind of technique?
Jiang Yan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly asked.
Yan, I'll explain it to you later.
Jiang Yingxue felt somewhat irritable and really didn't want to face this woman any longer. She stood up and said, forget it, let's just go eat somewhere else.
Nobody leaves. Tianli blocked the table and looked at Jiang Yan before asking, just who are you to Jiang Yingxue? Why are you so interested in her business? We're siblings. Jiang Yan replied in a relatively calm tone. Oh, Tianli suddenly realized, then you probably don't know yet. Your sister stole my cultivation technique and was caught red-handed. She might even get expelled. That's right, the girl beside Tianli chimed in. Sister Lee lost a second-grade technique worth over 2 million. It's only because Sister Lee is kind-hearted. If we reported it to the police, your sister would be locked up for several years at least. A second-grade technique, over 2 million. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Tian Li was taken aback. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya also looked utterly perplexed. Without a word, Jiang Yan bent down and rummaged through his luggage for a moment before pulling out a palm-sized black crystal orb. Gazing at the sphere in his hand, Jiang Yan was flooded with emotions. Never did he imagine that the misfortune siren, a creature he once avoided like the plague, would become his most frequently used weapon. Who would have thought this thing is just perfect for screwing people over? Not using it would be a waste of its stats. Sis, I feel like we really click. Want me to give you a free fortune telling? Jiang Yan held a crystal ball in his hand, smiling warmly at Tian Li. Little brother, you're really something. Tian Li laughed heartily, her whole body shaking with mirth. Thinking about Jiang Yingshua's brother actually speaking kindly to her and even offering free fortune telling to cheer her up. Tian Li felt an indescribable sense of smugness. No matter how proud an elder sister's personality may be, what does it matter? When her own family doesn't stand by her, being exceptionally beautiful or having extraordinary cultivation talent still destined her to be nothing but a loser. Fine, since you sincerely want to cheer me up, I'll give you one chance, Tian Li said with one hand resting on the table, curious to hear what Jiang Yan would say. Most likely, he'd take this divination opportunity to say sweet words, but even so, she wouldn't let Jiang Yingxue off the hook. Tanya tugged on Jiang Yingshue's sleeve and whispered, "What's up with your brother? He's not some spy sent by the enemy, is he? Why's he chatting with Tian Li?" Jiang Yingxue shook her head in bewilderment. She couldn't figure out what act Jiang Yan was putting on either. "I'm a professional, not just trying to amuse you," Jiang Yan said with sincere seriousness. Alright, Tian Li replied, her smile unwavering. "Then tell me, what did the divination reveal?" Jiang Yan's gaze swept over Tian Li, and after a brief contemplation, he said, "I see dark clouds hovering above your head, shrouded in ominous energy. Clearly, you've committed too many misdeeds. As I suspected, within 10 minutes, calamity will befall you." "What did you just say?" Tian Li's eyes widened in shock. "I'm telling you, sister, you might be in for a bloody misfortune." Jiang Yan raised his voice in reply. "Put." Tanya couldn't help but burst into laughter outright. Jiang Yingxue also covered her mouth and laughed softly. "Your brother is downright wicked. Why didn't I think of this trick?" Tanya rested on Jiang Yingshue's shoulder, laughing until she was breathless. Tian Li's face turned alternately green then pale. She'd actually been outsmarted by this damn brat? "I'm giving you one chance to apologize." Tian Li stared at Jiang Yan, enunciating each word clearly. "Big sis, we've already told you you're about to meet with misfortune, yet you still have time to chit-chat with us here. If something happens later, don't blame it on us," Jiang Yan said leisurely, crossing his legs. Watch how Jiang Yan had been calling her sister earlier but now kept addressing her as big sis. Tian Li nearly spat blood from anger. "Good, very good. You siblings just wait, I'll absolutely make you kneel and kowtow an apology." Tian Li gritted her teeth and hissed. Now, Jiang Yingshue's fate rested in her hands. She'd see just how long this stubborn pair of siblings could keep up their defiance. At that very moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the restaurant entrance. Everyone turned to look, only to see a young man riding a snow-white lion walking in. Holy shit, isn't that Renfeng from the Celestial class? That must be the silver frost lion that was auctioned for 20,000 spirit stones. This is so damn cool. When will I finally have my own mount? Ah, these are luxuries only the rich can afford. We can just admire them from afar. Gazing at the silver frost lion, Tian Li's face was filled with fascination. "Li Jie, the silver frost lion is coming our way," the girl beside Tian Li exclaimed excitedly. Tian Li's breathing immediately grew rapid. Could Renfeng have recognized her? During their last wilderness training session, they had coincidentally crossed paths and even hunted demonic beasts together. She initially thought Renfeng wouldn't remember and nobody like her. But now that Silver Frost Lion was clearly charging straight at her. Chapter 60, there's scientific basis, okay? At this moment, Renfeng also felt something was off. Ever since he entered the restaurant, he sensed that the Silver Frost Lion was no longer under his control. He had clearly stated they were going to the second floor, yet now it was heading in the opposite direction. We should be going to the second floor." Renfeng thought the Silver Frost Lion might not have heard his earlier command, so he patted its head and reminded it softly. Yet despite Renfeng's repetition, the Silver Frost Lion continued to advance toward Tian Li and her group without heeding any warnings.
As the Silver Frost Lion approached, Tianli immediately waved at Ren Feng and greeted him. Senior Ren, I didn't expect you to remember me.
Are you here to eat at this restaurant too?
Hearing this, several people nearby cast envious glances at Tianli.
To be acquainted with such an important figure like Ren Feng, what incredible luck. Tianli's family circumstances were actually quite decent.
But compared to someone like Ren Feng, who comes from a truly wealthy family, the difference is simply too vast. If the Ren family were to casually let slip even a fraction of their benefits, it would be enough to elevate the Tian family to prosperity. Ren Feng was preoccupied with the issue of the unruly Silver Frost Lion when he suddenly heard someone addressing him. He looked up but didn't recognize the person before him.
Who are you? Ren Feng asked with a puzzled expression.
Tianli froze for a split second before saying, It's me, Tianli.
We even hunted demonic beasts together during last field training.
Ren Feng thought carefully but still shook his head.
Sorry, I meet so many people every day that I can't remember everyone. Hearing this, Tianli was utterly dumbfounded. After all this time, Ren Feng didn't even recognize her? What's that Silver Frost Lion running up to her for?
The people around Tianli were also at a loss for words.
Ren Feng didn't even know Tianli, yet she went over to greet him. She's way too overly familiar. Did she think cozying up like this would help her forge connections with top-tier tycoons in the magic capital? How naive can you be?
But since they're classmates, they probably wouldn't voice their true thoughts out loud. Jiang Yan assessed the situation before him, then checked the time on his phone again. Several minutes had already passed. Nope, need to make myself scarce.
Yeah, both of you come out with me for a sec.
Jiang Yan thought it'd be better to put some distance between them and Tianli right now. This place is too cramped and crowded, the risk of getting caught in friendly fire is way too high. Jiang Yanxue and Tanya were both confused, but they still followed Jiang Yan as they left their seats. However, no sooner had they stepped away than a fierce beast's roar suddenly erupted behind them. This was immediately followed by a wave of screaming.
Ah!
Jiang Yanxue and Tanya turned around to see Tianli being slapped to the ground by Ren Feng's Silver Frost Lion. Her eyes were wide open as she continuously spat blood, her limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Someone nearby tried to help, only to be swatted away by the lion's other paw. This scene clearly caught even Ren Feng completely off guard. Seeing things were about to turn deadly, he immediately recited the control spell to restrain the Silver Frost Lion. In an instant, he flipped down to the ground and single-handedly dragged Tianli out from beneath the lion's claws. But Ren Feng had little experience in rescue operations. This reckless attempt only caused Tianli to suffer several more deep gashes from the claws, leaving her barely alive by the time she was freed. Ren Feng, what grudge do you have against Sister Li that you'd go so far as to hurt her like this? The girl accompanying Tianli was on the verge of tears.
Exactly. Tianli just chatted you up for a few words. Even if you were annoyed, you didn't have to take it so far as to kill someone. The others also blared at Ren Feng with fury on their faces. Ren Feng looked utterly innocent, he hadn't done anything at all. He had bought this Frost Silver Lion months ago, and it had never caused any trouble before. Yet today, for no reason at all, it suddenly went berserk and deliberately trampled someone to death. This is just too bizarre. I've already called the police anyway. Save your words for them. The girl standing beside Tianli glared at Ren Feng with an accusatory expression. Fine, call the police then. I really don't know her, and there's no reason for me to want her dead. Believe what you will. Ren Feng snapped impatiently. Watching Ren Feng's aggrieved expression, Jiang Yan could only silently sympathize with him from the sidelines. Didn't expect to drag this innocent guy into it. This time, Ren Feng was clearly playing the same role that Nia Lin did in the previous incident. Just bad luck for him, I guess. Moreover, Jiang Yan had also figured out a pattern. Anyone who is predicted to have imminent bloodshed by divination will suffer an unexpected disaster in a short time. Yet they always manage to cling to life, leaving room for maneuver. This actually makes it more convenient to manipulate. Jiang Yan, when you said Tianli would face imminent bloodshed earlier, you weren't joking, were you? Tanya, having witnessed the entire incident, suddenly remembered and asked. It's definitely not a joke, Jiang Yan said. So when you asked us to leave that spot, you already predicted something would happen to Tianli? Tanya continued questioning. It's not guessing, it's called divination, there's scientific basis for this, alright?
Jiang Yan corrected her.
Can you call this thing scientifically based? Are you kidding her? Xiao Yan, when did you learn divination? I had no idea.
Jiang Yanxue asked with a face full of confusion. I was just fiddling around with it for fun, never thought it could be somewhat accurate sometimes. Jiang Yan scratched his head and replied with a sheepish laugh.
Then show me, tell me when I can break through to third-rank martial artist? Tanya asked with great interest. It depends on the feeling.
When there's no feeling, no calculation will work, Jiang Yan said matter-of-factly.
Boring, Tanya pouted.
At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly felt the crystal ball in his hand vibrating slightly. He lowered his head to look, and his heart skipped a beat. He saw that the black mist inside the crystal ball had dispersed, and a small blue fish was now looking at him through the crystal ball.
Chapter 61, Is there no justice in this world?
At that very moment, Jiang Yan felt his breathing halt.
He stood completely still. Inside the crystal ball, the cursed siren remained equally motionless, but Jiang Yan could still see the ominous siren's slightly undulating tail.
Clearly, the creature was still alive. Man and fish locked eyes for several seconds like this.
In the next instant, Jiang Yan abruptly turned around and stashed the divination crystal ball into his inventory. Phew! Jiang Yan let out a long exhale. As long as the divination crystal ball can still be stored in the inventory, it means the misfortune siren remains trapped in another dimension, even though the misfortune siren is alive. To the inventory system, it's just an inanimate object. I'll examine it more carefully later when I get to my living quarters. Such a useful piece of equipment would be such a waste if it could only sit idle in the inventory. That would be too much of a waste. Tianli and her group scrambled into action, some calling the police, others dialing for teachers. Not a single person called an ambulance for Tianli. They probably all thought she wouldn't make it.
In the end, it was Renfeng who helplessly sighed and took out a healing potion to feed Tianli. That barely managed to save her life. But she had several broken bones and internal injuries. The wound-healing medicine Renfeng fed her was of a low grade. The bleeding has stopped, but the injury remains. Tianli's face turned deathly pale, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably. Just when the drug's effects kicked in, she couldn't even faint if she wanted to. For Tianli, this feeling was worse than death itself. In her dazed state, she saw Jiang Yan standing not far away. Suddenly, she remembered Jiang Yan's earlier words. Within 10 minutes, she would surely meet with bloody misfortune. And indeed, she met with misfortune within those 10 minutes. The Silver Frost Lion was perfectly fine one moment, then suddenly went berserk the next. Yet out of all the people present, only she suffered such severe injuries.
Could Jiang Yan's divination actually have been true? How else could one explain all this?
There's no way to say that Renfeng and Jiang Yan had coordinated this beforehand. These two people simply couldn't have known each other. At this thought, a hint of fear rose in Tianli's heart.
If Jiang Yingshua's younger brother truly possesses the ability to foresee misfortune and fortune, wouldn't it be effortless to arrange her demise too? This ability is too terrifying.
She had never regretted anything more. She should never have provoked Jiang Yingxue.
He even felt an impulse to flee.
After waiting about 20 minutes, schoolteachers and police officers arrived one after another.
Right behind them arrived Tianli's parents as well. Seeing Tianli's miserable state, her parents began to wail in grief. "Oh dear, my poor daughter, how could you be hurt like this? Who dared lay a finger on my daughter?"
Mrs. Tian rushed forward and pulled Tianli into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Already hanging by a thread, Tianli was nearly dragged under by her mother's rough handling, the pain making her eyes roll back in her head. The nearby teacher quickly intervened upon seeing this. "Don't move the injured person carelessly.
Let our school doctor examine her first. We've already called emergency services. We absolutely guarantee this student will be fine." Hearing this, Mother Tian immediately let go and explained, "I don't understand these things. How would I know if you don't remind me?"
As a result, Tianli's upper body fell back to the ground, and her head even knocked against the corner of the table.
Seeing this, Mother Tian instantly grew anxious. She picked Tianli back up again, rubbing her head while saying, "Sweetheart, are you okay? Mom didn't mean to do that." The crowd. Is this for real?
A few more struggles, and the person might be gone.
What's the point of calling emergency services now?
On the other side, two police officers were taking Renfeng's statement.
"How long have you had the Frost Silver Lion? Why did it suddenly go berserk?"
"I've had the Frost Silver Lion for over 2 months now. I had it professionally trained by a beast tamer and obviously signed a master-servant contract.
But why it went mad, I genuinely don't know. Were you acquainted with the victim? Did you have any previous conflicts?"
"We're just classmates at the same school, hardly know each other, let alone have any conflicts."
At that moment, the school doctor from Modu University approached.
"Officer, I think I found the cause of the Silver Frost Lion's rampage," said the school doctor, holding up a necklace with a small perfume bottle pendant. "After examination, I discovered that the injured student's accessory contained prohibited substances."
This stimulated Renfeng's contracted beast, leading to the incident. "So it seems this was just an accident?"
The officer took the necklace from the doctor.
"We'll take this back for further investigation. However, this student will need to come with us.
If the accessory is confirmed to contain banned substances, you won't be held primarily responsible for what happened." "Understood," Renfeng nodded in agreement. Beside them, Tianli's father visibly disapproved upon hearing this.
"Officer, what do you mean it's not his main responsibility? His mom trampled my daughter, are we just going to let this slide?" Father Tian stepped forward quickly to argue.
"Sir, your daughter was wearing accessories containing prohibited substances.
Such items are forbidden within city limits.
If verified, we will prosecute according to the law,
the officer said expressionlessly. Hold someone accountable under the law? Who, my daughter? Father Tian's face was filled with disbelief. Is there no justice left? My daughter is clearly the victim here. Sir, if there truly are forbidden substances in the jewelry your daughter was wearing, then even if it wasn't the frost silver lion that went out of control today, it would have been another monster sooner or later. Fortunately, there weren't any major casualties. Of course, if your daughter was completely unaware of this, we will handle it with leniency, the police officer patiently explained. Is there no justice left in this world? No justice at all. Old Tian completely ignored the police officer's explanation, just kept shouting these words repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, Tanya shook her head speechlessly. I'd heard long ago that Tian Li's family were nouveau riche with little education. They got rich by discovering a verdant stone vein in their hometown farmland. Seems that's exactly the case, she murmured. Renfeng is really unlucky, just going out for a meal and running into something like this. Jiang Yingxue remarked as well. Jiang Yan's admiration for the doom siren reached new heights. It essentially turned a slim chance into a near certainty. The brilliance lay in how flawlessly it had been orchestrated. No one could possibly suspect him. Yet the thought of the sea hag's glance at him still left him unsettled. When he left the restaurant, it was already late. After finding another place to have dinner, Jiang Yan parted ways with Jiang Yingxue and Tanya, heading alone to the hotel he had booked in advance. In the inner city of Magic Capital, staying overnight without a residence permit required paying exorbitant taxes. However, Jiang Yan obviously didn't care about such trivial expenses. After completing the check-in procedures, he found his room. The first thing Jiang Yan did after closing the door was to move the crystal ball containing the jinxed siren directly from his inventory to the synthesis station. Chapter 62, No More Useless Fish. Regarding today's changes in the crystal ball, Jiang Yan felt certain it couldn't be coincidental, so he had to use the synthesis station to re-examine its properties. As long as this thing doesn't escape, everything else is negotiable. Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the synthesis platform as he activated the appraisal function. The properties of the crystal ball instantly revealed themselves. Prison of the Misfortune Siren, a small realm belonging to the Misfortune Siren, where it is omnipotent yet eternally trapped. Perhaps attempting communication is possible? After reading the crystal ball's description, Jiang Yan felt utterly rattled. The attributes had indeed changed. The dark haze within the crystal ball had previously acted like a barrier separating him from the sea hag of misfortune. He could borrow the power of the Misfortune Siren, but never face her directly. The barrier has now vanished. He could see the Misfortune Siren, and simultaneously, the Misfortune Siren became aware of his presence. The attributes even included a communication function. But even if he could communicate, he didn't have the guts to try. This thing was nothing but a jinx. He was afraid saying even a few words would bring him terrible luck. Though the description did mention that the Doom Siren inside could never escape, he didn't have to worry at all about the Misfortune Siren escaping. It's just a shame he couldn't borrow its abilities anymore. Such a useful tool was destined to become nothing more than a display piece. Jiang Yan's face was full of regret. Just as he was about to put the crystal ball away, he suddenly felt an electric current surge from it, followed by a sharp, high-pitched voice echoing in his mind. Can you see me? Jiang Yan froze mid-motion, his gaze fixed on the crystal ball. The once small fish-shaped Misfortune Siren had now dissolved into an ethereal wisp of blue smoke. Amid the rippling water, her limbs were faintly visible, along with her long, seaweed-like flowing hair. Judging by the general outline, this was unmistakably a little girl. I know you can see me, the girl pressed against the edge of the crystal ball, pleading in a pitiful tone, can you let me out? It's so cold and scary in here. Jiang Yan, cold? Scary? Was this really coming from the mouth of misfortune? He'd have to be out of his mind to believe this guy's nonsense. Did he think turning into a little girl would make him soften up? He sorely underestimated him. Big brother, why don't we make a deal? Didn't you find my powers quite handy when you were using them before? Seeing Jiang Yan still ignoring her, the Misfortune Siren swiftly changed tactics. Jiang Yan's mouth twitched slightly. Big brother? Is this guy for real? He could swear that the age of the cursed siren was enough to be his great-great-grandmother's great-great-grandmother. Big brother. It almost gave him goosebumps to hear that. However, after observing for a while, he saw that the Misfortune Siren speaking to him didn't cause any adverse reactions. Jiang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, understand? Jiang Yan sat on the chair, leisurely observing the crystal ball in his hand. He had pretty much figured it out by now. As long as it's a product processed by the Universal Synthesis Station, it generally won't cause much of a stir. Whether it's a blood-sucking vine or a doom siren, those capable of accepting masters would submit willingly. For those not inclined to do so, the synthesis station would still grant him absolute authority. For example, this crystal ball. To him, the crystal ball was just a piece of glass, breaking it would be effortless. But for the Siren of Misfortune, this was an inescapable cage she could never break free from. He really managed to piss him off.
so he randomly tossed some weird objects into the mix and synthesized them with the crystal ball. By then, the living conditions of the Siren of Misfortune wouldn't necessarily be as favorable as they are now. Living inside a crystal ball at least means having water, sky, and clouds. What if he synthesizes a toilet? Wouldn't the Misfortune Siren end up dwelling in a cesspool then? It all depends on his mood. Aren't you curious why I chose you specifically?
The Misfortune Siren, seeing that nothing was working, adopted a sinister and eerie tone.
None of my damn business, Jiang Yan said flippantly, legs crossed and sprawled lazily. Right now, you're the one locked inside, begging me. If you behave yourself from now on, I might graciously give you the chance to hear the truth. Otherwise, I'll just keep you locked up until my dying day. Let's see if you can survive being cooped up that long. The Misfortune Siren was utterly baffled. What does it mean to give it a chance to speak the truth? So it needs Jiang Yan's permission just to tell the truth? Otherwise it doesn't even qualify to open its mouth? Besides, I've got plenty of treasures, you're not indispensable. If I'm to use you, it depends on your performance. Understand? You need to remember your place, whether as a person or a fish, know your status as a prisoner, Jiang Yan declared righteously.
The Calamity Siren found itself speechless against Jiang Yan's retort,
because it suddenly realized Jiang Yan's words made perfect sense. Someone powerful enough to trap it would surely possess other treasures in their hands?
Though its abilities were quite useful, it probably wasn't indispensable after all.
Moreover, it also realized that its abilities couldn't be used directly on anyone.
Only when uttered by Jiang Yan's mouth would it prove effective.
Without Jiang Yan, it's just a useless fish.
Realizing this, the Sea Hag of Misfortune completely retreated into herself. Having been under that woman's control for so long, it understood perfectly well what fate awaited once it lost its usefulness. Though it had now been relocated to a different place, the same ruthless principle still applied. If it cannot prove its own worth, what necessity does it have for existing? Others could discard it at any moment. He recalled how everything around him had seemed frozen in that dark space just moments ago.
Though only a few hours had passed, it felt like he'd endured an eternity. If I were trapped there forever without ever seeing the outside world again, wouldn't that be worse than death? Seeing the bad luck siren remain silent made Jiang Yan inwardly perplexed. What kind of scheme was this creature brewing?
Just as he was about to try persuading the Misfortune Siren again, her voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I can continue lending you my power, but you mustn't lock me back in that dark place from earlier.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Is that all it takes to make you compromise?
He had prepared a whole speech in his mind, but never got the chance to say it.
But strength has been borrowed.
His goal might as well have been achieved.
Good. You're quite perceptive. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. Now I'll give you a chance to clearly state your real purpose for coming to me.
Of course, you can choose not to speak, but who knows when I'll feel like talking to you next time. The Misfortune Siren didn't beat around the bush with Jiang Yan and directly stated her purpose. I came to you for the divine treasure chest.
A divine treasure chest? Jiang Yan wondered if he was hallucinating. Are you sure it's a divine treasure chest? Not anything else? Chapter 63. Don't be so narrow-minded.
This world might also have the existence of divine treasure chests.
But Jiang Yan understood clearly.
The divine-level treasure chest he brought was entirely a product from another dimension. Before crossing over, that divine-level treasure chest was nothing more than data to him, just an in-game item.
It wasn't something that existed in reality at all.
But now the Misfortune Siren was telling him,
it actually sought me out for a divine-tier treasure chest? What kind of international joke is this?
Jiang Yan remembered clearly when he encountered the Misfortune Siren. Less than a week had passed since he transmigrated to this world.
If what the Misfortune Siren said was true, didn't that mean he'd been targeted right after transmigrating?
I used to live in a place called the Forbidden Sea, where basically only demonic and monstrous races existed. Deep within the Forbidden Sea lies a prophecy stone that can foresee all major events about to occur. So when the divine treasure chest emerged, we received the news immediately.
We also learned this divine treasure chest appeared on a minor planet that hadn't even reached spirit level.
The higher-ups sent me to scout the situation, and that's how I found you. The Sea Banshee of Misfortune had no idea what Jiang Yan was thinking as she continued speaking on her own.
Predicting all major events about to happen? That's insane?
Jiang Yan had never imagined such a thing could exist. The key point was even his divine-grade treasure chest had detected it. This was seriously too overpowered. However, now that the divine treasure chest has been opened by him, only he can see the universal synthesis station and infinite inventory. Others can't possibly snatch them away no matter how hard they try. What he truly needs to worry about is his own neck. If another boss at the level of the Misfortune Siren appears, he likely wouldn't survive unscathed. The prophecy stone can only predict the general location of events. The reason I found you was entirely due to the residual aura from the divine treasure chest's emergence. It was so intense that even for just an instant, it left traces in the world. But too much time has passed now, so it won't be easy for them to track you down again.
The misfortune siren had already wisely aligned itself with Jiang Yan's faction. Since it had no choice but to stay by Jiang Yan's side, it might as well work on elevating its status first. It had lived in the Forbidden Sea for over 10,000 years. It had lost count of how many superiors it had cycled through. The reason it gets to sit in high positions every time is simply because it knows how to play alone. Of course, now it's trapped here with Jiang Yan. The day it gains freedom, it'll absolutely bolt in a heartbeat. So, you're organized after all? Jiang Yan suddenly realized. It's not exactly an organization. Where we come from, whoever has the strongest fists makes the rules. If you can't beat someone, of course you have to listen to them, the cursed siren said matter-of-factly. Currently, the most formidable in the Forbidden Sea should be the Hydra, right? Jiang Yan murmured thoughtfully. Back when he played the Endless Realms online game, he had spent several months grinding for a rare material dropped by the Hydra. He must have slain dozens, if not hundreds, of those creatures. He was thoroughly familiar with all of Hydra's various skills, daring to covet his belongings. In the future, he wouldn't mind slaying a real Hydra and making snake soup with it. You're on this insignificant planet that hasn't even reached spirit level, yet you know about our Forbidden Seas Hydra? The misfortune siren's tone was full of astonishment. Don't be so narrow-minded. I might actually know more than you do, Jiang Yan replied with calm composure. That makes sense. The jinxed siren thought it seemed quite normal. Those capable of obtaining divine-tier treasure chests couldn't possibly be as simple as they appeared on the surface. Who knows? Perhaps some great figure from the myriad realms had descended to the spirit-tier planet to experience mortal life? But the boss of our Forbidden Sea now isn't the Hydra, he's only the second in command at best, the cursed siren said. Second in command? Jiang Yan froze for a moment. Then who sent you? I don't know that lord's identity either, only that her name is Ziyuan. The misfortune siren staggered slightly just at the thought of that woman. In any case, you mustn't provoke her right now, you're absolutely no match for her, the misfortune siren said sternly. Since it had now been forced to switch sides, it naturally hoped Jiang Yan could stay alive a bit longer. If he truly fell into that woman's hands, there wouldn't be a good end for him either. Jiang Yan, talk about stating the obvious, he had only just become a martial artist. The criteria for leaving the various celestial realms were still far from being met. How could he possibly compete with the overlords of the Forbidden Seas? He never thought obtaining a divine-grade treasure chest would instantly make him invincible. Growth takes time, after all. Alright, that's enough chit-chat for today. If you didn't like your previous place, I'll find you a different spot to stay. If you get bored, I'll fetch some cats and dogs later to keep you company, that should relieve the monotony. Without waiting for the misfortune siren's approval, Jiang Yan immediately stored the crystal ball into his spatial artifact. For easier access to items, he now wore the spirit jade containing his spatial artifact around his neck. Currently boasting about 8 square meters of space inside, it shouldn't feel too cramped for the misfortune siren. If it still feels small, well, there's nothing to be done about that. Get back in the inventory if you're really that dissatisfied. He didn't mind anyway. Now that the misfortune siren's taken care of, it's time to get down to business. Jiang Yan took out a computer, a high-efficiency printer, and several boxes of A5 paper from his inventory, then also retrieved the previously synthesized Myriad Phenomenon scripture. The Myriad Phenomenon scripture was a Tier 3 cultivation technique, capable of tripling the speed of spiritual energy absorption. Given his current spiritual energy ceiling, synthesizing a Tier 4 technique shouldn't be much of a problem. However, this time his primary goal was to conduct a test. Can handwritten or photocopied cultivation techniques be synthesized into new ones? Let's try handwriting first. Jiang Yan took out paper and pen, opened the Myriad Manifestations manual, and prepared to start copying. To prevent any accidents during synthesis, he didn't intend to use the original Myriad Manifestations manual in his hands, planning instead to only use copied or photocopied cultivation techniques for the synthesis. This way, even if it fails, the original won't be lost. Fortunately, the 10,000 Phenomena manual isn't very long. Aside from a small amount of text, it contains numerous diagrams. Jiang Yan finished copying an entire book in just half an hour. His handwriting was rather poor, and his drawings were barely presentable. But since this was just a test, there was no need to be too particular, getting the general idea across would suffice. After copying the second book, Jiang Yan's hand was already starting to ache. Let's leave it at that for now. Jiang Yan looked at the 2 cultivation manuals in his hands. This kind of work really isn't suited for impatient people. He placed one of the manuals into the synthesis platform, and its attributes immediately appeared. Strange cultivation manual, judging from the contents, it appears to resemble the Myriad Phenomena art. There's a risk of chi deviation when practicing use with extreme caution. Jiang Yan, Chapter 64. Who would want to cultivate this thing? For the first time, Jiang Yan discovered that the synthesis station's description could actually contain 3 question marks. Moreover, just by reading the introduction, it almost outright declared the handwritten version he created was a failure. Still, after all this effort, he had to at least see the final result.
Jiang Yan placed the second handwritten cultivation manual into the synthesis platform. Would you like to synthesize a peculiar cultivation manual? Synthesize. Peculiar cultivation manual synthesized successfully. Congratulations on obtaining sunflower manual. Sunflower manual, Tier 2 cultivation technique.
After mastery, doubles spiritual energy absorption rate. If castrated before cultivation, absorption rate increases fivefold.
Hell no, who'd practice this crap? After reading the description, Jiang Yan immediately tossed the freshly acquired sunflower manual away. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is this? Absolutely terrifying.
Not castrating yourself only doubles your cultivation speed.
This is just messing with people's minds.
He still overestimated his own calligraphy skills. The concocted items not only downgraded in quality but also had bizarre effects. Forget it, relying on high-tech seems more reliable. Although this synthesis failed, it at least proves that similar methods are feasible. Jiang Yan examined the printer and then duplicated 2 copies of the Wanxiang Ju. This time, failure is absolutely impossible. Placing both copies of Myriad Transformations Manual into the synthesis station, the system immediately displayed a prompt.
Synthesize the Myriad Manifestations Technique? Synthesize.
Myriad Manifestations Technique synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining Origin Return Skill.
Origin Return Skill, Tier 3 Cultivation Technique.
After mastery, triples spiritual energy absorption speed and has a chance to enter an epiphany state. While in epiphany, cultivation bottlenecks can be effortlessly broken through. Rarity, 2 stars.
Jiang Yan froze for 2 seconds upon seeing the synthesis result. Level hasn't changed? Moreover, the description now included annotations about its rarity level.
He had never encountered this situation before. Although the cultivation technique's grade hadn't increased, its effects were clearly far superior to ordinary third-grade techniques.
Anything capable of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks, whether techniques or elixirs, would never lack buyers. There would always be people queuing up eagerly to purchase them. Since the cyclic origin art is rarer, let's try a different sample.
Jiang Yan took out a spirit stone, replenished his spiritual energy to full, then made 2 copies of the cyclic origin art before adding them to the synthesis platform.
Initiate synthesis of cyclic origin art? Synthesize.
Returning origin art has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining golden scale art.
Golden scale art, a third-grade cultivation technique.
After training, it can triple the speed of spiritual energy absorption and enhance physical defense capabilities. Rarity, 1 star.
Seeing the synthesis result, Jiang Yan fell silent again. Even rarity can decrease.
It seems what kind of cultivation techniques can be synthesized depends entirely on luck.
To test his hypothesis, Jiang Yan made 2 more copies of Returning to Origins technique for experimentation. Synthesize the Origin Returning Technique? Combine.
Return to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the Violet Azure technique.
Violet Azure technique, a third-tier cultivation method.
After practice, it triples spiritual energy absorption speed. Excellent, this time even the rarity indicator is missing.
He refused to believe his luck could be this bad.
Determined, Jiang Yan photocopied 10 copies of the Origin Return technique at once and placed them all into the synthesis station one by one.
Confirm synthesis of Origin Return technique? Synthesize.
Returning to Origin technique has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining the 8 Directions method. 8 Directions method, a third-tier cultivation technique that triples spiritual energy absorption speed upon mastery.
Would you like to synthesize Returning to Origin technique? Synthesize.
Returning Origin technique has been synthesized.
Congratulations on obtaining Cold Spring Spirit Art.
Cold Spring Spirit Art, a third-level cultivation technique suitable for those with ice-type spiritual roots. When practiced, it can triple the cultivation speed.
Synthesize the Origin Return Scroll? Synthesize. Return to Origin technique, synthesized successfully. Congratulations on obtaining Heart Locking Method.
Heart Locking Method, a third-tier cultivation technique that increases spiritual energy absorption rate by 5-fold during practice.
Practitioners must remain emotionally detached, otherwise risk chi deviation. Rarity, 2 stars. What kind of lone wolf technique is this in this day and age?
Jiang Yan shook his head and continued placing the Returning Origin technique into the synthesis platform.
Confirm synthesis of Returning Origin technique? Synthesize.
Returning Origin technique synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining Blazing Moon Scripture. Moonburn technique, a third-tier cultivation method suitable for female practitioners, increases spiritual energy absorption rate 5-fold while refining the physique to achieve greater bodily lightness and agility. Rarity, 3 stars. Finally got a 3-star rarity technique, but unfortunately it's only usable by women.
Jiang Yan took the manual out from the synthesis platform, planning to deliver it to Jiang Yingshui tomorrow.
Continuous synthesis of so many techniques had already consumed 3 spirit stones. Thinking he'd need to synthesize other items later, Jiang Yan decided to give it one more try. If he still couldn't produce a better cultivation technique, he'd have no choice but to practice the primordial return technique. He added the last 2 copies of the primordial return technique into the synthesis platform.
Would you like to synthesize the primordial return technique? Synthesize.
The return to origin technique has been synthesized.
Congratulations on obtaining Lone Star Mantra.
Lone Star Mantra, a third-tier technique. Upon cultivation, it increases spiritual energy absorption speed 5-fold and enhances the purity of spiritual energy, allowing its effects to become far more potent.
Rarity, 5 stars. You're the one. A smile finally appeared on Jiang Yan's face. 5 times the spiritual energy absorption rate should already be the limit of a third-level cultivation technique.
As for how rare it is, that entirely depends on the additional effects it offers. And the supplementary effect of Lone Star technique is directly enhancing combat power. That's already considered quite impressive. Since there are better cultivation techniques available, they can always be switched later. It just takes some time to adjust. For now, Jiang Yan finds the Lone Star art entirely sufficient. Jiang Yan put away all the cultivation manuals and then took out the remaining blood-sucking vines.
This was another item he wanted to synthesize today.
Aside from wanting to upgrade his own blood-sucking vine, he also wanted to synthesize a 4th-tier blood-sucking vine for Jiang Yingxue as a means of self-defense.
Though Jiang Yingxue wouldn't be able to use the blood-sucking vine as conveniently as he could.
As long as there were plants around, the blood-sucking vine could hide itself quite effectively. In the wilderness, the vampire vine can traverse underground, making it even more concealed.
Most crucially, the vampire vine absolutely harbors no resistance or rebellious mentality. It doesn't even possess its own thoughts. Isn't this far more practical than those exorbitantly priced contract beasts? Jiang Yan currently had 13 blood vine roots in his possession.
He first synthesized 12 of the blood vine roots into 6 second-tier blood vines, then combined them into 3 third-tier blood vines. Immediately, he placed the already bound blood vine and a freshly synthesized third-tier blood vine into the synthesis platform.
Initiate synthesis of third-tier blood vine, %%. Combine. Third-tier blood-sucking vine has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining 4th-tier blood-sucking vine.
4th-tier blood-sucking vine, bonded master status, tamed blood-sucking vine that can be controlled telepathically, temporarily enters a frenzied state.
Attack methods, strangulation, blood-sucking, mild toxicity. Chapter 65, the blood-sucking vine gains sentience. The 4th-tier blood-sucking vine didn't develop any new attack methods. However, it gained an additional frenzied state. Literally, it should be similar to a boss going berserk. The only question is how the blood vine will manifest it. Jiang Yan reached out, and the blood vine coiled around his arm. Let me see what you look like when you enter a frenzied state.
As his words fell, the vine's leafy tip suddenly shot forward.
It then rapidly grew and spread. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the entire hotel room was already covered with vines. That intense? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly.
With this attack range, even 10 magical beasts of the same level should be completely wiped out.
Moreover, it would create a relatively sealed environment. It wouldn't be bad for trapping people either.
It seemed Niao Lin's gifted brick was about to be unemployed before even starting its job. Still, being an E-grade alloy at least, the weapon had its distinctive qualities. Let me grab something random to synthesize later and see if I can produce some new toy. The 4th-tier blood-sucking vine's frenzied state probably lasted less than a minute. By the time the vines retracted, the hotel room was already riddled with holes.
Jiang Yan.
He finally understood why everyone insisted on testing new weapons, new martial skills, and new spirit techniques exclusively in dedicated training halls. This is way too destructive for regular rooms. Last time Niao Lin compensated, he even felt a bit of sympathy for Niao Lin.
Never thought his own turn would come so quickly. He hoped this hotel wouldn't have any defensive arrays installed. If he broke them, there's no way he could afford the compensation.
Jiang Yan contacted the front desk and briefly explained the situation. Fortunately, the staff seemed quite accustomed to such incidents.
They casually arranged for someone to clean the room and provided Jiang Yan with a new one.
Sir, after assessing the room damages, we'll contact you.
Here's your new key card, the receptionist said, handing Jiang Yan a card. I was wondering, does your hotel have any defensive formations or something like that? Jiang Yan asked apprehensively once more.
The inner city of Demon Capital is absolutely safe, so we haven't set up any defense formations, the receptionist said with a smile.
Oh, that's good. That's fine then.
Jiang Yan let out a sigh of relief, took the room key, and turned to go upstairs. Meanwhile, the cleaning staff had also arrived at Jiang Yan's previous room.
He surveyed the wreckage in the room and clicked his tongue, saying, "What on earth happened here? Even the ceilings cracked all over. This damage will easily cost over $1 million to fix."
But he was just a janitor, and assessing the final compensation wasn't part of his job description. Right then, the cleaner suddenly spotted a book lying scattered beneath a chair. He'd initially assumed it was just some magazine or novel. but when he went over to pick up the books, he discovered the words sunflower technique written on the cover.
Is this a cultivation manual?
The janitor widened his eyes in astonishment. Hurriedly flipping through the pages, he found it complete with both textual explanations and illustrations. As if compelled by some mysterious force, he practiced the first 2 passages according to the instructions on the opening page. The spiritual energy within his body immediately began circulating.
It really is a cultivation technique.
The janitor's heart nearly leapt to his throat. He glanced around furtively before stuffing the sunflower manual inside his clothing.
This could be his golden opportunity.
And with such an excellent absorption effect, it's very likely a Tier 2 cultivation technique.
He needed to go back and study it carefully.
If it really was a Tier 2 technique, he'd struck gold. Although the cultivation manuals currently on the market all require copyrights to be legally sold. After all, these items are of questionable origin, and few dare to practice them. But he could sell them on the black market. That's where all the desperados and risk-takers hunting for bargains gather. Printing a dozen or so copies wouldn't be too noticeable when released into the black market. When the time comes, he could buy a house in the outer city. With the remaining savings, he'd be set for life with food and clothing secured.
With this in mind, how could he possibly focus on cleaning now?
He casually flung the broom aside. To hell with this job. Jiang Yan had no idea how many would eventually tread the path of no return because of that random cultivation manual he discarded. After arriving in the new room, he synthesized the remaining 4th-grade blood-sucking vine. Then he called Jiang Yingxue, asking her to come find him at the hotel tomorrow when she was free. Everything that needed to be done was finished.
After some thought, Jiang Yan took out the divine vein pill and the medicine core, giving synthesis another try. The result was obvious: his spiritual power limit still wasn't sufficient. Having such a great treasure within reach yet being unable to use it was truly torturous. Yet he clearly had the opportunity to amplify the divine vein pill's effects further. Consuming it as is would still be a form of waste in disguise. I just have to endure it a little longer. Anyway, the items are in his bag and won't disappear.
Consider it training for my patience. The next day, Jiang Yingxue arrived at Jiang Yan's room early in the morning. She even brought him breakfast.
Do you want to sleep a bit longer? Since we've finally come to Magic City, let me take you out for a stroll today.
Jiang Yingxue placed the packaged soy milk and soup dumplings on the table, then turned around and said,
No more sleep. Jiang Yan came out of the bathroom after washing his face. I asked you to come because I want to give you 2 things, and also need a small favor from you.
You don't need to be so polite with me.
Jiang Yingxue smiled.
Jiang Yan walked over to the bedside table, opened the drawer, and took out the blood vine and cultivation manual stored inside. At the sight of the blood vine, Jiang Yingshue's expression immediately changed.
Xiaoyan, why do you have blood vine in your room? This plant is extremely dangerous.
Even when separated from its main body, it still retains its aggressive nature.
Your little brother isn't stupid,
Jiang Yan said helplessly, glancing at Jiang Yingxue.
This is a specially modified blood vine with strength equivalent to a 4th-rank demon beast. It recognizes its master after blood bonding and is more useful than many weapons. Try it and you'll see.
Ah,
Jiang Yingxue was dumbfounded.
Why could she understand every single sentence, yet when strung together, it became completely incomprehensible?
Get the blood-sucking vine to recognize a master? Was this really the same blood-sucking vine she knew about?
You should know that even for somewhat intelligent demonic beasts, forming a contract is extremely difficult.
Not to mention plants.
There are no relevant records in any existing materials. As for having the strength of a 4th-tier demonic beast,
that's even more outrageous.
The most formidable blood-sucking vine known in the world barely reaches 2nd-tier strength at its peak.
Not to mention, this is just a detached fragment of the main vine.
At most, it could strangle a wild boar. That would be its limit. Jiang Yan felt that no matter how much he explained, seeing was believing. He simply waved his hand beside him. His 4th-tier bloodsucker vine immediately shot out from under the bed. Then, under Jiang Yan's control, it brought him the soy milk from the table.
It even had a straw inserted. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yingshue's mouth formed an O shape. Holy moly! The vampire vine has become a spirit. Chapter 66. Shouldn't this be his line?
Jiang Yan took a sip of the soy milk before turning back to Jiang Yingxue, saying, Now you have to believe me. After a long pause, Jiang Yingxue gave a reluctant nod. This wasn't a matter of belief at all. It completely shattered her perception of reality. It was as if someone suddenly told her that her pet cat could talk, or the flowers she grew could cook. Anyone hearing this would find it utterly incredible. Jiang Yan handed the unclaimed blood-sucking vine to Jiang Yingxue and said, Just drip your blood directly on it. It's very easy to control, and you can ask me anytime if you have questions. Jiang Yingxue hesitated for a moment before taking the blood-sucking vine. Seeing that the vine didn't attack anyone, she felt slightly more at ease. Then, following Jiang Yan's instructions, she used her spiritual power to prick her finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the vine.
The next second, she immediately sensed a faint connection forming between herself and the blood-sucking vine. It really works. Jiang Yingxue felt a surge of delight in her heart. Would I lie to you? Jiang Yan said, handing over the moonburn technique in his hand. Try the blood vine when you get back. This is the second gift for you. Just by looking at the cover, Jiang Yingxue recognized it as a cultivation manual. Xiaoyan, why don't you keep such a manual for yourself? I'm studying at Moda University, it's not like I'm short on cultivation techniques, Jiang Yingxue immediately protested. This cultivation manual can only be practiced by women, and it's a third-tier technique. Are you sure Magic Capital University would give you a third-tier technique for free? Jiang Yan said casually. A third-tier technique? Jiang Yingshue's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't I tell you before? During the school's wilderness test last time, I made some unexpected gains. Now I've got plenty of money in cultivation techniques. Just take this one. Jiang Yan directly shoved the Moonburn Manifestation Manual into Jiang Yingshue's arms. Am I really not dreaming? Jiang Yingxue stared at the manual in her hands, feeling everything was somewhat surreal. When she first enrolled at Magic Capital University, she got lucky and picked a first-tier cultivation manual with additional effects, likely worth around 300,000 on the market. Back then, she had never seen anything so valuable and thought this cultivation technique would last her a lifetime. Little did she know that just over a year later, she would obtain a third-grade technique. This was a third-grade technique. It was no longer just a matter of money. The copyrights for many third-tier techniques are firmly held by influential figures. Whether they sell them or not depends entirely on their whims. After all, they weren't short on money. At the auction, finding even a single one is hard to come by. But now Jiang Yan was giving it to her as a gift outright. Don't worry, this is a genuine third-rank cultivation technique. Not only does it increase your cultivation speed by 5 times, but it also has some additional effects. It'll serve you well for quite some time. When something better comes along later, I'll get it for you, Jiang Yan said with a laugh. Jiang Yingxue was completely rendered speechless. She felt Jiang Yan had absolutely no idea of this technique's actual worth. A 5-fold increase in cultivation speed that's practically on par with 4th-rank techniques. Not to mention the additional effects it comes with. Even in a place like Demon Capital University, where wealthy geniuses gather in droves, a cultivation technique of this caliber could easily rank within the top 10. The key point is, this technique was produced by Jiang Yan, who just graduated from high school. Could he have raided some ancient ruin in the soul-severing forest and looted everything? By the way, didn't you just say you wanted me to help you with something? Jiang Yingxue suddenly remembered and asked. Having received 2 such precious gifts from Jiang Yan, she wouldn't feel at ease unless she did something for him in return. You've been in Magic City for so long, do you know where I can exchange cash for spirit stones? Spirit pearls would work too. Jiang Yan currently only had 7 or 8 low-grade spirit stones left. Before the college entrance exams, he'd synthesized large quantities of elixirs and upgraded his spatial artifact, plus what he'd used up these past 2 days. Soon, he would be going to Secret Realm number 37 with Su Mengran. We need to replenish our inventory immediately, otherwise it definitely won't be enough. Cash for spirit stones? Jiang Yingxue slightly furrowed her brows and said, why do you need so many spirit stones? Trading cash for spirit stones puts you at a huge disadvantage. After all, spirit stones are essentially just currency from the 10,000 worlds dimension. On Earth, most things that can be bought with spirit stones can also be purchased with cash. But if you want to exchange cash for spirit stones, you'd better prepare to take massive losses. Although there's an official standard exchange rate between cash and spirit stones are far too scarce on the market. After all, rarity creates value. The price naturally went up. I have my own uses for it, just take me there. Jiang Yan obviously knew exchanging cash for spirit stones would be a bad deal, but for him, spirit stones could be transformed into far more valuable things. This trade would definitely not lose money. Alright then. Seeing Jiang Yan's insistence, Jiang Yingxue didn't push further. 2 hours later, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yingxue appeared on a chaotic street in the outer city of Demon Capital. Here, shops, stalls, and vendors could be seen everywhere. The foot traffic here is enormous. At a glance, more than 90% of the people present were martial artists. Occasionally, one could spot a few spirit masters as well. This is the free trade district of Demon City, with over a dozen streets. Tanya, who studies equipment forging as her secondary profession, often comes here to hunt for goods. It was only after tagging along with her a few times that I discovered this shop where spirit stones can be exchanged, Jiang Yingxue explained while looking around, then pulled Jiang Yan into a small shop at the street corner. Welcome. At the entrance stood a mechanical doll, pointing at the LCD display on its chest and saying, please select the service you require. So high-tech? Jiang Yan moved closer to take a look. On the LCD screen were several options: commission, training partner, employment, and others. So this is actually a talent trading market. But since Spirit Stone Exchange isn't listed here, it must be under other options. Jiang Yan tapped on other.
With a grating screech of metal, a hidden door slowly swung open on the far right.
"Let's go," Jiang Yan said.
Yes, Jiang Yingxue nodded, looking slightly nervous. Although she knew this place exchanged spirit stones, it was her first time entering. Something about this place felt different from what she'd imagined. Behind the hidden door lay a long passageway. There were many display shelves lining both sides of the passageway. They were filled with all kinds of valuable items.
Jiang Yan even caught sight of a fist-sized monster core. Judging by its color and aura, this monster's power undoubtedly surpassed 9th rank. What kind of place is this? We couldn't have taken a wrong turn.
Seeing these things around them, Jiang Yingxue didn't dare to even breathe heavily.
Jiang Yan shot Jiang Yingxue a speechless glance. If he remembered correctly, it was Jiang Yingxue who had brought him here. Shouldn't he be the one saying those words?
At last, they reached the end of the passage. When he saw the creature in the room, he fell into silence.
Chapter 67, Shadow Realm. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be a pig? And an exceptionally plump little pig at that.
It sat behind the counter, snuffling and stuffing food into its mouth.
Hearing movement, it turned its head to glance.
Then it turned back and continued munching away at its meal.
Jiang Yingxue, Jiang Yan, Xiaoyan, let's just leave.
This place feels really off, and it's my fault for not checking properly beforehand. I'll ask Tanya later, she'll definitely know, Jiang Yingxue whispered in a low voice. That's our only option now. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Perhaps they had genuinely taken a wrong turn somewhere. There was no way he could possibly do business with a pig. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, a gentle female voice suddenly rang out. We have guests.
Hearing this, Jiang Yan turned to look. Out from another hidden door walked a woman dressed in a cheongsam.
She appeared to be around 25 years old, with looks that could only be considered above average, yet possessed an air of refined elegance. Phew, Jiang Yan let out a long breath. So your shopkeeper isn't actually a pig.
Who are you calling a pig? The cheapop-clad woman shot Jiang Yan an indignant look before walking over to pick up the chubby little pig. Go ahead and tell me what you need.
Here we sell access permits to various secret realms, inner-city residential permits, spirit stone exchanges, and many other services, though some require customers to reach certain spending thresholds to unlock. I'd like to exchange for some low-grade spirit stones, or spirit pearls would work too.
What's your exchange rate here? Jiang Yan stepped forward to inquire.
For low-grade spirit stones, my rate is 20-1 right now. With spirit stones becoming increasingly scarce and the shadow realm about to open, this price is already quite favorable in the trading district, the cheapo woman replied with a smile. Jiang Yingshue's face was filled with shock upon hearing these words.
Twice as expensive as the official rate, and you still call this cheap?
This is clearly something only the wealthy can afford.
Yet Jiang Yan seized on another key point. What's the shadow realm?
The Shadow Realm is a small projection of the myriad worlds.
It opens once every 2 years.
After entering, you can participate in various activities to earn points for rewards or trade goods with merchants from across the realms.
Spirit stones naturally become an essential currency, the cheongsam-clad woman patiently explained. Such a place really exists? Jiang Yan froze for a moment.
I also sell entry qualifications to the Shadow Realm here, said the cheongsam-clad woman with a wink.
Needless to say, it must be an item that requires reaching a certain spending amount to unlock, right?
Jiang Yan was well aware of how these merchants operated, but he was indeed quite interested in the Shadow Realm and would definitely seize the chance to visit if possible.
Young man, you're so clever. The cheongsam-clad woman tapped her fingers on the counter. Go on, how many low-grade spirit stones do you need? Let's exchange 50 for now.
Jiang Yan pondered before replying. Jiang Yingxue staggered in her steps.
50. How much was that again? 1 moment, please.
With that, the woman in the cheapo lifted the plump little pig from her arms. The little chubby pig was still munching away, not stopping for a moment from start to finish.
But Jiang Yan quickly realized something was wrong.
The plump little pig was clutching none other than a crystal stone in its tiny paws. It was nibbling away with such relish. The crystal stone crunched loudly in its mouth, like gnawing on a carrot. Little dumpling, stop eating for a moment, I need 50 low-grade spirit stones. The cheapo-clad woman patted the chubby pig's bottom, prompting it to finally pause its munching.
Then it began, pooping out stones. This scene left Jiang Yan utterly stunned.
He finally recognized what this little chubby pig was. A treasure-gathering pig.
An extremely rare and precious spiritual beast. Not particularly aggressive,
but enjoys consuming various spiritual materials like ores and herbs, then excretes them as spirit stones.
While not exactly clean, there's no unpleasant odor whatsoever. But this method of production was something Jiang Yan simply couldn't accept.
Just give me spirit pearls instead, 500 of them.
Jiang Yan instantly changed his mind. Should have said so earlier.
I happen to have spirit pearls ready.
The cheapo-clad woman touched her necklace, and an exquisitely carved wooden box instantly appeared on the table. The necklace around her neck was clearly a storage artifact. Just give it a feel before using, that's the classic hallmark of storage-type items. The woman in the cheapo opened the wooden box, revealing a chest full of sparkling translucent beads. She counted out 500 spirit beads from them, placed them in a separate packaging box, and handed it to Jiang Yan, saying, "Here are the 500 spirit beads you requested, totaling 10 million. Will you be paying by card or cash?" "By card." Jiang Yan took out his wallet and handed over his bank card. After leaving the shop, Jiang Yan glanced back at its name, Jingyue Lu, a rather poetic name. The building was nowhere to be seen, and the storefront outside was pitifully small. Yet don't judge by appearances, inside held completely unexpected wonders. Just those few rows of display shelves alone were enough to leave people utterly amazed. Not to mention the treasure-gathering pigs raised inside the shop. That thing is a spirit beast. Though it produces spirit stones, it requires consuming large amounts of spiritual materials first. But when all's said and done, you can still make a decent profit. Let's just say this shop's background is definitely extraordinary. And most of their business probably comes from regular customers. There couldn't be many people who stumbled in by accident like they did. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Someone up ahead is selling grade E alloy weapons for just 500,000 each. People are going wild over them. Holy shit, what kind of charity is this? Even a single E-grade alloy weapon costs 7 figures minimum. Seems like some new foreign technology. Go check it out for yourselves. If you're late, they'll be gone. Hearing the commotion around them, Jiang Yan and Jiang Yingxue decided to join in and see what all the fuss was about. After finally squeezing their way to the front rows, they saw a young man with a bowl haircut sitting behind a stall, surrounded by a dense array of various weapons, blades, guns, sticks, and staffs all readily available. Grade E alloy weapons, the latest alloy technology from Fusang country, only 500,000 each. Line up properly, one at a time, don't push. The young man with a bowl-cut hairstyle was happily busy. In just a few minutes, he had sold over a dozen. A nearby buyer immediately tested the weapon against an F-grade alloy blade and found no marks left on it after a strike. "Ah, it really is grade E alloy. What a steal. Boss, give me 2 more. Seeing this, Jiang Yan also decided to buy one to test. At this price, it's practically stealing. By the time it was his turn, there weren't many weapons left on the stall. Jiang Yan picked out a long sword, then looked at the bowl-cut youth. "Can I test the weapon's durability?" "Test away." The bowl-cut youth waved his hand casually. With that, everyone saw Jiang Yan pull out a brick from who knows where. Then he smashed the long sword with a solid brick strike. The result? Crack! The weapon shattered. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even the young man with the bowl-cut hair seemed frozen in place. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Chapter 68, But I'm Japanese. Jiang Yan glanced at the shattered weapon on the ground, then at the bowl-cut youth. "This probably isn't my fault, right?" The bowl-cut youth. Jiang Yan pushed the weapon fragments forward with an expression that said, "Not my problem," declaring, "I won't be buying this weapon. Everything's right here." At this moment, the onlookers finally reacted. "Wait, what? How did just a brick shatter a grade E alloy weapon? That guy's not selling fakes, is he? But didn't someone just test it with an F-grade alloy weapon? If it were fake, it would have been exposed instantly. I tried using my own weapon, and it doesn't seem to be a big problem." Observing the reactions of the people around him, the young man with the bowl haircut let out a sigh of relief. "Everyone, there's absolutely no way I'm selling fakes." The young man with the bowl cut stood up, speaking with conviction. "This new technology from our nation of Fuso has been patented. It's not just me selling it. Feel free to check our reputation. Even an E-grade alloy weapon can effortlessly slay a third-tier demon beast. As for this guy," the bowl-cut youth shifted his gaze to Jiang Yan and snorted coldly. "He's probably just some competitor's hired troublemaker. Our grade E alloy weapons are affordable, people-friendly, and just as effective as any others. Come buy our grade E alloy weapons. When other merchants can't sell their weapons, they'll surely come after us. We've already anticipated this. But I still say this, let the facts in our products speak for themselves. Time will prove everything." The young man with the buzzcut delivered such an impassioned speech that it stirred up the gathered crowd. These grade E alloy weapons being sold so cheaply are bound to disrupt the market and infringe upon many people's interests. But for consumers, the cheaper the better, of course. If someone really comes to cause trouble, they shouldn't be easily fooled either. Jiang Yan, however, wore an utterly speechless expression. Was he genuinely attracted by the price and wanted to buy one to try its effects? Who would have thought that a mere brick, also an E-grade alloy weapon, could so effortlessly smash the weapon sold by the pot-bellied guy into complete scrap? And this is supposed to be called E-grade alloy? Although the brick's destructive power is a bit excessive, there shouldn't be such an overwhelming advantage between weapons of the same alloy grade. The base material's quality is what really counts. Now they're falsely accusing him of being a competitor sent to cause trouble. Is this an attempt to divert disaster elsewhere and shift focus? Do they really think he won't speak up for himself?
Jiang Yan casually picked up a weapon fragment and used the universal synthesis station to appraise it. Mixed metal fragments, contains 2% grade E alloy, 8% grade F alloy, 20% black iron, 30% mysterious iron, and 40% refined iron.
The moment the appraisal results came out, this so-called E-grade alloy weapon instantly exposed its true nature. After all that effort, only the surface layer of this weapon is made of grade E alloy. Only 2% accounted for. However, the creator of this weapon was clever to make it temporarily appear to possess the strength of E-grade alloy. The material quality inside gradually diminishes from the surface inward. This creates a buffer, preventing immediate exposure as a fake. But if you were to actually use this counterfeit in combat, just imagine how disastrous the outcome would be. After all, this thing doesn't even qualify as an F-grade alloy weapon. Those who wield weapons remain unaware that these could be taken to battle against weapons of the same level or used to hunt third-tier beasts and above. Isn't this just handing out freebies? Moreover, even with the naked eye, one can see obvious concentric demarcation lines within the weapon structure. Those unfamiliar with artifact forging might not recognize what this situation signifies, but anyone with even basic knowledge of artifact crafting can see there's a serious issue with this weapon's materials. Seeing Jiang Yan offer no rebuttal, the bowl-cut-haired man grew even more arrogant, thinking he'd hit the mark. Now you've got nothing to say, have you? Pay up for the weapon and scram, don't interfere with my business. Your weapon shattered from one brick strike, doesn't that prove the point? Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow in response. I don't know what trick you used to smash my weapon, but since you deliberately came looking for trouble, you must have prepared in advance. I won't fall for your schemes so easily. Anyone who's bought my weapons can attest to their quality. Who needs your little act here? The mushroom-haired youth sneered, curling his lips mockingly. Are you genuinely clueless or just pretending? Jiang Yan lifted the fragments of the weapon in his hand. Then how do you explain these layered patterns in the broken section? The mushroom-haired guy glanced at it, looking perplexed. What's so strange about that? Since it's new technology, the materials must differ from standard E-grade alloys. Besides, even regular E-grade alloys come in over a dozen types. As long as the strength meets the standard, what's the issue? Jiang Yan's lips twitched involuntarily. After all that fuss, this bowl-cut guy turns out to be a complete newbie himself. He probably doesn't even understand how this weapon was made in the first place. And judging by his tone earlier, there are quite a few vendors selling this type of weapon simultaneously. Most likely, these people are part of an organized group. Young man, what did you mean by that just now? Not all the people who bought weapons were fools. A burly, thick-set man immediately stepped forward to ask. For those of them who lived by the blade, earning a bit of money wasn't easy. If they really ended up buying counterfeits, a loss of 500,000 wasn't something everyone could bear. This weapon does contain grade E alloy components, but only a thin outer layer. Further inside, it's grade F alloy, black iron, mysterious iron, and refined iron. After a pause, Jiang Yan continued, to put it more simply, apart from the parts you can see, the rest is completely fake. Hearing this, a flicker of panic flashed in the bowl-cut boy's eyes. Many customers who had previously purchased weapons also began to waver in their convictions. Look closely at the two distinct colors in the fractured section. It really does resemble refined iron and mysterious iron. Could he actually be right about this? Oh my god, if what this guy says is true, then this weapon is mainly made of refined iron and dark steel. Paying 500,000 for a weapon made of refined iron and dark steel? Did I get hit in the head by a door or something? I knew nothing good would fall from the sky, so I held back and didn't buy. Looks like my instincts were right. Refund. I don't want this weapon anymore. I want a refund too. No refunds. Anyway, what I sold were grade E alloy weapons. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The young man with a bowl cut put on a shameless act, though internally he was panicking. Looks like today's business is a bust. Better pack up and make a run for it. Just then, several men in formal suits stepped out from the crowd. We're from the Artificers Association. We received a report about someone mass-selling counterfeit weapons here. You'll need to come with us. The leader produced his credentials and stared coldly at the bowl-cut guy. The young man with the bowl cut immediately changed his expression. What do you think you're doing? I'm from Fusong, 1. You have no right to detain me. Chapter 69. What kind of monster is your brother? Hearing the bowl-cut guy's words, the leading man smirked. We haven't even said why we're inviting you, yet you already know you're being detained. Quite self-aware, aren't you? You can't arrest me, you can't. I'm one of Mr. Oda's men, the bowl-cut guy said anxiously. 1. Note, Fusong is an ancient Chinese term referring to Japan, often used in literary contexts. The modern term for Japan in Chinese is ribbon. Mr. Oda? Oda Chizuki? The man's smile faded. If this matter is related to Oda Chizuki, then we'll have to have a serious discussion with the Artifact Refiners Association of Fusong. The young man with the crew cut froze for a split second. What's going on? Even Mr. Oda's name isn't working?
Oda Chizuru is their Fusang Kingdom's diplomatic ambassador specifically in charge of alchemy materials.
Aren't these guys afraid Fusang might stop selling materials to Dragon Country? Take him back first.
The man waved his hand, and instantly, the two behind him dragged the bowl-cut guy away. Seeing the bowl-cut-haired man being taken away, the deceived buyers immediately crowded around.
The scammer's been caught, but what about our money?
Exactly. That was 6 or 7 years worth of savings. I should never have gone for such a cheap deal.
You must be Mr. Luo Yunhan, right? I've seen your interviews, you've got to help us get our money back.
They've already been caught, it's not like the money's gonna grow legs and run away.
Luo Yunhan, however, immediately dampened everyone's spirits.
These people are clearly part of an organized group.
The money they collected might not even be in their accounts, but we'll do everything we can to recover your losses. Please hold on to whatever weapons you have, they're the only proof of your victim status. Hearing this, some people immediately became unhappy. So you're saying it's not guaranteed we'll get our money back? With such a prestigious institution like the Artifact Refiners Association, how can they fail at handling such a trivial matter?
The Free Trade Zone falls under the Artifact Refiners Association's jurisdiction too.
Since we bought counterfeits there, shouldn't the association compensate us?
That's right, this is the negligence of the Artifact Refiners Association. Why should we bear the consequences?
Several victims continued to protest relentlessly. Luo Yunhan had seen plenty of troublemakers like this before.
He casually recited a few official platitudes before ignoring them and continued arranging personnel to handle the scene.
By the way, who was it that called to report this just now? Luo Yunhan suddenly remembered and asked. It was me.
From the crowd, a boy with glasses and a face full of freckles stepped forward.
How did you discover that these weapons were fake? Luo Yunhan held a fragment of a weapon in his hand.
I've taken a look, and the craftsmanship of these weapons is quite sophisticated. Unless you have some knowledge of weapon refining and can see the internal structure, it's very difficult to tell just from the exterior that these weapons are problematic. Just now, someone smashed one of the weapons sold here with a brick, and it broke instantly.
That made me think there must be something wrong with them.
But at the time, there were still many people wanting to buy, so I called to report it, the boy answered truthfully.
Brick? Luo Yunhan furrowed his brows. Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Meanwhile, Zhang Yan and Zhang Yingxue were already on their way back to the inner city.
These Fusang people are so annoying. There are international students from Fusang country at our school too, but even though they're studying here, they still act so condescending towards our school. Really don't know how to describe them, Zhang Yingxue said with utter exasperation.
This incident is probably going to blow up pretty big, Zhang Yan remarked.
The Artificers Association has stepped in, there's no way those guys will get away with it. The moment Zhang Yingxue finished speaking, her phone suddenly rang.
It's Tanya calling. Since it's almost noon, I'll ask her to join us for lunch. With that, Zhang Yingxue tapped the answer button.
As soon as she put the phone to her ear, she heard Tanya's roaring voice. Yingxue, what kind of monster is your brother? His one-handed strength test result in the college entrance exam was actually 39,472 kilograms.
What did you say? Zhang Yingxue didn't register it at first.
I just saw the news, and I carefully compared the photos. It's definitely your brother.
Tanya's voice brimmed with excitement. No, wait, what did you say his one-handed strength was? Zhang Yingxue thought she must have misheard. Fine, I'll send you the link so you can see for yourself.
Knowing words alone wouldn't convince her, Tanya hung up and immediately texted the news article link to Zhang Yingxue.
Zhang Yingxue clicked on the link sent by Tanya.
After reading the contents, she couldn't believe her eyes.
It really is Zhang Yan. 39,472 kilograms.
She distinctly remembered that before she last left Spring City, Zhang Yan's one-handed strength hadn't even reached 300 kilograms.
Had it really increased over 100-fold just like that?
Zhang Yan leaned in next to Zhang Yingxue, glancing at her phone screen.
Not bad, you made me look quite handsome, Zhang Yan remarked objectively. Come clean, what's going on with your single-arm strength? Zhang Yingxue asked sternly.
I told you already, I had some fortunate encounters in Soul's Ever Forest. Aside from the blood vine and cultivation techniques I gave you, I also obtained some powerful elixirs. Before I knew it, my single-arm strength shot up to over 30,000 kilograms, Zhang Yan said nonchalantly.
Zhang Yingxue.
In such a short time, his single-arm strength had surged from a few hundred kilograms to nearly 40,000 kilograms.
What kind of extraordinary elixir could possibly achieve such effects?
However, the end of Duanhuan Forest connects to the Sunset Mountains, which lie adjacent to the entrance of the Myriad Heavens world. Such a place undoubtedly holds many unpredictable variables. Regardless, you must be extremely cautious before consuming any elixir of unknown origin in the future. You weren't even a martial artist before, yet you dared to ingest any pill without hesitation. Didn't you worry about potential dangers? Zhang Yingxue's primary concern remained Zhang Yan's well-being. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more significant its side effects become. If the body's strength can't withstand the side effects of the elixir, it's even possible for all meridians to rupture.
I'm definitely not that foolish, Jiang Yan said with a laugh. Glad you know. Jiang Yingxue shot him a disapproving look. So, have you decided what to choose as your application? With your grades, you can pick any top university in the country. Let's go with Modu University then. Can't be bothered to relocate, and it's convenient having you around for support.
Just as Jiang Yan finished speaking, he suddenly halted his steps. He turned back to glance at a stall they just passed, where several worn-out antique items were displayed. Among them, a yellowed scroll particularly caught his attention. They had already reached the fringes of the free trading zone. The vast majority of stalls were selling rather worthless items. The foot traffic here was much lighter compared to the interior of the trading area. Yet the goods at this particular stall appeared somewhat intriguing. Boss, how much for these items?
Jiang Yan stepped forward and inquired. Which one are you asking about specifically?
Behind the stall, an old man in a tank top idly glanced up at Jiang Yan while lazily waving a fan in his hand.
Let's go with this bottle. Jiang Yan randomly pointed at one. 80. The old man tossed out a number. 80 yuan? Jiang Yan asked uncertainly.
Right, 80 low-grade spirit stones. The old man added the unit for Jiang Yan. Hearing this price, Jiang Yan nearly spat out blood in shock. He had originally intended to test whether the old man knew the market. What if, just like in TV dramas, he got lucky and stumbled upon a bargain? The facts proved he was still too naive.
Chapter 70, Slashing at the Ankles. What kind of thing is this that can be worth 80 low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Yingxue was also shocked by the price. Random bidding isn't done like this.
To be honest, she initially thought the stall owner had shouted 80 bucks. This old, shabby bottle couldn't possibly fetch a high price, right? Who would have guessed there'd be a unit specified after the number? And it wasn't in tens of thousands, but in low-grade spirit stones.
This price is downright terrifying, I tell you. If you don't even know what it is, why are you buying?
The old man waved his fan leisurely. The things in my shop are only for those destined to own them. If you can't appreciate its value, that just shows your lack of discernment. This is just a soul jar, nothing special.
Jiang Yan picked up the bottle and examined it. The material is low-quality scrap spiritual jade, and it's quite old too. The engraved talisman patterns are worn out. 10 low-grade spirit stones would be fair for a collector's item, but 80? That's just daylight robbery.
Jiang Yan's true objective was that yellowed parchment scroll. He inquired about the prices of other items merely to get a rough idea of market rates while simultaneously diverting the vendor's attention. Had he asked about the scroll right from the beginning? Encountering a knowledgeable vendor could have made negotiating the price considerably more difficult. Oh, the old man hadn't expected to encounter someone so discerning today, not only recognizing this as a soul jar, but perfectly analyzing its materials and preservation condition.
Xiaoyan, what's a soul jar? Jiang Yingxue asked curiously.
A soul jar, as the name suggests, is used to collect spirits.
The ancients also used them as burial objects. But this is clearly genuine. If the talismanic patterns on it weren't damaged, it should still function normally. Jiang Yan gave a brief explanation. Collect spirits? Burial objects? Jiang Yingxue's pupils contracted. Xiaoyan, hurry up and put that thing down. What if there really are lost souls trapped inside? This is far too unlucky. How is this unlucky? This thing can save lives in critical moments. If the runes on it weren't damaged, forget 80 low-grade spirit stones, you couldn't buy it for 800.
The old man immediately retorted. You know full well this thing is broken, Jiang Yan said as he placed the soul jar back in its spot.
I'm not interested in mere collectibles. Do you have anything else worthwhile here? Let me see.
The old man rummaged through his stall and pulled out a scroll.
Upon unfurling it, an ancient-looking landscape painting was revealed. This one definitely still works.
It contains a trace of sword intent, perfect for young swordsmen. If you can comprehend the sword intent within, your attack power could at least double.
Wow, that's incredible.
Jiang Yingxue's eyes sparkled, clearly swayed by the old man's pitch.
Not bad, eh?
Just 50 low-grade spirit stones, the old man said with a beaming smile.
Will you sell it for 2 low-grade spirit stones? Jiang Yan suddenly spoke up. Young man, how can you bargain like this?
I said 50 low-grade spirit stones, not 5. The old man was utterly speechless at Jiang Yan's offer.
Then make it 5. Jiang Yan immediately countered.
The old man knew Jiang Yan was someone who understood the goods, and it'd be impossible to squeeze much money out of such a person. Reluctantly, he conceded, fine, consider it my opening sale, 5 low-grade spirit stones, and it's yours.
This actually works? Jiang Yingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Just chopping off a 0, and he could buy it.
The sellers shout outrageous prices, and the buyers slash them at the knees. Jiang Yan handed over 5 low-grade spirit stones and, upon receiving the calligraphy and painting, casually passed it to Jiang Yingxue. I remember you study swordsmanship, you can make use of this.
For me? Jiang Yingxue froze in surprise. Stop dawdling. I still want to check out other things.
Jiang Yan shoved the artwork into her arms. Since Jiang Yingxue liked it and the price was reasonable, there was no harm in buying it for her. The key was to get the old man to make his first sale. Waiting for what he truly wanted would make bargaining easier later. Jiang Yan browsed through the stall, inquired about several other items, and only then picked up that scroll. The moment it touched his hand, he knew he hadn't mistaken it. This is indeed firefly paper. The freshly crafted firefly paper had a snowy white hue with a faint blue glow, its texture utterly unique. Because paper was expensive, it was exclusively used to record important matters. And this thing most likely originated from the myriad realms. After all, the technique for producing firefly paper should be exclusively held by the Fengying Hall across the myriad worlds. Although this piece of firefly paper before me has yellowed with age, the occasional flashes of blue light and the unique texture characteristic of firefly paper, there could be absolutely no mistake. What is this? Jiang Yan suppressed his excitement and asked the stall owner. A map. The old man didn't seem very interested in the item. It supposedly has quite the backstory dug up from some ancient ruins, they say, but no one can recognize the locations marked on it, so it's been gathering dust here. Jiang Yan unrolled the scroll and took a look. It was indeed a hand-drawn map. The map was crude, with only rough lines and 2 labeled place names. They are Phoenix Mountain and Black Gold City respectively. Between the two, there's also a red dot marking. Jiang Yan currently had no clues about these 2 locations, but this style of map was all too familiar to him. Isn't this just a treasure map? And what's more, it's a treasure map drawn by Firefly on paper. The yield is guaranteed to be premium goods. If the price is right, I'd definitely buy it. Name your price. Jiang Yan looked up and said. I won't screw you over. 200 low-grade spirit stones, the old man said after some thought. 20 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll take it. Jiang Yan stated his psychological price. Young man, do you always slash prices straight to the ankle? Seriously, I'm not exaggerating about this map. Given its origin, the price can't go any lower, the old man said with earnest gravity. You know, no one recognizes the locations on this map. It might just be random scribbles. I'm mainly interested in this piece of paper and want to buy it for research. 20 low-grade spirit stones for a sheet of paper. I'm already being generous. The old man hesitated, torn. And I can guarantee no one else will buy this worthless map besides me. At this point, Jiang Yan suddenly frowned. No, the more I think about it, the more I feel shortchanged. 18 low-grade spirit stones at most, not a coin more. How dare you bargain it down? 20 low-grade spirit stones, not a single piece less. The old man glared at Jiang Yan. Deal, Jiang Yan said with a smile on his face. Chapter 71, A Strange Sense of Familiarity. After paying, Jiang Yan quickly grabbed Zhang Yingshua's hand and made a swift exit. The old man sat behind his stall and pondered for a long while. The purchase price of this scroll was 70. He priced it at 200 but only sold 20. Damn it. This is a fucking huge loss. He would never have accepted that price under normal circumstances, but when Jiang Yan said 20 low-grade spirit stones was already generous for buying a mere sheet of paper, it somehow made perfect sense to him. And just like that, he talked himself into it. Except what he was selling was clearly a map. Jiang Yan and Zhang Yingxue got into a taxi. Seeing that the old man wasn't chasing them, Jiang Yan finally relaxed. To get a treasure map for just 20 low-grade spirit stones, what an incredible bargain. He was afraid the old man might come to his senses and settle the score with him. Jiang Yan unrolled the scroll and carefully studied the contents of the treasure map. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember any such place in the myriad worlds. Could it be that the treasure location was on Earth? That makes even less sense. If this were on Earth, someone would have bought this treasure map long ago. Jiang Yan even searched these 2 place names on his phone without much hope. No findings resulted from the search. Even if there were similar names, none matched the map at all. Xiaoyan, this place marked on the map feels oddly familiar to me. Zhang Yingxue suddenly spoke up from where she sat beside Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's heart stirred, and he quickly asked, are you sure? I just thought it looked familiar. It feels like I saw it somewhere recently. Zhang Yingxue frowned deeply. Sis, think carefully, even the slightest clue would do. Jiang Yan hadn't expected the breakthrough to come from Zhang Yingxue. If she had truly seen this place before, it would be an enormous help to him. I haven't been to many places this past month, just one field training trip outside of school. The rest of the time, I've basically stayed on campus. Zhang Yingxue fell into deep thought. Jiang Yan didn't dare rush her, afraid that any interruption might break her train of thought. Wait, Zhang Yingshue's eyes suddenly lit up. A while back, I went to the library. I was researching and skimmed through many ancient texts. It's possible I saw it in one of those old books. Jiang Yan immediately perked up, adjusting his posture as he said, Sis, could you help check out the books for me? Or maybe take me to your university library for a visit? That's definitely not possible. Zhang Yingxue shook her head. Regular books can be borrowed freely, but for the ancient text section, you can only read them on site. No borrowing, and not even photography is allowed. Ah, what a shame. Jiang Yan's face was full of disappointment. It seemed he'd have to wait until after filling out his college applications and receiving his admission letter.
Though I might be able to ask Tanya for help.
She's got an incredible memory. I could have her memorize the book's contents and then recreate a copy for you.
Shouldn't be a problem, Jiang Yingxue suddenly offered as an alternative. Then what are we waiting for?
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan immediately turned to the taxi driver. Driver, please take us to Moda University. Arriving at Moda University, Jiang Yingxue called Tanya out.
Then Jiang Yan explained the purpose of his visit.
I thought it was something serious. Tanya patted her chest, her face full of confidence as she replied, don't worry, leave it to me. My secondary profession is artifact crafting, so I have basic skills in design and drafting.
I'll definitely help you copy the map completely. Then let's go find the books first.
We'll contact you if we have good news, Jiang Yingxue said to Jiang Yan. I'll wait for you at the cafe across the street.
Jiang Yan replied. Alright, Jiang Yingxue nodded.
As Jiang Yingxue and Tanya entered Magic City University, Jiang Yan walked alone across the street. Entering the coffee shop, Jiang Yan ordered an espresso at the counter. Just as he was about to find a seat, he spotted several familiar figures.
Isn't that Jiang Yingxue's brother, the guy who did a fortune-telling for Tianli yesterday?
I heard Jiang Yingshua's family isn't well off, yet this guy wanders around Demon City every day.
Can he really afford taxes exceeding 10,000 daily? I actually think there's more to him. Yesterday's divination was scarily accurate. What real skill? He totally guessed right by luck. I think it was coincidence too.
Jiang Yan paid no attention to these individuals. After finding his seat, he took out his phone, planning to kill time by watching a live stream. Within a few minutes, Tianli's so-called friend suddenly approached him.
Can I help you? Jiang Yan set down his phone and looked up to ask.
Pfft, he's actually watching Rainbow Bunny's live stream. Just a little boy at heart, liking that kind of female influencer. The girl who was close with Tianli covered her mouth and laughed.
What's wrong with Rainbow Bunny? I like her too.
A nearby boy immediately objected.
Can we get to the point?
Jiang Yan rapped his knuckles on the table. He didn't have a good impression of these people, nor much patience for them. If they came looking for trouble, he wouldn't mind testing the Bloodvine's new skills on these guys.
Hey kid. You really know how to do divination? Do one for me too. Yang Jieqiao came up to Jiang Yan and said.
This was the first time Jiang Yan encountered someone so eager to have their fortune told, but refusing would make him seem like some kind of con artist. Just agree, someone's bound to have terrible luck someday. We've got no feud, so there's no need to resort to such ruthless measures.
See, he doesn't even dare speak up.
I knew yesterday was just a coincidence, Li Xiaowei sneered, curling the corner of her lips mockingly.
That's so boring.
I really thought we'd encountered some formidable expert like in those novels.
Yang Jieqiao said, his face full of disappointment.
Stop reading so many novels all day. If you put that effort into cultivation, you'd have already become a second-tier martial artist by now.
Li Xiaowei gave Yang Jieqiao a helpless look. Then how did you guess Tianli would get into trouble yesterday? Yang Jieqiao looked at Jiang Yan and asked.
Of course it was the result of divination, Jiang Yan said with a raised eyebrow.
It worked yesterday, so why not today? Just do one divination for me, please. Yang Jieqiao persisted, refusing to give up.
My rates aren't cheap, Jiang Yan said with sober emphasis.
How tall is it? Yang Jieqiao asked curiously. A low-grade spirit stone. Jiang Yan took a sip of his coffee.
As soon as these words were spoken, Li Xiaowei and the others were completely dumbfounded.
Isn't this fee beyond just being high? Yang Jieqiao widened his eyes as he spoke. Yang Jieqiao, why waste your breath on him? It's blatantly obvious he's a fraud. Anyone who believes his nonsense must have water in their brains. Li Xiaowei looked at Jiang Yan with undisguised disgust.
With Jiang Yingshua's family background, this guy probably hasn't even seen what a low-grade spirit stone looks like, and now he's trying to rip people off here. Hearing these words, Jiang Yan suddenly changed his mind. But occasionally, when I encounter someone fated, I might give free divinations. Using his backpack as cover, Jiang Yan calmly took out his crystal ball and looked at Li Xiaowei. Today, I'd say you seem quite fated.
Chapter 72, The Scarlet Ruins. You're going to give me a free fortune-telling?
Li Xiaowei felt pleasantly surprised. Originally, she hadn't been interested. But when Jiang Yan mentioned it was free, she couldn't help feeling tempted. It's like when someone offers to sell you something for 100,000 at first. Even if you don't like it at all, when they say they'll give it to you for free, most people absolutely won't refuse. If there's a bargain to be had, you might as well take it. Then I'll give you one chance to prove yourself. Li Xiaowei snorted lightly and said, let me make this clear, whether your divination is accurate or not, don't even think about getting a single cent from me. Don't worry, it'll be accurate beyond doubt. Jiang Yan said meaningfully, hey, I've got to say, aren't you discriminating based on gender? Yang Jieqiao fumed. You gave that pretty girl a free reading, but charge me a low-grade spirit stone. You're not even that old, yet you're already such a materialist. All things in this world follow their destined path, Jiang Yan intoned mysteriously, cradling a crystal ball.
Your time for divination simply hasn't come yet.
Stop blathering and give me my reading already, Li Xiaowei urged.
Let me take a look. Jiang Yan stared into the crystal ball, watching as the misfortune siren swam from its depths to the edge. Immediately, its shrill voice echoed in his mind. Who are you trying to mess with today? Ignoring the voice in his head, Jiang Yan looked up with grave seriousness at Li Xiaowei. Big sister, I see ill fortune ahead for you today. You must take extra care when going out. Li Xiaowei's face darkened instantly. You little brat. I knew you were messing with me on purpose. Can't you speak properly? My predictions are never wrong.
The moment Jiang Yan finished speaking, a passing waiter nearby suddenly tripped over a table leg. The coffee on the tray arced through the air and, as if by cruel fate, landed squarely on Li Xiaowei's head. Ah! Drenched in steaming coffee and struck by the falling cup, Li Xiaowei let out a piercing scream. Seeing this, Yang Jieqiao and the others nearly popped their eyes out.
My god, this is way too accurate. Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction.
Though the form of the divination crystal ball had changed, its effects remained as excellent as ever.
It must all be a coincidence. Li Xiaowei's face turned deathly pale.
The mere thought of Tianli's tragic state made it impossible for her to believe Jiang Yan's words.
If Jiang Yan's divination was actually accurate, didn't that mean she would suffer something equally terrible today? Xiaowei, don't worry too much. Didn't this young man just say that today you're merely having bad luck?
Remember Li Tian's divination result last time? It predicted mortal danger, completely different from this situation. Yang Jieqiao knew exactly what Li Xiaowei was thinking and immediately offered comfort.
Is that so? Li Xiaowei quickly turned her gaze to Jiang Yan.
You definitely won't face any life-threatening danger, but when luck turns against someone, many things become unpredictable. There's nothing more I can do to help you, just be careful and hope for the best. Having said this, Jiang Yan picked up his phone again to continue watching the live stream. Just at that moment, Li Xiaowei received a text message. When she opened it, her face immediately turned even darker.
Xiaowei, what's wrong? Someone nearby asked.
My roommate called saying there was a thief in our dorm building, and they just stole my alchemy cauldron.
Li Xiaowei was on the verge of tears. That cost me 80,000 yuan. Yikes. Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Jiang Yan's divination can no longer simply be called accurate. It's practically godlike. Master, can I have your contact information? Yang Jieqiao was the first to react, quickly leaning over Jiang Yan's desk to ask.
Master, I'd also like your contact details so I can support your business in the future. Another male student rushed forward excitedly with equal enthusiasm. Master, you have to save me, I don't want to end up like Tianli, she's still lying in the hospital. Li Xiaowei choked back tears, her eyes red with desperation. I've already said I only read fortunes for those with destined connections. Besides, we'll be schoolmates next semester, so there's no need for contact details, Jiang Yan casually replied without looking up from his task. Oh, so Great Master is coming to study at Moda University too. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. I'm in the same class as your sister, Yang Jieqiao said immediately. Just don't cause any more trouble for my sister, Jiang Yan spoke with a warning glint in his eyes.
Wouldn't dare. The Great Master's sister is my sister too.
I'll make sure to treat her with the utmost respect from now on, Yang Jieqiao hurriedly expressed his stance.
Shameless.
The others shot Yang Jieqiao looks of disdain.
Master, what should I do then?
Li Xiaowei always felt like there was something else waiting for her. Your luck has been poor these past 2 days. Just lay low in your dorm and don't run around. Just tough it out, and it'll pass, Jiang Yan said.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master.
Li Xiaowei hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The people at the next table, noticing the commotion around Jiang Yan, were all full of bewilderment.
These people are really strange.
Just a moment ago, they were full of bluster, seemingly ready to pick a fight, but now they're all nodding and bowing, acting incredibly polite.
Probably ran into someone they couldn't handle.
The weird thing is how quickly they backed down. No fight, no argument, just instant surrender. This city's full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Numbers don't always mean you can bully the few. After sending Yang Jieqiao and the others away, Jiang Yan finally had some peace and quiet. At that moment, he received a text from Jiang Yingxue, found the book.
We'll be out in half an hour at most. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yan's face. Looks like there might actually be hope.
If the map Jiang Yingxue discovered in the ancient text matches the contents of the treasure map, then the location of the treasure site could be roughly inferred based on the information from the ancient records. Whatever is hidden in that treasure map would surely fall into his hands sooner or later. After watching the live stream a bit longer, Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye's figures appeared at the entrance of the cafe.
I'm here. Jiang Yan raised his hand slightly. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye promptly walked over to him. Mission accomplished. Tang Ye slapped a folded blueprint in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hurriedly picked up and unfolded the blueprint.
After reading the contents above, Jiang Yan revealed a smile on his face. It truly is exactly the same. The only difference was that the Phoenix Grove and Obsidian City marked on the treasure map had turned into an endless sea of flames and Azura City. Although the place names were different, But whether it was the layout of mountains and rivers or the relative positions of the two locations, everything matched perfectly.
Does the ancient text mention where this is? Jiang Yan asked, looking up.
Yes, Jiang Yingxue nodded. It's the Red Lotus ruins, which emerged about 200 years ago.
Now it's controlled by the three major families of the imperial capital. Outsiders basically have no chance to enter. Chapter 73. Let me ask a friend.
Jiang Yan searched his memories but found no information about the Crimson Lotus ruins.
It seemed the confidentiality measures surrounding the ruins were extremely thorough. Ordinary people simply had no way of accessing it.
So this treasure map ended up in his hands.
Otherwise, how could it have been his turn to stumble upon such a find? By the way, which are the three great families of the imperial capital? Jiang Yan asked, turning to Jiang Yingxue.
The Xiao family, the Su family, and the Meng family. Jiang Yingxue listed three surnames. These three great clans existed long before the advent of the myriad heavens. Their foundations run deep, and they even have branches in the myriad heavens world. But for ordinary folks like us, such influential figures remain far beyond reach.
It's just a shame about that map you bought. The Su family?
Jiang Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He remembered that Su Mengran was from the imperial capital, and her family was quite well off.
Could it be related to the Su family among the three great clans of the imperial capital?
Thinking of this, Jiang Yan picked up his phone. Wait a moment, let me ask a friend.
Jiang Yingxue and Tanya exchanged bewildered glances. What kind of friends could Jiang Yan possibly have who could gather information about the three great clans?
These families have revealed very little information. Apart from word of mouth, only basic introductions can be found through online searches. That's precisely why Jiang Yingxue held no hope at all. Jiang Yan found Su Mengran's number and sent a text message. Hey classmate, I wanted to ask, are you from the Su family, one of the capital's three great families? 2 minutes later, Su Mengran replied with a string of ellipses, then asked, why are you asking about that?
Jiang Yan promptly responded, just curious. Between us, what's there to hide? Anyway, I've already seen your real face. Su Mengran, what about my real face? Jiang Yan, honestly, there's nothing wrong with being a little more real. Su Mengran, are you implying I'm usually not genuine enough? Jiang Yan, no, we're getting off track.
What I meant was, if you're really from the Su family, I'd like to ask for your help with something.
Naturally, you won't go unrewarded. Su Mengran, I used to be, but now I've severed ties with the Su family. However, what exactly can you offer me? Are you planning to bribe me with the other two items from the treasure chest? Jiang Yan's mouth twitched.
He hadn't expected the renowned campus beauty Su to be such a pragmatic person. At the mention of benefits, even her text replies became noticeably lengthier. Jiang Yan pulled his thoughts back and continued typing. I want to enter the Crimson Lotus ruins.
Do you have any way to get me in? Su Mengran, the Crimson Lotus ruins? That might be a bit complicated. I'm not in Spring City right now.
I'll be heading to Magic Capital in 2 weeks.
You should come early too, and we can discuss it in person. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows. Was that a yes? He thought merely asking about his identity would require some effort.
He hadn't expected Su Mengran to agree so readily. As for the other two items from the treasure chest that she wanted as payment,
that's just pure overthinking.
When the time comes, I'll just casually use the synthesis station to whip up something for Su Mengran. There's bound to be something she'll fancy.
Xiao Yan, did you hear anything?
Jiang Yingxue asked with concern. I did, but whether we can go to the Crimson Lotus ruins is still uncertain.
By the way,
Jiang Yan took out the purple jade technique he had prepared earlier from his backpack and handed it to Tanya. Since you helped me so much today, I'll give you this cultivation manual as a token of appreciation. The violet green technique was the most ordinary among all the third-level manuals he synthesized, devoid of any supplementary effects, and its value wasn't particularly high either.
For Tanya, consider it returning the favor. Of course, Jiang Yan was only being so generous because of Tanya's close relationship with Jiang Yingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been this generous. Gifting me a cultivation manual?
Tanya wondered if she'd heard correctly.
I'm not joking with you.
Take it and see if it suits you, Jiang Yan said, extending the manual toward her.
Why do I feel like I've just won the lottery?
Tanya couldn't hide her delight as she took the cultivation manual and flipped through several pages.
She quickly noticed something unusual. This isn't a first-level cultivation technique, is it?
She had originally thought that if it were a first-level technique, she could take it back for her younger sister to use. But the contents within were clearly far more profound than the cultivation method she currently possessed,
though she couldn't determine its exact rank. But it definitely wouldn't be a first-grade cultivation technique. Who told you it was a first-grade technique?
Jiang Yan said helplessly, glancing at Tanya.
This is a third-grade technique. What did you say?
Tanya suddenly widened her eyes.
Third grade? That's right. Jiang Yan nodded.
Tanya slammed the table fiercely, and with a loud crack, the surface shattered into fragments. Jiang Yan's coffee cup, which he had just picked up, fell to the ground as well, splashing all over his pants. Jiang Yan suddenly felt that taking out a third-grade cultivation technique in public was a terrible mistake. Now, on top of everything else, he'd have to pay for the coffee shop's table.
Tanya, keep it down. Everyone's staring at us. Jiang Yingshui whispered urgently.
Sorry, I just got too excited. Way too excited. Tanya carefully tucked the cultivation manual into her bag, planning to study it thoroughly once she got home.
Just then, a waiter approached. Excuse me, ladies, would you mind explaining what happened here?
The waiter frowned as he surveyed the shattered glass table scattered across the floor.
It was purely accidental. Tanya quickly took out her wallet. How much for the table? I'll pay for it.
The waitress looked considerably more pleased now that Tanya was willing to compensate.
That'll be 800 in total. No problem. Tanya stood up and said, add this table's bill to my account too. Take me to the front counter to settle the payment. After Tanya left, Jiang Yingshui turned to Jiang Yan with evident concern. You're really going to the Crimson Flame ruins? That's territory controlled by the three great families.
Even if you have a way to get in, there's no guarantee you'll come back unscathed.
Don't worry, even if we're going, it won't be now,
Jiang Yan replied with a smile. Next month is the day I agreed to meet Su Mengran at Secret Realm number 37.
Soon, the Magic City University will reopen for the new semester.
In a short time, he couldn't spare the time to go to the capital either.
Tanya went to the front desk to settle the bill, and then Jiang Yan and the other two left the cafe.
They first found a place to have lunch, then strolled around near Moda University.
Oh no, it's almost 2 o'clock already. Tanya suddenly glanced at the time on her phone.
I need to go to the Artificer Association. There's a free lecture by Master Qin today.
Tanya looked up at Jiang Yingshui. Yingshui, are you coming? Didn't you say last time that you were quite interested in artificing and planning to take artificing courses next semester?
Jiang Yingshui hesitated slightly, but what about Xiaoyan? Truth be told, it was only after she had money in her hands that she even considered choosing artifact refining. In the past, she would have rather spent any spare time taking on part-time jobs instead.
Who would dare fantasize about such a money-burning side profession like artifact refining? What's the big deal? Let's go together, Tanya replied immediately.
I'm good with whatever, Jiang Yan shrugged.
Then what are we waiting for? Hurry, we're running out of time. Tanya quickly hailed a taxi by the roadside. There are a total of 8 Artificer Associations in Magic City.
The headquarters is located in the city center, a massive skyscraper with over 50 floors. Jiang Yan and his two companions arrived at the Artificer Association headquarters. First, they asked for directions, then waited for the elevator, and finally wrote it up. When they found the location, there were only 5 minutes left until the lecture began. Tanya went to the window first to take a look, then immediately turned around and gestured to Jiang Yan and Jiang Yingshui.
There are still seats in the back, let's hurry inside.
But just as they reached the entrance, a staff member stopped them.
Master Qin's lecture is fully booked. Please come another day. Chapter 74, Connections. Tanya thought she must be seeing things and tilted her head to peek into the room again. What do you mean it's full? There are clearly empty seats in the back.
Those are reserved.
Wait for the next session, the staff member said expressionlessly.
Reserved? Tanya looked at the staff member with obvious suspicion. But this is a free public lecture.
I've come several times before and never heard of reservations. Are you sure you're not mistaken?
That's the new rule of our Artificers Association. Hurry up and leave, Master Qin will be arriving soon.
Don't cause trouble here.
The staff member waved impatiently.
At that moment, several young people came over from the direction of the elevator.
They looked to be around 16 or 17, even younger than Jiang Yan.
Hello, we're Su Liang's friends.
He said he reserved seats for us, said the boy walking at the front.
Your seats are ready.
The staff member smiled and pointed to the room.
The last row. It's a bit further back, but the view is excellent there. Thank you for your help.
The boy expressed his gratitude to the staff member before heading inside with the others. Seeing this, Tanya was so furious she could practically see smoke rising from her head.
Is this what you meant by reservations? Just because these guys have connections?
Tanya pointed at the young men who had just entered, her hand trembling slightly. She had been waiting for this class for nearly 3 months.
Although she arrived late, she wasn't actually tardy. If it were already full, she would have accepted it. But there were clearly seats available, why wouldn't they let her in? Jiang Yingshui also frowned in displeasure. It wasn't that this class was absolutely essential for them to attend. But encountering this kind of situation was incredibly frustrating. You stubborn brat, are you still not done? If you keep making trouble, I'll have no choice but to call security. Once you're blacklisted, don't even think about setting foot in the Alchemist Association's doors again, the staff member shouted in warning. The few young people who had just entered also noticed the commotion at the entrance. What's their deal? How dare they cause trouble at the Alchemist Association? Seems they're saying we took their spot. That's hilarious. We booked ours in advance, it's completely different. That's right, we're all Su Liang's friends. Isn't it only natural we get some special treatment? Gotta admit, pulling strings feels pretty damn good, huh?
The young men spoke without lowering their voices, and Zhang Yan's group at the entrance heard every word clearly. Tanya's face flushed with alternating shades of pale and red before she finally gritted her teeth. Forget it, we'll just come another time. Waiting a few more months won't kill us. She just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her temper.
I've been meaning to ask, who is this Su Liang they keep mentioning? Zhang Yan suddenly inquired. He's Master Qin's newly accepted apprentice.
Quite talented for a sophomore in high school, I heard. Tanya snorted lightly. I was impressed at first, but turns out he's pulling strings as soon as he joined.
Then who is this Master Qin? Could he be one of the 8 chief instructors? Zhang Yan continued inquiring. How could that be possible? What do you take the 8 grandmasters for? They never show themselves lightly.
Master Qin is merely an artificer with the title of master. There are hundreds of such masters in the entire Artificers Association.
Tanya promptly explained.
A master-level artifact smith is already extremely impressive, ranking just below the chief smith, Zhang Yingshui added from the side.
Oh, Zhang Yan nodded.
Actually, I know a master from the Artifact Smith Association myself, quite high-ranking too.
I saved his contact information last time. I can help you ask if there are any other masters giving lectures.
Hearing this, before Tanya and Zhang Yingshui could respond, the staff member sneered and said, Look, all of you, hurry up and leave. Putting on this pointless act in front of me is useless. Zhang Yan ignored the staff member and casually took out his phone, pulling up Nia Lin's number.
After dialing, the call was answered after just one ring. Kid, what made you call me all of a sudden? Don't tell me you've changed your mind and decided to become my disciple? Nia Lin's cheeky voice came through the phone.
I just wanted to ask if you happen to know any master artisans from the Alchemist Association here in Demon City that you could introduce me to.
Zhang Yan leaned against the wall and said, Am I not master enough for you? You still want to meet other masters? Nia Lin replied irritably. No, it's not like that.
I've got 2 friends who wanted to attend a lecture by you masters, but some people with connections took their spots. They didn't want to come all this way for nothing, so I thought of you, Zhang Yan explained honestly.
You brat, bothering me with such trivial matters. I'm a very busy man, why would I have time for such small potatoes?
Unless you become my disciple or introduce me to that expert you know, then I could find you 10 masters without breaking a sweat. I don't have disciples, nor any masters, but I do have a piece of equipment here.
I wonder if you'd be interested? What kind of equipment? Nia Lin asked drowsily.
It's a pair of shoes that increases your movement speed by 50% when worn. If the wind speed outside exceeds level 3, your movement speed will stack with the wind force. When he heard the first half, Nia Lin didn't react much. But when he heard the second half of Zhang Yan's sentence, he immediately perked up. You just wait for me, Magic City, right?
I'm flying over to find you right now.
Hey,
what about the master you promised to find for me? Zhang Yan quickly added. At the lecture hall entrance, right? I'll send him over immediately. With that, Nia Lin hung up the phone. Throughout Zhang Yan's phone call, the staff member beside him had been struggling to suppress laughter. Zhang Yingshui and Tanya were equally baffled. All done. Zhang Yan put away his phone. Quite the performance.
The staff member gave Zhang Yan a thumbs up, though his tone dripped with sarcasm.
Chapter 75. Are we sure there wasn't a mistake somewhere? Sha Yan, which master exactly do you know?
Zhang Yingshui asked with some concern. These masters from the Refiners Association all have their noses in the air. They're not the kind of people you can just casually get to know.
And to specially come looking for them?
That sounds even more unreliable. It wasn't that she doubted Zhang Yan was lying. Rather, they were afraid Zhang Yan might get deceived by some shady characters.
The person coming today is someone else I don't even know who it is. As for the master I know, I'll introduce you to him another time if there's an opportunity. After some thought, Zhang Yan decided not to reveal it and scared Zhang Yingshui and Tanya. After all, Nia Lin's status was quite extraordinary. Even if he told them, Zhang Yingshui and Tanya probably wouldn't believe it anyway. The staff member shook his head. Having worked at the Artifact Refiners Association for 4 or 5 years, this was the first time he'd encountered such a bizarre situation. It would have been better to just swallow the small loss and slink away with their tail between their legs. Yet they insisted on saving face. Now he couldn't wait to see how they planned to wrap up this mess. Not long after, a middle-aged man with glasses and slicked-back hair walked over, holding a notebook in his hand. Beside him followed a rather young boy. Master Qin, the staff member immediately forced a smile and greeted upon seeing the newcomer. What's going on with them? Master Qin glanced at Zhang Yan and the other two. Oh, they arrived late. We've explained clearly but they refused to leave.
I've already called security to escort them out shortly, the staff member said.
That's not true at all.
Tanya shot a look at the youth beside Master Qin, her tone full of accusation. We arrived first just now, but they said the seats were reserved for your disciples' friends. I protested to this guy, and he actually threatened to put me on the Artificers Association's blacklist.
Is this true? Our Artificers Association has no such rule.
Master Qin frowned and turned to look at the youth beside him.
How could that be?
I did invite a few friends over today, but they're definitely not the type to cause such unreasonable trouble. The boy smiled innocently as he spoke. Exactly right, it was Mr. Su's friends who arrived first.
These three were just a step too late, what could I possibly do? The staff member promptly echoed his agreement. Damn it, I can't hold back my temper anymore. Tang Yu rolled up her sleeves. They were still standing right here, yet these people had the nerve to lie through their teeth. Did they think they were all deaf and mute?
Su Liang also said his friend wasn't the sort to make trouble for no reason. This means they're just making unreasonable demands.
Don't argue with them, let's wait a bit longer. Zhang Yingxue whispered softly while holding Tanya back.
Seeing Tanya's reaction, Master Qin's frown deepened, clearly growing displeased. Hurry up and get these people out of here, don't let them disturb the teacher's class. The young man glanced at the staff members and instructed. Don't worry, we absolutely won't disturb the master's class, the staff member replied with an eager nod, immediately taking out his walkie-talkie to call for security to come quickly.
Right at that moment, the elevator doors suddenly opened.
An elderly man with graying hair stepped out. Seeing the arrival, Master Qin quickly moved forward to greet him.
Teacher, what brings you here? Master Qin approached the elder and asked with deep respect.
Master Nye instructed me to pick up 3 young ones.
The elder's gaze swept across the room before settling on Zhang Yan, saying, this must be young Master Zhang Yan. Yes, that's me. Zhang Yan nodded in acknowledgement.
Everything has been arranged according to Master Nye's instructions.
The 3 of you, please follow me, the old man said with a smile. Hearing the conversation between those two, everyone present was stunned.
Especially that staff member, his entire world was crumbling inside.
Master Nye? This person actually knows Master Nye. Good heavens, just who on earth has he provoked?
Nye Lin's temper was notorious throughout the entire artifact refining world.
Eccentric and difficult to approach. Yet not only did Zhang Yan know Nye Lin, he could actually get the man to come when called. The key point is Nye Lin is one of the 8 chief artificers of the Artifact Refiners Association. With this level of connection, why bother attending some ordinary master's lecture? This is just playing with people.
All he feels now is regret, endless regret. He shouldn't have offended these people in front of him just to curry favor with Su Liang.
Compared to Nye Lin, what kind of nobody is Su Liang anyway?
Even with exceptional talent, even after becoming Master Qin's disciple. But above Master Qin stand his teachers, and above them sit the 8 chief masters. The gap is already as vast as heaven and earth. At this moment, cold sweat also beaded on Su Liang's forehead.
The tiny shred of smug satisfaction he'd initially felt had completely vanished.
Now only lingering fear remained in his heart. Though he didn't know the exact details of what happened, he had indeed asked the staff to reserve seats for him.
This is definitely a violation of the association's regulations. If they really investigate, he'll absolutely get a disciplinary mark. And these people actually know Master Nye.
To think he'd been in the Artifact Refiners Association for so long yet had never met a single chief before. They had quite a close relationship with Nye Lin.
The difference was glaringly obvious. If you want to cause him trouble, it's as simple as saying the word.
No wonder his parents had repeatedly urged him to keep a low profile before he entered the Artificers Association. Now he truly understood the meaning of those words. Zhang Yingxue and Tanya felt as if they were in a dream.
It wasn't until they followed Zhang Yan into the elevator that they finally snapped back to reality. Yingxue, be honest with me, is your family some kind of ultra-wealthy dynasty? Are you and your brother actually hidden heirs going out to experience the world? Tanya's imagination ran wild before she finally couldn't resist asking Zhang Yingxue. Zhang Yingxue looked utterly exasperated. What on earth are you thinking?
I'm starting to suspect if my younger brother's been swapped out with an imposter. Zhang Yan stood nearby, not daring to utter a word. This was one conversation he truly couldn't chime in on.
The original owner shared his exact same name, appearance.
To him, this was his alternate world counterpart. Yet if one were to speak of differences, they certainly existed. Still, he had already begun treating Zhang Yingxue as his own blood sister. In his previous life, he was an orphan with neither father nor mother, growing up in an orphanage.
If he really had an elder sister, she would probably be just like Zhang Yingxue.
While Zhang Yan was lost in thought, the elevator stopped at the 48th floor.
All 3 of you, we've arrived. Follow me. The old man stepped out of the elevator and walked straight ahead. Zhang Yan and the other 2 quickly followed suit. Not long after, they arrived at a place resembling a laboratory.
Inside, instruments and materials could be seen everywhere. There were over 10 people still engaged in a heated argument over something. The moment the old man entered the room, everyone immediately fell silent.
Grandmaster Yu, the crowd chorused.
Come, let me introduce you all, Yu Zhong said,
pointing to the trio behind him. These are colleagues introduced by Grandmaster Nya. Apparently, they'll be joining our research together. Master Nya recommended you? Then there's no doubt this research will go smoothly. Once we overcome this challenge, we won't need Kirisuto stones from Fusang anymore. Fusang has gone too far. Not only do they raise material prices every year, this time they even tried selling their failed domestic prototypes in our market. Luckily we caught it early, or the entire market would have been disrupted. That said, the three experts Master Nya introduced do look surprisingly young. Young and accomplished indeed. We ought to make those slackers come and learn from this. Everyone on site was thrilled, except for Jiang Yan's trio who stood there utterly bewildered. What research? Weren't they here to attend the lecture? Why is everyone now looking at them with such expectant expressions? Could there have been some mistake in between? Chapter 76, and there's even more absurdity. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the lab, Jiang Yingxue pulled Jiang Yan and Tang Ye aside, her face filled with alarm as she said, Xia Yan, what do they mean? I don't quite understand them. Tang Ye swallowed hard, her expression equally frightened. I've already spotted several big-shot figures in this lab. Hearing them call me an expert, I genuinely can't tell whether I've lost my mind or if they have. Jiang Yan. Something just didn't feel right to him. Could Nye Lin have set a trap, waiting for him to fall right into it? Wait a moment, let me make a call and ask. Jiang Yan took out his phone and dialed Nye Lin's number. This time, it rang a full 7 or 8 times before someone answered. What now? Came Nye Lin's familiar voice through the phone. Why did you have people bring us to the Artificers Association laboratory? Jiang Yan got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Ah, didn't I see how eager you were to hear master lectures? The place I got for you has the highest concentration of master artificers in the entire association, the most professional spot. Here, you'll learn the most cutting-edge artificing knowledge. Pretty reliable of me, huh? Nye Lin laughed heartily. Jiang Yan. He suspected Nye Lin had some strange misunderstanding about the word reliable. Can we change venues? Jiang Yan suggested as a compromise. What did you say? My signal's terrible here. Anyway, just stay in the lab with your friends, it's way more useful than listening to some godforsaken lecture. Nye Lin shouted at the top of his lungs. Forget it, not gonna talk to you anymore. I'm at the airport now, we'll chat when we meet. With that, Nye Lin abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Yan stared at his phone screen, veins visibly pulsing at his temples. He shouldn't have held any expectations for Nye Lin in the first place. The bastard had proven himself to be nothing but trouble. Gentlemen, why are you all standing at the door? Come on in. A man who appeared to be in his early 30s enthusiastically waved Jiang Yan and the other two inside. We were just about to start a meeting to summarize our research findings from this period. Since you've just arrived and might not be up to speed, this is the perfect time to listen in. Actually, we don't know anything about this. It really wouldn't be appropriate for us to join your meeting like this. Maybe we should come back another day. Jiang Yan immediately came up with an excuse to slip away. Don't be so modest. How could Master Nya have recommended the wrong people? The young man wasn't about to take Jiang Yan's words at face value. Without hesitation, he pulled Jiang Yan straight into the lab. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye exchanged bewildered glances. What were they supposed to do now? Let's follow them first. We never claimed to be experts, so if they mistook us for someone else, there's no way that's our fault, Tang Ye pondered and said. That's the only way. Jiang Yingxue nodded. The laboratory has a very large area, but it's extremely cluttered with an overwhelming amount of items. Even their so-called conference room was just a makeshift table set up in a corner. On top of it were haphazardly piled documents and materials, scarcely better than a garbage heap. Everyone, take a seat, take a seat. The young man motioned for Jiang Yan and the other two to sit down, then inexplicably produced a laptop from somewhere. Today marks our 34th meeting. Let me give everyone a briefing on the agenda. This time, our plan focuses on researching a substitute for the ocean crystal stone from Fusang. As an essential material for advanced alloys, we're forced to spend exorbitant amounts annually to purchase ocean crystal stone from Fusang. Yet, Fusang raises the price every year, and this year they've hiked it by 20%. It's downright outrageous. The young man grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, but was abruptly interrupted by Yu Zhong. Rongzhou, we all know this already. No need to repeat it, just get to the point. Well, I thought since there are 3 newcomers here, they should understand the background. Rongzhou chuckled twice before turning his gaze to the computer screen. Let me give you an update on our progress so far. Up to now, we've tested 112 materials, no, wait, including today's experiment, that makes 113. None of them can perfectly replace the function of ocean crystal. That's all. Jiang Yan, Jiang Yingxue, Tang Ye. What a complete waste of research effort. Why even bother holding this meeting? Won't it just make everyone more socially withdrawn? Does anyone have any good suggestions now? Speak up quickly, the property should be close to sea crystal stone, and the price can't be too high. Rongzhou looked around at everyone and said, we've tried everything we can. I really can't think of anything else. Should we consider fire attribute materials? The extreme reverses into its opposite, fighting poison with poison, so to speak. In that case, why don't we try demon beast materials? Monster materials have never been usable in alloy production, that's basic common sense. Seems to me you're regressing with age. What about plants? If animals don't work, let's use plants.
As the discussion continued, everyone quickly started letting their imaginations run wild. All sorts of bizarre ideas began pouring out.
It seems their search for alternatives hasn't been going smoothly.
Jiang Yan, however, finds their research methods rather childish.
Just testing material after material of the same properties, can this even be called research? Where's the scientific innovation spirit? Have they got none at all? Anyone can use elimination methods. 3 experts, do you have any good ideas?
Rongzhou turned his gaze to Jiang Yan and the other two. Jiang Yingxua and Tanya were both behaving as meek as quails. Clearly, Jiang Yan was the only one who could pick up on this conversation thread. Under the scrutiny of over a dozen pairs of eyes, Jiang Yan set down his phone, cleared his throat, and said, "Do any of you know why, when refining medicine, as long as it's not the primary ingredient, auxiliary materials can easily find substitutes? That's because there's just a vast variety of medicinal herbs available." Rongzhou blurted out without thinking. "But I remember many elixir materials have more than one herbal substitute, so why limit ourselves to a single material? If we can't find a substitute for sea crystal stone, let's experiment with several materials together. We might create an alloy with properties similar to sea crystal stone in every aspect.
Then we can use this new alloy in the original alloy formula."
"Problem solved perfectly," Jiang Yan said with a shrug. Hearing this, many present felt as if scales had fallen from their eyes.
Rongzhou even slapped the table and abruptly stood up. "Why didn't I think of that? This method may be quite time-consuming, but the direction is absolutely correct.
At least it's better than sitting here like fools, having tried all possible materials and still finding no solution." The other researchers nodded in agreement as well. Truly someone worthy of being recommended by Master Nya, such unconventional thinking.
To think of metallurgy while discussing alchemy, now that's some real talent. We've been too rigid in our thinking. Since it's an alloy,
we should experiment with more materials rather than stubbornly sticking to old formulas and searching for substitutes.
Exactly. Even if we completely mess up the formula, it's not like anyone's going to sue us for compensation.
Listening to the chatter around him, Jiang Yan finally let out a sigh of relief.
That should count as getting away with it.
"Jiang Yan, I had no idea you knew so much."
Tanya looked at Jiang Yan with admiration written all over her face. "I just looked it up on the web earlier." Jiang Yan lowered his voice and confessed. Tanya's eyes widened in shock.
She thought it was ridiculous enough being called an expert by a group of masters. But now, something even more absurd happened.
Jiang Yan casually searched something online and actually managed to fool these masters? That's just absurdity knocking on absurdity's door. Chapter 77, Peerless Weapon.
The reason Jiang Yan considered searching online for related information was that he remembered many common elixirs having several, sometimes even a dozen different versions of their recipes, so he decided to look into it briefly. Then he discovered that many of the auxiliary medicinal ingredients inside all had various substitutes. If one material can't perfectly replace it, then use 2, 3, or 5. The recipe was progressively optimized step by step.
The final result is better, and the cost is more affordable.
He applied the same principle to artifact refining.
The emergence of alloy weapons has only occurred in the past few decades,
coupled with the high cost of materials and expensive experimentation. Therefore, very few people would bother optimizing alloy formulas. But now that the Artifact Refiners Association wants to set this precedent, applying the alchemy formula optimization method would be perfectly reasonable.
To truly persuade people, the approach must be convincing. Plus, he was introduced by Nielin, that's why these people were so willing to listen to him. Otherwise, if it were someone else, presenting this theory might not necessarily convince anyone.
After the meeting, Rongzhou immediately arranged for someone to conduct the material comparison. Yu Zhong led them alone into a room. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yan saw a radiant longsword hovering midair inside a display case. Around the display case, there was a visible layer of a barrier.
Wow, what kind of weapon is this? It's so beautiful. Tanya's eyes gleamed as she approached the display case.
It looks crystal clear, not much like an alloy weapon. Zhang Yingxue stepped forward as well and observed for a moment before speaking.
Exactly, this isn't an alloy weapon. Even an SSS-grade alloy weapon wouldn't match a tenth of its power, Yu Zhong said with a mysterious smile. So amazing? Tanya was utterly stunned. Yu Zhong kept them in suspense, continuing, this is the legendary spirit artifact. By dripping blood to claim ownership, the weapon and its wielder can connect minds. Not only will it become more effortless to wield, but its power will also be dramatically enhanced. Spiritual artifact? Tanya's pupils contracted suddenly. Today's excitement just keeps coming wave after wave.
She had originally come to attend Master Qin's lecture. As a result, while I missed Professor Qin's lecture, I got to meet many even more renowned masters. He even attended a top-level meeting of the Artifact Refiners Association. Although the content of the meeting was somewhat lackluster, no one could deny the sheer prestige of the occasion. Now she had even laid eyes on a spiritual artifact. This was treatment that no amount of lectures could ever buy. Jiang Yingxue looked utterly bewildered. She had very little understanding of spirit artifacts. She only knew they were extremely rare and valuable. Even across the myriad worlds, only the wealthy could afford such things. Things that were once too far out of reach now stood right before her eyes. Apart from surprise and admiration, she felt little else. Jiang Yan remained even more composed. The moment he entered the room, he recognized it as a spiritual artifact. He also recognized the high-level barrier surrounding the display case. He admitted the spiritual artifact was impressive, but it absolutely couldn't belong to him. Unless someone gave it to him as a gift, then he'd surely be overjoyed for 3 days and 3 nights straight. This weapon is actually a reward, Yu Zhong suddenly said. Jiang Yan was momentarily stunned. What kind of reward? If it's a reward, doesn't that mean he still has a chance? Seeing Jiang Yan take the bait, Yu Zhong finally cracked a smile. This reward was issued by the headquarters of the multiverse worlds. The requirement is, forging a perfect grade weapon, Yu Zhong said, looking at Jiang Yan. A perfect grade weapon? This was the first time Jiang Yan had heard such a term. It means a weapon where every single detail, from the first step of the forging process, achieves perfection. Yu Zhong sighed helplessly. It's just that over all these years, not a single blacksmith from the association has managed it. So this spirit weapon has just been sitting here as a decoration. Jiang Yan. He was just talking about the display cabinet's location. How bizarre. After all that effort, he actually mistook the spiritual artifact for mere decoration? It seems many people share the same thoughts as him. If it's something he's certain he can never possess, then even if it's discarded as trash by the roadside, it holds no significance to him. However, the flawless tier weapon Yu Zhong mentioned certainly sounds like a high difficulty feat. He even suspected that every person who entered the Artifact Refiners Association was brought to behold this spiritual artifact. For some inexperienced newcomers, it undoubtedly served as powerful motivation to learn and improve. At that moment, Yu Zhong abruptly changed the topic. I heard from Master Nia that you have a perfect grade weapon in your possession. If you can prove that you forged it yourself, you can take the reward right now. With that, Yu Zhong stared eagerly at Jiang Yan. He had long known about the existence of Jiang Yan's perfect grade weapon from Nia Lin. Not getting a glimpse of it today would leave him utterly unsatisfied. Jiang Yan almost thought he misheard. How could he have a perfect grade weapon in his possession without even knowing it? Wait a minute. Could Nia Lin be talking about that F-grade alloy fruit knife of his? His reaction back then had seemed a bit too intense. Still clamoring to become my disciple. Could it be because the fruit knife counts as a perfect grade weapon? This sort of weapon could be casually synthesized by the Universal Synthesis Station any time. But will they allow him to refine it himself? This is just bullying him. How about it? Want to give it a try? Yu Zhong said with a grin. Master Yu, you overestimate me. I don't possess such capability. Jiang Yan couldn't possibly reveal the existence of his Universal Synthesis Station, so he had no choice but to pass up this opportunity. Besides, if such a weapon truly fell into his hands, it would undoubtedly become public knowledge. Better not to invite trouble upon himself. Better to diligently improve his strength instead. As long as his spiritual power threshold is sufficient, crafting spiritual artifacts is only a matter of time. Ah, what a pity, Yu Zhong sighed. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help feeling somewhat regretful. Rumor has it that the Artifact Refiners Association in the Lighthouse Country already has refiners capable of forging weapons of perfect grade. Just imagining how arrogant those guys will be at the next Artifact Refiners Exchange is infuriating. May I take a look at that weapon in your hand? Yu Zhong suppressed his emotions and turned his gaze back to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yingxue and Tanya's curiosity was also piqued. Could Jiang Yan really possess a perfect grade weapon? I'll show you, but you have to get these two into the Artifact Refiners Association. Jiang Yan pointed to Jiang Yingxue and Tanya beside him. No problem, Yu Zhong agreed immediately. Just register them under my name. They can attend internal lectures at the Artifact Refiners Association anytime and enjoy all the benefits of formal members. Seeing how readily Yu Zhong agreed, Jiang Yan pulled out the fruit knife from his pocket and handed it over. This should be the perfect weapon Yan Master mentioned, but I can't guarantee its authenticity. Staring at the fruit knife in Jiang Yan's hand, Yu Zhong hesitated before asking, this weapon looks quite unique, doesn't it? Chapter 78 Foolish is he who turns down money. Before Jiang Yingxue and Tanya could fully savor their sudden delight, they saw Jiang Yan pull a fruit knife from his trouser pocket. Yes, a fruit knife. Tanya couldn't help but wonder once again, was she going mad? Was Jiang Yan insane, or had Yu Zhong lost his mind entirely? She'd eat her words if this turned out to be a perfect grade weapon. Jiang Yingxue had long since become numb to such surprises. She'd always assumed Jiang Yan must have completely looted some minor ancient ruin.
But since when did ruins produce modern fruit knives? And the more she looked, the more she felt this fruit knife resembled the style sold at the 2-yuan store below her apartment building. No, this isn't just resemblance, it's exactly the same, isn't it? Jiang Yingxue swallowed nervously. She always had this feeling. The next second, they might be kicked out of the Artificers Association by Yu Zhong. Jiang Yingxue and Tang Ye's minds were flooded with chaotic thoughts. Yet Yu Zhong didn't underestimate the fruit knife just because of its ordinary appearance. After all, this was someone Nielin had taken a liking to, along with the weapon he fancied. Even if it grew into a lump asterisk, it wouldn't be surprising. Yu Zhong carefully took the fruit knife from Jiang Yan's hands. The moment it touched his hand, he sensed something extraordinary about this weapon. At first glance, this weapon is a perfect imitation of a fruit knife, crafted with astonishing realism. Even the plastic texture of the handle is indistinguishable from store-bought fruit knives. Yet the moment you touch it, you can immediately tell the difference. Absolutely flawless, not a single flaw to be found. Yu Zhong turned the knife over in his hands, his expression growing increasingly excited. He looked up at Jiang Yan and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this weapon is entirely made from some new type of alloy, isn't it? Among all known grade F alloys, there isn't a single one that achieves this convincingly cheap appearance while maintaining flawless texture to the touch. This must be what Nielin keeps emphasizing about differentiation. Maintaining low-profile aesthetics without compromising an ounce of destructive capability. Weapons like these are perfect for unexpected ambushes. No, it's profound. Or rather, unexpectedly brilliant. Most crucially, he witnessed true perfection-level weaponry today. Such craftsmanship, if applied to forging high-grade alloy weapons, that would be even more perfect. I'm not sure if it's a new alloy, but it's definitely F-grade alloy," Jiang Yan replied. "Then the one who forged this weapon is." Yu Zhong clearly wanted to ask the same question Nielin had raised earlier. "This weapon was just something I had made at a random blacksmith's shop. There was an earthquake in Spring City recently, and the shop is gone now. I don't know the blacksmith, don't have his contact info, and he doesn't take apprentices." Jiang Yan immediately cut in. Yu Zhong had all the questions he wanted to ask answered by Jiang Yan. After a long silence, he finally uttered 3 words, "I see." Jiang Yan nodded. "Little friend, could we discuss something?" Yu Zhong looked at the fruit knife in his hand. "I'd like to take this perfect grade work to the Artificers Exchange Conference. I wonder if you'd be willing." Though the weaponsmith couldn't be found, this was still something created in their dragon country. Representing the Dragon Kingdom at the Artifact Refiners Exchange Conference is absolutely no problem. The Lighthouse country has been acting too arrogantly lately. Having such a perfect grade weapon to showcase would certainly take the Lighthouse country down a peg. Attend the Artifact Refiners Exchange Conference? Jiang Yan hesitated, his face full of reluctance. This doesn't seem appropriate. No matter how amazing this fruit knife is, it's still just a fruit knife after all. To bring it to an international exhibition like this, just thinking about it makes him feel embarrassed. "Young man, you don't understand." Yu Zhong wears a knowing smile. "I've seen that so-called perfect grade weapon from the States, and yours is undoubtedly superior in quality. Since they're all perfect quality, how can there be good and bad?" Jiang Yan couldn't understand at all. They only forged iron weapons. Yu Zhong shot Jiang Yan a glance. The more precious the material, the harder it is to refine. Though both are perfect grade weapons, an iron weapon clearly loses to an F-grade alloy. When the time comes, who'd care that it's a fruit knife? But I still think it's not quite right. Jiang Yan's face was filled with hesitation. "If you can place in the rankings, there will be a very generous reward." After saying this, Yu Zhong added, "The organizers are loaded with cash. I'll do it." Hearing that last sentence, Jiang Yan immediately changed his mind. "If you don't take the money when it's offered, you're a damn fool." "Ha, that's more like it." Yu Zhong patted Jiang Yan on the shoulder. "This year's Artifact Refiner Exchange is scheduled for 3 months later and will be held in the Imperial Capital. I'll have someone contact you then." "No problem," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue finally snapped out of her daze and tugged at Jiang Yan's sleeve, whispering, "Xiaoyan, is this really a perfect grade weapon?" But no matter how she looked at it, this was just a fruit knife you could buy at the $2 shop downstairs. Yu Zhong still intends to take it to the Artifact Refiners Exchange Conference. Will there be any problems when the time comes? I don't know either. If they say yes, then it must be yes. Jiang Yan couldn't explain, so he had to push all the questions onto Yu Zhong and Nielin. The masters truly have unique taste. Jiang Yingxue sincerely remarked. "It's getting late now. Let me take you to see the place where the Artificers Association trains newcomers. You can come directly here whenever you're free in the future," Yu Zhong said. "Great, great, great," Tang Ye exclaimed with excitement. "I've long heard that the Artificers Association has a specialized training system for novices. Today I finally get to see it." Not only would she get to see it, but she'd also be able to attend the classes herself in the future. Even in her wildest dreams, things couldn't have gone so smoothly. Jiang Yingxue's heart was also filled with anticipation.
Influenced by Tanya, she had developed a keen interest in artifact forging. Never did she expect that upon entering this field, she'd get the chance to study at the Artificers Guild.
This was an opportunity countless others could only dream of.
Yu Zhong led them to the 7th floor of the Artifact Refining Association, introducing them to the various training areas in turn: theoretical knowledge study, physical training, technique practice, and hands-on operation. All the courses here are designed to be flexible. You're free to choose what you want to learn, but my suggestion is to follow the sequence from left to right. Only by laying a solid foundation can you handle the practical operations with greater ease later on. Yu Zhong spoke as he walked toward the practical training grounds. Just as he reached the doorway, he ran into Master Qin and Su Liang.
Teacher, Qin Chanda promptly called out. Grandmaster Yu, Su Liang also addressed respectfully. Has the lecture concluded?
Yu Zhong glanced at Grandmaster Qin. Yes, it just finished, Qin Chanda replied.
Yu Zhong nodded.
I brought your 2 junior sisters to get familiar with the training grounds.
Little Martial's sister? Qin Chanda looked behind Yu Zhong, his face instantly freezing. Chapter 79, Upgrade Conditions Met.
Yu Zhong was a rather senior refiner master within the Refiners Association. Though not comparable to the status of the 8 great chiefs, he had many disciples within the Artificer Association.
Qin Chanda was one of them.
However, Yu Zhong had already stopped accepting disciples 10 years ago. To Qin Chanda's surprise, Yu Zhong not only took on 2 female disciples for the first time today. Just hours ago, these were people who couldn't even get through the front door to attend his lecture. Last time they met, they were all his students.
Now suddenly they become his peers.
How could he possibly save face if this got out?
Compared to Qin Chanda, Su Liang's emotions were even more complicated, because Jiang Yingxue and Tanya were actually a generation senior to him. People he hadn't even deemed worth noticing before
had now become his elders. This must be a nightmare,
and a nightmare from which I can never wake. Greetings, martial uncle. Greetings, martial nephew.
Tanya, never one to miss an opportunity to stir the pot, immediately called out with a beaming smile. The moment Su Liang heard the words martial nephew, his entire face fell.
It's over.
His days ahead would be plunged into darkness, with no hope of seeing light again. Qin Changda then said with a forced smile, you 2 junior sisters must work hard now. The competition in our Artifact Refiners Association is quite fierce. If you can't keep up with everyone's pace, you'll be left behind sooner or later. You're supposed to be their senior brother, yet you're not even a bit friendly.
Since when is it okay to scare junior sisters like this?
Yu Zhong said with evident displeasure.
Qin Chanda.
When he first joined the Artificers Association, Yu Zhong hadn't mentioned any of this to him. The usual training was nothing short of harsh and demanding. Now he was experiencing it firsthand.
What's called preferential treatment.
Master Qin speaks wisely. Being admitted to the Artifact Refiners Association is an honor for us. It's only right that we work hard. Jiang Yingxue understood perfectly that respect is earned, not given. Now, Yu Zhong simply wanted Jiang Yan to participate in the Artifact Refiners exchange with that flawless weapon. That's why he went out of his way to protect them.
But if they don't strive to prove themselves, even if others don't say anything to their faces, they'll gossip behind their backs. Absolutely, hard work is necessary.
We'll need Master Qin's continued guidance in the future. Tanya had just been joking earlier. She knew exactly where she stood and what she was capable of. Hearing this, Qin Changda's expression softened slightly. Yu Zhong also nodded in satisfaction.
He had only kept these 2 girls here out of respect for Jiang Yan's reputation.
Whether they can truly establish themselves in the Artificers Association will ultimately depend on their own abilities.
Come, let me show you the practical training area. With that, Yu Zhong turned and entered a large door beside them. Jiang Yan and the others followed him inside.
They saw a massive room where nearly 100 people had gathered. Various types of forging furnaces could be seen everywhere.
There were piles of various metals, stacked like small mountains in the corners of the room.
Even mysterious black iron and crude iron were present. During hands-on training at the Blacksmith Association, materials below F-grade alloy are free to use, but of course, you can't take the finished products you forge with you.
Besides that, you'll also need forging furnaces. Yu Zhong walked to the innermost part of the room and used a magnetic card to open another door. Upon entering, rows upon rows of storage shelves came into view. These are all forging furnaces collected by the association.
As my disciples, you're qualified to choose 1 furnace for yourselves from here, Yu Zhong declared with considerable pride.
Oh my god, there's so much. Tanya's eyes widened. Can I really choose anyone I want?
Jiang Yingxue turned to Yu Zhong and asked.
Jiang Yan was quite curious too. He recalled that forging furnaces were extremely expensive, right? Any student of Yu Zhong can come in and pick whatever they want. If he pretended to accept hundreds of disciples, wouldn't that empty out this warehouse?
Take your pick. Yu Zhong waved his hand grandly. You can settle the payment later, cash, spirit stones, spirit beads, or deduct it from your usual wages. Steel weapons count as 500, refined steel is 1,000, fine iron is 3,000, dark iron is 8,000, and black iron is 30,000. Once you can forge black iron weapons, you'll be able to pay off the debt in no time.
Jiang Yan, Jiang Yingshui, Tang Ye.
The trio of Jiang Yan fell silent. They had been too naive. I thought the Alchemist Guild was really that generous, giving away something worth millions just like that.
After fiddling for so long, it turns out you have to buy it.
But when you really think about it, deducting from the wages wasn't actually a bad deal.
Since I need to practice anyway, I might as well settle the debt while I'm at it.
Yingshui, I took a look, the forging furnaces here are all top-notch.
You can't find quality like this on the market at all.
Let's pick the expensive ones later, after all. There's no repayment deadline set.
We can just take our time working to pay it off.
Tang Ye leaned in close to Jiang Yingshui's ear and whispered.
That makes sense. Jiang Yingshui nodded. Jiang Yan didn't interfere with his words.
When it came to work and studies, he wasn't in a position to give Jiang Yingshui advice. At worst, if she ever wanted to leave the Artificers Association later, he could just help her pay off the debt.
It's not like it's a huge sum of money.
In the end, Jiang Yingshui and Tang Ye each chose a half-meter-tall small refining furnace, both sized perfectly for girls to use. By the time all the procedures were completed, it was already late in the evening. After leaving the Artificers Association, Jiang Yan parted ways with Jiang Yingshui and Tang Ye, returning alone to the hotel. He casually finished his dinner. Jiang Yan took out his phone and ordered a batch of items from the Lingwu Hall's official website. 20 snowlight worms, 50 bottles of yellow jade pills, 50 bottles of blue jade pills, and 10 bottles of blood chi pills. In addition, he also ordered 5 bottles of spirit nourishing pills. This type of pill speeds up the absorption rate of spiritual energy and can stack on top of cultivation techniques. It's just that the price is rather expensive. Even a first-grade spirit nurturing pill costs 20,000 per pill. However, money that needs to be spent should still be spent. After becoming a first-rank martial artist, simply increasing strength alone had become difficult to make significant progress. Using spiritual energy to nourish and temper the body is the correct cultivation method.
These items cost Jiang Yan a total of 5 million.
Jiang Yan wasn't in a hurry to synthesize everything at once. His spiritual energy fully replenishes every 2 days. In other words, every 2 days, he could synthesize something for free. So he planned to steadily synthesize the yellow jade pills, blue jade pills, and chi blood pills over time. Today, he would just upgrade his spatial treasures and synthesize some spirit nurturing pills. That should be about right. After the items were delivered, Jiang Yan decided to first test the synthesis effects of the spirit nurturing pill. He poured out a spirit nurturing pill onto the synthesis platform and appraised its attributes. Soul nourishing pill, within 10 minutes, accelerates spiritual energy absorption rate. The upper limit is determined by cultivation talent, with a maximum potential of 10-fold enhancement.
Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. 10 times.
Truly worthy of being a 20,000 yuan pill, its effects could rival those of 5th or 6th grade cultivation techniques.
And it doesn't show any side effects. Indicates it can be taken in large quantities.
It's just that the duration of the medicinal effect is too short, making it a bit costly. However, if there are cultivation talent limitations, his intake might only increase the speed by 5 to 6 times at most.
Let's see how the synthesis turns out. Jiang Yan placed another spirit-infused pill into the Universal Synthesis Station. Would you like to synthesize a first-grade spirit nurturing pill? Synthetic. First-grade spirit gathering pill synthesized successfully. Congratulations on obtaining second-grade spirit gathering pill, Advanced Edition.
Second-grade spirit accumulation pill, advanced version increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 10-fold for 1 hour, unaffected by cultivation aptitude restrictions. Rarity, 6 stars. Notice, due to first synthesis of a 6-star item, the Universal Synthesis Station has met upgrade conditions.
Proceed with upgrade? Chapter 80, Bloodline Enhancement.
The fact that a second-grade spirit nurturing pill could reach 6-star rarity frankly surprised Jiang Yan quite a bit.
But the system's subsequent notification made his pupils tremble even more. Upgrade? The Universal Synthesis Station can actually be upgraded?
In Jiang Yan's view, the Universal Synthesis Station is already incredibly powerful. Aside from the spiritual energy limit requirement, it's practically flawless in every other aspect.
But now it can continue to level up. Is this supposed to have no limits at all, just soaring straight to the heavens?
But exactly how it works still needs to be seen with my own eyes.
Confirm upgrade.
As Jiang Yan's voice fell, the original Universal Synthesis Station shattered instantly, and streams of light immediately appeared before his eyes.
Moments later, a brand new synthesis station took shape. Universal Synthesis Station upgraded. New decomposition function added. Please use with caution.
In the corner of the original synthesis station, a new function bar had appeared,
and the 2 synthesis slots in the middle are separated. Should I disassemble it? Jiang Yan stroked his chin. This function certainly has research value. Disassembly is the complete opposite of synthesis, but exactly how the decomposition works isn't very clear yet. Let's just try it and see. Jiang Yan straightforwardly placed the recently synthesized second-grade spirit nourishing pill into the decomposition slot. Decompose second-grade spirit nourishing pill, advanced version? Decompose. Grade 2 Spirit Nourishment Pill, Advanced Edition, has been decomposed. Congratulations on obtaining Grade 2 Spirit Gathering Grass, Grade 2 Silver Velvet, Grade 2 Photinia Leaves, Grade 2 Snow Ginseng, and Grade 2 Philanthus Emblica Fruit. There's nothing special about this, Jiang Yan said, his face full of disappointment. The medicinal ingredients obtained from decomposing this Advanced Edition Grade 2 Spirit Nourishment Pill appeared to be no different from those used in crafting an ordinary Grade 2 Spirit Nourishment Pill. In other words, the enhanced version of the second-grade Spirit Nourishing Pill can achieve better results entirely due to the synthesis station's capability, with little relation to the refining materials used. Initially, he had contemplated whether it was possible to decompose the second grade back into first grade. Turns out he was overthinking it. Moreover, breaking things down also consumes spirit energy. Wouldn't it be better to use spirit energy for synthesis instead? Even if you decompose them into medicinal herbs, could they be turned back into pills? What a waste! Wait! A sudden inspiration flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Since the Universal Synthesis Station can synthesize everyday items, various materials, weapons, armor, medicine, techniques, secret skills, organisms, and more, then decomposition should also encompass these items. Decompose living creatures? This must be tried out immediately. Jiang Yan glanced at the time. It was almost 9 p.m. There were only about 10 minutes left before the Spirit Martial Hall closed. Taking advantage of these last few moments, he ordered 2 blue-striped rabbits from the Spirit Beast Hall. The blue-striped rabbit is a first-tier magical beast. What makes it unique is that it only knows a minor psychic attack. It can't even harm ordinary people, let alone spirit masters or martial artists. Plus, rabbits breed like crazy. So these blue-striped rabbits were raised specifically for experiments or consumption. They're not expensive either, just a few $1,000 will get you one. Probably the cheapest first-tier magical beasts around. The 2 blue-striped rabbits arrived still full of life. Each weighed over 10 pounds, with noticeably plump bodies. However, Jiang Yan had no interest in rabbit meat tonight. He stuffed both blue-striped rabbits into the synthesis station. Initiate synthesis of Tier 1 blue-striped rabbit? Synthesize. Tier 1 blue-striped rabbit synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining a Tier 2 Phantom Rabbit. Second-order Phantom Rabbit, possessing the bloodline of the Demon Rabbit, it moves at extreme speeds and creates visual illusions for enemies, making it extremely difficult to capture or attack. Seeing the synthesis result, Jiang Yan froze for a moment. He had synthesized the blue-striped rabbit just to make it slightly stronger. This would make his upcoming tests more convenient. Who would have thought that a first-grade blue-striped rabbit could synthesize into a second-grade Phantom Rabbit? The bloodline of the Phantom Rabbit is clearly superior to that of the blue-striped rabbit. As for the Devil Rabbit, needless to say, it's already a spiritual beast, far beyond comparison with ordinary demonic creatures. Could it be that when 2 types of demon beasts are synthesized, their bloodline level would also improve? What an unexpected surprise! As for synthesis involving living creatures, Jiang Yan hadn't had much opportunity to conduct extensive tests yet. He originally thought it would be similar to the blood-sucking vines. Now it seems even bloodlines can be directly combined. Doesn't this mean that with enough synthesis attempts, even creating mythical beasts wouldn't be out of the question? Forget it. We'll think about that later. Let's check the decomposition function first. Jiang Yan securely closed the doors and windows of the hotel room before releasing the second-grade Phantom Rabbit from the synthesis station. The moment it landed, the Phantom Rabbit bolted like a runaway horse, instantly transforming into a blurry streak as it dashed toward the corner. Jiang Yan didn't even catch a glimpse of its movement trajectory, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, this rabbit definitely wasn't escaping today. Jiang Yan retrieved the blood-sucking vine and slowly made his way toward the corner of the wall. Though the Phantom Rabbit's intelligence hadn't fully awakened, it could still sense the strength of its opponent. Realizing Jiang Yan was weaker than itself, the Phantom Rabbit suddenly launched an attack. Timing it perfectly, Jiang Yan opened the Universal Synthesis Station. As the Phantom Rabbit closed in, he immediately used the station to trap the creature in the decomposition slot. Meanwhile, the blood-sucking vine that had been ready to attack nearby naturally missed its target. It worked! Looking at the Phantom Rabbit successfully stored in the decomposition column, Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. At the same moment, the system notification popped up. Dismantle second-order Phantom Rabbit? Dismantle it. Second-order Phantom Rabbit has been dismantled. Congratulations on obtaining 6 gene of Phantom Rabbit meat, 1 Phantom Rabbit pelt, 1 Phantom Rabbit skeleton, 1 milliliter of Phantom Rabbit essence blood, and 1 second-order demon crystal. It really can be dismantled. Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with ecstasy. He had just tested 2 things in total. One was testing whether a demonic beast in an attacking state could be placed into the decomposition slot. The second was testing whether the decomposition slot could break down living creatures. The results proved that both were possible. This is way more convenient than the synthesis panel. Although the synthesis panel can also store living things, it lacks the lethal capability of the decomposition panel. When he synthesized the misfortune siren, it was purely by chance and good luck. If he had actually stored the misfortune siren alone in the synthesis panel without finding a proper way to handle it, the synthesis station would have remained unusable for a long time. With the decomposition column, there's no need to worry about this problem at all. Chapter 81, This Confident, Just Like That. The emergence of the decomposition column completely transformed the nature of the synthesis station. For Jiang Yan, it was no longer just a tool. At critical moments, it could even become a weapon. His current spiritual power limit allowed him to synthesize items around the 4th tier. Naturally, it also enabled him to decompose creatures around the 4th tier. When encountering more powerful creatures, they can first be temporarily stored in the decomposition slot. It doesn't affect the use of the synthesis slot. At first, Jiang Yan thought the decomposition slot was rather impractical. After all, for things like elixirs and weapons, he prioritized finished products more. Unless encountering special circumstances requiring raw materials, that's when the decomposition slot becomes useful. But now, Jiang Yan would gladly take a few more decomposition slots. If those forbidden sea bosses ever come looking for him, he'll assign each one their very own slot. Perfect. Though this was his lifeline, he definitely couldn't reveal it recklessly when others were around. Normally, he relied on the Blood Sea Purgatory diagram for support while using blood-sucking binds as his primary offensive method. He could absolutely handle enemies around the 5th tier. At the very least, he could always summon the misfortune siren. Never mind other realms, he could definitely protect himself on Earth. Let's keep synthesizing spirit nourishment pills. Jiang Yan stored the rabbit meat and other materials he decomposed into his inventory, then proceeded to refine all 5 bottles of spirit nourishment pills to 2nd-grade quality, and subsequently synthesized them into 3rd-grade pills. This single step alone cost him nearly 5 low-grade spirit stones. Grade 3 Spirit Nourishing Pill, Advanced Version increases spiritual energy absorption rate tenfold within 2 hours, unaffected by cultivation talent limitations. Rarity, 6 stars. Jiang Yan looked at the 12 Grade 3 Spirit Nourishing Pills in his hand. Next, he prepared to synthesize Grade 4 pills. This was also his first time synthesizing a Tier 4 item. He had no idea what changes might occur. He placed 2 Tier 3 Spirit Nourishing Pills into the synthesis platform. Initiate synthesis of Tier 3 Spirit Nourishing Pill, Advanced Version. Merge. Grade 3 Spirit Nurturing Pill, Advanced Version, has been synthesized. Congratulations on obtaining Grade 4 Spirit Nurturing Pill, Advanced Version. Grade 4 Spirit Nurturing Pill, Advanced Version increases spiritual energy absorption speed by 20 times for 10 minutes and induces an epiphany state unrestricted by cultivation aptitude. Rarity, 7 stars. The duration became this much shorter? Jiang Yan was startled at first, then quickly realized the issue. This pill, after consumption, it can actually induce an epiphany state. 20 times the spiritual energy absorption speed, not to mention entering a state of enlightenment. The benefits it brings are more than 100-fold increase. Most crucially, upon entering this enlightened state, one can ignore all cultivation bottlenecks. Of course, a 4th-grade spirit nourishing pill is only suitable for 4th-tier warriors or spirit masters. Beyond this level, the potency of the medicine would significantly diminish. Yet even so, the effect remains astonishing. It's equivalent to him cultivating for just 10 minutes a day, matching what others achieve in 3 to 4 hours, all without any cultivation bottlenecks. When combined with Lone Star Technique/I, the effect is doubly amplified. And what's the key point? The key point is that spirit nourishment pills have no usage restrictions. As long as he has enough money to buy sufficient pills for synthesis, reaching 3rd-rank warrior status would be a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan took out his phone and pulled up Su Qing's contact information. Interested in discussing a business deal? At this hour, Su Qing had just finished her livestream not long ago. Fresh out of the shower, she emerged from the bathroom while drying her hair and picked up her phone. That rascal, actually taking the initiative to message me? Su Qing sat down by the bed and leisurely replied, in our line of work, who doesn't take commercial gigs? But I need to see what kind of business first. For ads, I check the brand. For product placements, I need to evaluate the effectiveness before deciding whether to take it. Jiang Yan, where are you? I'll mail the samples to you. Su Qing, unless there's a special reason to go out, I'm usually in the capital. Wait a sec, I'll send you my address. Jiang Yan, got it. Looking at the single character Jiang Yan had sent as his final message, Su Qing wore a face full of frustration. That's it? Shouldn't he have discussed the details of their collaboration, introduced the product, or at least chatted with her a bit? Yet after waiting for what felt like ages, Jiang Yan still didn't follow up.
Su Qing had no choice but to take the initiative and message. You'll have to at least tell me what you want to sell.
I don't take on just anything here. If the samples arrive and I can't accept them, wouldn't that just waste both our time? 2 minutes later, Su Qing received Jiang Yan's reply.
I want to sell a second-tier elixir, mainly for enhancing physique and strength. I'll prepare several extra for you, just have someone demonstrate the effects, then wait for the orders to roll in.
Jiang Yan had always been utterly confident in the elixirs produced by his synthesis station.
What he lacked was just a promotional channel.
Although his selling price was high, Su Qing's livestream had millions of viewers daily.
There were still plenty of wealthy people among them.
Su Qing, so confident, are you?
Jiang Yan,
yep, that's exactly how confident I am.
For the next period of time, Jiang Yan basically didn't go out much. After mailing the 5 second-grade green jade pills to Su Qing, he shut himself in the hotel room every day to familiarize himself with the new cultivation technique, Lone Star Mantra. As for the 4th-grade spirit nourishing pill, he hadn't taken it yet.
The spirit nourishing pill required the assistance of cultivation techniques to complete the absorption of spiritual energy.
Before fully mastering the Lone Star technique, it's easy to cause wastage of medicinal efficacy. A single 4th-grade spirit nourishment pill requires 160,000 in production costs. The excessive losses still pained him deeply. That day, Jiang Yan had just received a delivery notification text in the morning when Su Qing gave him an answer in the afternoon. Send me the detailed information about the pill, and I'll help promote it for you tonight. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied, there's no information at all, figure it out yourself. Upon seeing this message, Su Qing immediately video called him.
Jiang Yan pressed the answer button.
There was Su Qing, standing in a training room wearing a fitted tank top and shorts, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, clearly fresh from testing a grade 2 cyan jade pill.
After all this fuss, you're telling me this is completely unverified?
Su Qing stood with hands on hips, panting slightly.
As long as the elixir works properly, what's the problem? Jiang Yan replied nonchalantly.
If this elixir bore some master's name, it could easily fetch hundreds of thousands more.
Su Qing opened a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and continued, why don't you get some master from the Alchemists Association to lend their name?
With a complete set of certifications and details, you could sell it for 7 or 800,000 without trouble. I've checked after all those procedures and the master's commission, I'd barely clear 500,000.
Jiang Yan had researched this beforehand, and frankly, the whole process seemed more trouble than it was worth. It would take at least several months to complete all the necessary procedures.
That's true, Su Qing nodded. But your pills are so effective, I just gained 200 kilograms of strength in one arm. If they were certified, they'd definitely sell much better.
Still, it's up to you to decide. Let's just sell them like this. For second-grade pills, setting the price too high wouldn't be appropriate.
Jiang Yan suddenly remembered something and asked, you haven't tried these pills on ordinary people, have you?
No, what's up?
Su Qing froze slightly as she replied. Remember what I said during the livestream, it's best to find someone with no cultivation to test the medicine.
As for whether it'll sell or not, that won't be your concern anymore, Jiang Yan said earnestly. Chapter 82, rustic as it may be.
Though Su Qing didn't fully grasp Jiang Yan's intentions, she still nodded in agreement. Then I'll go get ready. The livestream will start around 6, Su Qing added a few more words. Also, about my fee, I take a 10% commission on sales after the items are sold. That's pretty much the standard rate in the industry, so I'm not ripping you off.
No problem, Jiang Yan nodded. Let's set the price of the elixir at 550,000.
His original price was set at 500,000. Since Su Qing wants a commission, just add the commission amount to it.
It's not like he'll suffer any losses anyway.
Not being mentored by a master, 550,000 feels a bit steep.
Su Qing pondered slightly before saying, but we can give it a try first. If the price isn't suitable, we can always adjust it later.
Don't worry, it'll definitely fit, Jiang Yan said.
Su Qing didn't argue with Jiang Yan either.
She deals with all sorts of goods every month and has a pretty good idea of which prices sell well. A second-grade pill without certification could increase single-arm strength by 200 kilograms when taken.
3 to 400,000 is already the absolute limit.
However, considering her cultivation level is close to that of a second-tier martial artist, the pill's effects are bound to be diminished. So that's why she suggested trying it out first. After all, when it comes to pricing, one must still defer to the client's preferences. Alright, remember to give me the pill's name. Other details can be omitted, but the name is essential. Su Qing felt the pill Jiang Yan had sent tasted remarkably similar to green jade elixir, but the effect was entirely different, and she couldn't be sure.
Let's call it Power Pellet. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said. This name was simple, easy to understand, and memorable.
It also fully reflected the pill's effects, though it was a bit rustic. But in the fast-paced world of live streaming, a memorable name is sometimes half the battle. This name, it sounds like it's worth $500 at most, Su Qing muttered with exasperation. But since Jiang Yan was now her financial backer,
she naturally prioritized his opinion. Alright, let's call it super strength pills. Just remember to watch my stream later, we can always adjust details as we go. Deal, Jiang Yan nodded. At 6 p.m., Suqing's live broadcast started right on time. Within just half a minute, the live stream had already attracted 200,000 to 300,000 viewers, and the numbers kept climbing. Before Suqing had even said a word, the live stream surpassed 1 million viewers. Good evening everyone. Since I don't have any new curiosities to show you today, I thought I'd introduce a rather exceptional elixir that I've personally found quite remarkable. Suqing waved at the camera. She was still in the same training room, though clearly having showered and changed into a comparatively conservative training outfit. Hearing this opening remark, the livestream audience immediately understood that Suqing had taken on another promotional deal today. Has Rainbow Bunny been doing too many sponsored posts lately? Didn't they just promote Ehong Group's new product last week? Another elixir promotion? Can't they come up with something new? Little Rainbow just bought the Azure Lotus technique last month. Give them some time to recover their expenses at least. What's wrong with sponsorships? Doesn't every streamer do them? Don't worry, Little Rainbow has very strict quality control. The items I bought from Little Rainbow never had any issues, they're exactly like what's shown in the livestream. Suqing was already accustomed to her audience's reactions. Though compared to other live stream rooms, hers was already much better. Because every time she promoted products, she did it openly and transparently, putting on flashy acts while taking sponsorships but not admitting it. This only makes the audience dislike you. Being straightforward is better for everyone. Let me show everyone the appearance of the elixir first, Suqing said while putting on gloves. The elixir I'm introducing today has exceptionally high aesthetic appeal. With that, Suqing poured out a medicinal pill and held it in her hand. She then raised it before the camera. Under the natural light, the second-grade Azure Jade pill resembled sapphire, semi-transparent with a faint bluish-green hue. Just its appearance alone exuded an aura of luxury from every angle. Wow, it's really so beautiful. If Little Rainbow hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought this was jade gemstone. You could thread this pill on a string and wear it as jewelry, couldn't you? The pill Little Rainbow recommended today looks expensive. I bet it costs at least 5 figures. Forget about 5-digit prices. Pills aren't weapons, pricing consumables too high means few can afford them. The livestream audience mostly consisted of ordinary folks. Many would willingly spend 5 figures on a weapon, but selling pills at 5-digit prices would exceed most people's expectations. Many families simply can't afford it. This pill, I just tried it today, and it increased my single-arm strength by over 200 kilograms, Suqing said to the camera with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. You all know what 200 kilograms means for someone like me. And this is just a second-grade pill, the effects are already significantly diminished for me. Later, I'll find someone with lower cultivation to personally demonstrate the pill's effects for everyone. The moment Suqing finished speaking, the live stream exploded with reactions. Over 200 kilograms? I remember Little Rainbow already has single-arm strength exceeding 40,000 kilograms. At this rate, she should be breaking through to second-level martial artist soon. I can't believe a second-grade elixir could have such incredible effects. Seems I underestimated the price earlier. This pill is definitely worth 6 figures. A 6-figure second-grade elixir? That's insane. Could this be a new creation from some master alchemist? I haven't heard any news about breakthroughs recently. 6 figures is outrageous for a livestream sale. Can't the price be more affordable for ordinary people? I don't think the price could be that high. It'd be hard to sell even at 5 digits, let alone 6. Exactly. And any premium elixirs made by a master alchemist would have already gone to auction if they were worth that much. Why bother promoting them in a livestream? Suqing didn't directly respond to the comments. Instead, she waved over the cameraman beside her. If I remember right, your one-handed strength hasn't even reached 500 kilograms yet, has it? Suqing handed the elixir to the cameraman. Lucky you, you get to be our test subject today. Chapter 83, not buying this would make you less than human. Thank you, boss. The cameraman gleefully took the elixir. Hold on, don't eat just yet. Show the audience your current one-handed strength first, Suqing reminded. Got it. The cameraman adjusted the angle of his lens before heading toward a strength tester not far away. He took a deep breath and suddenly punched the target on the strength tester. Numbers instantly popped up on the display. 497. Not bad, not bad. Last time you tested, your single-arm strength was only 492. You've gained 5 kilograms. Suqing clapped her hands and said, Boss, are you sure you're complimenting me? The cameraman said with a miserable expression. The livestream audience also burst into laughter. Little Rainbow is so mean, gaining 5 kilos and calling it not bad? It's been months since the cameraman last tested his one-arm strength in the livestream, and he only gained 5 kilos? That's even slower progress than mine. Once you're out in society, it's not like being in school anymore. Who has the time to focus on cultivation? Just getting by is enough.
Such is the plight of working adults. Everyone knows deep down that martial arts offer no real future, so you might as well focus more on work and making money.
That said, Rainbow's employees get pretty good benefits. Occasionally, if you're lucky, you might even score some free elixirs. The one today definitely looks valuable. I'm actually tempted to go work for Rainbow.
Su Qing watched the audience's reactions in the livestream and felt quite satisfied. The reason she chose the cameraman to test the potion, rather than someone with even weaker single-arm strength, was because his single-arm strength was known to some extent by her longtime viewers.
A few hundred kilograms is also the standard for most ordinary people, making him the perfect demonstration subject. Let's begin. Su Qing glanced back at the cameraman. Got it, boss. With that, the cameraman tossed the elixir into his mouth.
The pill had a mild taste, carrying a refreshing coolness. Before the cameraman could savor the sensation, the elixir had already dissolved and slid down his throat into his stomach. The next second, he felt a surge of warmth rising from his lower abdomen. Immediately, beads of sweat the size of peas emerged on his forehead, and his muscles trembled faintly all over.
The cameraman's face flushed red as he quickly sat cross-legged in meditation. Seeing the cameraman's reaction, the audience knew the elixir had taken effect. It works pretty fast. To take effect right after swallowing means this elixir is of good quality. It works fast, but I don't think the effects are as good as the streamer claimed? Exactly.
When I took the blood chi pill, my reaction was much more intense than this cameraman's. He barely shows any reaction, the effects must be just mediocre at best.
Are blood chi pills something ordinary people can take?
Anyone with the slightest knowledge knows they have severe side effects. They're absolutely not meant for long-term use. Strong effects come with strong reactions, that's common. But most often, those reactions are due to the pill's side effects. The fact that the cameraman isn't showing much of a reaction might mean the side effects are minimal. Viewers in the live stream spun endless theories based on the cameraman's response.
The discussion grew more heated by the minute.
The cameraman suddenly stood up from the ground. It seems to have been fully absorbed. The cameraman himself was a bit confused. He'd probably been meditating for less than 5 minutes, but now there wasn't the slightest sensation left. Clearly, the pill from earlier had been completely assimilated.
How do you feel?
Su Qing studied the cameraman with curious eyes.
Feeling.
The cameraman suddenly clenched his fist, unable to hide the excitement on his face, feeling great.
The audience in the live stream was also brimming with curiosity. Absorbed that quickly? Seems this elixir not only works fast but gets absorbed rapidly too. How much do you think the cameraman's single-arm strength will increase? At most, 300 or 400 kilograms.
I think this elixir is extraordinary, and since the cameraman's cultivation isn't that high, it might even increase by 500 kilograms.
500 kilograms? That's too exaggerated.
Bro, this is just a second-grade elixir. What are you thinking? Expecting 500 kilos out of it? You'd need at least a 4th-grade chi blood pill to achieve something in the ballpark of 500 kilos. The chi blood pill isn't even that great. Its side effects are so severe you can only take it once every few months.
I don't get what all the hype is about.
Su Qing glanced at the livestream and said with a smile, as for how much our cameraman's single-arm strength will increase, we'll let the instrument's data do the talking. Later, I'll send each of the top 10 viewers who guess correctly a 3,000 yuan red envelope. As soon as these words were spoken, the barrage of comments in the livestream instantly went crazy.
Su Qing then handed the camera over to the cameraman. Go on.
Su Qing tilted her chin up and urged. The nervous cameraman walked toward the strength tester. He had no idea how much his single-arm strength had increased, but roughly estimating, it probably wasn't less than 500 kilograms. Today he'd struck it rich. In the past, products of this caliber would never have been available for him to test. I heard today was specifically requested by the big shot sponsor above. They preferred using ordinary people with low single-arm strength for the drug trial.
That's how this golden opportunity landed in his lap.
Keep in mind his monthly salary was barely over 10,000 yuan. The value of this medicinal pill, that would probably cover his entire year's salary. With mixed excitement and nervousness, the photographer stopped in front of the strength testing machine. While regulating his breathing, he concentrated his spiritual energy into his right fist. As it reached the critical point, he threw a sudden punch forward. There was a loud bang. The target shook violently. At the same time, numbers appeared on the strength tester. 1,523. Holy crap! Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the number. The live stream audience was completely stunned. Hold on, did I misread by 1 digit or something? 1523 kilograms? A single grade 2 pill gave the cameraman's arm strength a boost of 1,000 kilograms in just a few minutes? Are you seriously kidding me? Didn't you see little Rainbow was stunned? She probably didn't expect the pill's effects to be this amazing either. But when little Rainbow tested the medicine herself, didn't her single-arm strength only increase by 200 kilograms? Isn't this too unbelievable? I've never heard of any second-grade pill having this kind of effect. Maybe a third-grade pill could do this. At this moment, Su Qing finally snapped out of her daze. She turned to the live stream and said, "Everyone, let me clarify, when I took this elixir myself, my single arm strength only increased by about 200 kilograms. I truly didn't know its effects could be this remarkable."
Su Qing finally understood why Jiang Yan had repeatedly emphasized finding someone with minimal cultivation to test the pill. The results were simply too impressive. So impressive that even if she had to pay $500,000 for a single second-grade pill, she'd feel it was absolutely worth it. You're not human if you don't buy this. Chapter 84, Cashing in on Trash. Su Qing pondered for a moment before continuing. Based on the results of these two tests, we can draw a conclusion. For cultivators with low cultivation levels, the effects of this elixir are supercharged. But for someone like me whose cultivation is nearing second-rank martial artist, the results aren't quite as ideal. Even so, everyone needs to understand. This is merely a grade 2 elixir, ladies and gentlemen. Given my current cultivation level, a grade 2 elixir holds limited significance for me. Yet it still increased my single arm strength by 200 kilograms. This is precisely why I strongly recommend it to you all. It's now clear that this elixir isn't most suitable for people like me whose single arm strength already exceeds 40 or 50,000 kilograms. Rather, it's perfect for those who haven't yet become martial artists, or have just begun their journey. Su Qing grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. With such amazing items, Jiang Yan should have come to her sooner. This was absolutely guaranteed profit. Why bother with any so-called experts or certifications? Sell it right in her live stream room. If it doesn't sell, she'll take Jiang Yan's surname. And once the live stream ended, she absolutely had to ask Jiang Yan privately, were there any more grade 3 pills like this available? She didn't have much need for grade 2 pills, but grade 3 pills would suit her perfectly. By then, she might have a chance to break through to the second-tier martial artist. The audience in the live stream was already growing impatient. Little Rainbow, don't just keep talking, hurry up and introduce the pill's name and price. I'm ready to sell everything I own to buy one, no matter what. With effects this good, it's definitely going to be a 6-digit price tag, and I suspect starting bids of 1 or 200,000 won't even cut it. What are you thinking? Even though this is just a second-grade elixir with a limited target audience, with effects this good, did you really think you could buy it for just a couple 100,000? I'd buy every last one at that price. Exactly. Even if you just snagged this as a bargain, flipping it for profit wouldn't be a loss. I seriously doubt the authenticity of this elixir. I just looked it up online, there's no second-grade elixir like this at all. If the streamer's selling fakes, they better be ready to eat prison food. Holy shit, where did this dipshit come from? Little Rainbow's products have never had a single issue, and didn't you see the cameraman doing a live demo? Anyone with eyes could tell. I refuse to believe second-grade elixirs can have this kind of effect. Anyone looking for a cheap deal here will regret it. There are always haters in live streams no matter when you check. Su Qing simply didn't care. Seeing her audience anxious to know the pill's price, she addressed the camera. This pill is called Power Capsule, a second-grade elixir. As I've said, it has zero side effects and works best for ordinary people and first-tier martial artists. It's also effective for second-tier practitioners, though not as cost-efficient. As for the price, our generous sponsors have set it at 550,000. Limited stock available, only 20 pieces. Interested friends can contact our admin for inquiries. The moment these words were spoken, the livestream chat exploded again. 500,000? Are you serious, streamer? At this price point, why wouldn't I just go to an auction house instead? How dare they sell something so expensive in a live stream? Let alone 500,000. How many people here can even afford 50,000? Woo-woo, Little Rainbow, you've changed. Have you considered how us poor folks feel about this? Since when did even second-grade elixirs become something I can only gaze at? I thought I might tighten my budget to afford one, but clearly it's not meant for me. If you're selling goods in a live stream, the prices should be friendly to ordinary people. What kind of joke is 500,000? I guarantee these 20 elixir pills won't sell a single one. If I had 500,000, I'd definitely buy third-grade elixirs, maybe even fourth-grade blood chi pills. Why would I buy some unheard-of pill? Is this name supposed to be a joke? It sounds like something shady from a street vendor's stall. Amidst the flood of comments complaining about the price, someone finally noticed the name. Su Qing secretly liked this barrage comment. She thought so too. But compared to the effects of the elixir, the name was just a trivial matter. A pill recognized by the public is a good pill. The excellent essence of a pill is never altered by its name alone. As for not being able to sell the strength-boosting pill, she had never even considered such a possibility. It can only be said that in this world, the poor still outnumber the rich, so the opposing voices are in the majority. But this doesn't mean the rich no longer exist. According to the record sent to her by the administrator, within just a minute or two, hundreds of people had already inquired about the medicinal pills, and more than half of them showed clear purchase intention. Once these 20 power pills were sold, she would earn $1 million cash.
And this was under the condition of limited pill availability. Otherwise, her commission alone would make her counting hand cramp. Meanwhile, another live streamer promoting a certain grandmaster's new elixir noticed the viewership in their room visibly declining. Only after carefully reading the comments did they realize Rainbow Rabbit was also promoting elixirs. And what's more, grade 2 elixirs worth $500,000 each. Guys, are you serious? A second grade elixir selling for $500,000 a pill? This is straight up daylight robbery. Since when did Rainbow Bunny start peddling scams? Shuhao remarked while watching the barrage of comments in the livestream. His livestream style has always been about calling things out as he sees them, holding nothing back. The key is that what he says makes sense. So no matter how harsh his criticisms may sound, the audience is always willing to stand by his side. I heard the elixirs sold by Rainbow Rabbit aren't even certified. When viewers ask which company or master produced them, she dodges the question. Clearly they're privately brewed elixirs. This is just some shady knockoff. With so many counterfeit products on the market nowadays, I wouldn't even glance at elixirs not crafted by a master. Is Rainbow Bunny crazy, taking on this kind of commercial deal? The key is the 50 grand. How did she dare quote that price? With such a brain-dead pricing, won't her live stream get bombarded? No need to be so harsh. Right now, it's because various masters are monopolizing the market, so independent alchemists and artificers really struggle to make a name for themselves. Exactly. And after watching the whole live stream just now, her elixir is totally worth the price. Damn, can the trolls next door stop polluting my vision? What kind of second-grade elixir is worth $500,000? It's not even a marrow cleansing pill. Anyway, I've already reported it to the official Alchemist Association website. I'm going to report it too. Report. A rotten streamer like Rainbow Bunny should just get the hell out of the streaming world. The barrage is filled with comments urging to report the neighbor. Suhao didn't stop them. Since both were promoting elixirs, any issues on Rainbow Rabbit's side would only benefit him. The master had just called to ask why his orders hadn't increased. Now the reason had become clear. Chapter 85, Absolute Crackdown. Jiang Yan ordered barbecue and beer for dinner while watching a livestream on his tablet. Seeing the positive response to the potency pills processed by the synthesis station, he was ready to collect the profits only to notice an influx of hostile comments flooding Su Qing's livestream. Trash streamer, selling unregulated products at a ridiculous price of $500,000? Just trying to make a quick buck before vanishing? Do you really believe a second-grade elixir could increase single-arm strength by 1,000 kilograms? Unless your cultivation talent is 7th grade or above, no second-grade elixir could possibly achieve such an effect. We strongly suspect the streamer is selling counterfeit goods. We've already reported this to the Alchemist Association. This broadcaster can just wait for their live stream to get banned. Such an obvious scam, only someone with a hole in their head would fall for this. I'd advise everyone to buy proper products from the Alchemist Association instead. I hear Master Shuiyan's newly launched elixir also boosts physique and strength, affordable with reliable effects. That's right, I've already placed my order. Limited quantity, hurry up everyone. Su Qing watched these messages popping up in the livestream all at once, and her temper immediately flared. The cameraman knew Su Qing well enough and quickly stepped forward to whisper, "Boss, hold it in. We're live right now. Let them report us if they want, as long as our product is solid. It doesn't matter." Su Qing took a deep breath and addressed the livestream audience. "First, you're accusing me of selling fake goods and threatening to report me to get my channel banned. Fine, but show me proof. Don't just baselessly claim they're counterfeit. That's highly unprofessional. If you want my stream shut down, shouting the loudest won't make it happen. Second, you come to my livestream with a certain celebrity's fan badge, stir up trouble, and promote other so-called masters products. Anyone with half a brain can tell what kind of people you really are. Finally, who says that only the Potion Masters Association produces genuine elixirs? Are independent alchemists supposed to just starve then? Don't forget Master Yi Hong, who crafted the legendary 9th grade Celestial Soul Pill, was also an independent alchemist. Many people nodded in agreement after hearing these words. I've been saying the Alchemist Association's monopoly has gotten out of hand lately, but some kept arguing with me. At least the Artificers Guild leaves some room for independent craftsmen, while the Alchemist Association keeps smearing the reputation of freelance alchemists, claiming anything without their certification is substandard knockoff garbage. Who even made that rule? Exactly. If they want everyone to get certified, fine, but don't set the fees so ridiculously high. Taking 20 to 30% commissions at every turn only hurts both alchemists and buyers, while the association stuffs its pockets. I've watched Little Rainbow's streams for nearly 3 years, never once has she sold counterfeits. She sold 6-figure items before without issue. So why are all these ghouls and idiots crawling out today with their brain-dead takes? Bet their own masters can't move product, so they're frothing at the mouth everywhere. I just checked it out. Master Shuiyan's new product is priced at $80,000 per pill, a 3rd-grade elixir. For an ordinary person, taking it would only give them a roughly 100 kilogram boost at most.
Didn't several streamers get contracted to promote Master Shuiyan's new product today? I heard the side effects are pretty severe. You can only take one pill a week at most. A third-grade elixir priced at just 80,000 is quite a steal. I'd better go buy Master Shuiyan's new product. After all, my financial situation doesn't allow me to take 2 pills of this price range per week anyway. Side effects won't affect me. I agree with Little Rainbow's point, but the Hercules pill is way too expensive. I'd rather check out Master Shuiyan's new product. Anything from the Alchemist Association is guaranteed quality. Most viewers in the live stream were still being rational. Though they found Su Qing's argument convincing, that didn't stop them from thinking the Hercules pill was overpriced. 500,000 could buy 4 of Master Shuiyan's new elixirs. The key point is it's still a third-grade pill. Whether it's the materials used or the pharmaceutical process, none of it can compare to second-grade pills. From this perspective, third-grade pills undoubtedly offer better value for money. Watching the barrage of comments in the livestream, Su Qing couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Do these people really think the elixir's side effects are just a matter of not taking it consecutively? Any side effects would inevitably cause harm to the body. This should be common sense. But in recent years, the Alchemist Association deliberately blurred the definitions for sales convenience, especially concerning elixirs priced at 5 figures or more. For most families, taking just one pill within several months is already considered fortunate. Under such circumstances, there's no possibility of continuous consumption. It seems the side effects have no impact whatsoever. Yet many overlook the true consequence of side effects, that excessive consumption can cause permanent damage to the body. Clearly, this is a serious issue. Yet it's glossed over with euphemistic understatement. Just this one point alone makes the Alchemist Association indefensible. This is precisely why the reputation of the Alchemist Association falls far short of that of the Artificer Association. As I always say, when buying things in my livestream, spend within your means. The products I promote range from a few hundred to several hundred thousand, catering to every income level. Su Qing said as she listed the power pills on her online store, setting them to go on sale in 5 minutes. The power pills are already listed in my store. I've demonstrated their effects just now. Friends who are interested can wait to purchase them from my shop later. Additionally, those who buy power pills this time will enjoy priority ordering rights next time. Su Qing had a feeling that if she delayed any longer, Shuhao might come to cause trouble. Better sell the elixirs first. Other issues can be dealt with later. In the adjacent live stream room, Shuhao had been keeping an eye on the sales of Master Shuiyan's new product. Someone reminded him at this moment that the Rainbow Rabbit's pills had also been listed for sale. He clicked in to take a look. 550,000? Shuhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. She actually dares to set this price. Second-grade strength pill, isn't this just a joke? The audience in Shuhao's livestream also joined in with all sorts of mockery. This elixir can increase single-arm strength by 1,000 kilograms. 50,000 is a steal, it's easily worth $1 million. Let's see who actually buys this. Maybe just a few of Rainbow Rabbit's wealthy fans will show support. The rest of these pills won't sell a single one. Obviously, only a complete idiot would buy this. The Alchemist Association just got back to me. They promised a thorough investigation into this matter. The Rainbow Rabbit is finished. Even if the Alchemist Association doesn't investigate her this time, her reputation is definitely ruined. Watching the sales of the elixirs he promoted skyrocket before his eyes, Xiao Hao was in an excellent mood. This hype wave was orchestrated absolutely flawlessly. Not only did it instantly win people's favor back, after all that commotion, surely many Rainbow Bunny fans went to buy Master Shuiyan's elixirs too. Seeing the crowd's excitement, Shuhao switched the interface to the sales page of the Hercules pill. Everyone, I believe you're just as curious about the sales performance of this pill. With only half a minute left, let me show you how many bottles of this so-called divine medicine, which claims to boost single-arm strength by 1,000 kilograms, have actually sold.